Flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the morning roast on 95.7 The Game.
2-1 is lined into center field, base hit. Slater on one hop. Here comes his throw home. And it is a little offline and late. Contreras scores. And the Giants suffer another walk-off loss on this road trip. And this one really hurts. They had a 2-run lead into the ninth inning, and the Braves scored 3.
Hey, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby.
I didn't think we'd get it.
Yeah, I didn't think we'd get it either. I didn't know what was going on there. Dave Fleming got a call. By the way, Dave Fleming and Javi Lopez, really good. A very good rapport between the two.
Javi Lopez has gotten so much better. I think this is one of the things, it takes one to know one. You got to give people some time to develop and find their voice and find their rhythm and work on their pairing. Sometimes chemistry is instantaneous. Sometimes you just got to work on it. Javi's gotten so much better.
So much better. He was really good yesterday, dropping some outcast lines or whatnot. But
how about the E40 stuff? Did you hear that?
Stuff. Oh yeah, nope. I did hear that. By the way, E40 bobblehead night.
I know. That's kind of what they were talking about. And then somehow he brings up Mount Westmore, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Dave Fleming called them a band, Mount Westmore, like an all-star band.
That's not
Flip's. And Javi
kind
kind of laughed. It was a really great exchange. I'm so
that's
inside
not Flip's
the broadcast.
lane.
You want to hear it?
Let's hear it.
You have it?
Wow, this is
to listen to Mount Westmore. It's him and Snoop and Too Short. It's like an all-star band.
Oh,
huh?
yeah,
A band, probably the wrong word.
Band would not be what you want to go with, but that's okay. I'm smelling what you're stepping in. We're all right there.
I didn't even know he said that. That's smelling what you're stepping in. What a line from Javi.
That's pretty good. I'm telling you, man, Javi's really, really good.
And speaking of which, Langford, you and I did not talk because you were doing your show. Had no idea you started your show off with that. I was getting my coffee on.
It was like the most entertaining part of the game, like outside, because Rodon was dealing, granted it, but you're going to the bottom of the fifth, and there'd only been 2 home runs, and they were just solo shots, and kind of just going along. And then I heard that, I was like, oh my God, like Javi and Dave, they're still going on too. It lasts for like 2 minutes.
So I was doing laundry last night. So I had the AirPods in.
Night.
And laundry, trust me.
I call it the unending bucket of laundry.
Dude, it's just towels, boxers, socks, just bed sheets, and I'm doing all the laundry.
You know what?
I'll do it all. But to Lakeford's point, that game was kind of just flying by, and it's the 5th inning, and it's kind of slow. And I heard that, and I kind of looked at my AirPods and rewinded it on my phone, and was like, wait, what did Javi just say? And that's why I was like, you know what? When Kruk and Kuiper retired, and I know we're getting off the track here, but when they decide to retire, Javi's not a bad replacement because he's low maintenance.
Yeah.
He's not going to be about me. I think he's the perfect replacement right now. Him and Estes are good too, but Javi Lopez is really growing on me.
Well, he reads the room really well, and he doesn't try to not be himself. He's very comfortable with who he is. I think he's the perfect blend of witty and smart and just not over the top. Like, Giants fans don't necessarily need, Dallas Braden is his own thing, right? He's very big in terms of the personality. I'm not sure you need a guy with that kind of personality alongside Dave Fleming.
No, not at all. By the way,
and that's not a knock on Dallas.
By the way, Giants lose last night. Another walk-off loss. Their 3rd on this road trip. They're 3-3 on a 7-game road trip. Nice guy. Is it your birthday?
Is it?
Yeah, might be.
Might be.
How did the Xfinity mobile text line know that? How did the Xfinity mobile text line know that?
Some of these texters know me better than I do. I forgot it was my birthday.
Is that your girl?
And it might be your girl.
Yeah, I guarantee you that's her.
Oh,
yep.
Jesse.
Wow, Jesse. Happy birthday to Nice Guy Langford. Give him applause, everybody. Nice Guy Steven. It's his birthday, man. He just turned 25. Let's go. Nice Guy, it's a birthday show.
I'm going to go with that. 25. I'm going to go with that one.
25 years old, damn it.
You ain't 30 yet, though.
No, 29. 29 this year. It's a weird age.
It is a very weird age.
It's just I'm getting all these happy birthday messages from the family in England, and I'm just thinking there's kind of a meaningless one.
The last year of your 20s. Because when you get to your 30s, it moves fast, buddy.
Very fast.
It moves very, very fast.
I'm playing hoops with a bunch of kids in their 20s, and I'm looking at all of them. I'm like, God, I hate you.
Hit them all.
I'm so jealous.
Wouldn't it be cool to do this job at 29 years old?
20. Yeah, I'd like to do anything at 29 years old.
29, but this job.
I barely stretched. I could play for hours. I could do whatever I wanted. I had none of the stresses. There is nothing
I was serving
realer.
cappuccinos at 29 years old.
B, there's nothing realer than Notorious B.I.G.'s More Money, More Problems. The older you get and the more things you got going on, the more headaches you got.
Oh, so
the more
many
tired
headaches.
you are.
By the way, booking this Europe trip, I'm just like, I got exhausted just
Why don't
doing
you let
it.
Anna do all that?
Well, because I need,
and I don't mean that like to like make a woman do it because I know
gotta
she's
make
good with
sure
the details.
I got to make sure that she doesn't go over budget.
Oh.
You know, sometimes she would like, you know what?
You're keeping
It's
her on
Europe.
budget.
It's Europe.
Okay,
let me
Gucci.
go splurge. And I'm like, yo, let's chill. We got to come back home one time at some point.
See,
you know?
I think Anna's got fantastic taste.
She does have good taste.
She would do a really good job.
She does have
on
good
that.
taist. Some of the rooms we're staying at is pretty damn good.
I
We'll let everybody know about that.
I trust her taste more than yours, and you know I love you.
Damn.
Now, if it was
that's
food
cold.
taste, totally different.
Yeah, well, she has
Your
good
tongue
food.
is on point when
But
it
you know
comes to
what?
the food taste.
She has really good food taste too. That's why we love each other for food.
Yeah.
You know, she's really good at that. But by the way, good morning, everybody. So damn good.
I haven't had Taco Bell in a while.
I haven't had it. You know, my body feels pretty
You know
good.
what? That on my way up to the river tomorrow, I might go get me some Taco
I'm
Bell.
leaving it alone. I've been eating quinoa, a lot of salads,
I've been going on
drinking
the
a lot of
quinoa.
water.
Yeah.
I've lost about 7 pounds over the
Nice.
last 2 weeks. I'm trying to lose weight, man. I'm
Nice.
getting big. The suits start getting tight towards the end of the year.
It's in the head. That's where you
It
really
is mental.
need to, yeah.
It
no,
is
I
mental.
meant like you need to lose some of the size when it comes to that
well,
head.
I mean, that's not happening anytime soon.
So
That
let's
head's getting bigger. By the way, let me say good morning to everybody out there on the
my bad.
roadways. Getting off your
I'm ready for
graveyard
that.
shifts. Getting ready for work. If you're at work, good morning to you. Langford, happy birthday. Lubman's here. What's up, Sam Lubman? Good
he's
morning.
tired. He's
Good morning
battered.
to Joe Shasky. Good morning to everybody on YouTube, Twitch, the Xfinity Mobile text line. We love you all. Thanks for listening all the time here on the Morning Roast because we do have Giants baseball to talk about, but we also have a draft day. The Warriors hold the 28th overall pick in the first round. I heard a nice guy talking about it before I came in here. The draft. Who are they going to add? Bob Myers and Steve Kerr spoke yesterday. I want to play all that sound about Wiseman, Kuminga, and of course Moses Moody, about Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins, and all that stuff happening with the Golden State Warriors. Just last week they won a championship.
I know.
Now we're talking about a draft.
Well, some people are talking about trades and things like that, but I don't want to get into any of that. I want to just bask in the glory of championships. That's why you play sports, right? To win championships. That's why you root for your teams for championships. Is this a safe space? Is this
I don't know.
I'd like to think so, especially at 6:15 in the morning.
All
Yeah.
right, all right.
Who knows?
All right. I'm not a college basketball fan. Okay, you can't be.
You're not.
You can't be an expert in everything. Like, can we admit that? Like, we do know people that think that they're experts in everything.
Yeah.
Nothing is more inauthentic than pretending to know anything and everything, and you know all the different
doubt.
sports. So, like, you're gonna have blind spots. College basketball, I freely admit, and I love hoops.
Yeah.
I hate college basketball. It takes away from the free-flowing basketball that I truly do love. Not that I'm some like diehard NBA head watching the Orlando Magic on a Tuesday night. I don't have the bandwidth. Of all the things that I love, I don't have the bandwidth for college basketball. I know absolutely nothing about this incoming draft, and I don't want to pretend and fake it and study up like all these people want to do. And I'm not saying that's not what you're doing or what. And I'm not knocking anybody who does. They just won a championship. So for me to sit here and rattle off 7 or 8 names that none of our audience would even know as a 28th pick option, to me feels inauthentic to who I am.
Well, I'm kind of with you with college basketball. That's why we're going to have Dan Devine on at 6:50 to kind of get educated.
Not Dan Devone.
Not Dan Devone. Dan Devine.
Okay.
Dan Devone knows nothing about college basketball. Dan Devine does.
Okay.
Dan Devine is going to join us at 6:50.
Side swipe.
Yeah, it is. He always side swipes us on the weekend. Trust me, Dan Devone. I'm listening. When
Well, let me tell you what you're talking about, Bonte. It's me and Alex Styles here on 95.7 The Game.
Let me tell you, Bonte and Shasky, on why Trey Lance is not ready and why Jimmy Garoppolo is carrying this football team. Dan Devine, NBA writer for The Ringer. He's going to educate us on this upcoming NBA draft.
Okay,
and look,
good.
I don't know a lot about college basketball, too, because over the last, since this Warriors run, we've been heavy into NBA basketball.
Yes.
I've watched less and less college basketball. I should be a huge college basketball fan.
No, I think we all were. I think we all were in the 90s.
The product has been watered down to one and done.
Big East Mondays?
Yeah, Big East Mondays, ACC Tuesdays.
Yeah,
you had the SECs. Come on, man. I was all about college basketball. And then over the last 10, 12 years, I've kind of slowly tapered off. But I do try to watch the big teams. The big teams with the big prospects. And I'm not going to lie. Going to March Madness here at Chase Center this past season, seeing Duke and Paolo Banchero. I was like, damn, this guy's a baller. And some people have him going number 1 overall.
Yeah, him, Chet. I mean, we know those names.
And I saw both of them at March Madness. I was not impressed with Chet.
Here is my scouting breakdown. Paolo, as I slam my chest and point at you. That's all I've got.
Now, listen, War Y Hef. What's up, Hef?
I've heard this story 17 times.
I know,
so
and you're going to hear it an 18th time.
Yeah.
We're walking to the sidelines with our drinks.
Where is this?
I have at Chase Center. Right before the Sweet 16 game, Duke and Texas Tech, we're walking to court. I have a credential, Hef doesn't. But the security at Chase Center, they love me. Yeah. They let us walk through. We're on the Texas Tech sideline with drinks in our hands. And we're right there. One of the Duke PR guys is staring at us, right? Hef's got all his Duke gear on. Duke jacket, Duke jersey, blue Nikes. He's duked out. And he goes, what up, Paulo? And they're in the layup line. And Paulo drops the basketball, looks over at us and says, these are some real gangsters right here. Beats his chest, points at us and says, let's go. It goes back in the layup line. I'm not saying, I love this guy. And he goes out there and balls out.
On the 18th try, I didn't hear that these are some real gangsters part. That line was
I added that one.
Okay, I was going to say.
Hey, each time we tell a story, something else will get added to it.
Exactly.
Next time it's going to be like, Paulo's going to say, what up, fellas?
Yeah.
And then we're going to add all kind of explicits to it.
Like Homer Simpson. Then you turn to the president. Hello, Mr. President. Bonte in this next version is going to have jacked arms.
Shortly after that chest pat, we got kicked off the sidelines. One of the security's like, yo, this Duke guy's kind of tripping. It's all good. Whatever. We'll go sit behind the bed and watch Duke roll and go to the Final Four. But
I'm also convinced that I've talked to you about this. You have become a 70-year-old white man because of some of your takes. You being a Dookie with Hef. What is wrong with the two of you?
I wasn't a Dookie. I was just there.
You were there.
I had to go see the Duke Blue Devils.
Yeah, I knew you did.
The Duke Blue Devils were in Frisco. I'm not going to lie. Earlier that day or the day before when Steiny Guru were doing the show at Chase Center, we ended up doing the Warriors pre- and post-game live show at the Gatehouse, getting ready for March Madness. I'm trying to turn right on 3rd Street.
Okay. And is Steiny trying to execute a trade for Jordan Poole, number 4 overall pick?
We'll get to that.
Simultaneously?
I heard that wasn't true. I heard that wasn't true. I heard some people are putting words in Steiny's mouth.
What?
Yeah, I heard
Don't do that, Goo.
Don't do that, Goo. Don't you do that, Goo. Don't you do that, London. But I'm trying to make a right on 3rd Street.
Okay.
And the cops come out of nowhere. The cops come out of nowhere. They're like, slow down, sir.
Yeah.
So I'm like looking to see what's going on. I roll down the window. I was like, one of the teams are coming through. The cop goes, it's the Duke Blue Devils. I rush to get my phone. Take the video. There's the Dukies coming to Chase Center, baby. On the chartered bus. I had to send it to him.
Look how excited you are.
I'm a sucker for that.
But I do love that about you because I get the same way. There are certain sporting things where we become 7-year-old versions of ourselves.
I know. Just like the Jacksonville Jaguars. I'll never forget when Jimmy Garoppolo and the Niners beat the Jaguars when they advanced in his AFC Championship. I'm driving down 101 and the highway patrol and the cops stop traffic. And then you just see 4 charter buses coming in and somebody was like, that's the Jaguars bus. And I'm like, oh, they're getting ready to get smoked at Levi Stadium. Let's go. And I'm trying to tell the charter buses. I love when the charter buses roll by. I love that stuff.
So you're the guy when the ambulance comes through, you're the guy that has to jump back into the lane follow the ambulance?
Oh, absolutely.
I hate you people.
Yeah, I know. I'm a hateable person. Let's go to Al real quick in Berkeley. Let's get the show back on track.
Yeah,
Let's see what Al's talking about.
The Giants.
Yeah, well, no, we got a lot to get into with the Giants.
There's
a lot to get into with the Giants. There's a lot to get into with the draft. There's a lot to get into with the Golden State Warriors. And fake trades. I saw something on the Twitter timeline. I was like, huh? Fake trades. I don't know what's what. We'll get Lutman's opinion on that one. Al in Berkeley, what's happening? You're on the road.
Al?
Hey.
What up, Al?
Hey, I just heard you earlier in the show saying you're planning a Euro trip with you and the wifey. Hey, man, I just got back with the fam.
Nice.
2 weeks spent in Portugal and Spain.
Wow.
Man, most amazing trip. We're talking food, damn near Euro 1-to-1 currency exchange rate.
Yep.
Come on.
Yep, I saw that.
But look, you got to make it a Lisbon, man. You got to make it a Lisbon.
See, you know, Al,
loving the life.
So, Al, real quick before we let you go, we're not going to Lisbon. We're flying into Paris. Then we're going to Saint-Tropez. Then we're going to Lake Como. Then we're going to Amalfi Coast. And then we're flying out of Rome.
Okay, come with it.
You know what I'm saying? It's just going to be straight paradise. I do want to get to Spain at some point. I do want to get to Portugal at some point. I heard great things about it. It's my first time ever going to Europe, Shasky. My first time ever.
Yeah, I've never been to Europe, but I will say this.
All right, fellas, you guys have a good one.
You too,
thank you, brother. Thanks for the tips.
If you want to go to Lisbon, Come to the Excelsior, baby.
Lisbon Street.
Yep. Right around the corner from my parents. You want to go to Lisbon? Come on down.
By the way, on Twitter, Shasky, we'll get to the draft, but we already got a tweet here from Morale_R30.
What is it?
Patty Mills or Nicholas Batum, free agency to the Warriors. Your thoughts?
I wouldn't be mad at either one of those. Honestly, I really like a Patty Mills kind of acquisition. He's just really old, so Batum might fit a little better. Because I don't want to knock. I've always liked Patty Mills, but I don't know if you need his shooting. I would like more of a defensive hog. Like T.J. McConnell's the type of guy I'm looking for. I'm looking for more of like one of those
scrappy dude.
Yes, Peyton Pritchard 2.0.
Well, especially if you lose Gary Payton II.
That's my point.
Yeah, if you lose Gary Payton II,
more of a guy who can
that.
play up on a point guard.
I didn't like what I saw from Patty Mills with the Brooklyn Nets, but that could be a byproduct of the way they played. I don't know, but Batum, I love a 3-and-D guy.
Yeah,
a long
and he can
wing.
facilitate the offense and give you some of the Iggy passing.
And he seems to be reinvigorated.
Yeah, I
by
agree.
playing in the winning culture with the Clippers. But
isn't this so good, though? We're talking about ring chasers and all these 10, 11, 12 guys. Like, this is the spot. This is the sweet spot every NBA team wants to be in.
And just a year ago, we were talking about maybe trading these picks and going to get a Bryn Simmons and going to get a Bradley Beal.
Get me
By the way,
Miles Turner.
Nick Wrong's at it again. I don't want to play the sound at all because I'm tired of it. I'm nauseated. ESPN and Fox Sports would have completely pivoted and just started dousing gasoline on the Warriors again, which is giving them motivation to go back-to-back. Nick Wrong talking about it. The Warriors want to be favorites again or title contenders. They need to trade Wiggins, Kuminga, or Moody in a pick for Bradley Beal.
Okay.
And I'm just like, Nick Wrong, didn't you just watch the NBA Finals? What is he watching?
Lay off.
Let's just throw in Wiggins for Bradley Beal. Oh, and that, let's go ahead and throw you Kuminga and Moody, too.
Okay, just shut up. The equivalent would be, hey, the Astros just won the World Series. They've got to trade away everyone to win another one. Hey, the Rams just won the Super Bowl. They have to move off of Jalen Ramsey and Aaron Donald if they want to get another one.
And Cooper Kupp.
I mean, like, what are we doing?
It's just
Why
idiotic.
do we do this in basketball?
It's just idiotic.
But is it just basketball, or is it those networks and basketball?
I think it's those networks and basketball.
Why?
I don't know. And it's killing the sport.
It really is.
I honestly,
you're
wish.
right. You're 100% correct.
You know, one thing
You're
I regret when we
100%
had Adam Silver on before the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask him. It was one or two questions because they're like, we only got 8 minutes with them. I wanted to ask him about those shows leading up to the finals. Like, that can't be good for the sport when all they're talking about is, does Kevin Durant regret leaving, go to the State Warriors? Let's talk about the Celtics and the Warriors.
So, for just a second here, I went to lunch with Nick Friedel. My wife was there. My wife doesn't really understand the media and the sports and the hierarchy and all those things. And she goes, Nick, why are you in New York? Because he says, you know, I like New York, but like whatever, I'd rather be on the West Coast. I'd rather be in San Francisco or San Diego because he likes that lifestyle. He's really chill. And this is a guy who's got a huge following on ESPN. He says, Michelle, it is better for my profession for me to be in the Northeast. All of these opportunities come to the forefront. She goes, well, I don't understand. The Warriors are the biggest story in the NBA. He goes, no. They're the best team in the NBA. But for ESPN, they don't generate the most clicks. She goes, well, I don't get it. They're really good. No. Drama generates clicks. So the Nets, even if they don't win, will generate 2, 3, 4 times the amount of clicks, which means more ad revenue for ESPN because of their social media streams and their internet and all that. And so, like, the sad thing is, all of these trade topics and trade things and all the drama, although it sucks for them, it literally is their moneymaker. And we're feeding into it. And I feel conflicted because I want to laugh at them and play the sound and laugh and stuff. But, like, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy when we always play it.
And it's like Nick and
it's not Nick's
Kendra.
fault.
It's
I'm
not
saying
Nick's fault. Yeah,
it's
no,
the big company forcing them to go those routes because that's the monetary thing that they're being compensated.
And I've heard things like that where they'll see something and just clip that and say, run with that because that's going to get them more headline. And that's unfortunate because that means to me that Windhorse wasn't really speaking from the chest when he talked about the Warriors winning checkbook games and having checkbook championships. He was speaking for other people, and that's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Now, I know not to listen to you or whatever you say, I take it with a grain of salt. And that's unfortunate because these are great people. These are good people that have been compromised due to their companies saying, hey, we want to run with this. You should be celebrating a champion. Think about that. We don't want to go out there and cover Steph Curry ad nauseum, even though he's a great ambassador for the sport. Instead, let's go to Kyrie and Kevin Durant
100%.
because it's toxic, and let's blow that up. It makes zero sense to me. I get it for the clicks, but it makes zero sense.
So,
to me.
like Tom Brady, I know everyone has Tom Brady fatigue. ESPN doesn't really cover Tom Brady like that because nobody's really like clicking on those articles because it's like, all right, we get it, Tom.
Yeah.
Like we're like same thing with Steph.
Yep.
You've reached such a status and you're so loved and beloved that there's no drama there. There's no insight, right? And I'm not.
But LeBron James.
It's just
there wasn't a lot of drama with LeBron James early on, and they kept running the LeBron James stuff. We continue this
and
conversation.
the other thing is that LeBron James started a media company, and now the people that he represents are guys that are talking on there, and so they're getting compensated to continue to feed into the drama. It's just throwing more logs on the fire.
No doubt. Let's get into the Giants on the other side. We'll get back into the NBA draft, and if you want to call in 888-957-9570, our roasters can be the college basketball experts.
Yes.
Who should we look for with the Golden State Warriors at number 28? According to draftnet.com, the Warriors are taking Max Christie from Michigan State, a 6'5 shooting guard who was a freshman last season.
Oh.
Who is Max Christie?
I have no idea.
We don't know. At 888-957-9570. If you're a draft expert, please call the show. Let's get into the draft here with the Golden State Warriors. But on the other side, let's talk some Giants as they lose a tough one in Atlanta yesterday. Give up 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning. And that's what's coming up on the game.
Channel. Front row seat to the final frontier.
At Princess Cruises, we take pride in discovering what makes you feel special. From making Judy's margarita spicy, but not too spicy, to making sure Tom's day ashore is spent kayaking, snorkeling, and waving to a dolphin or two. A vacation with Princess is all about making sure you feel taken care of. It's what we do best. Get the Princess treatment and cruise from San Francisco for just $59 per day. Book now at princess.com or contact your travel advisor. Terms and restrictions apply. Promotional pricing ends September 30th, 2022. Ships of Bermuda and British Registry.
Technology allows us to manage everything from our wrists.
Get the fly swatter.
Not necessary. My smartwatch will take care of it.
But to manage all your clouds, you need more than technology. You need a VMware cross-cloud services solution orchestrated by CDW to simplify workflows, speed innovation, and secure all your applications across any cloud.
Does your watch tell time?
Only if you get the app.
VMware makes robust multi-cloud management possible. CDW makes it powerful. Learn more at cdw.com/VMware.
This feels good!
Why does he feel good? Because he has all the hot water he needs. Now you can catch the feels with a Navien tankless hot water heater. Imagine all the hot water you want for as long as you need. No wasting money and energy. No more cutting that shower short. Just hot water all the time, every time. So feel good. So good. With a Navien tankless hot water heater. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com to learn more.
Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. We'll get back into the Warriors and the NBA draft. We have a lot of sound from yesterday's presser between Bob Myers and Steve Kerr discussing the future of the Golden State Warriors. To summarize what Bob Myers wants to do with the free agent class, says, I want to bring them all back. Gary Payton II, Kevon Looney. Our goal is to bring them all back. So that's good news for the Golden State Warriors. Also with this pick, they'll study it up. We'll see if they keep the pick, number 28 overall. Will they trade out of it? We'll see what happens there with the NBA draft happening tonight, a week after the Warriors celebrated their 4th championship in the last 8 years, 7th overall for the franchise. But I do want to hit on the Giants here. They fall to 3-3 on a 7-game road trip today. They have an early start in Atlanta. It's going to be hot. 9:30 first pitch. They're now 38-30. 8 games over 500. 6-4 in their last 10. And Shasky, they now fall to 9-14 in one-run games. 3-1 lead going into the bottom of the 9th inning. And when Jake McGee gave up that solo homer to Dansby Swanson, I mean, he was up. Wasn't he up 0-2 in that account? And Swanson works it all the way to 3-2. And you just saw fastball after fastball after fastball. And that team hits the heck out of fastballs. They come back with a 3-run rally in the 9th inning, and the Giants lose a tough one.
I mean, that team hits, period. And you could have just stopped right there.
Yeah.
Ozuna hit a ball that was at his ankle. I mean, that was an unbelievable piece of hitting. Small defensive things. There's very small defensive. Like Slater nonchalantly catching that ball in the outfield and not knowing that Ozuna's going to tag up.
Yeah, that was bad.
What are you doing? You're in there for defense. Like, you're not in there because you're slugging. You know, last year you did. You had a solid year. But, like, if you're going to stay in the bigs, you got to come up quick. It's the 9th inning. I don't understand it. Jake McGee had not given up a run in his 9 previous outings to that point.
He's been better.
Since coming back off that IL, he's been way better. I'm not in love with Jake McGee in the 9th inning. I've gone through all of the numbers. Him against righties last year, that was kind of a weak spot for him. Him in the 9th inning specifically, that was a weak spot for him. This team right now is playing a good brand of baseball. They ran up against a team that I think is one of the hottest teams in baseball, 17 of their last 20 that they've won, Atlanta. Top to bottom, they're a team that's never going to quit, and they're going to continue to put the ball in play. The part that sucks is Rodon, he wasn't just good. He was outstanding.
He was amazing. Amazing, Shasky. He had a scoreless streak of 21 straight innings without giving up a run. 21 straight innings without giving up a run. In his last 5 outings, he allowed 17 hits.
Yeah.
Look at the earned runs here. 30 innings, 17 hits, 37 Ks, 8 walks, 2.70 ERA. And yesterday, really locking in on Rodon. I said, this guy's a stud.
Yeah.
He should be in the All-Star game. He's been electric in June, one of the best pitchers in June, ERA under 1.2 in the month of June, and he's been rolling. That fastball, the velocity just kept picking up and up and up. And there was a little discussion after the game whether or not he should have been pulled after 91 pitches. It's really hot in Atlanta. It's humid. You don't want to wear him down in June. I'm cool with him being pulled. I had no problem with that.
He threw 98 pitches the 3 previous outings. And when in May, when he went over 100 pitches, the next 3-4 starts, he was really bad, right? Like, just straight up. He was just really bad. Now, the one St. Louis outing really diluted all of his numbers, but May was not good for him. The velocity started to dip after that 100-pitch outing. Now it's back. 2-3 miles per hour plus a ton more spin has really changed him. He had 22 or 23 swing and misses yesterday. That's big for him. The 10 strikeouts, awesome. But the swings and misses, because in May, his swing and miss numbers were way worse than what they were in April. This guy is ridiculous when he's got that gas left in the tank. The one thing you heard from Chicago, you cannot wear him down. Like, if he wears down, he's not the same guy. So they really have to be careful how they monitor it right now so that he's good in August and September.
Yeah, you need him in August and September, no doubt, because his staff, You don't know what you're going to get from DeSclafani. You don't know what you're going to get from Alex Cobb. You don't know what you're going to get from Alex Wood, who starts today for the Giants against Mr. Wright of the Atlanta Braves, who's really, really good. Another young pitcher for the Braves. They just know how to produce. They got studs in that farm system. Rodon was good. He was dealing. He had him off balance. Charlie Morton on the other side was really good as well. He matched Rodon pitch for pitch, but he gave up the 2 runs, the home run to Darren Ruff, and, of course, the first inning home run to Mike Yastrzemski, who, by the way, is struggling batting 158 in his last 17 games. It's a funky lineup right now for the Giants.
Defensively, I feel like has been a step too deep on so many balls. It's really frustrating me right now. Their defense, they're a step off on everything. I know they are a
step off.
It seems like they're shifting and they're not getting the productivity they got
How about
last
Brendan
year.
Belt? We didn't talk about this before Ozuna tagged up to take second base. The single he had. I mean, it looked like Javi Lopez was all over it saying, that's a ball Brendan Belt comes up with usually, and he didn't come up with that ball in the 9th inning, and that's when you kind of knew, like, oh, boy, we're at least going to extras.
And Wilmer doesn't dig out the throw from Slater. Like, it's all these little things, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, there's no doubt about it. Belt... The knee is just going to bother him the rest of his career. He's not going to get the full surgery and get the full scope. Like, it is what it is.
Should they shut him down for a while?
Player. I mean, they already did for like a couple of months. To me, you just ride it out until he can't go no more, and then he's going to probably go on the DL.
If he's one of your anchors, what does that mean long-term for this team?
Well, he's not. I mean, to me, like...
Who's your anchor offensively? Is it Jock Peterson?
I don't think Jock Peterson absolutely is. Jock Peterson's going to be an all-star. I mean, he's been an absolute stud, which is crazy because he's kind of a platoon player.
He is.
You know what I mean? The one thing that I keep coming back to, this team needs a legit big league catcher. Now, defensively, they've been okay.
Right.
Okay. But they got squeezed in that 9th inning. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, if Posey's back there, I don't think you're getting squeezed like that. Now, that's just me just talking this out loud. Right. I'm just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. Like, wins, ain't nobody know who that guy is.
Nobody.
And I'm not knocking him. He's trying to do the best he can. It's valiant. Casale's been hurt as of late. Joey Bart on a milk carton. They need a legit everyday catcher. That's what they need right now. And I think that the Wilson Contreras thing, I don't want to get into trade talk right now. They need him.
You think catching is the problem for Tyler Rogers? Because every teams are on this stuff.
Oh, he's had a bad year.
He's had a terrible year. And we all forget about Contreras still in second base to get in scoring position there to score a winning run. And Rogers just serves one up to Adam Duvall right at the middle. It was hanging there forever. And I'm like, man, I had no faith in Rogers when he came into that baseball game.
His ERA is very reflective of how he's pitched this year. Whereas Jake McGee's ERA, a couple of bad outings has really made it look worse than it is. Like, I think Jake McGee's pitched better than his numbers. Right. I know people are like, oh my God.
He's been good the last month.
He's been really good.
He's been solid.
Tyler Rogers is kind of been what his ERA's been this year. The bigger thing for me, though, is they have 2 stud starters.
Right.
Okay? If you look at starting pitching innings pitched, okay, Webb and Rodon have carried the starting rotation. Alex Wood has been good. I'd say 1 out of every 2 or every 3 starts. They're basically patchwork for those other 2.5 starts every single time around the rotation.
Right.
It's taxed their bullpen. And someone like Tyler Rogers, who I wanted to take an expanded role this year, he's fallen back down to earth.
Well, we were in the text thread yesterday. I think the Giants need a long man because it's June 23rd.
You think?
And this bullpen is taxed already.
You think?
They have been taxed, and that's a worry. That's a problem going into the dog days of August, into July, when you can say goodbye to the season and fall out of the race here. I'm saying, man, they need some more arms. And Doval, we were going at it yesterday about Doval and the thread and whatnot. My whole thought process is I don't think Kapler and the Giants are thinking weeks out ahead, right? It's June. Mm-hmm. And he's pitched 3 times on this road trip already. That's why I thought
4 out of 5 days.
4 out of 5 days. That's a problem to me. I don't want this young kid pitching 4 out of 5 days. Not June. Well, I need this guy in August. I need him in July. I need him in September when these games get bigger and bigger and bigger. And all of a sudden now, last night, you can't use them. Well, you just can't use them.
I hear what you're saying. If you go back the night before, DeSclafani goes 3 innings.
Right.
And he gets just destroyed. And that just ruins your bullpen for 2-3 days, right? So that's number one. They were down to 2 guys. They had Garcia, they had Doval. Both of the guys, or Doval got up at the start of that inning. It was a 9-8 game, 1 run. The Giants get the bases loaded. He's still warming up. It was like a 17-minute inning.
Right.
And it's easy to say, sit back down. I'm going to go to somebody else. once he's lathered up and he tells you he's good to go and I'm going to go today and I'm going to give you the off day tomorrow, like we don't know what that conversation was like before game. Well, they got the win the day before.
They did.
And what stinks is that McGee executes today. I don't think, or last night, I don't think today we're talking about the Duval usage.
But I discussed this the night of Tuesday night.
Yeah.
When they had the bases loaded with no outs. In that situation, I'm telling Garcia, hey, get up. Let's start to ramp it up a little bit because this inning could get ugly.
I know.
We could throw up a crooked number and we could save Duval for later in the series. I thought there was mismanagement there. Now, I'm nitpicking here, but I thought you could have warmed up Garcia and Duval, and once you got that lead and Flores gets that single, you're up 4 runs, I could stay off of Duval and say, hey, I know I greased you up. Just chill for a second. You know what I'm saying?
It's a good point. The thing that I would say is that if he were a normal reliever and not your 23-year-old prized possession arm, once you get him up to get him in a game and it's a 9th inning, that's what his job is. Like, go in there. That's what I'm not going to Garcia. Garcia's only pitched 4 innings in 9th innings. He has 1 blown save this year. He's not a save guy.
Yeah, but if it's a 4-run game, but it's a non-save situation.
I hear you, but it was only a 4-run game because they got a 2-out hit with the bases loaded where you thought it was a 1-run game. And still it was a 1-swing game if we're being real.
But that's why I'm having them warm up just in case that situation happens. I got to be thinking ahead. I got to be thinking, hey, this inning may get ugly. It may balloon. Let me just have both guys ready here so I can stay. Because Duval had already pitched 3 times on that trip.
I know.
3 times.
But the hard part is that once you get a guy up and then you sit him back down, let's say Garcia goes in there, he blows it, and hey, Duval, get back up.
Yeah.
That's when you can hurt. These arms are delicate,
and
they're doing the best they can. I think that they've handled Duval brilliantly. I mean, he's on pace for about 30 saves, and I think they've done a pretty damn good job with him.
No doubt. All right, coming up here on the Morning Roast is Dan Devine. Also, we have Michael Thompson, the father of Klay, coming up at 8 o'clock. But Dan Devine next at 6:50, NBA writer for The Ringer to break down this NBA draft. Ivan and Concord. Stay on hold because he has a scouting report on Max Christie. Ivan and Concord. I want to hear that.
Not Doug Christie.
Also, not Doug Christie, Max Christie.
Okay.
Maybe it's his nephew. Be tuned in at 8 this morning for Pick Your Ticket. We'll be qualifying listeners to win tickets to a future Bay Area Panthers game. Be the 4th caller at 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, they qualify to win tickets to either the Panthers July 9th or July 16th home contest. This is to qualify only, and you can still enter online at 957thegame.com.
Damon and Ratto. Weekdays from 3 to 6.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
Stephanie's kind of our Magic Johnson, our Tim Duncan. He's the face of the franchise, and everything has been built around him. So for that reason, I will always think of this title as kind of Steph's crown of glory.
Damon and Ratto. Weekdays from 3 to 6 on 95.7 The Game.
Did you know that every 3 minutes in the U.S., someone is diagnosed with leukemia or lymphoma? In partnership with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and Subaru of America, Stevens Creek Subaru will be delivering warm blankets, arts and craft kits, and messages of hope to patients in need. It's Stevens Creek Subaru's love promise to be more than just a retailer. Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru, and I'm asking for your assistance in spreading love and hope where it really is needed. You can make a difference with as little as a handwritten message of hope. For more information, go to StevensCreekSubaru.com and click on the Subaru Loves to Care banner.
Stevens Creek Subaru is not only the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru, but they're also the home to one of the best cups of coffee in the Bay Area. Talk to our Subaruistas at the Wilderness Cafe, located inside Stevens Creek Subaru, and try your new favorite cup of coffee.
We're easy to find in San Jose on Stevens Creek Boulevard, just off of Winchester near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. That's StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Sire? Mm-hmm. I just graduated first in my class at stonemasonry school.
I know, that's why we hired you.
Yeah, cool. But I was wondering why all I've been doing is sweeping the floors and providing slop for the hogs.
Well, how else do you think you learned to stonemason?
By stonemasoning, maybe?
How does that make any sense?
Throughout history, people have always been undervalued at work. That's why Monster lets you search salary by major. Find your job at monster.com or download the app.
Hey, Dad? Cool if I change this?
They may not get each other's music, but they can both get a COVID-19 booster shot. Because the CDC recommends booster shots for people 12 years and older after completion of a primary series. Schedule an appointment as soon as you are eligible. Sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
I started my business in 1986 and began paying employees. I would handwrite checks and say, "Here you go. Don't cash it until Tuesday." That came to a screeching halt when a teenage employee said his dad wanted to see his pay stub. Pay stub? We don't have pay stubs. Get back to work. He said, "Dad works for the government and state law requires I receive a pay stub." Uh-oh. Hi, I'm Mike Capel, CEO of Patriot Software. After many emergency calls, I learned how to correctly withhold payroll taxes and create pay stubs. I avoided handcuffs and an orange jumpsuit that day, barely. That's why I created Patriot Software, to help small business owners do their payroll taxes correctly with pay stubs. And if you need help, we will help you for free. Go to patriotsoftware.com and enter promo code RADIO, and I'll give you 2 months of payroll processing free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
Welcome to Total Wine & More.
I want something fun in the sun.
You'll love this sparkling wine.
Wow, great price.
Love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Breaking news on 95.7 The Game is brought to you by Beat the Street. For tips to win a $5.6 million prize. Listen wherever you get your podcasts. Oh my God.
People talking, but they just don't know what's in my heart.
This is Klay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. It better not be roasting me if I'm giving them all these intros.
Oh no, Klay. We are not roasting you at all. You're a 4-time champion. Coming back off those 2 devastating injuries, missing 941 days of basketball. No, Klay. The only thing we're roasting, baby, is you know what. But we're not roasting you as the Warriors get ready for the NBA draft. A week after winning, not even a week. It's not even officially a week yet since they won the NBA championship and pop Moet on the parquet floor, Shasky.
I got a memory like an elephant. I don't forget.
No, he doesn't forget. He doesn't forget. Let's go.
A lot of elephant content on the internet lately.
A lot of elephant content. My daughter loves elephants. Loves elephants. I don't know why. Like, we were at the San Diego Zoo. She kept running back to the elephants. Boo, boo. I was like, what
has she seen Dumbo yet?
Not yet.
Disney
not
with
yet.
Dad.
Not yet. It's coming. I was a big Dumbo fan, actually. The Dumbo song at the beginning of the movie was so sick.
Well, you both have the same size head.
No, baby. Chaz, you better leave my daughter's head alone. No, you talking about Dumbo. Yeah.
Not Baby Chaz. What are you talking about? Why would I disrespect your baby like that?
Baby Chaz does have a big head, though. Let's have a dome.
She's so cute.
Dan Devine, NBA writer for The Ringer. I'm sure he's like, what the hell are these guys talking about?
Elephant content.
He's on Twitter at
this is why we're number one
your
in the
man,
market.
Dan. Hey, man, we went to Dan Devine instead of Logan Murdoch. Wow. Logan's going to feel so disrespected. What's up, Dan? Good morning, man. Welcome to the Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky the Butcher.
Good morning. Well, this is maybe just to give Logan a little bit of sleep, right? That's the idea. I'm out here on the East Coast. It's a little bit early, but, nice time for me on that. And the other thing is, if you guys just want to talk about kids' movies and big heads for like 15 minutes, we can do that. I'm game.
Well,
okay. What's your number one kid movie with a big head?
Uh-oh.
Ooh, number one kid movie. I mean, in the recent past, the Boss Baby's got a real big head.
Good call.
I mean, that kid just got like a giant melon.
Yeah.
Past that, I got to think a little bit, because most of the Pixar movies don't have huge-headed kids. There's like the big-headed old man in Up, but then like the kids don't usually have real big heads. Yeah, but listen, something for us all to ponder as we work through the draft day.
Dan Devine. I think we just became best friends. I'm feeling it.
Sounds like a keeper here in the morning roast, man. The hell with the NBA draft. Let's just celebrate a championship. Let's talk about Disney movies, man, for crying out loud. You're right, Logan doesn't wake up till high noon here on the West Coast, so it's good that you're up on the East Coast.
18-colored outfit.
Logan's
that I would never consider wearing.
He's out of control. They call that fashion. I don't. But anyway, Dan, with the 28th pick, what are the Warriors more likely to do? Are they likely to trade this pick? Are they likely to just draft the best available player? What do you anticipate the Golden State Warriors doing here tonight in the NBA draft?
I mean, everything you're hearing is that there's no reason to believe that they're like looking to get off of it. I mean, at this point, Chase Center basically being a slot machine and the good vibes rolling after the championship run, like. That's at least a way to get another sort of young cost control player in the house, to add to that young core with, Jordan Poole presumably going to be around in restricted free agency, and James Wiseman coming back, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody. Like if you're building that bridge, as the Warriors have so famously been working on doing the last couple of years, continuing to add those cost controlled young pieces as you look to sort of transition away from some of the more expensive veterans, like that makes a lot of sense to me, especially the late first round. The guarantees on that are pretty low. So I would expect, if not that, then maybe even moving out of it just to get down into maybe the high second. There might be some teams looking to get into the late first round if there's a prospect that falls that they really like. And then if you're into the second round, there's no guarantees and the contracts are even less expensive. So it might be a way to sort of have some cost control there. But at this point, it's all gravy, right? Like, you're obviously the Warriors have had some ups and downs in the bottom of the first round, but if you see somebody that you think you can develop in the program like you did with Poole, that's only going to benefit the Warriors as they look to build that bridge from this era to whatever comes next.
Yeah, you nailed them. I mean, they have hit a couple of guys, at least like this late 20s to early 40s slot, late first, early second, but they've had a couple busts. They had McCaw, Jacob Evans, you know what I mean? So positional need. Like if I were to ask you to rattle off a couple of different guys that you like at this particular spot, because I don't know any of these players coming out in college. I don't pretend to watch college basketball. I mean, what's the position, though, that the Warriors would draft here? Is it like a big? Is it another wing guy? Is it a backup point guard? What's your gut telling you?
Well, my guess would be, with you've got Kuminga and Moody coming in, so they've kind of worked on those swing pieces, right? And Wiseman as a center, young big that they can develop there. I wonder if the idea is, not to turn right back to another position where it didn't work out so well, but when they brought in a guy like Nico Mannion, the idea was like a bigger point guard, right? Like somebody that was a combo guard that could handle, that could shoot, but also that had more size to be able to have as a counterpoint to somebody like, to Steph or to Poole, in a similar way to where you were able to run offense through, say Sean Livingston in years past, or Andre Iguodala when he was more in his point forward age. So I wonder if there's a player sort of late in the first round that they see that way. I'm also not super well versed. I just got finished covering this, so I'm kind of getting up to speed on the draft as we go. But if there's a pick that's sort of late in that first round where it's also obviously the Warriors love high IQ guys. So if you're thinking about like a guy who's played several years in the league and in college, and then comes in maybe 6'4", 6'5", and can be a ball handler, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the idea. But beyond that, I mean, best player available, right? That's the benefit of being able to say we're getting Klay back after a full year of health. We've already got our starting rotation pretty much locked up, depending on what you do in free agency, and we feel like we've got those the high upside swing pieces in Kuminga, in Moody, and in Wiseman. Like, figure out what fits in best between there, and just let it rip.
Dan Devine, NBA writer for The Ringer, here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe Shasky, The Butcher, and Bonte Hill. First time doing radio in the Bay Area, doing a great job so far here. E.J. Liddell from Ohio State, I keep hearing about him. 6'7" power forward from Ohio State. I've caught a couple of his games. Not sure what he kind of reminded me of Eric Paschall. I'm not sure if that's a great thing here, but what you know about E.J. here. And then Max Christie, that's been a name that's been popping up from Michigan State around here in the Bay Area.
Well, yeah, I mean, the idea with Pascal made sense, right? Where it was, you need another kind of small ball big, a guy that could put, be able to generate his own offense, right. Outside the context of just the Warriors system, and we've seen the value proposition of a guy like that. It was kind of a big part of what Andrew Wiggins brought to the table in the finals, right? When the switching defense shuts everything down, right. You need somebody that can go get a bucket, and Pascal obviously was not able to do that at a high level once the Warriors were back to kind of their real team. But that general idea of a guy who can make plays out of frame or off script, I think makes a lot of sense. I know people have spoken well about the kid from Ohio State. I'll be honest with you, I don't know a whole heck of a lot about him, but I will say I think at this point, again, that sort of fits that prospect of a guy who's probably going to be able to defend right away, probably be able to come in and play at a high, have the experience and the IQ to be able to step in and hopefully pick up the system pretty quickly, because that was kind of what we've learned most about the Warriors over the last 2 seasons. The guys who might have the physical tools or look sort of great on paper with the wingspan and everything else, your Kelly Oubre's, but maybe they can't pick up the system in quite the same way, that it doesn't really translate. You're not going to be able to get a whole lot of value out of that guy, even though he might look a whole heck of a lot better in other situations because of the physical tools. What you need is somebody that can fit into the system, that can pick it up quickly and understand where to be and when. And I think if you're looking at a guy who, Liddell, you said, maybe has a little bit more experience at the collegiate level, played at a high-level program, and might be able to pick things up a little bit faster, that makes a ton of sense to me as they look for maybe less about sort of specific physical traits or specific positions and more like who do we think could actually be on the floor for us in a game that matters.
Hey, Dan, let's keep it real. We know about 6 players in this NBA draft. It's Paolo Banchero, Chet Holmgren, Jabari Smith, and Jaden Ivey. And I'm actually intrigued in the top 4 to see who the hell the Kings pick or who the hell doesn't want to go to Sacramento.
Really? Did you really just drop who the Kings are going to pick?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm worried about my boys up in Sacramento, Dan. Come on. Nobody wants to go to Sac.
If you don't take care of your people up there, who will? But yeah, that's the thing. Seeing everyone's talking about whatever order of operations those top 3 picks go, and there's been the betting lines have been moving all over the place as far as who Orlando's likely to take 1, which then sets off all different kinds of combinations and permutations for the top 3. But the sort of general consensus is that the draft kind of starts at 4 with what they do with if Jaden Ivey's there, and if it looks like a quarter of the league or more wants to get up there to get him, to Sacramento not want to take him because they already got De'Aaron Fox and Davion Mitchell in there in the backcourt. Are they able to sort of ransom off that pick and get a whole bunch of stuff that helps them try to break that postseason drought? I think it's not fair to the current Kings administration to hold all of Sacramento's history against them, but it's been basically 15 years since we've seen the Kings really execute something smart at a high level and then stick with it. So I'm kind of like, it's wait and see there, but it seems like that's kind of where all the drama is going to start, provided the betting lines are off and we do have those top 3 as we have projected them.
Yeah, they're going to pull a Matt Millen and draft a 77th consecutive point guard for that organization. Before you get on out of here, just a fun exercise, because knowing what we know now, Jonathan Kuminga, would he be one of the top picks in this year's draft? And should he have been drafted maybe higher, knowing what we know now, last year?
That's a good question. I think that the sheer combination of size and skill of that top 3 would probably keep them up at the top of the draft there. But past that, people, there's some people who think Jaden Ivey, they look at Jaden Ivey and they see John Morant. There's some people who say there's some stylistic similarities, but you can't expect a guy to come in and have that kind of impact, especially when he's not a top-level playmaker. So Kuminga, the fact that he was able to come in and give good minutes on a championship team, now obviously not in the postseason in quite the same way, but that he was able to step in and play a role. Draymond got hurt, he belonged. And not only belonged, gave that team a different dimension in terms of the athleticism, the rim running, everything else. That's a guy that I think you would feel pretty comfortable taking in the top 5. Now, especially given how young he is and how much runway he seems to have in front of him. And so I think that's part of, not that Warriors fans need too many more reasons to be excited right now. I think everybody's kind of having that excitement hangover, or other things hangover still a couple days later. But, you're looking at it and you're saying, we're basically bringing back 2 top 5 caliber talents that are under 21, and that we already believe have the opportunity to contribute at a high level. To say nothing of Moses Moody, and then obviously whatever the future holds for Jordan Poole. So there's a reason to believe that the future's pretty bright there, no matter what we do at the bottom of the first round, and just so long as, and there's no reason to believe otherwise, but just so long as the ownership continues to open up the pocketbook, because there's some big names out there for free agency, guys you want to keep in the fold. They were big parts of that core, and you want to keep the good vibes rolling after a season like this.
Man, the Warriors are sitting in luxury, baby. Kuminga, Moody, Wiseman on the bench, Jordan Poole, and of course Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. Dan, you were great, man. We'll do it again soon, brother.
Thanks so much for having me, guys. Have a good time today.
Anytime. Dan Devine, NBA writer for The Ringer, on Twitter at YourManDan, breaking down the NBA draft. We'll get to Ivan and Concord in just a second. After we read the legal, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. Shasky, we're going to go to Lutman in just a second here, because I need to get down to the bottom of something. And it's about the go to State Warriors.
Oh.
And I think Steiny's getting a bad rap out there because people are putting words in his mouth. I have no idea what's going on here, but we got to get to that. Go ahead, Shasky.
Yeah, because I wanted to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Considering where they're at right now, the Golden State Warriors, they're the champs. They feel like they've got the old and the new, and they're going to tinker with the roster. We don't think it's going to be huge upgrades or huge movement. And we'll get to this trade hypothetical in a second. If they draft a certain position tonight, does that mean anything to you with the three guys who we don't know are going to come back? Otto, Gary Payton, or Kevon Looney? Like, let's say, for example, just hypothetically, they take a big. Oh my God, should I make a sweeping indictment on Wiseman or Looney? If they take a point guard or a backup guard who can defend, am I making an indictment on Payton? So you think it's irrelevant?
I think it's irrelevant. Maybe it's to look at the guys like Juan Toscano Anderson or Damian Lee or Nemanja Bjelica. We haven't talked much about him because he's going to be a free agent here. Maybe it's an indictment on them, but I wouldn't make any sweeping proclamations.
Yeah.
These draft picks this season are going to be projects.
Stashes.
And they're going to stashes in Santa Cruz, develop them like they did Looney the first couple years. Looney, we didn't think Looney was going to contribute. Yeah. Did you see Looney contribute the way he did this season after he was drafted way back when? Like he did.
No. You want to put him in the cigar box, put it underneath the bed, and forget about it.
No doubt. Let's go to Ivan in Concord. He's been on hold for a while here. He has a Max Christie scouting report. Ivan, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, thanks for taking my call, guys. Appreciate it.
Anytime.
I did a quick look on YouTube and pulled what highlights I could. I'm a basketball coach, so I can pretty much do a quick evaluation. And he's 6'9", I think 230, and he's athletic.
Who's
can
this?
Dunk. Christie.
I got Max Christie listed
Michigan State.
I got him listed at 6'5". Maybe this site is wrong. I see 6'5" here, Ivan.
Okay, maybe I heard it wrong, but he can block shots, and what they showed the most, he can shoot the three. So he's a system player. He fits the Warriors system. I don't see him if somebody else drafted him thinking that they're gonna get him, away from Golden State. I think it'd be a mistake, and the Warriors would be happy to go ahead and do that. But he's a system player. I see him on the Warriors. He'd come in second team, and he'd be able to contribute and score and play defense. And he would be a good system player with the Warriors. And just what you talked about just a second ago, send to the G League. Okay, let him develop. But he has good hops. He could distribute. He has a really good ability to pass.
All right, I'm looking at the numbers here, Ivan.
He's a real good athlete.
I like the scouting report there. Thanks for the phone call. I'm looking at Max Christie on ESPN. DraftNet.com has him at 6'5". ESPN has Max Christie at 6'6", 190. Average 9 points per game as a freshman, 3.5 rebounds and assists and a half. So I don't know much about Max Christie. I did watch the Duke-Michigan State game, but I don't remember him. I remember the guy from Michigan State, Anthony Brown. He was hitting threes left and right. I was like, damn, Duke ain't making it to Frisco. Michigan State's going to ruin all that. But Max Christie, interesting scouting report there.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, there we go. As we get into the draft, baby. Roll up your sleeves. All right, Lubman, before we take some calls.
Yeah, what's going on with
There's a hypothetical because I saw something on Twitter yesterday, and I was like, huh? What's going on here?
Yeah, I had a similar reaction. You're scrolling through Twitter, and I came across this tweet from the Damon Ratto account, and it pretty much it reads, "Would you trade Jordan Poole for the number 4 pick in tomorrow's NBA draft?" So Damon and Ratto were talking about it, and the tweet made it seem that Matt Steinmetz, who's on with Steiny Guru from 12 to 3, came.
Is that who he is?
Yeah, cool guy. So they're pretty much saying that he was the inspiration for this trade thought. Oh. And so I did some detective work and put on the producer hat. I asked Evan Giddings, who produces the show, what's the deal with that? And pretty much what happened was...
Thanks, Harbaugh.
Pretty much what...
What's your deal?
Pretty much the story was there was, I guess, a false report about a possible trade involving Poole.
Was it from Ballsack Sports?
Like it could have been. I didn't get the source
the
where the false report was.
Bicep.
Yeah, no, I don't fall for it. They're good. There's other sites now that have these fake accounts.
I fell for one when Nick Mullins got re-signed. Remember that? On the internet got me. Yeah. So we've all been got by the internet, Steiny.
We've been got.
So continue. Steiny found a report on the internet.
Yeah, and so, it was obviously, okay, it's a fake report, whatever. But, let's entertain the idea. Poole versus Wiggins, if you had to keep one, who do you pick? How do you kind of go about that situation if you can only pick one? And then later on, that devolved into, from Wiggins or Poole to would you trade Poole for the number 4 pick? So Evan characterized it as it's a mischaracterization to say that it was inspired by Steinmetz there.
I was hoping that Steinmetz to go down. Yeah, I was hoping he to go down that road because boy, you imagine if the Warriors did trade Jordan Poole for the number 4 overall pick.
Do we have audio of maybe Goo's response? Because I want to know what Goo would do.
Oh my gosh,
why?
Goo probably, yeah, I can see that. You don't have to pay Poole the money. Jordan Ivey from Purdue, who's nobody watched. Nobody's watched him out here in the Bay Area. Jordan Ivey, 6'4" guard. He could be the next Jordan Poole, and you don't have to pay him max money right away. Could you imagine that? The PR hit that the Warriors would take if they traded Jordan Poole for the number 4 overall pick. Can you imagine that?
No. Could
you imagine entertaining that?
So, for example, right now, I said to you, okay, I will trade you LaMelo Ball straight up for Jordan Poole.
I would say no.
Exactly. I would say the exact same thing because right now there really isn't a young wing player or a guy who has the ball in their hand under 22. There's really not a guy that I'm trading Jordan Poole for. His salary is suppressed. He's not getting one of those max contracts. Yeah. That's number one.
Number maybe 4 years, $100 million.
Exactly. Number 2, he fits exactly what this team wants to do. Not only can he play alongside Steph Curry, he can play in substitution of Steph Curry when he comes off the floor. We know that he can score at 3 different levels.
Right.
He's the best free throw shooter in the league. He's an unbelievable 3-point shooter, and I feel like he's scratching the surface on defense. He can be much, much better. I don't understand why there would be any willingness to want to move him at all. That's crazy to me.
Just to kind of add some more context to this conversation. So on this poll, 12% of respondents have said yes. I don't know how many of those are legitimate versus,
those are the 12 Laker fans that happen to be in the Bay Area.
But some of the people who in the comments who have responded yes have kind of cited how, if he goes to the Kings, he'll be able to start. Maybe Poole doesn't want to come off the bench for the next 4 years of his career. Again, I'm not saying that's my argument. I would be against this trade, but that's what the people who are saying yes are saying.
Did you hear Jordan Poole in the middle of the playoff run when he said, the biggest thing I've learned here in Golden State is that winning trumps everything, and I want to win. Did you see him celebrating that championship?
You think that he's talked to Steph, Klay, and Dre? Hey, how's Harrison Barnes' career gone since he left the Warriors?
You know what I'm saying? He's become irrelevant. He's gotten all that money and hasn't won a damn thing. Jordan Poole in these playoffs, by the way, 17 points per game. Shot 91.5% from the free throw line, shot 39% from the three-point line, shot 50% from the floor. I know he has some ups and downs, but 17 points, 4 assists, and 3 rebounds in his first playoff run as a 22-year-old. You want to trade that for a number 4 pick?
No.
For the number 4 overall pick?
No.
Come on, man.
No.
Let's stop.
Well, I'm just glad that Steiny wasn't the one who came up with that particular idea for content.
Yeah, no
anyone
doubt.
that you would draft at any slot, whether it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever it is, you would hope would give you the kind of production that Jordan Poole gave you this year. You're praying to God they would.
Think about that.
And that guy would make, for next year, would make 3 times as much as what Jordan Poole's making.
I know we got to break,
which is another
here.
element.
No doubt. I know we have to break here, but think about that. what you just asked. Would you trade LaMelo Ball straight up or would you trade
No,
Jordan
I
Poole
wouldn't.
straight up for LaMelo Ball?
I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's just a normal.
This has been the argument.
Opinion.
This has been the argument about LaMelo Ball since the Warriors drafted James Wiseman. I don't think LaMelo Ball fits this system. Now, he's a very, very good player.
Yeah.
He was an all-star last year. Poole's defense did get better. I see the 925 here, sending mobile text line. Poole's defense is what? It's hot garbage.
He had moments where it was horrific. Then I thought in the tight games and in Boston, he played a lot better defensively.
Got better on defense.
Exactly.
He at least tried. That's
not perfect.
Defensively, just try.
Steph Curry's the greatest warrior since Wilt Chamberlain, and his defense at times is horrific.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now, he's gotten better at it over the years.
Jordan Poole's gotten better. LaMelo Ball also plays no defense. They've given up damn near 140 points, I think, in both play-in losses the last 2 years. With
Brand went up 12%.
with LaMelo Ball at the helm. And he needs the ball in his hands. How can he play off the ball with Stephen Curry? How can he play off the ball with Draymond Green? So I don't know. I don't know about that.
I a hater.
I would much rather keep Jordan Poole over LaMelo.
Think about how far we've come. 18 months ago, if you had asked me that same question.
Oh, yeah, we would have said LaMelo Ball all day long and make it work.
But this goes back to the whole, I do think that the names in the NBA, name recognition is just, it captures people's attention and they hit that like button.
By the way, the lineups are out for the Giants and no Brandons in the lineup. No Crawford, no Belt. Darren Ruff batting third, Flores second. Yastrzemski leading off, Jock in the cleanup spot at 4, Longoria, Estrada, LaStella, Slater, and Casale back in the squat. Batting ninth. That's the lineup against the Braves today as the Giants try to salvage a split and having winning record on a 7-game road trip. Let's break here. We'll get the Austin in the Bay on the other side. Play some sound for Bob Myers and Steve Kerr on the other side. 888-957-9570. What would you like to see the Warriors do with this 28th overall draft pick in the first round? Your call's coming up next, and that'll be brought to you by your Northern California Toyota dealer.
This summer, go farther than ever before in a brand new Toyota Hybrid with amazing MPG to help you get to where you're going in the most fuel-efficient way possible. Save big at the pump all summer long. Toyota, let's go places.
Damon and Ratto. Weekdays from 3 to 6.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
Steffi's kind of our Magic Johnson, our Tim Duncan. He's the face of the franchise, and everything has been built around him. So for that reason, I will always think of this title as kind of Steph's crown of glory.
Damon and Ratto. Weekdays from 3 to 6 on 95.7 The Game.
Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Welcome to Mi Casa, Catherine.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It is.
Oh my, is that a real Picasso?
No, don't touch it.
It's covering a hole in the drywall.
Yeah, my plumber repiped the house. I had leaks and low water pressure, but he doesn't fix drywall.
And behind this Van Gogh?
No, don't touch that.
Another hole.
Yeah.
Why didn't you call Repipe Specialists?
Repipe what?
Repipe Specialists. They can repipe your whole house in 1 or 2 days, so no more leaks or low water pressure. And then they'll offer to fix the holes so it's ready to paint. And for about half the price of a plumber.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call Repipe Specialists. They'll repipe your whole house in 1 or 2 days with PEX tubing and then offer the option to complete the job by repairing the drywall.
Oh, frustrating, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ought to cover that hole with a Monet.
Call 800-217-1636 for a free in-home estimate and pay nothing down with no payments or interest for a year. That's 800-217-1636. Call today, 800-217-1636, or visit repipe.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Coming in at 5'3", it's number 1 mom. She switched to Xfinity and got the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. Unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile. All for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line. Boom! Shakalaka! That's why they call her the Master of Moolah, the Sultan of Savings, the Queen of Cash. And now, also with Xfinity Internet, you can get unlimited data, Wi-Fi equipment, and a free Flex 4K streaming box included with a 2-year rate guarantee and no term contract. All for just $30 per month when you add an Xfinity mobile plan at regular rates. Go to Xfinity.com/3-for-1, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay. New fast internet 300 megabits per second customers only. Xfinity Mobile requires post-pay Xfinity Internet. After 24 months, regular rates apply to all services and devices.
The final wing is ahead of schedule.
Slater's Construction Company has built a solid reputation.
Yeah, foundation looks great. Let's get a team in place for analysis.
Now they need structural engineers to support their business expansion.
We should have engineers in-house. That would put us ahead of the competition.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Doug. Chances are you're jamming in your car right now. And since Liberty Mutual customizes car insurance so you only pay for what you need, Limu and I are going to show you some safe car dance moves. Hit it. Everybody, check your blind spots real quick. Now hands on the wheel. Put them 10 in 2 and move your head like a bird do. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Ooh, I like this. What up, Steve? What up, Steve Kerr? By the way, Beat the Streak. There's $5.6 million up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. 5.6 mil. 5.6 mil. Check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Somebody now is going to become a millionaire.
So if you got $5.6 million right now.
Oh, my gosh.
And the state took half of it and the feds took half, essentially. You got, like, let's just say 2.5.
Yeah.
2.5 for this sake of argument. First thing you're getting.
House.
Okay, good. That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Proud
house.
of you. Attaboy.
But then,
don't buy an $80,000 cup before you buy a house.
Yeah, but before I bought the house, before I buy the house, I'm taking some money and I'm going to Vegas. I'm going to have a very, very good time. A very good time. I mean, a very good time.
Thanks, John Daly.
You know, like John Daly level, like not even John Daly levels.
You know what he did.
I'm talking about Johnny Manziel levels.
In the match play, when he lost to Tiger Woods here at Harding Park, he took a flight to Vegas that night and spent all the money in the first hour that he had won at Harding Park at the craps table.
I'm blowing $100,000 in an hour. Easily.
Oh, Money Mayweather style.
I am making it rain.
Oh.
I may even go to Mayweather's strip club out in Vegas. Girl collection.
You want to make that money disappear quicker, you should just walk over and take all of Fortenbaugh's bets.
Why would you do that?
Wow.
Wow. I didn't see that
the
one
opening
coming.
was there.
How was that coming? How's he doing betting wise?
I have no idea.
I need to catch up with Joe.
I don't bet. You guys.
Which truck is going to back up? Beat.
Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download Beat the Streak daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Michael Thompson coming up at 8 o'clock. The father of Klay Thompson, of course. He's a 2-time NBA champ. Now they have 6 rings together.
Wow.
6 rings together. And Michael Thomas, he said some things recently saying, you know what? I think they can win another 3 championships. Another 3. God bless him. By the way, was it NTD? So 240 on the Xfinity mobile text line. That's our boy NTD. Actually, that's your boy.
He's very, 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 very loyal to the show.
No, well, he's very loyal to you. He blocked me on Twitter.
Oh.
He goes, I was the one who first proposed such a deal during the Steiny Guru show. My proposed deal was a trade of Jordan Poole to the Sacramento Kings for the number 4 overall pick and Davion Mitchell. Would you be interested in that?
No.
You don't think Poole's replaceable?
Could you maybe find Poole? Yeah, you could probably maybe find Poole, but I just think it's hard. It's really, really, really hard. And right now, I just look at his ceiling. Have we even come close to what his ceiling could be?
This guy can score 20 plus a game.
People make it out like you could find replacement players left and right. Those people, A, cost money, and then B, they're so over the luxury tax, they need some, what I would call cheap finds.
Right.
Right now, Poole is a cheap find because I believe his salary is suppressed again next year and wouldn't kick in. Any extension wouldn't kick in for what, a year and a half?
Yeah.
Essentially. That's big.
That's huge. And this guy hit big shots for you in the NBA
He was
Finals.
awesome.
Langford, go
We
ahead.
need to remember, too, it's not just what he's done on the court, but the reason that he got to where he is now is because of how much work he's put into his game off the court.
Agreed.
And just the praise that Draymond saying that Jordan's one of the hardest workers he's ever seen is very high praise. And then Bob Myers, he's always praised him for how hard he's worked. So I think we got to take that off-court stuff, too, into account, especially leading into a season.
I'm totally with you. He's going to make $3.9 million next season, Jordan Poole, as the Warriors can exercise some options here. So, I just don't get why all of a sudden we're pivoting. This guy just helps you win a championship.
Well, we're not.
You don't win a championship without Jordan Poole.
I'm not entertaining this.
Yeah,
they just won a championship. Their roster's damn near perfect.
It's a pool party.
All right, their roster is literally damn near. They threaded the needle of having young players on the come up who they're developing with the old grizzled vets, and they sprinkled in role players. They just need to sprinkle in some new role players this offseason. No major moves. Yeah, this is not like an overhaul at all. This is just a little tinker here and there. This is some touch-up paint on the wall.
I mean, the Warriors just won a championship last week, and people out there want to flip Jordan Poole? Jaden Ivey at 4 could be a great pick.
You got to be kidding me.
He looks like another Darius Garland. But why would the Kings trade us number 4 for Poole? I'd rather have Poole. I don't want another Darius Garland. I want Jordan Poole. They have Jordan Poole.
I think Poole's better than Garland.
All right, let's hear from Bob Myers. He wants to get Poole and Wiggins some deals.
In my experience, those things happen more towards October when there's a deadline. In the case of Jordan, and Wiggins doesn't really have a deadline. So, all these negotiations take on a life of their own. They're all different. But I do know with this guy like Jordan, usually those things come down to kind of training camp and the end of the line deadline. Wiggins, those are a little different because sometimes guys sign in the season. Sometimes there's a thought that they say, I don't want to deal with this during the season. So they'll impose kind of their own deadline, like Aaron Judge did, I guess, with the Yankees. I don't want to deal with this during the season. So if we don't do it by the start of the season, then I'm not going to do it during the season. So we're a long way from figuring out what Andrew wants and what his agent wants. But I do know what we want. We don't want to keep him. And we're going to make every effort to keep both those guys.
That's Bob Myers, president of basketball operations and GM of the Golden State Warriors. By the way, hella Jeff's on Twitch. What up, Twitch? Damn, Chasky. What would your eye buy on Fortenball? But it is true. You want to lose money, follow Daily Wager. Damn.
I didn't go that far. I just said a little joke.
I mean, I know he's hella just as loyal to the soil. Okay. I know he's watching Daily Wager.
Well, speaking of, supporting certain people, I do want to give a shout out to Getz Brothers out there in Redwood City.
Who's Getz Brothers?
It's a little sporting goods stop right there off of Britton Avenue. If you take that Britton exit or whatever it is, coming down 101. I went and got some baseball pants and
What'd you get baseball pants for?
And an undershirt. Well, I was shopping for softball for baseball pants, but also So I was just looking into some all white pants.
Oh, yeah.
And they got all the baseball gear for your kid, for adults, for whatever. They got a slew of gloves, great gloves. I bought a glove a while back over there because I needed a new softball mitt. They got bats. They got all the stuff. Tons of different cleats. Go check them out. Go tell them Joe sent you.
Wow. A lot of people think Jaden Ivey's going to be a lot better than Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole just helped you win a championship, folks. He just helped you win a championship. Am I taking idiot pills right now? I can't believe I'm reading this stuff.
Well, I
can't believe I'm reading this stuff.
You remember the old Family Guy? Would you like to take the millions of dollars or what's behind the box? Ooh, what's behind the box? What's behind the box? I mean, that's what everybody wants. It's crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
By the way, Getz Brothers is in San Carlos.
Did I say Redwood City?
Yeah.
Well, they're right on the border of each other. Yeah. Apologies. My apologies to the peninsula.
Shout out San Carlos.
My apologies.
Shout out San Carlos. Shout out Redwood City.
Embarrassing.
If you go down Laurel, you're in San Carlos on one block. You're in Redwood City in the other. That's my fault.
All right, let's go to Austin. I can't believe it's Jordan Poole.
I meant no disrespect.
Yeah, I can't believe it. It's 7:25. People think about trading Jordan Poole right now. I get Ivy and Mitchell just said, could they help you next year win a championship? Could they? Theoretically? I don't know. I'm not trading Jordan Poole, though. I like Jordan Poole with this bunch.
He fits perfectly.
Wow. All right. Also in the Bay Area.
Yeah, like you're watching him. In 1 week, he played more high-pressure games than all these young players that people want to talk about. And this guy helped you hoist the championship. A week later, you're like, got to get rid of that guy.
Got to get rid of him. Go trade him. Go flip him for the number 4 pick.
For someone with slightly more upside potential, maybe.
It's just silly, man. What's up, Austin?
Maybe.
No, not much. Just gassing up, getting ready to go to work. But look, hey, man, we ain't trading Poole. He a warrior. We go re-sign Wiggins. He's a warrior. But hey, what do you think about if we do lose Gary Payton? Draymond, go up there and call Nico Mannion to come back. And if not, in that draft, let's say if we go after Scottie Pippen Jr., man, hey, he's athleticism. He can shoot. He can come off the dribble. He can come off screens. He kind of fit the Warriors system a little bit. I don't know if y'all watch a couple of his highlights or whatnot. Yeah, but check out that boy Scottie Pippen. We don't want the Lakers to grab him either. But yeah.
The only problem with drafting Scottie Pippen Jr. is I'd have to hear from Scottie Pippen Sr. every now and then, and he's been bitter.
Well, you may have,
and that's not fair to the kid.
Well, you also would have to hear from Larsa Pippen too.
Well, she's on a whole nother one. My wife watched her, what was it, Basketball Wives? I think it was the show.
She was on one of those shows.
And I knew years ago she was out of her mind.
Dude.
Timberwolves ain't drafting him, I know that.
Yeah, no. That's a good point.
That's phenomenal inside knowledge.
Shout out Malik Beasley. Boy, yeah, you don't want to deal with that.
Was Future with her too?
Yeah, and he made her song about Pippen.
It wasn't masked off.
But I just met your wife in some Gucci flip-flops. Your wife in some Gucci flip-flops. I'm like, damn.
God.
That's disrespectful as hell.
I saw a rumor floating around. Can anyone confirm, since we're here in the celebrity basketball wife
Devin Booker and Kylie broke up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard. Anna was actually sad about it. She goes, oh. I said, well, she thought that was going to last.
The Kardashian curse.
Who broke up with who?
Is so undefeated.
Kylie's like, yeah, you got beat by 40 in a game 7, dude. I got to throw up the deuces.
Is that the greatest dynasty in modern sports?
The Kardashians?
Every single person linked to them has the downfall of downfalls.
By the way, did you hear Iman Shumpert? He was on some radio station, and he said, we actually felt sad for Chloe because of how much cheating Tristan Thompson was doing. We actually felt sad for her because she was actually a cool person. I said, damn. You know how bad it is for an NBA? Let me not even go there. I'm not even going to go there. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Jonathan, we're here. They're there. Jonathan, you're on the road.
What up, Jonathan?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, in Bob, we trust. I trust that he's going to find a guy that fits, is going to buy in, a gym rat, because that's what he does. As far as the free agents, restricted or not, man, let's roll it back, man. Let's sign everybody back because this is a championship situation. We just got to get, whatever we can get with this core and these young players. And you know what the ring does with young players, it makes them better a notch or two. So I expect him to run it back. Jordan Poole, we're not letting him go, man. He's nuclear capable. He's a splash brother, cousin.
Right.
You don't let that guy go.
Did you say nuclear capable?
Oh yeah, he's like Steph and Klay. They catch fire, it's over. He can put 40 on you and no problem. So he's nuclear capable at this point. I've seen it. I mean, he's not like the Klay and Steph yet, but he's getting there. So we're not going to let that guy go. He's a weapon.
I'm going to wear a hazmat suit at the arena then next year.
Nuclear capable.
Jordan Poole is nuclear capable.
Hey, Jonathan, it was great to see you at the Gatehouse during the NBA Finals. Jonathan was out there representing. Dude, that's a weird text. 213, Bonte is the delusional mofo that thinks he can land Kendall Jenner. What? Do you just wake up and say, let me text something ridiculous to the morning show, hope they read it? And you know I will read it. Because I'm going to read all your ridiculous stuff. Well, maybe that's just asinine.
Maybe be discerning and not say it immediately on air while you're reading it.
Well, no, I'm just like, wow, where did that come from? It's just like, I'm going to send this text and I think it's funny.
You know what you are? You're the Andres Biedrins at the free throw line right now. You're getting rattled by the crowd.
No, I'm shooting 90%. What are you talking about? I'm not rattled. I'm talking trash to the crowd while sinking my free throw without hitting the rim.
Jordan?
Yeah, I'll go Jordan. It's good. And I'll shoot it with my right. 213. Damn you for that terrible text.
Watch your mouth.
213, I'm going to block you off the text line.
I would throw up in my mouth if Jordan Poole was traded before Jimmy Garoppolo, as the YouTube chat has brought up. I would lose my mind.
It'd have a Buckner feeling, right? A DeForest Buckner.
Jordan Poole?
Would it have a Jay Rich feeling?
It would have a Mitch Richmond feeling to it, too.
Oh, my gosh.
You know? Pick any one of those guys. Like, I want to see this thing kind of grow a little. The best moves are the ones you don't make sometimes.
Yes, no doubt. No doubt. You don't make a move like that. I don't even think Bob Myers and them they're probably laughing like, are you kidding me? I just watched this guy cooking the NBA Finals.
How are you, Bob? You think Bob's sitting in his car listening to Steiny and Guru as they're talking about, not that they came up with the trade, but talking about it, just sitting there like, I'm going to go get my Starbucks, Pete's coffee, whatever in a second. I got to finish this conversation.
Yeah, I got to just, hold on.
I got to just hear this.
I got to hear this stuff.
Just sitting there laughing.
Oh, my gosh. That's asinine. By the way, James Wiseman. No setbacks for him. Let's hear from Bob Myers on James Wiseman.
I'm praying for him.
He's working out and no setbacks. He worked out yesterday. I think he'll work out today. Which summer league he plays in, I don't know if it'll be the one here or in Vegas. He'll scrimmage with our guys. He's going to start doing live stuff. So all indications are good. Kuminga and Moody are planning to play as well. I don't foresee that changing. It'll just depend on how many games, which one they play in, but they're all planning on playing, which we think is great. We think they should. It's going to be a long stretch from the guys that show up here for the Cal Classic. I don't know that all those guys will play all the way through, but I think of those three, you're going to see all of them at one time or another in the summer league.
So Wiseman, there's been a lot of conversation about James Wiseman. We all forget that he averaged 11 and 6 his rookie year in 39 games and had no idea what he was doing. Scored 18 points in his opening game in the NBA against Kevin Durant and the Brooklyn Nets. People talk about him like he's Anthony Bennett. He's just damaged goods. Let him get healthy. Think about how long it took Jaren Jackson Jr. to get back from that meniscus injury.
Yeah.
Okay, you had a setback. It's all good. Warriors win a championship, and you still have the number 2 overall pick from the 2020 draft in your stable. I'm really hoping Wiseman, look, we're not asking him to score. What Steve Kerr said yesterday, and we'll play this out in a little bit, he wants him just to learn how to position himself for rebounding, learn how to communicate on defense, because the easy dunks are going to come. Well, when you're playing alongside Steph, Poole, Klay Thompson, and Wiggins, and Draymond Green, you're going to walk into 10 points a night.
Look, he's got to go out and do it, but if you're sitting there watching Kevon Looney, especially during this playoff run, it had to be eye-opening for Wiseman. Like, it's not like Kevon's jumping out the gym or doing anything, but he had such an impact on winning this year in the playoffs. Wiseman's got to be sitting there to himself saying, if I could just do a couple of those things that he does and then add in my athleticism, I'm going to help this team tremendously come playoff time. Then you're sitting there and you're watching Robert Williams as a Warrior fan, and you're saying to yourself, now they're very different types of players. I think Wiseman's offensive skill set is more immense than Robert Williams, but Robert Williams' defense and how aggressive he is, that's the thing that I'm hoping we get from James Wiseman. When he got benched, and he came back into that game last year, and he played really angry, I'd love to see him kind of bottle up that energy and play like that, and you're going to get some of that Robert Williams weak side, let me come recover and swat you into the fourth row defense.
I'd be shocked if Warrior fans still had faith in Wiseman, if he had the same career trajectory as Robert Williams, because it took him like 3 years to get to this point, to get to being that player.
And his knee feels shredded now. Like, I think he's going to need an entire offseason, I'm talking Robert Williams, to get himself healthy again.
And you think about Wiseman, what he did, we know all the percentages or whatnot, but just for example, I'm taking a random 5-game stretch for James Wiseman his rookie season. Game number 14 to game number 18 in his career. 5-game stretch. He played San Antonio, the Knicks, Utah, Minnesota twice on a back-to-back. He got you 17.5 points per game, 6 rebounds, shot 61%, and 50% from the three-point line. Had a really good game against Minnesota when he scored 25 points and hit 3 threes. He had stretches where he was really, really good. Then he had stretches where he struggled as a rookie. But overall, he looked like a guy that's, damn, once he learns how to play the NBA game, he's going to be solid. And here's the great thing for James Wiseman on this basketball team. You don't need him to go out there and score you 20 points and grab 10 rebounds. You only need about 20 minutes from him, 25 minutes, and just gradually get better and better and better. The rebound numbers will go up. The field goal percentage will go up. And he's going to get – dude, he walked into 12 points a game as a rookie without playing any college basketball. 69 minutes is nothing. Nothing. He essentially came out of high school and threw up the same rookie numbers as Kevin Garnett, threw up the same rookie numbers as Dwight Howard, threw up the same rookie numbers as Rasheed Wallace. We'd all die for Wiseman to become Rasheed Wallace in his career.
I mean, Rasheed Wallace, one of my favorite players of all time.
Borderline Hall of Famer.
I mean, and he left a lot on the table because I think Rasheed could have been better. You know what I mean? Like, that's how immensely talented. Had he played in this era, too, the fact he was a stretch 4, stretch 5, I think he would have been sicker in this era. I love Rasheed Wallace. I wanted the Warriors to draft him instead of Joe Smith.
Right.
Even though Joe Smith ended up being Rookie of the Year. So, yeah, I'm with you on that.
Let's go to the calls here. Let's go to Linda on 680. Linda, what's happening?
Hi, Linda.
You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing?
Good, really good.
So, my concerns with James Wiseman are when I know he was a young man coming right into the game. He seemed kind of lethargic and, like you said, not really sure what he was doing. He has had a wonderful opportunity sitting on the bench, being injured this last year, watching not only Kevin Looney, but go through the playoffs and look at Nikola Jokic. Look how he plays center. Look at Robert Williams and what he did with the Boston Celtics on a bad knee. So it's not the hopping and the jumping and the slam dunking. It's how you work and get into the game and understand what I got to do, where I got to move my feet.
Boxing out.
Present when this lob is coming. There's a lot more intellect going into it than your athleticism at this point for him because he's still, 20, 21? He's still very young. Very young.
21 years old,
and
Linda.
Experience. Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping the best, and I hope that they still give Kevin Looney also, if they keep him, I hope they do, the opportunity to teach him more, to show him more of what he's capable of doing. Because he's not Kuminga. He's not that athletic ability, and he's not that, what do I want to say, energized human being that Kuminga is.
Right.
So he's a different guy, but oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Hey, well, Bob Myers can't wait either. Thanks for the phone call, Linda. Bob Myers can't wait either because he says this is a very important offseason for Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moses Moody.
This offseason will be big for all three of those guys, just like it was for Poole heading into his third year. And all those guys I think are going to play in Summer League, the ones you mentioned, those three, hopefully be ready for training camp. And Steve will get a longer look, certainly at James. If those guys earn it, and they can help us win, I think Steve will play them. There'll be games where I think Steve doesn't play some of the vets as much like he did last year. There were certain back-to-backs where guys didn't play. Those will be good games for the young guys. The season's so long, and especially coming off 103 games for our team, I think there'll be times where the young guys might get more of an opportunity. And but there's no kind of mandate or thought from the front office to Steve, you have to do this. Sure, we'd like it, but if there's guys that are playing better, he'll play those guys.
No fan base should know this better than the Warriors. People pretend like there's 6 slots, 7 slots of playing time throughout the 82-game season. No, you're going to need 9, 10, 11 guys for the majority of the year. Yep. And then some of your top dogs are going to take specific nights off. You're going to stagger some of these lineups. You're going to have nights where guys just don't have it and they need a blow at the end of a long road trip. Injuries happen. You got to build out a full roster. The beauty of this last year's team, every single guy, maybe Chioza didn't have a quote-unquote moment, but every single guy on this team had a moment, right?
No doubt.
Throughout the regular season, throughout the playoffs, wherever it is. And then in the playoffs, like as tightened as the rotations got, you still had key moments from someone who no one thought would contribute in Bielitsa. You still had moments for other guys like Otto Porter Jr., who didn't play in back-to-backs all throughout the regular season. He had his time. He started finals games, for example. So all these little random dudes had their moments. And then other guys who had moments earlier in the season faded to the back and were like, oh, yeah, you're kind of unplayable in Andre Iguodala.
No doubt. Damian Lee at times.
Yes.
He had a rough game, too, against the Dallas Mavericks. Juan Toscano-Anderson didn't see a lot of playing time in the playoffs, but he contributed. I thought he helped early in the season.
Moody did nothing.
I thought he helped.
Moody did nothing for weeks, and then all of a sudden, boom, he's in the fourth quarter of a
game
playoff.
2 in the Western Conference Finals.
It's crazy.
So let's go to Joe in San Jose. Joe, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, guys? Hey, Bob, 2-1-3 wants to come down your lane. You just send them my way. I got your back, brother.
Oh, it's all good, Joe. We don't need to fight nobody.
You guys do good up there in 95.7.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
And it's a joy because you guys aren't homers. If someone's off and someone's lagging, someone's struggling, you hammer them, and you get things put out to the bay to let people know that we're not going to just sit here and be like, oh, yeah, Buster Posey, we're not going down that road.
Yeah.
You guys go hard, and I appreciate you guys. Another thing.
Thank you.
Wiseman, anybody over 6'9" on the Warriors, you guys just need to bang. We got enough shooters. We're going to score points, but we just need some bangers. Guys that, when Giannis comes to the lane, he's going to be like, ooh, I don't want to go in there no more. Mm-hmm. That's what we need. We need that physicality.
No doubt.
All right, brothers. Take care.
Good call,
Thank
Joe.
you.
Good call, Joe. Thanks for the compliments there. By the way, be tuned in at 8 o'clock this morning for Pick Your Ticket. We'll be qualifying listeners to win tickets to a future Bay Area Panthers game. Be the fourth caller at 8 a.m. and qualify to win tickets to either the Panthers game on July 9th or July 16th home contest. This is to qualify only, and you can still enter online at 957thegame.com. Let's go to Marcus in Richmond. He's been on hold for a minute. Marcus in Richmond, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, top of the morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
I'm good.
Morning.
The sun's shining.
Sun is shining.
Oh, right. One point I wanted to make, or not necessarily make, but you guys are speaking on the Jordan Poole trade talks, and that's crazy for him to be even in the trade talk after the season he did.
I know. A week after winning the championship.
It's absurd, quite frankly.
It's actually ludicrous.
It feels insulting.
Are these rumor talks? Where did these reports come from?
I saw it on the Twitter. We saw a tweet talking about would you consider trading Poole for the number 4 overall pick? And I'm like, what?
Get off the internet.
Steph, the 28th pick for LeBron James, Anthony Davis.
Let's clear $50 million.
People are just nuts.
A 28th pick for what Jordan Poole just produced throughout the year. You're not even guaranteed to get half of that from a 28th pick.
Thank you.
Now.
No doubt.
It's crazy. And then the Wiseman, obviously Wiseman, when he comes back, dude, I'm telling you, next year is going to be scary hours for the league.
Oh, my gosh.
We're so deep.
Dude,
we're so deep. We could just keep these guys together. It's going to, I'm telling you.
Wiseman, I can't wait for the two-man game, Marcus, between Wiseman and Kuminga, and then Moses Moody. I can't wait for the pick-and-roll between Jordan Poole and James Wiseman. I don't get why people write off Jordan Poole. Okay, LaMelo Ball's hooping in Charlotte.
Writing him off. He just had the best year of his career.
I mean, LaMelo Ball's hooping.
Okay.
All right? Anthony Edwards, I get it. He's number 1 overall pick. He's a superstar, but he didn't drop to the Warriors.
No.
He was number 1 overall.
Yeah.
So you had no chance to get him.
Yeah.
It's really about LaMelo and Wiseman. And LaMelo's in Charlotte. They can't get out the playing game. Is that cool? Okay, he has great highlights. He's a showstopper. He has free reign to do whatever the heck he wants to do in Charlotte. You're coming to a team with Stephen Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson. LaMelo's not doing what he's doing right now in Charlotte with Steph, Dre, and Klay. I'm sorry. He's not doing what he's doing in Charlotte with the Golden State Warriors. I'd have to see it to believe in it. I don't believe it.
I just can't believe Warrior fans, even a small percentage of them, you won the championship. You threaded the needle of youth and the veterans, and it's not good enough. We've got to upgrade marginally again to shed salary, to be smarter and outthink ourselves. It kind of makes my head hurt, Pete. Like, it really does. Like, it kind of does. They won the championship. They are the... If I asked you right now, I'm giving you the roster and the future for the next 2 years of any team in the league. Is anyone trading places with the Warriors?
No. No.
The amount of assets and everything that they have going for them. Is there one team in the league that will trade places right now with the Golden State Warriors?
Especially after Ron Adams joined us last week and said, we overachieved this season. They won a championship ahead of schedule.
So then what are we doing? Like what even if it's like 6% of people out there, what are we doing?
What are you thinking about?
Like what are we doing?
I don't know.
You cannot achieve anything higher than perfection. They were damn near perfect this year.
Again,
I don't understand. The other teams get paid too, and they're going to make moves. Why do you not think what they've built is not really, really, really damn cool?
Here's another text. Xfinity Mobile text line. 510. Bonte, you don't think JP would love to trade places with LaMelo Ball? Absolutely not.
They're different
Do you
characters.
see how much of a rock star Jordan Poole is? Yeah. He may be...
After that celebration?
I mean, he's not the star LaMelo Ball is in terms of national appeal, but he's a freaking god out here in the Bay Area. You see how the Bay Area responds to Jordan Poole when he starts cooking from three? You see the way the crowd, when he starts dribbling between the legs and crossing people over? Jordan Poole's a star here in the Bay Area, and he's a champion. And he's Mr. Money Time.
Well, and I love how we all try to file everything under, well, he wants to start.
We don't know.
And he feels jaded. Dude, if he had been drafted by any other team in the league, he might have just stayed in the G League.
He may not have been in the league.
That's what I'm
saying.
saying.
May have been overseas.
Like no man's land. He seems like a really thoughtful, well-rounded human being, and I think that he has the perspective of realizing if you just listened to him at a podium, winning matters, and he's very grateful for the journey that he went through because now he can appreciate where he is right now.
And he averaged 17 points a game, despite the peaks and valleys of his first NBA postseason. His first ever postseason. And he goes out there, gets you 17, 4, and 3, shoots over 50% from the floor, and 39 from 3. And you guys want to flip that for the number 4 overall pick for a guy named Jordan Ivey who played in the Big Ten at Purdue? I have no idea
Ivey
who he
might
is.
be good.
He might be good.
But I know what Poole is, and I know that he fits what they've got going on everything from character to aura to literal playing alongside play style. He fits.
That's asinine.
It's really hard to find fits.
I'm pretty sure 5-1 that Jordan Poole would love to win championships over being in the play-in tournament and losing in the play-in tournament like the Hornets have done the last 2 years.
And to think that just anyone can play alongside Steph, and
that's the other thing.
So the people say like anybody can play along Steph. How did D'Angelo and Steph look?
How did Kelly Oubre Jr. and Steph look?
It didn't look good. Like
what a bunch of crap.
Now you could say those guys are flawed players, but most guys in the NBA are going to have flaws. Very few guys are perfect. That's why your Nikola Jokic's are hard to find, and that guy was a second rounder.
Dude, this is straight up trolling. Somebody's out there trolling, and this rumor is
stirring the pot. For no reason.
It's asinine. Like when I see the 408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, Poole plays no defense. How'd that work out? Was his defense a detriment in the finals? Kerr pulled the right strings. 14 points in 14 minutes in Game 5. Okay, you're going to play a little bit more in Game 6 because you're moving your feet better. Stop it with the defense stuff.
Pure shooters.
With that BS.
Pure shooters right now. Under 23, 24 years old. Who you taking over Poole? Pure shooters. I mean, I'm gonna throw Doncic in that list because his shot making is incredible.
Yeah, Luka's he's 23. He's a guard. He's a star. Luka's a star, but he only shot like 32% from three.
I'm
not mistaken.
I'm probably gonna. Yeah, no, his percentages aren't as good. But he's more of a volume shooter, and he's got the ball in his hands. Like they're just different the way I'm viewing. But I'm saying like him, Trae Young. Like there's a couple of guys. All the other like non-superstar level players.
Luka Doncic shot 35% from three.
But he's unreal. Like he's better than that.
He's a baller. He's an all-around player.
Is what I'm getting
but
at.
He doesn't play defense. Did you see the way Jordan Poole picked him out on defense in the Western Conference Finals? Luka Doncic is a chair on defense. He's a traffic cone.
And here's a great one. The 408. I'll take Desmond Bane. I won't.
Yeah, I'm good.
Where was Desmond Bane in the playoffs?
Where's he in the second round series?
Barbecue chicken alert.
Don in Pittsburgh, what's happening? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
I don't
what's
think
up,
any
Don?
GM in the league would, too.
It's come on, man.
Now
what's up, Don?
You're reaching.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Hey, I'm originally from Providence, but I want to say one thing. Congratulations to the Warriors. They played better. They deserve the win. Celtics will always be my team. I'd rather lose to the Warriors than the Lakers because I hate the Lakers with everything I got. And again, guy,
it was a great
taking
series.
my call. Joe, I just want an answer, and I'll take it on the air to save some time. In your opinion, what is it going to take for the Celtics to win it all next year? You guys have a good rest of the day.
Interesting. That's a very interesting question. Number one, I think they got to have Robert Williams be fully healthy. I think if he could play like 25 to 30 minutes, I think that changes everything for them. And you've referenced this over and over, B. They need a traditional point guard.
They do.
I think they need somebody who could set the tip. For example, and look, Chris Paul on any team would be unbelievable.
Chris Paul would be perfect
but
on that
team. But
team.
if you put Chris Paul right now, and I don't know how the money would work, but if you said, Marcus, you're going to be like our Super Six guy, right? Like you're going to be in closing lineups and things like that.
Right.
But Marcus, go to the bench to start the game. I want Chris Paul setting up the half-court offense. I mean, think of the production you get out of Robert Williams. Now think about all the easy shots you're going to get and the limited turnovers because Jalen and Tatum don't have the ball in their hand as much.
I think a guy like Chris Paul, I think a guy like DeJounte Murray.
DeJounte Murray would be a great fit.
You need somebody to set up that half-court
Yeah.
offense and who can make plays in traffic. The problem with
I
Jason
still
Tatum,
think they're a title contender for the next 3 or 4 years.
They're a title contender.
I wouldn't be surprised if they won it next year.
But Milwaukee's coming. And Milwaukee,
I don't
they don't
dismiss
beat
that.
Milwaukee. They don't beat Milwaukee if Chris
dismiss
Middleton is healthy. All right, so Milwaukee's going to be back. But if they had a point guard who could get by the defense, blow by the defense, and look, Jason Tatum will blow by his guy. Jaylen Brown will blow by his guy, but it's the decision you got to make in 0.5 seconds where it's like you're in that mid area, that gray area, 15 feet out from the hoop. Do I keep driving to the basket with my head cut off, or do I kick it out and make a play? Those guys still struggle with that, including Marcus Smart. Marcus Smart started taking YOLO shots.
Yeah.
You get a natural point guard in Boston, I think that's need number one for them.
I mean, this is a great text from the 408. Boston could use Jordan Poole.
Yeah, you think?
I mean, like that, he'd be perfect for them.
Perfect.
That's the other element that I do think they need a shooter. Like Derek White, when he's hitting, or when Horford was hitting, how much better was their entire offense?
Oh, it was so much better.
When either of them isn't hitting, they feel very limited on offense.
Peyton Pritchard.
He's a backup. He's like just a traditional backup point guard who's only going to play 12 to 18 minutes a game.
I thought he'd have a bigger impact in the finals.
I mean, he was terrible in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Well, he was terrible. He was terrible in the finals.
Yeah.
Terrible in the finals.
Yeah.
Awful.
I know.
So they need a point guard in the worst way. I think Boston, they get a natural point guard and another little bench piece who could shoot, somebody who could stretch the floor, they'll be right back in contention for a championship. But I think Milwaukee's also coming. Peyton Pritchard, by the way, I'm looking at his numbers here. He was 3 for 14 in the finals from the three-point line, 6 of 20 overall, averaged 2.7 points per game.
Wow. He's your backup,
Backup.
Peyton Pritchard is the seed of Steve Blake.
Backup.
That's a good one, 510.
408 saying, I'm confused why the Celtics got rid of Kemba and Schroeder.
Kemba stinks. He's
Kemba's
a dribbler.
Done.
He's the worst. I can't
done.
stand watching Kemba.
Kemba's done. I like Kemba, but he's a ball pounder who doesn't play any defense, and he got cooked. Ricky Rubio in Boston might not be bad. That is not a bad move for them. Not a championship move, but a point guard who can get them in the right sets. Rubio's a solid player. I know he gets overshadowed because he was drafted before Stephen Curry, but I actually think Rubio's had a decent career in the NBA. He's been solid. Dennis Schroeder, he was on the Celtics at the start of the season.
The problem with Rubio, he just can't shoot.
He's never been able to shoot.
Can't shoot.
But he does play defense.
No, he does.
He gets you in the right
I like
sets.
him. He's solid. He's a great backup on a championship team.
I wanted him as a backup point guard for the Warriors for the longest time. And heck, he tore his knee up. He may be able to be had for cheap if they don't bring back GP2.
What's your boy Reggie for the Los Angeles Clippers?
Reggie Jackson.
I actually think, because his game has developed a lot, a guy like that would be a really nice upgrade for Boston.
No doubt.
And it's not even that big of an upgrade financially, but that's the kind of guy that they could use.
A lot of people asking, did we get paid from those bums from Dallas after the Warriors beat the Mavericks? Basically what happened, we told them to donate that money to Uvalde, Texas, and what happened down there in the elementary school, that horrific scene there down in Texas, of course. 888-957-9570. What would you like to see the Warriors do at the NBA draft later on today? We have Michael Thompson coming up in about 7 minutes.
If you take a step back and you told other fan bases, the Warriors, fans want to trade Jordan Poole, they would look at you side-eyed. Right?
I can't believe this came up.
But the way that we talked to people in Boston when we were there, and they're like, Jaylen Brown, we just don't know. And we were looking at them like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Sometimes I feel like fan bases from within get a little side-eyed on their own guys.
Well, a lot of this fan base, not a lot of it, there was a certain segment of the fan base who wanted to trade Wiggins, Wiseman, and these picks for Ben Simmons. or Bradley Beal or Miles Turner. They wanted the Warriors to trade at the deadline to go get a big. Go trade one of these guys for a big. They wanted the Warriors to move off Poole. They wanted the Warriors to do a lot of things. There was a segment that wanted Steve Kerr. Hey, you know what? Steve Kerr's time is up. Oh, you know what? You may need to move on from Bob Myers. That segment of the fan base was wrong. Hold the L. Hold the L because they didn't do anything that you wanted. They didn't trade those picks. Now how you looking?
Hold that.
Hold that. Because how you looking now with Kuminga and Moody?
That's
Klay Thompson.
He said
hold that.
I like
when
that.
he called Jared Jackson Jr. a bum. Hold that.
Freaking bum.
Hold that.
God, Klay is just having a great mic drop.
Seriously, think about all the conversations last summer. Trade Wiggins. Oh, you know what? Pascal Siakam. You got to go get him. I'd rather have Andrew Wiggins. And I said that then, now say it again now. I'd rather have Andrew Wiggins. I'd rather have Kuminga and Moody in my stable knowing that, oh, boy, in a year or two, they're going to be factors. Hell, they may be factors next season. So the Warriors are good as is. And they're going to go run it back next year, and they're probably going to go back-to-back as long as they're healthy.
Thank you, Meek Mill and Drake.
I'm just saying, they're going to go back-to-back. I'll call it right now. If they're healthy, they're going to add a couple pieces. Maybe they bring the band back together. They're going to be even better next season, as Steve Kerr said yesterday. And that's scary. That's scary. So don't trade Poole. Don't trade anybody.
You're in your bag today.
Oh, not really.
I could tell. You know why? Because in your eyes, today's a Friday.
It is a Friday. Your boy's off tomorrow.
A little stretch 3.
Yeah, I get to sleep in tomorrow.
A little 3 and D.
I even threw the chain on today. You know what I'm saying? A little Friday.
Yeah, you're feeling good.
Did all the laundry already.
What's lunch looking like for you?
You know, I've been eating really healthy.
So today's a cheat day?
Yeah, no. Quinoa. I've been eating a lot.
Taco Bell. So damn good.
Don't do that to me. Because I have been thinking about that Gordita Crunch. Oh, man.
Is that still on the menu?
Hell yeah, it is. I get that separately outside the munchie at the $5 box.
I
get the $5 box, and then I get the taco. Then I get the
$5 box was so legendary.
It is still legendary, but when they got rid of the double-decker Taco Supreme, that's a problem. You got to bring that back. Forget the Mexican pizza. Bring back the double-decker Taco Supreme.
That's the Buckner trade for you, right? Gosh. Right there, right? That's the moment.
Boy.
The only other player I know within these drafts, other than those guys within the top 5, is Johnny Davis, because he's been all over those toasted cheddar chalupa commercials. And if he doesn't hold one up at the stage when he's drafted and eats one simultaneously as he's like taking a picture with Adam Silver, I'm going to be just so disappointed.
I do love a good draft. That would be disappointing. I do love the NBA draft. I love all drafts. When they get the hats on, the green room, the suits. I love draft day. It's a big draft day for Sacramento boys, Kenny and Davey. D-Lo, KC.
It's their finals.
It's your finals, baby. It's a big day.
Remember when we used to be there?
Dude, their show's going to be boomy today.
Arquette's heads are falling off.
I think I may even listen to them all day long today just to see what's happening up in Sacramento. Anyway, Dr. Hustle will get to you on the other side. Michael Thompson coming up on the other side. But now it is time for the injury report, sponsored by Boxer and Gerson Law Firm.
It's time for the Injury Report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Carlos and Concord, Xfinity Mobile text line. I pulled up for a Mexican pizza yesterday, and they said they discontinued it again.
What?
I was hella mad, bruh. Seriously, the re-release of the Mexican pizza wasn't all that good. Just saying. Yesterday was not all bad for the Giants. I know they lost the game, but they did receive some good news when x-rays and an MRI found no signs of a fracture or structural damage in Brandon Crawford's left knee. The team is still calling Crawford's injury a left knee contusion. The Giants did not rule out the possibility that he could participate in today's series finale against the Braves. However, he is not in the lineup, so he misses his second straight game. We'll see if he plays when the Reds come to town. Tommy Pham and the Cincinnati Reds coming to Oracle Park.
One of the worst teams in the league.
You better have security on tight, Jock Peterson. We don't need you getting pip slapped again out there in the outfield, man. Don't need that. Don't want to talk about
Tommy Pham might be coming for souls.
He's about that life. He's about that life. The Injury Report was brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Michael Thompson, champagne and nuts on the roast.
It all started when I was a newly hatched nymph. I was a natural beauty and a master of disguise. I'd lure in my targets with good looks and flowery promises. Then I'd make them dinner.
See what makes an orchid mantis drop dead gorgeous at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Did you know there's a Space Channel?
One of the most exciting projects in the solar system.
Space Channel's got movies, original series, news, music, and so much more.
We have come to visit you in peace. Now we're getting to what they call the moment of truth.
Download the Space Channel app on your connected TVs and mobile devices. Just go to the App Store and search Space Channel. Do it now. It's free.
Space Channel. Front row seat to the final frontier.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With your donation, you'll receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher, so donate today.
Did you know that every 3 minutes in the U.S., someone is diagnosed with leukemia or lymphoma? In partnership with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and Subaru of America, Stevens Creek Subaru will be delivering warm blankets, arts and craft kits, and messages of hope to patients in need. It's Stevens Creek Subaru's love promise to be more than just a retailer. Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru, and I'm asking for your assistance in spreading love and hope where it really is needed.
Wake up with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
And well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. 2 years off. Wasn't really off. Watching the finals and the playoffs last couple years would kill me. And just to be back on this stage, I'm so thankful for my teammates. The start they had this year, 18-2, they really laid the foundation for what was to come. And it's crazy. I'm on cloud 109 right now. At least I don't even know what to say.
That is Klay Thompson, who's now a 4-time NBA champion. What a season for him. Came back for 32 regular season games after missing 941 days of basketball. And he comes back and wins an NBA championship, played really well in the finals, averaging over 17 points per game. Struggled the first 2 games and then really turned it on there for the Golden State Warriors. Defensively was really good. Klay is back and he's going to be better than ever next season, of course. And let's bring his father onto the show. 2-time champion with the LA Lakers, former #1 overall pick, Champagne and Nuts on Twitter, Michael Thompson. We love Michael Thompson here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Good morning, Michael. And first of all, your lovely wife, Julie, Trace, Michael, you guys must be so damn proud of Klay Thompson, what he accomplished this year after missing 2 full seasons of basketball.
Yeah, it really is when you think back and reflect on the past season, last couple of years, to really makes you realize how blessed you are and be so grateful and so appreciative of all the things that have come about, that's transpired lately. And to see him come back from 2 injuries like that and accomplish this achievement, it's unprecedented in team sports history, I believe. Someone coming back from 2 devastating injuries, joining his team halfway through the season and then ending up as a champion. I can't think of any other scenario where that has happened.
Michael, there are times in my life where my dad needs to kind of pick me up and just kind of give me a talking, if you will, whether it be inspirational or get in my face over something. Was there ever a point where you maybe had to help pick up Klay because he was just a little down in the dumps?
Well, you try to, but a lot of times you feel like you're alone, even though you got a lot of support around you from family and friends and from your team and teammates. But still, it can be a lonely place when you're injured like that and your teammates are out there playing and you feel like you're not part of it because you can't be out there. You got to go off and rehab basically on your own. So it can become a dark and lonely place for you, but you have to just keep striving and think ahead and be patient and say, if I do what I'm supposed to do, all the doctors are telling me I'll come back at 100%. So you have to keep that in the back of your mind as you run into some struggles from time to time, because we are human. Yes. We try not to sweat the small stuff or try to feel sorry for ourselves, but we're human because there's always someone worse off than you out there. People dealing with terminal illnesses, homelessness, people can't find a job and they have a family to support. So you got to try to keep things in perspective, even though you're having a tough time yourself.
Yeah, that's well said. Well said. And, you saw Klay hug Rick Celebrini there. He referenced multiple times in the postgame about him and James Wiseman just working with each other, the other G Leaguers, his own brother throughout that journey. What was that circle like as he tried to work himself back?
Well, that's part of the process, the rehab process, and getting back to playing again, that he has such a good support system around him. And even though sometimes you feel like you're alone, he knew that he wasn't alone because he had Rick there to guide him through. He had his teammates there, knowing, telling him he's going to be back, and they can't wait to get him back. And, of course, family members around him. A lot of people were praying for him, members of our church. So, divine intervention played a huge part in this, too. God definitely healed him.
No doubt about that. Michael Thompson here on the Morning Roast, the father of Klay Thompson, a 2-time champion in his own right. Now 6 rings in that family right now. Michael, when you think about his personality, I remember when he was drafted 11th overall back in 2012. And Darrell Wright, who I work with on NBC Sports Warriors pre- and post-game live, you came on the set about a month ago, I think it was during the finals. And Darrell used to always say, man, Klay would never say anything his rookie season. Now when you look at Klay Thompson, he's in his early 30s. He's got the personality that the Bay Area loves. He's Captain Klay. He's Toaster Klay. He's Game 6 Klay. He's on the bus. He's getting off the bus. He's doing the Michael Jackson. He's dropping his championship ring. Are you surprised at your son's personality in the way? He's become a legend out here in the Bay Area and so beloved. I didn't see this type of person coming out when he was a rookie.
Yeah, neither did I, because he's a lot like his mother. He just doesn't really like the spotlight, doesn't like to be the focal point, doesn't need to be, because that's how his mother is. And to see him, his personality come through and be so outgoing and so such an extrovert, it's definitely different because as a kid in junior high and high school, he was very quiet. I mean, he'd be funny around his friends and outgoing around his friends, but in the public eye, Klay was always kind of shy and quiet. But I think now, especially at 32 years of age and after the miss the last 2 years, I think he's just soaking in every possible moment he can because he knows it's not going to last forever. So you better enjoy every second that you can, and and reconnect with the fans when you have a chance.
What makes him and Steph's relationship so unique? I mean, you've seen so many great relationships, whether it's a front row seat for the Lakers, you've seen it with your Golden State Warriors, and you just have a good feel for the league in general. But what makes their relationship so unique on and off the court?
Maturity, professionalism, and respect. They're very mature young men. They're the epitome of professionalism. They're winners, and they respect each other, and that's all that matters. It doesn't matter who gets the credit or most of the limelight, even though Steph deserves it. Klay gets his fair share of it. So does Draymond. So does Andre Iguodala. So does every member of that team get their fair share of attention because attention and respect comes with winning, and they're all a bunch of winners and champions up there.
How impressed were you with Klay taking in guys like Moses Moody and Jordan Poole?
That made me feel good to see that he wants to be a mentor to the younger players, the way Kobe Bryant and Clyde Drexler and Rasheed Wallace and Magic Johnson was to him. They took time out when he was a youngster to give him advice and to give him guidance, and to see him give that back to a young guy like Moses Moody and James Wiseman makes me feel good, makes me proud to see that he's sharing his advice and his wisdom with the younger guys and trying to get those guys to live up to their potential. So that's real manly. That's Klay's being a man about that. That's great to see.
My pops critiques my driving ad nauseum when he's in the car with me. Do you critique Klay's boat driving skills?
No, man. Klay is an accomplished sea captain now. In fact, he can go out there and probably do some kind of a ocean crossing. He knows how to navigate. And I read where some of the Bay Area ferries wanted to come out there and pilot one of the ferries. So he definitely should take him up on that offer. That'd be exciting.
No doubt about that. Michael Thompson on the Morning Russell, two-time champion in his own right, the father of Klay Thompson, of course, who just won his 4th championship. And I was reading some things where he joined CBS Radio, and you were talking about, hey, if the Warriors keep this thing together and bring everybody back, which is Kevon Looney, Gary Payton II, and of course James Wiseman, who for some reason a lot of people have written off, but I remember him as a rookie averaging 11 and 6. He didn't even know what he was doing yet. You just don't walk into 11 and 6 in the NBA. You believe the Warriors could win another 2 to 3 championships, right?
Listen, man, Joe Lacob and Peter Guber, Bob Myers, they had to learn the lesson from the Chicago Bulls, Kobe and Shaq's Lakers, and the fact that when KD left, don't break it up too soon. The Bulls broke theirs up too soon. They could have won another couple. But for some reason, they got tired of winning rings. Explain that to me. Shaq and Kobe have something special here. Even they said, and they've admitted that they shouldn't have left each other separated because they had more championships to win. KD left to go pursue a ring someplace else. He should have stayed because they have something. But when you have something as special as the Warriors have right now in the palm of their hands, you keep it together as long as possible till you suck out every last possible drop of fuel. And they better keep this team together for the next. I mean, everybody keep them together for the next 4 or 5 years, and they can win several more rings. They are that good and that deep because as Klay, Steph, and Dre get older, they have the youngsters coming up behind them who could take up a lot of the slack, and that way they could preserve Klay, Draymond, and Steph some minutes and let them play late into their 30s and be still all-star caliber players.
I mean, wow, what you said there is just incredible. The thing that I find interesting is that you reference all these different, scenarios. Kevin Durant you reference, and Shaq and Kobe, and just egos. People want different things at different points in their life. So many things could have ripped this apart. Like, what was the moment where you doubted this unit ever getting back? Is it because your son was missing for 2 years? Was it simply just returning to health? Because I do think it was fair to question, are these guys on the back end of their careers? It feels like they're not, but wasn't there points throughout it where you doubted it?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, we knew they could be a playoff team again when Klay gets back and Steph stays healthy and Draymond, and then with the youngsters, we knew they'd be a serious playoff contender again. But a champion this soon? No, I didn't foresee that. If I would have said that last October that the Warriors were going to win a championship, I can't say that I did. I thought, they'd be a playoff team again because we all thought maybe the Lakers are going to come out of the West or Phoenix, but the Warriors, no. But now that we see what they have, especially with the young core behind the 3 Hall of Famers, man, they've got something special here, and the Warriors are going to be on top for years to come. And if they stay healthy, I mean, obviously the Lakers, I think my Lakers could contend, but Boy, they are the favorites. The Warriors are the favorites to win it again next year with good health.
Wow. Michael Thompson here on the Morning Rush on 95.7 and Game, spitting hot fire. And when you talk about Hall of Famers, Klay, Dre, Steph, the winningest trio in finals history, winning 21 games in the NBA Finals. They surpassed Duncan, Ginobili, Tony Parker. They surpassed your Showtime Lakers, Michael, and you're part of that great dynasty in the 80s. You won 2 championships on the tail end of that. 87 against the Celtics, and then, of course, against the Pistons in the 7-game Classic. Where is this dynasty going to stack up? Where does it stack up as of today with the 4 championships compared to those great Laker teams in the 80s, the Celtics teams in the 80s, the Bulls in the 90s? Where does this dynasty stack up in your opinion?
I think they're tapping Michael's Bulls on the shoulder and also Magic's Showtime Lakers. They're tapping them on the shoulder. But I think to sort of stand shoulder to shoulder with Jordan's Bulls and Magic's Showtime Lakers, especially those guys, because Magic went to 5 and won 5 out of 9 finals. Of course, Michael won 6 out of 8. For the Warriors to get there shoulder to shoulder with those 2 franchises, those 2 dynasties, they need to win a couple more, maybe one more. If they can win another one next year to tie Magic's Lakers, then I could say they are right there among the top 3 in the modern era, because obviously Bill Russell's Celtics set the standard with 11 rings. You always overlook those guys. You never mention those guys, but out of respect, they deserve to be mentioned, and maybe they are number 1 and will always be number 1 until someone gets to 11 rings.
Yeah, 11 and 13 years. That's insane.
Yeah, so, I don't want to disrespect Bill Russell and Bob Cousy and Sam Jones and Casey Jones and those guys. So let's say they're number 1. But to be number 2, I think the Warriors have to win another one to be up there with the Bulls and the Magic Lakers.
I'm hearing all these guys, Draymond, Klay, your son, going at it on these Memphis Grizzlies in the postgame after winning it all. What was it about Memphis that really got under their skin?
Well, I don't know. Maybe because Memphis, they're young and they're brash, and they talk a lot of trash on social media. Dylan Brooks hurt. Gary Payton, maybe that was all simmering underneath. But until the Grizzlies win something, I wouldn't even worry about what they say. Yeah, I like them. I respect the Grizzlies because they're young and talented, and they're a team on the rise, no question about it. And the Warriors going to have to deal with them in years to come. But until they win something, I would only be worried about Milwaukee and teams like that. And who else has won a championship recently? The teams like that and Toronto, teams that have won a championship. Until the Grizzlies get there, I wouldn't worry about it.
Well, the Lakers won that Mickey Mouse bubble tournament championship, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, well, that's true. They call it a bubble championship, but hey, the other teams were there trying to win it too. So something.
No doubt. And before we let you go, Michael,
tease you. Sorry, Michael.
It must have felt great to see your son beat the Boston Celtics and the Golden State Warriors and win on the parquet floor. How cool was that?
Yeah, you got a point there, Bonte. 2 things. They shut up my boy Cornbread Maxwell because he was killing me after Game 3 when the Celtics got that 2-1 lead, and then Steve Kerr and the Warriors, Klay, everybody did the Laker fans a big favor by keeping us tied 17-17 and didn't let the Celtics get that 18th championship. So thank you, Warriors, for keeping us tied and not letting the Celtics get that lead.
Hey, you've seen a few parades in your day.
Yeah.
How would you rate that one we had just the other day? Because I was in front and then behind Otto's and Klay's bus. And let me tell you, I've never seen anything like the way the fans were reacting to those two on that bus. I thought it was a beautiful, awesome day.
Yeah, the parades in Oakland, on the Oakland side of the bay, was great. But the one on Monday, I had never seen anything like that. We had big parades in L.A., of course, when the Lakers won. But San Francisco, the Bay Area, nobody does parades like the Bay Area, man. You guys were off the charts. That was crazy.
Appreciate that. And last one before we let you go, Michael, I got to ask you because I'm reading the Showtime Lakers book based off the movie Winning Time, but it's more truth to the book than it is the TV show. I want to get your opinion on the television show if you watched it at all, because I'm reading the book about how that dynasty came about, and I'm getting to the part where you joined the team. Really fascinating Showtime Lakers dynasty with Dr. Jerry Buss.
Yeah, that's a fascinating era in the league. It was a time of glamour and splash, and the Lakers were great for the league, and obviously the Celtics with Larry Bird, because they definitely put the NBA back on the map, took the NBA off of tape delay and put them back on prime time. So that was a great era and a very exciting time to be around the Lakers because It was Hollywood. It was Showtime, baby.
Hey, before you get on out of here, there's so much 24/7 media, and it feels ridiculous. You have a son who plays. You're obviously been there every step of the way with the Lakers. You hear everything. I'm sure you see everything. You're cognizant of it all. The way the media portrays all of these teams today, this guy's got to get traded. Anthony Davis for Kyrie. Trade Jordan Poole. Trade Wiggins. What's your just assessment on media in general and how we're covering the current NBA?
Oh, I love it because it keeps the NBA in the consciousness of the sporting public. Back when I played, you only really read about the NBA in the morning papers after a game, but now it's nonstop coverage. It's great publicity for the league. Everybody's now a GM because of social media. So I love reading all the stuff, all the speculation, all the rumors and gossip. So keep it coming. The more coverage, the better.
Yeah, no doubt.
Kyrie on your Lakers, straight up for Anthony Davis? You doing that?
No, that's not going to happen. Anthony Davis is, when he's healthy, when he's right, one of the top 5 or 6 players in the game, so he's not going anywhere.
Lakers will be back next year.
Sorry,
you keep teasing the Lakers, man, the Lakers going to be back, and Laker Nation will be inside of Chaser, man. They represent hard for the purple and gold.
Wait a minute. What is Joe saying? You don't believe Anthony Davis is that good?
No, I was just poking the bear on the Lakers because I want to see Kyrie get teamed up with LeBron, you know? That's all.
Yeah. Hey, obviously the Warriors don't need Kyrie. Memphis doesn't need Kyrie because they've got dynamic point guards already. But everybody else, if Kyrie's available, if I'm a team, I go out there and try to get it.
The Miami Heat. You don't think Pat Riley wants to upgrade? You heard the way he was talking after the Eastern Conference Finals.
Oh, yeah, man. Kyrie's, even though he's eccentric and he can be a little odd sometimes, man, he is a special talent. And obviously, like I said, the Warriors and Memphis don't need him, or even Dallas.
Right.
But if you are another team, boy, you go out and try to get him if he's available.
Hey, Michael, we could talk all day long. I know you got to run, man. We love talking to you.
Davis is a great player. Yeah, I agree with that when he's healthy. There's no question.
No doubt. Michael, take care, man.
Let me correct you guys. It's not 6 rings. It's 9 rings.
9 rings?
9 rings. 2 is a player, 4 is a father, and 3 is an announcer.
There you go. I love that. You know what? That's well done, Michael. Only you can get away with that one. We'll get that one for you. Hey, 9 rings.
That's right. Tell Bill Russell 2 more, and I'm going to catch him.
Michael, we can't wait to talk to you again, man. Enjoy the offseason, man. Congratulations to you and the family. We're so proud of Klay Thompson. And I'm sure you are as a proud father. Your lovely wife, Julie, as well, are proud of Klay in the way he came back this season.
Oh, my pleasure, guys. Yeah, it's really special. Klay is very blessed. The Thompson family is very blessed, and we're just very thankful for all the blessings God has given us.
No doubt about that. Michael, enjoy, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, talk to you later.
Michael Thompson, Champagne and Nuts here on Twitter. He was about to strangle you with the Anthony Davis stuff, man. I was like, yo.
I had to poke the bear a little.
The interview was going so well, you just wanted to poke the bear anyway.
Just on the Kyrie AD thing. Just stick the stick in there. And then he, like the orangutan in that video, he grabbed me through the cage and brought me in and was like ready to rip my head off.
Dude, well,
he's great.
He was awesome. And he said, I'm going to play this clip that he said, and I want this on social media. These are the type of clips that should be on social media.
Okay.
With the ones that he just said here, and we'll get to Dr. Hustle in just a second here. But here's what Michael Thompson.
9 rings?
No, not that one. Here's what Michael Thompson said about keeping this core together.
Joe Lacob and Peter Guber, Bob Myers, they had to learn the lesson from the Chicago Bulls, Kobe and Shaq's Lakers, and the fact that when KD left, don't break it up too soon. The Bulls broke theirs up too soon. They could have won another couple. But for some reason, they got tired of winning rings. Explain that to me. Shaq and Kobe have something special here. Even they said, and they've admitted that they shouldn't have left each other separated because they had more chances to win. KD left to go pursue a ring someplace else. He should have stayed because they have something. But when you have something as special as the Warriors have right now in the palm of their hands, you keep it together as long as possible till you suck out every last possible drop of fuel. And they better keep this team together for the next. Everybody keep them together for the next 4 or 5 years, and they can win several more rings. They are that good and that deep because as Klay, Steph, and Dre get older, they have the youngsters coming up behind them who could take up a lot of the slack, and that way they could preserve Klay, Draymond, and Steph's minutes and let them play late into their 30s and be still all-star caliber players.
Keep it together because there's more championships coming.
That's incredible.
And that's coming from a champion.
Well, and he also referenced the Bulls and referenced Kobe and Shaq.
The Bulls did break it up for no reason.
Well, I mean,
at least let them go out die on their sword, right?
On the front end of The Last Dance, it was like, hey, we're not going to retain Phil. And Michael said, I'm only going to play for Phil. Like, the whole thing was so convoluted. And we saw, obviously, through Michael Jordan's prism. Like, it wasn't through Jerry Reinsdorf's prism. He didn't have final editing control.
No, Jerry Krause.
Or Jerry Krause. What did I say, Reinsdorf?
Jerry Krause was the GM. He basically said, this is going to be the last run. And it's like, let Jordan and them go out on their shield.
Yeah.
Let somebody beat them in the Eastern Conference.
I'm with you.
The Warriors have yet to lose a series in the West. Let somebody beat them in the West before you're thinking about tinkering with everything.
And unlike those organizations, too, there's not any friction within the Warriors organization like there was there.
Well,
like the Warriors seem they seem to like each other pretty damn well right now.
And then they're not the only ones. Right? Think about Jerry Jones and Jimmy Johnson. Like, they split up over basically
jealousy,
ego and
attention.
who was getting success. So
he's got one Super Bowl since.
Yeah, look, I love that comment from him, and I actually love that he's all here for all the NBA trade talk. That's why I just kept going, Anthony Davis for Kyrie. Can we do it?
Michael's ready for that. He's ready for that. Let's get to Dr.
smoke
Hustle real quick. My boy Dr. Hustle hasn't called a while down in San Jose.
Dr. Hustle.
What's up, Doctor? He's not a doctor, but he's a hustler. What's up, Dr. Hustle?
What's going on, fellas? You know, I was going to come in and say something funny, like, it's nice to have the warm-up Michael Thompson come on before me, but I'll tell you the truth, man. When I grow up, I want to be like that.
He's the best.
He's articulate, intelligent. His delivery is fantastic. And he actually kind of almost made me change my take. I was calling in saying, look, the Warriors, I know we have all this salary cap, but I think in-house, the best thing I've heard Steve Kerr say in the last few days is that the Warriors are going to be better next year. And I think if we lose Otto Porter Jr., Gary Payton II, I think eternally you got Moody, Kuminga. You have to it's not unforeseeable to think that they'll be at least 10% better each next year. They can make even a more drastic jump, and they can eat some of those minutes. And I'm like you, Bonte. Every Warrior fan is either James Wiseman is Michael Olowokandi,
right,
the biggest bust, or we got him like Guru, where they're like, he's going to be Anthony Davis. If he's somewhere in the middle, which is very possible, kid played no college basketball, it's very, very possible. And I'm telling you one thing, next year, this time, the Golden State Warriors are going to be, to quote my boy Booker T, five-time
I'm with you.
Five-time champion.
I'm with you. Back to back.
I mean,
they're going back to back.
If he just gives them elements of what JaVale McGee gave them in terms of that high lob,
he already
they'd be
did.
Great. I know, but
he already did as a rookie.
Yeah,
he already did as a rookie. Like, he already did as a rookie. By the way, I got a tweet here, Shash. I want to read this to you. You said you had a headache earlier. Wait till this one. You're going to need about 5 Excederins. Mike J650 at Mike J650. Bonte, if I could get Chet Holmgren, I would give up Poole and all the picks today. Imagine Chet on the back end to clean up defensive miscues, and he could stretch the floor from 3, making the middle open for Wiggs and Chef Curry. Chet Holmgren, you interested?
Just stop it with that BS.
It's time to pick your ticket. Be the fourth caller right now for a chance to win tickets to a future Bay Area Panthers game. The fourth caller will qualify to win.
Exhausted?
If you win, you will have a choice between the Panthers July 9th home game or the July 16th home game. Call 844-999-4263. That's 844-999-4263. Caller number 4. You can also enter this contest online at 957thegame.com. What's coming up on the game? Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Your final thoughts of the NBA draft here on the Morning Roast. Maybe a little more Giants talk. The Warriors, you heard from Michael Thompson. We'll play the clip over. They keep this core together, they can win a few more rings. That will be brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Coming in at 5'3", it's number 1 mom. She switched to Xfinity and got the all-new 3-for-1 bundle. Unlimited internet, streaming, and Xfinity Mobile. All for what you could pay wireless companies for just one 5G unlimited line.
Durant for a while, he'd get stepped on and get the flat tire and the shoe would come off. Damian Lee broke the record for the amount of times the shoe came off in the limited amount of minutes he was playing in the playoffs.
Got to tighten those Currys up, man.
I mean,
tighten
they were
those Currys
coming
up.
off the foot every time.
Michael Thompson joined us about 30 minutes ago, and he talked with us for about 20 minutes. He was, discussing Klay Thompson, how proud he was of him, his family, winning his 4th championship, how they have 9 championships together as a family. And we didn't include Michael Thompson's G League championship with the Santa Cruz Warriors, so we might as well go 10.
Do you think for the Christmas card for the Thompsons, it's dad with all the rings and the kids?
9-time champions.
Or just dad with the rings?
Just the Thompsons.
Yeah.
Hashtag 9-time champs.
I like that.
I would love that.
I would
love that Christmas card.
I bet he's got one of those poses like that Joe Montana pose where he's got the hand over the head as he's sitting on the couch. You know which one I'm talking about, right?
No, yeah.
With the 3 rings?
I do. By the way, people said I would lose Porter and get Tucker. Apparently, Tucker is going to get a 3-year deal for $30 million with Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
It sounds like Daryl Morey would overpay for a 37-year-old. That's an overpay for PJ Tucker.
100%.
Overpay just because you want to make James Harden happy.
Well, I mean,
if I'm Joel Embiid,
if that's his clubbing partner,
you want to talk about trades.
Well,
if I'm Joel
Miami's
Embiid, Miami Heat. I'm saying if I'm Joel Embiid, get me up out of here.
Yeah.
Pat Riley, come get me.
And Tyler Hero.
Oh, absolutely. Send me down to South Beach, Miami. And then, you know what? You go get Jimmy Butler and Joel Embiid, maybe you take a chance on Kyrie.
Well, then you'd flip Lowry for Kyrie.
Yeah, you take a chance on him. Because Pat Riley's going to make some moves here. But with all that said...
What's their crystal game like down in Miami?
What you mean crystal
Well,
game?
isn't like Kyrie obsessed with crystals and stuff?
Yeah, I'm sure you could get something in South Beach. Sir, go to the DR.
You know what I'm talking about when you talk about the crystals things?
Like just like the stones?
Yeah, he's like obsessed with it. He's got like an aunt and uncle that are like all in on it.
Yeah. I know what you're talking
Weirdo
about.
behavior.
Some people like that stuff. Some people
That's that Joshua Tree stuff that I was telling you about.
Yeah, some people
a little
are into
out
that.
there.
Some people are into that. Michael Thompson, though, despite all these moves, all these rumors, says if the Warriors keep their core together, they can do a lot of damage in this league for years to come.
Joe Lacob and Peter Guber, Bob Myers, they had to learn the lesson from the Chicago Bulls, Kobe and Shaq's Lakers, and the fact that when KD left, don't break it up too soon. The Bulls broke theirs up too soon. They could have won another couple. But for some reason, they got tired of winning rings. Explain that to me. Shaq and Kobe have something special here. Even they said, and they've admitted that they shouldn't have left each other separated because they had more championships to win. KD left to go pursue a ring someplace else. He should have stayed because they have something. But when you have something as special as the Warriors have right now in the palm of their hands, you keep it together as long as possible till you suck out every last possible drop of fuel. And they better keep this team together for the next. I mean, everybody keep them together for the next 4 or 5 years, and they can win several more rings. They are that good and that deep because as Klay, Steph, and Dre get older, they have the youngsters coming up behind them who could take up a lot of the slack, and that way they could preserve Klay, Draymond, and Steph some minutes and let them play late into their 30s and be still all-star caliber players.
And then Steve Kerr talked about Steph Curry peaking in the playoffs, following up that soundbite from Michael Thompson.
He absolutely peaked in the playoffs. I think it's going to be harder for him next year at 35 and, the following year to put together an 82-game season like he did 7 years ago. But in the playoffs, when you've got time off in between games and you're really locked in, this was the best I've ever seen him in terms of his two-way performance. His defense was spectacular. Like I said, in the playoffs, when you get time to rest, at 34, 35, 36, there's no reason why he can't continue to have playoff runs like this.
So you have Steph Curry still in his prime, Shasky. You have Klay Thompson who's going to be better next year, and he's going to have a summer where he doesn't have to rehab. Draymond Green gets to rest his back. Jordan Poole's going to work on his game. Well, if you talked about Andrew Wiggins today, what this playoff run does for him psychologically.
Yeah, that's a great point.
You know
that's
what I'm saying?
A great point.
He's going to come back saying, hey, I was an all-star starter. Now let me go get this all-defensive team nomination. They may be better than ever, and I'm with Michael Thompson there where they can win a couple more championships. Who in the West is a threat right now to the Golden State Warriors? Right now.
Still, I still think Phoenix. I think the Lakers will reload, but I think Phoenix, I think Denver coming back fully healthy will be interesting to monitor. You got to believe that Dallas with the Christian Wood acquisition makes them a little bit. I like that acquisition for them. I think that fits what they're trying to do. I don't know. I got to see what happens with the draft. And you know how it is. The offseason, there's so many names being thrown around. Where's Bradley Beal going to go? Who knows what's going on there? So I got to see how it shakes down, but I do believe they're at the top in terms of whether they're 1, 2, 3. They're right there at the top of the Western Conference right now with no moves being made. I want to ask you this one on the Wiggins thing. Moody Kuminga taking more minutes. Does that maybe take a little pressure off of him on a nightly basis during the regular season to give him a little more juice come playoff time? Because I do think one area that I would like to see him just get better at, conserving his energy so he's got more legs for the playoffs.
And you know what?
Working on the three-point shot a little more.
Now the Warriors are in that territory where the regular season,
it's load management.
It matters,
No.
but it's load management time.
Come on.
And seeding does not matter.
Yeah.
They could be the 4 seed.
Pitch count season.
They may just say, you know what, let's be the 4 seed and win the championship as a 4 seed. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's diabolical.
They said it all season. We don't care about seeding. They're the number 3 seed in the West.
Don't you think the way it shook down, they got the number 1 seed throughout, or the number 1, they got home court advantage, I guess, once Phoenix got knocked out. It did work in their favor. Things fell in their place.
They didn't have home court against Memphis. They stole game 1.
True. Okay.
And then they won the 2 home games. They went undefeated at Chase. Matter of fact, they went 11-1 at Chase Center. So if anybody's worried about home court advantage or it being a fair weather type of arena.
And they blew a game in the fourth quarter. Should have went undefeated.
Should have went 12-0 at Chase Center.
That's a good point.
You know, if they win game 1, the series probably doesn't even go past 5 games.
Yeah.
We don't go back to Boston.
It just felt like last year the regular season was forever.
It was.
Right? Especially given they start off great, Curry's chasing the record, and then this whole kind of like 3-month period where just nothing went right for them, and yet they still kind of like hung around and floated, and they were feasting off of that early season success. They did really just sink and click in the playoffs.
And to your point about the regular season, yes, Moody's going to see a lot more time. Kuminga's going to see a lot more time, but I love what Bob Myers said yesterday. They're going to have to earn playing time.
For sure.
Now you're on a team where competition in those scrimmages and training camp, you're going to have to earn your way into the rotation, and that's one thing Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman's going to have to do. But to your point about Wiggins and his legs, there would be nights where Klay Thompson could pick up the slack defensively. That's the hope, right? That Klay Thompson could guard wings again like he did before the injuries. Let's go to Stu and San Leandro. Stu, real quick, at San Leandro, Shasky, on the Morning Roast. What's happening?
What's up, Stu?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking me on 95.7 A Game. I'm sitting here listening to you guys. Now, I got to see from 1959 to 1967 what the Celtics did to win their championships. I didn't see 67 and 68 because I was a little busy in Southeast Asia. But I'm telling you, the Warriors just won the championship. I like the way they've got everything. I like their G League, how they've got everybody they can bring up. I'm going to throw the rat on the table here. So everybody going to get excited, but I'd get rid of Wiseman. I'd see what I could trade for Wiseman, and that's where I'm at.
Well, the problem is that you got to match up salaries, and if you go around the league and you look around and you say, all right, who makes 15% of $9 million in either direction, there's just not a lot of great impact players.
And where's his value at right now?
It's probably as low as it is going to be.
I would rather keep Wiseman, and you look at the Kevon Looney situation. Wiseman's more athletically gifted than Kevon Looney. He has more upside than Kevon Looney, and I hate using that word. But we saw it his rookie season. As an 18-year-old, 19-year-old, giving you 11 and 6. And he had great stretches. Now, he had some bad stretches. Defensively, he doesn't know where to be at times. When he's playing with Steph, he's got to know where to screen, where to be at, and hopefully he learned that this season. I would not personally give up on James Wiseman.
No,
I would not.
No, I wouldn't either, especially considering that if you're looking at it strictly from value perspective, it's the lowest possible value right now currently. And also, I wanted to say thank you for serving our country in the late 60s. Don't want to sleep on that.
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
Gentlemen, we have some Giants breaking news. Luis Gonzalez was scratched for the past couple of games due to lower back tightness. He was supposed to have an MRI, and Susan Slusser had just reported, of course, who covers the Giants, that Luis Gonzalez is now headed to the IL.
Wow. How long?
After the MRI.
How long?
Not sure yet. We will continue to...
retroactive back to June 22nd.
There you go.
That's not good. It could be 7. It could be 15. It could be 60, 30. I mean, who knows?
Donovan Walton, recall from AAA Sacramento.
Second baseman, considering LaStella is... We're here. LaStella being your DH.
Oh, my gosh.
It makes no sense to me. The guy cannot play in the field. He can't run the bases. I don't get it. Walton actually wasn't bad. Walton wasn't that bad when he came up. Journeyman type dude. Great little story. This stinks, though, because Luis Gonzalez was really good for this team. He was hitting the other way. He was giving you balanced at-bats. His spray chart in terms of where he puts the ball, I mean, it looked like he was like an Ichiro Tony Gwynn in terms of being able to hit to all fields. I'm not saying he's as good as those guys. But I'm saying like it's rare in this day. Because, just for a second. The Giants pull the ball more than any team in baseball.
No doubt.
All right? So having a guy that can go the other way is very unique for this lineup, and it provided a tremendous amount of value. It's a stinger, and he's a really good athletic player who can play really good defense at multiple spots in the outfield. This is a big blow.
Big blow. Big blow to the Giants. They can't stay healthy yet. They're 8 games over 500, so I'll give them credit there. By the way, speaking of Giants, if you're looking for the newest podcast for all your Giants needs, subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, hosted by Joe Shasky and Mark Willard, diehard Giants fans who bring the heat on the biggest stories and issues facing the team. A Giants podcast done by Giants fans for fans. New episodes drop Mondays and today, Thursdays, on the Odyssey app or wherever you can get your podcast.
Yeah, we already recorded it. It's in the oven. It's coming out like a lasagna. It's going to be delicious.
Did you guys bring me up in our arguments?
No.
Oh, wow. All right.
I mean, a little pre-show, just rippage.
Oh, wow.
That's about it.
That's it.
Well, the hard part about these podcasts, for me and Mark, it isn't me and Mark working together. It's getting Sam Lebland to shut up and turn the cameras off so that we can get the thing started. Because this guy's rat-a-tat-tatting me all of his Giants hot takes.
Dude, our pre-show calls the night before. This is Lubman talking for 2 straight minutes. He's done with his sentence. Then he just keeps going. And it's on to the next thing. I'm like, take a breath, Lubman.
Oh, we did.
Take a breath.
Well, let's at least credit the consistency here then.
We did Spaces the other day, and I was like, I'm Joe Shasky, producer for Sam Lubman, as Sam Lubman is going on and on and on and on and on and on.
He lived for the Twitter Spaces. He did one with me last week. First time he ever did it. Dude, he was giving off takes. Okay, let's go to the caller. I was like, damn, can I get an opinion? I thought this was my Spaces. Damn, Lubman. I'm not mad at his hustle.
Lubman, who is your favorite Giants player on 2022 season?
I mean, I think like everyone else, I've been caught up in the Jock extravaganza. I've definitely fallen for Jock very quickly, but I mean, Logan Webb and Yaz, they're right up there too for me. So.
Yaz is struggling lately, though.
158 batting average in his last 17 games.
And defensively, he just doesn't. That first step's just been a little slow in the last couple of weeks. I think he needs a couple days off.
Batting 158 in his last 17.
Well, he was up to 300, and then he hovered around 290 for a couple weeks, and now it's just dropped off. We're in the dog days. He's been good this year, though.
What will be the biggest hot take when the Warriors make this pick at 28th, or if they trade it away? What's the hot take going to be?
I don't know.
What is the take going to be?
I don't know.
Future superstar. What's the comp going to be? That's another thing I live for with the drafts. Well, all the player comps.
Kevon Looney was supposed to be Lamar Odom.
Is that what his player comp was?
They were showing Lamar Odom.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not joking.
Oh my God, was it Jay Billis doing the narration?
No, I forget who it was.
Seth
I think it might have been the CBS one.
Oh, well, it was a CBS draft show?
Yeah, and they're really awful.
Oh, yeah, they're bad.
Yeah.
They're bad. Remember, one guy said Jordan Poole was the worst draft pick in the entire draft.
Oh.
Whoever that guy was. Said Jordan Poole was the worst draft pick. Cam Johnson of Phoenix was number 2. Why did they need Cam Johnson? They reached for him. Jordan Poole, the Warriors? This is why the dynasty is over.
Well, I mean, Joey Bart's going to be the next Buster Posey.
Oh, boy. So I live for the player comps, like Paulo Banchero.
I do, too. But here's
Chet Holmgren.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with player comps. I do it all the time in the NFL. When I see someone play and I see their body type or I see their mannerisms, I will compare them to someone from yesteryear. That doesn't mean they will be that guy from yesteryear, right? For example, when you see Elliot Ramos' body type and him taking at bat, I go, wow, his mannerisms remind me of Raul Mondesi. Does that mean he's as good as Raul Mondesi? Raul Mondesi was so good. Right? I don't think people remember how good he was. I mean, he had potential to be he was going
to be a Hall of Fame player.
Exactly.
He didn't go 40-40, did he?
I don't know. He was damn good.
He was good.
I mean, he was really,
and he
really
would kick
good.
your ass if you hit him.
That's what I'm saying. But like, if you say, "Hey, his mannerisms or his batting style remind me of that player," people are like, "Well, he's not Raul." No, I'm not saying that's who he is. So, like, we throw these comps out there, and it's like, what was Jesse? What was it? Jessup? Jenny and Jessup?
Jenny and Jessup.
Yeah. Oh, he could be Kyle Korver meets Stacey Augmon. It's like, stop it. What are we doing?
Wow, he had a year.
Justinian Jessup.
Is that what it is? Thank you.
Justinian.
Yeah, and well, yeah.
Dude, Raul Mondesi had a couple seasons where he went 30, 33 homers, 36 stolen bases, 30 homers, 32 stolen bases, 27 homers, 30 stolen bases. This dude was good.
Yeah.
Good, and he just kind of fell off the map out of nowhere.
You know what? I want to do an exercise because we've done this before where we're box score hunting.
Yeah.
I want you to pull up a name from yesteryear, Nomar Garciaparra. And I want you to look at some of these years from Nomar Garciaparra. I think we have forgotten how good he was. We were going over this thing the other day about Derek Jeter, and I love to say that he's overrated.
Nomar was good. I had him in fantasy baseball, 35 homers, 122 RBI as a 24-year-old, 30 homers, 98 RBIs as a 23-year-old, 25 years old with the Boston Red Sox.
There was a Dodger season. Give me the Dodger season.
27, 104 with a Dodger season.
He had to be like in his 30s.
32 years old, 20 homers, 93 RBI, 303 batting average. He stopped running at that point in his career, but he made the All-Star game. His last year with Boston, 29 years old, 28 homers, 105 RBIs. He ended up hitting 229 homers, and if I had to guess over the course of his career, I would have guessed that he hit over 300 home runs. I'm actually surprised he only hit 229. He got hurt. He had a lot of years where he was hurt.
But is he a career 300 hitter?
313.
That's what I think of him as.
313 batting average. And the crazy stance, all the quirkiness, hitting the knee pass, the wristbands,
the glove work.
All of it.
The glove, yes.
He had it
absolutely. And he had the blue or dark blue sweaty cap.
Yeah.
You know, with like the sweat streaks going along the side of it.
Who's part of that mega blockbuster trade where it was like 4 teams?
Yes.
He went to the Cubs. Somebody went to the... It was wild. Nomar Garciaparra, guy who has been forgotten about.
Him and Alfonso Soriano will live forever on my MLB 2K team back in the early 2000s.
Wow. Yeah, I'm seeing something on YouTube. I don't like to comment. You can check it out yourself. By the way, it's time for the Xfinity Flex moment of the show. There was a certain segment of the fan base who wanted one to trade Wiggins, Wiseman, and these picks for Ben Simmons, or Bradley Beal, or Miles Turner. They wanted the Warriors to trade at the deadline to go get a big. Go trade one of these guys for a big. They wanted the Warriors to move off Poole. They wanted the Warriors to do a lot of things. There was a segment that wanted Steve Kerr. Hey, you know what? Steve Kerr's time is up. Oh, you know what? You may need to move on from Bob Myers. But seriously, think about all the conversations last summer. Trade Wiggins. Oh, you know what? Pascal Siakam. You got to go get him. I'd rather have Andrew Wiggins. And I said that then, now say it again now. I'd rather have Andrew Wiggins. I'd rather have Kuminga and Moody in my stable knowing that, oh, boy, in a year or two, they're going to be factors. Hell, they may be factors next season. So the Warriors are good as is. And they're going to go run it back next year, and they're probably going to go back-to-back as long as they're healthy.
Thank you, Meek Mill and Drake.
I'm just saying, they're going to go back-to-back.
The flex of the show.
I got it
presented
there.
by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
I mean, we do all these flex. You always get to shine in the flex moments of the show. We make sure you get that flex.
Well, you got to remember.
Chesky wakes up at 6 in the morning for that flex. He wakes up in the morning for that flex. He's always telling Langford, make sure extra flex moment of the show. That's a great
I've
take.
never said that to you. Steven, have I ever said that to you once?
That's actually a surprise.
No,
That's a surprise.
You're all good.
Thanks.
I heard that you rehearse your first 10 takes in the mirror in the morning.
No, that's Cowherd with his 14 scripts
That's
and
his idol.
38 podcasts.
If you're not rehearsing material, then you're not doing it right.
Yeah,
Maybe it's just me in a 1 hour commute. But
I'm good off that.
Oh, you got to have
be
a
off
couple.
the top of the dome.
You got to have at least 3 or 4 zingers at the back, just ready to come out. And the whole thing about freestyle rappers, they're not making it up as they go along. This is all pre-thought of, pre-mentally rehearsed
those guys,
stuff.
yes, I would agree with you on that.
Yeah.
So
I like
you
to be organic, though. I don't like the rehearsing. I don't know. Top of the dome makes for fun radio, Diz. But I get it. You got to do what you got to do.
See,
Jim Rome.
Yeah, me and him live for like immediate. The game just ended. Let's turn on the microphones.
You
and yell at
guys?
each other.
No.
Yeah, so that's kind of our style of how we work together. Otherwise, he'd strangle me by about 5:45.
I'm not saying you script everything, but there are things you think about as we bring in Whitey Gleason, who famously, when we would do the Rise Guys.
Oh, look at this.
You couldn't come down and visit us? Man.
No. Come on now. When you're a Whitey Gleason, when you get to this level, you've got 4 names, you've got certain writers in the contract. There's certain times you don't need to show up. You're Whitey Blinken Gleason.
So
for crying out loud.
I'm gonna go behind the scenes here, Whitey. Please don't kill me. But one time, my wife comes in station. And I go, hey, Michelle, this is Whitey. And he goes, it's Kevin. And I was like, oh. And I didn't even know that was your first name because I've always called you Whitey. And I felt so bad. My wife's like, what's wrong with you?
Why? Where did Whitey come from then if your name is Kevin?
When I was a little kid, I had really, really blonde hair.
Oh.
And when I started in radio, my first radio job, real quick, they said, hey, kid, you're on the radio. This was in San Francisco. You're on the radio starting Monday, and your name is going to be Stretch Bergmeyer. And I said, nah.
No way.
It's a true story.
Yeah,
Are you
you're going to
kidding
be
me?
Stretch Bergmeyer. And I said, no, I'm not doing that. And I'd never even been on the radio.
Stretch?
Yeah.
Stretch Bergmeyer.
So they said, well, what are you going to be
respect
called?
on his
Gleason's my real name. And when I was a kid, my dad, my brother called, hey, Whitey, where's your hat? So I said, what about Whitey Gleason? They said, okay. So it was either that or Stretch Bergmeyer.
Was your dad a soprano? Like, where's your hat?
Where's your hat? No,
Meet me at Satriani's.
It was a time when you were more direct with your children.
Yeah,
Hey,
yes.
hey, Whitey, where's your hat? instead of Logan, here's your knit beanie, honey. I have one extra.
So true.
So that's a rehearsed bit.
So true.
By the way,
true.
Hey, in case you don't know, it's time
always
for
Logan,
changeover.
by
The changeover brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change you want to see. 3 Dibs, 3. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco Odyssey Station. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date Warriors coverage. Do we want to get into the Giants? Do you want to get into the NBA draft? What do you want to do, Dibs?
For me, it's the NBA draft because, and Whitey reminded me on our conference call, he and I did a show together last year on the NBA draft day, which is one of those,
Wow.
And I'm sure we, in 2011, 12, and 13, before the accident, I'm sure we did NBA draft day shows those years too. March 11th, 2014, a day that will live in infamy. But so we had a reflective moment earlier where it's like, oh my God, we're doing the draft again. I actually love the NBA draft. Now, you can't compare it to the NFL draft. You can compare the NFL draft to like the US Festival or Live Aid.
Okay.
That thing's on a whole nother level.
Yeah.
But as far as non-NFL drafts, I love a draft and I love this draft because it's kind of a mix of like, oh, I remember that guy. And who the hell? Let's get to know you.
Yeah, it's so different now, right? I mean, I'm on a little bit of a hot streak here. 2 years ago, I was hot on Halliburton, first-team All-Rookie. Last year, I was hot on Franz Wagner and first-team All-Rookie, although people still make fun of me.
I like Wagner.
Yeah, people think
nice.
he's a good player.
He is really nice for Orlando.
This year, picking 28th, right, to Dibs' point, we could make up a name, and most people be like, okay. That's Willard Shasky. I think that's who the Warriors should take. Most people be like, all right. How does he have length?
He's a 6'9", he's a 3-and-D guy out of Purdue, Indiana, Fort Wayne State.
So it's a whole different deal when you actually have a decent team, right? Whole different equation than the last 2 years for the Warriors.
And we're actually going to get into that lottery versus non-lottery. We're going head-to-head today. We're going to take our since 2000, our all Warriors team, the lottery guys against the non-lottery guys, and put them head-to-head. You'd be surprised. Non-lottery, we got something to say to that to team lottery.
Wow. Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole.
And again, this is back to 2000.
Back to 2000.
So Gilbert Arenas.
Exactly.
Gilbert Arenas is on that list, no
Absolutely.
doubt. Beandrins?
Troy Murphy.
Beandrins is
didn't
on
make the starting five.
He's on the lottery. I was going to ask.
He was a lottery pick?
He was like 14th.
He was 11th, I think.
11th.
Yeah. That tweener range.
Marco Bellinelli, 18th overall.
Dibs, do you remember
Yuri Welsh.
Beandrins was part of the greatest radio bid of all time? Do you remember that?
You'd have to refresh me.
It was, 2011, I think. We had a bid, who's going to score more, the Sharks or Beandrins? Remember?
Right, yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Yeah. And I think the Sharks beat them.
Yeah. I think it was 2-0. 2-0.
Speaking of which, how about those Colorado Avalanche last night?
Well, it's just one of those things where hockey and all the hockey replay crazy folks, because there were 6 men on the ice.
Okay.
So do we want to get to a point where you look at that? Like, one of my pet peeves in the NFL is the whole idea of 12 men on the field penalty, where a team is trying to sub, a guy is busting ass to get off, he's about a step away, he's not a part of the play, technically he's on the field, 12 men on the field.
Yeah, meanwhile,
we can let that go.
Meanwhile, both Harbaughs are at like the 50-yard line in the middle of the play, and no one says anything.
Right.
Or McVay's chest bumping in the end zone.
Yeah, he's in the end zone.
See, that's what I was saying about Peyton, because he would always start the play before the guy got off the field.
Peyton
I thought
Manning.
that was so cheap. Yeah. He would always do that.
Genius.
That's
Genius.
dirty.
Aaron
That's
Rodgers
dirty.
does the same thing.
Yeah, I know.
But
it's genius.
So.
It's genius. Draft day. I always love the player comps. The player comps are always funny. I had no idea Kevon Looney, his player comp was Lamar Odom. They couldn't be any more different.
There was also pre-hip injuries and stuff, and they were showing his high school footage at the time, and he was dominating.
He was dominating.
Just crazy domination.
You should see Dibs mixtape before pre-hip injury.
Oh, yeah.
It was amazing.
Yeah, some of the bits we used to do in early Rice Guys days, back when your boy had hair and actually a twinkle of life left in him.
Some flexibility.
Something, man. Oh, boy.
Kobe.
Pulled a hammy
It's
softball.
not that bad, Dibs.
Came back, by the way, 2 for 2. Here's the story. I think I told you yesterday after you guys were gone or the day before, but I'm like the 17th man on our softball team.
Okay.
The email comes in, we're going to forfeit unless you show up, Dibs. So I show up post-parade. They know I'm post-hammy, by the way. Still a little gimpy for life.
Yeah.
I show up. We got 11 guys. I didn't need to show up, Butch. I got hoodwinked.
So did you sit on the bench?
I sat the bench the first inning. I'm like, I'm taking a couple of hacks at least.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
So
say.
you took some hacks?
2 for 2.
Did you run it out?
I limped it out, forced it second all 3 times. I was forced out anyway, but sadly, Butch, I did the most embarrassing thing you can do in an adult softball league.
Grounded a double play.
No, drew a walk.
Oh, yeah, my dad would yell
I coaxed
at you.
it, too.
Swing the bat!
I did a couple times.
Dude, I draw a walk if he's not throwing in his zone. You know what? I'm not taking the bat off my shoulders.
Yeah.
Striking out is worse than walking.
Good point.
Striking out is bad. Striking out is
Good
bad.
point.
I hear. I wouldn't know, but that's what I hear.
Nice.
You know, if the guy throws you, depending on situation, right? But if guy throws you 3 in the dirt or whatever, swing at one of them like it's cricket, missing it on purpose so you can get another pitch to hit.
We were down 14-2 at this
You need
point.
base runners.
base runners.
Yeah, that's a team player.
We were hoping to get a
That's why
crooked
you
number
get
up
emailed.
there. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Look, I told him after the game, lose my email, bro.
Yeah. Farhan would like you, though. You get on base.
Totally.
Yeah. Well, if Willard's off, speaking of Farha, Willard's off after that nice little heated debate yesterday about the Gigantes, and they lose a tough one yesterday, 4-3, giving up 3 runs in the bottom of the 9th.
Giving
inning.
up
Willard,
90 feet, defensively.
Marcelo Ozuna.
And that's why, you guys talked about the defense. If you're not an elite defensive team, those things can happen to you.
Well, the one big issue, and Mark kind of gets mad. He's like, oh, the winning. The one issue that I have throughout all the winning, I love speed and athleticism. And the one area, even when they won championships, outside of Pagan, outside of Torres and Blanco, they had no speed. Nobody who's athletic.
Yeah.
And that's like my biggest issue with the current Giants. And then you just juxtapose that with the rest of the baseball. Everyone's got 2 or 3 guys that can run. Look at this
So
Atlanta
boring.
team.
Yeah, it's so boring. They win, but they're boring. I think in 2 weeks they have market inefficiency bobblehead day. And it's like, who cares, right?
See? Scripted,
I was just
clever,
gonna say.
well-timed. Don't be afraid. The kids out there. And I was giving out advice this morning on Twitter Spaces. We did a wake and take.
A wake and take.
I like that.
Anytime you
I
do
like
a
that.
Twitter Spaces this early in the day, it's a wake and take. I gave out advice on breakfast, and I just want to remind people it is the most important meal of the day.
Yeah.
It is. What's
you're
your
right.
favorite breakfast?
What I'm
I
eating
like
right now, nice little yogurt, some granola, some
don't
peanut butter,
love
some
that,
berries.
though.
I do love it. It's healthy. It makes me feel
Is
good.
this
All
thing
right,
on?
Pinocchio.
Breakfast burrito.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's just,
Shasky.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gambino.
Is that a San Francisco Seals?
pretty sweet, huh?
Yeah, it is.
That's
Ebbets.
amazing.
I got this about 10 years ago. The wife got it for me, and I busted it out today. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to wear the thin coat. Yeah. You like
That's
that?
nice. My grandfather pitched for them way back in 19.
Wow, what a
and he
drop.
wasn't very good.
What a
He did,
drop.
but yeah, I got to get one of those.
Damn.
Yeah.
The ego's at this
Ebbets.com.
place.
So great.
It always comes
Yeah.
back to the individual.
Yeah.
I. It's always about I.
Even the humble Whitey had to.
The humble whitey.
Yeah.
By the way, Jockford today? Can we get some Jockford?
Let me check. Not today.
Nah.
No.
By the way, my boy David Tell on Giants pre and post game live yesterday named all the World Series champions since 1903, except for one, 1982.
Choked. He choked it. He was on a great roll. He was cooking through it. He was blindfolded. Laura Britt he was popping, and he got locked up in 82.
Got locked up in 82. And they named ones after that. I was like, wait, 83 was, who was 83? The
Orioles.
Orioles.
Orioles beat the Phillies.
Eddie
There you
Murray.
go.
Yeah.
84, Tigers.
Yeah. Tigers.
Yeah.
85, Royals.
He was good, and he even had the years where they didn't have it. My girl's like, turn this off.
It was great television, right?
I got into that.
I know that move.
Once he started stammering in the early 80s, she looked at me and she goes, turn this off.
Turn this off.
I got to see him close it out.
I needed Wody and I needed Pavlovich to add a little more context to it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it was all good. By the way, Dibs, I'm off tomorrow. What would you call that? A stretch 3? Or is that even a stretch?
No. Are you taking Monday off?
No.
It's the expression comes from the NBA term stretch 4 because we talk about a player being a stretch 4. So when you get a holiday like 4th of July, it's on a Monday this year.
Yes.
If you're taking the Friday before, it's a stretch 4.
Are you taking that Friday?
I'm not, but I got a couple of stretch 5s coming up. I am too. And one thing, Whitey, that they didn't have my first time around, I think they call it paternity leave, where you as a dad get to
take like 6 months off, right?
I think you get 6 weeks, but you can use it over the course of a year.
Yes.
So how will you use that?
Dibbly spaces. I'm looking at 2, 2, and 2. It's going to be a Chuck Woolery. I'm going to do 2 and 2.
Club option.
Totally.
Like the old NBA Finals format, huh?
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, your boy's going to hit him with the 2, 2, 2. I call it the ballet approach, the 2, 2.
Yeah. And you go back east. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not Willard and Dibs. It's Willard or Dibs.
That's what I said. That's what I said. And that's what July is going to be, by the way.
You use that
Willard or Dibs. Yeah.
Willard or Dibs in July.
Yeah. And a ton of Whitey. So there you go.
That's always good. We need some Whitey in our life. We need some Whitey. You guys.
Who do we got on today?
Yeah, what's going on today,
besides Whitey?
I think it's pretty much me and Dibs holding things down. Yeah.
Is Mattson at? Is Mattson here?
Yeah, where is Mattson?
He's under the weather. Yeah.
All that confetti he consumed on Monday.
Yeah, and
confetti-itis.
If things get tough, we can break glass and call an emergency Kreidler into the fray. So,
wow,
nice.
So there's always a threat on his own.
There's always a threat of a Mark Kreidler appearance around any corner. Yeah,
I don't even know where to go with that one.
Yeah,
I want some jock pretty day, man. Get Guru in early. Do a 2-man jock.
Do me a favor. Pick up the ball. I sent it to sales, seeking a sponsorship for Jock Pretty.
I mean, well, that's the problem.
It was supposed to be Wednesday.
Good luck with that.
Wednesday, 11:45.
Good luck with that.
Your morning drive. You're swinging.
Boxer
you're swinging
Gerson.
Pretty heavy hand these days.
Listen. I ain't seen a pity out of Boxer. I love you, Boxer Gerson. Let's just.
You need to stop
You know
by.
what? Let me just stop.
You need to stop by.
I don't know. They need a little pick me up over there. They need a little pick me up over there. And I don't know if I can do anything about that. Just saying.
That's always good for business when you crush the client on the air, by the way.
No, crush the sales rep, not the client.
Oh,
the clients
that's
are great.
Even better.
Boxer Gerson, I love you.
There goes that
Oakland PD, I love you. I love all our sponsors. It's the actual rep.
Exactly.
Anyway, let me get out of here before they come hunt me down. And I get a ticket on my car because I parked on the street. What is this? Coming up to a high noon.
Don't let it push your buttons, Whitey.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And for Mark Willard today, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, thrilled to be back with Dan Dibley, of course. And yeah, Dibs, oddly enough, this is the second consecutive NBA draft day that you and I have been on together. Last year, because of COVID and the crazy schedule, wasn't the draft, it was like the day before the MLB trade deadline, something like that.
Oh, right.
You and John Dickinson and I had just a crazy, crazy week.
Yeah, it was wild, in those days when we all were at home coming up on 15 months and still hadn't made it back in the studio. And, we didn't really have a Warriors championship parade last year. I know we spent a lot of time celebrating the fact that they made the play-in tournament, but I don't remember there being confetti for that.
No, I don't think so. There was no Kuminga confetti. By the way, real quick, for what it's worth, I wish I was in with you. Went to a wedding this weekend and have a wedding. My daughter's getting married in a couple of weeks, but my nephew got married this weekend. It's like, well, do we go down there in Southern California? We don't want to get sick and then miss our daughter's wedding, but it's my nephew, so we went. Everything was fine, but then all of a sudden we're getting these reports, so-and-so tested positive, so-and-so tested positive. So I've been exposed. So the powers that be thought, you know what, it's better if you're home today rather than potentially exposing Dibs and the like.
And you could argue that you were exposed, and me and Kreidler were exposed as well back in 2014 when we were shown the door.
That's right. We were.
Not the first time you've been exposed.
Right.
But
It's
seriously,
funny how you keep bringing that up. You're the only person I know who has the audacity to bring that up to me. Nobody else wants to talk about it. But
you have to talk about it, and it speaks to what Steph Curry was saying, how he's the petty king, and I'm as petty as anybody.
Right. That's
so
right.
Whatever, we got fired, and here we are back on the station 8 years later. 8+ years later, by the way, and we're doing great. The station's doing better than ever, so what's to be ashamed of?
Go to hell, Dibs.
Well, he did, Well, that show didn't get fired. Our guy left, and then we both moved on.
Yeah, I thought of him driving through Lemoore on the way back from SoCal this weekend. Steve Kerr yesterday told the media, he said, you know what, I think we could be better next year. And some members of the media were like, what? Better next year? You won the championship. That would make you the greatest team of all time if you're better after winning a championship. Obviously, anybody who knows how this works knows that you'd better be better because everybody else is coming for you. And there's 4 ways to get better, Dibs, right? Free agency, player development, trades, and number 4, the draft. So the Warriors have the draft today, but picking 28th as we sit here right now, probably not necessarily a very wide path to improvement through the draft this year.
No, but I think you're looking at improvement for 3 years from now, quite frankly, because the way the roster is now, you know that your top 8 spots are probably going to be occupied by guys you already have under contract. And then spots 9, 10, and 11 will be either players you retain through free agency, Looney, Porter Jr., GP2, those guys will all be in your 10 to 12-man rotation if they're retained. And if they're not retained, whoever they're replaced by, those players will be in the rotation ahead of whatever happens today in the draft. So you're in a great spot where, you're picking 28th, not ideal to get a player you need right now, but you don't have room to play anybody right now. If Wiseman comes back, Kuminga and Moody, their minutes will go up. You'd imagine Steph and Draymond, their minutes will probably come down a little bit next year as they load manage their way through the 82 regular season schedule. So the minutes that are going to be able to be had are not going to be had by the players you take tonight.
Hey, Spadoni's having a big draft day, right? I don't think the Lakers have a single pick. But isn't it funny how the draft comes back to Wiseman? We come back to Wiseman. By the way, my understanding is not a capologist anymore, but if the Warriors trade out of the first round, let's say they go down from 28 to 31st or something, then you can bring somebody in at the league minimum, and you can actually save several $1 million by doing that. But you mentioned Wiseman, and it's incredible that is still a very real situation for the Warriors. If the Warriors hadn't won this year, just think of how much of the conversation would be, well, they're going to need more from Wiseman next year. As it is, it's still an open question whether you can expect anything from him going forward.
Or do you need anything from him going forward? I mean, I think you would need him more for the 82 than the 16. The 82 regular season games versus the 16 playoff games, because I get the sense that no matter what happens with Wiseman over the course of the regular season next year, when you come into the playoffs, it's going to come down to matchups anyway. So if you face a team like Memphis, for example, who doesn't have the same traditional big that other teams have, I don't know if Wiseman would be a guy who would be on the floor in a postseason series like that. You mentioned earlier on our call how the Warriors did kind of get, not lucky, but the path that they navigated was not heavy center laden. You didn't have Gobert. You didn't have Ayton to get through.
You didn't have Cat. You did have Jokic, but you didn't have those three,
Right, but Wiseman's not somebody who would guard Jokic. So, to that point, the point you made, which was so astute, there weren't as many playable defensive minutes for a guy like James Wiseman, even if he makes a couple of big steps next year between now and next year in the playoffs it still doesn't guarantee he's going to be on the floor in those matchups.
What did you make of this? We know that before the playoffs started, if I have my timeline right, Wiseman was down in Santa Cruz, and he was working out with the idea that he'd be joining the team, and then they shut him down, and they shut him down throughout the postseason. Look at Robert Williams III. He suffered his injury late in the season, and they brought him back. And Wiseman, given that they shut him down in April, they played into June, theoretically, you could have played him. But obviously, I don't know if it was a matter of, look, he's not healthy or he just can't help us this year. Again, not blaming him for anything because they did win the championship, but I thought it was interesting that they made that decision in April. It's like, he's done, we're shutting him down, even though they ended up playing into June.
Right, and it's because I think, in part, you look at a player with that level of experience, you weren't going to play him anyway in the playoffs. I mean, Jonathan Kuminga was healthier and better. I mean, he's had a better pro career than James Wiseman has. I think you could say that safely to date. Both have played about the same amount of time. Kuminga maybe has played a little bit more, but Kuminga wasn't really playable in the playoffs. And Moses Moody, who's off to a better start to his career than James Wiseman, he wasn't playable in the postseason. There was even a time where Jordan Poole against Memphis was looking a little bit skittish because he's a young player, and when you get in the playoffs, it's grown man time. So I think that played heavily into the shutting down of James Wiseman, and also the sense of his knees, they could be a problem. I mean, this could be the worst case scenario is his knees don't get better and he can't play, and he goes the Greg Oden route. That's worst case scenario.
Whitey in for Willard today, the Comcast business text line, wide open, 888-957-9570. Some thoughts here from the smartest listeners in radio. Floyd from San Jose, is there a scenario that exists where you could see the Warriors trading up? I don't think so, Dibs. I don't think they're really interested. They don't like anybody enough to take on that much more salary right now.
And all the talk, and there hasn't been that much talk, thankfully, because I think it's nonsense of trading the 28th pick and Jordan Poole to go up and get a first round this year and or a first round next year, whatever any compensation would be for Jordan Poole. You don't do that. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, and you have a good young star in the making in Jordan Poole. You're not going to trade him under any circumstance, and so to that point, how are you going to trade up? Even if you saw somebody at 10 or 11 that you loved, how would you get up there without trading a valuable asset?
Does the fact that the Warriors didn't have to go through a heavy center late in gauntlet in the playoffs say something about the fact that heavy center teams don't do as well in today's playoffs from the 5-1-0? I don't know. It might. I believe I'm buying into the whole narrative that Phoenix, everybody got COVID, and that was one of the reasons they collapsed. I don't know. But it might. I mean, the Warriors said, we think we're fine. We think we're fine. And I know I was among those saying, they don't have enough size. It's going to hurt them. It didn't hurt them. Right. They won the championship.
It didn't hurt them in large part because the teams they went through, but it also didn't hurt them because these guys are incredible basketball players.
Yeah.
And Draymond Green at 6'4" or 6'5" or whatever he actually is, he plays much bigger. And Andrew Wiggins showed a dedication to play big. I mean, the dunking, the rebounding, the
mean
stout
mugging.
Defending. Yeah, even a mean mug, which is very un-Canadian, by the way.
I was just going to say that. I didn't think Canadians knew how to do that. Yeah.
No, I mean, I was stunned by that. And even Kevon Looney at 6'9" as your center, he played at times bigger than his frame would indicate.
Yeah, so where I'm going with that is, there was a time, and I know we're going to talk a lot about the Warriors draft history here. You found some very interesting nuggets. There was a time when the Warriors liked, recent history, to use one of their later picks on a center-type project. Festus Ezeli, Damian Jones. Given where the Warriors are right now, I think that could be a position of need. It may not be. If Wiseman is fine, you're fine there. But given what's available, I would like to see him, if there's a guy available like Christian Coloco from Arizona, with the 28th pick or trading down, get a center, a 7-foot center, defensive-minded center. That's what they used to do. I think that would be a smart pick now.
Because of their tenuous situation at the big position, considering James Wiseman right now is your only true big, being north of 7 feet.
Yeah.
The next closest would be Kevon Looney at 6'9".
Right. And perhaps it also would be, not that there's any reason to think Wiseman isn't working hard. There's no reason to think that, but it might be nice to tell him, look, we know you've been through a lot. We support you, but, have somebody push him a little bit. Like, yeah, we think you're great, but at some point we got to see something, and we just drafted this guy. So,
yeah, I don't know if that does a lot for his confidence. If you draft a center, maybe you wait until one of your second-round picks, which is, the second-round picks are not guaranteed, so that's more of a flyer.
Right.
I think that would be a less threatening way to address what you're talking about. And, I know it's kind of a soft notion to think that a guy who hasn't done anything in the league, 39 total games, 836 minutes, and we need to, quote, protect him. But James is a young player, and, you've really supported him. You've stood by him. You've been patient with his injury, and it feels like now, again, this is Wiseman 3.0, Summer League. I don't know if he'll play at Chase or in Vegas. He's going to play one of them, and this will be the first third chance to look at how he looks.
Well, to the point that Steve Kerr made yesterday, that we should be better next year, that's the key to it, right? They could bring everybody back, which is dangerous when you win to just bring everybody back. Except in this case, when you have Wiseman, Kuminga, Moody, and Poole too, you have so many young players that figure to be better just by the fact that they have more experience. So you could bring back everybody. Don't know if they'll be able to do that. And you would still be better because it's fair to expect significant improvement from your young players, including Wiseman.
Right, and I think if James is healthy, he's going to have a good, long regular season to just go out there, play, struggle, learn, and grow. Because I do think that one thing that the Warriors learned this season is that they can win without having these guys play the entire season. If they're healthy come playoff time, they realize this year that without Kevin Durant, they're still good enough to win a championship. So I would imagine it's going to be load management like we've never seen before for the big three, for Steph, Klay, and Draymond, whether it's due to injuries or just straight up nights off. So there's going to be a lot of minutes available for the others.
From the 650, and hey, put your name on it so we can give you credit. But thanks for checking in here on the Comcast Business text line. Why do you think it makes the most sense to draft a player that can play overseas next year and develop for free with their cap situations? The old draft and stash strategy, Dibs.
Yeah, it makes sense, and that's why we were saying yesterday that our draft coverage should be brought to you by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk, because that's where all these guys are going. Thank you. And I don't know if they still have the rights to Justini and Jessup, but maybe bring him back and give him a look in Summer League as well.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with Nikola Jovic. Draft him and stash him. All right. It's like, I don't know. I think he's a big man with he can pass the ball. Right, Dibs? Let's go with him.
I think there's a Luka Domčić. He plays in Bratislava.
Yeah, that really is a Nikola Jovic. And it looks like, and the Warriors like him. Denver likes him. But that does make sense. So the Warriors, they do have a number of options here rather than just grab the best player at 28 and plug him in next year because of all the financial ramifications, Dibs. It gets complicated.
Yeah, and I guess if you don't want to wind up having to pay a guy on a guaranteed deal, the Warriors, if they make a trade, I think they would trade back theoretically, because if you draft a guy in the first round, he's slotted at a certain number.
Right.
And so now that's an additional number times 3, by the way, for the luxury tax for Joe Lacob. So if I'm Joe, I'm saying, guys, if we don't have to pick anybody there, if we can trade back and get an additional second rounder, not guaranteed, control his rights, Santa Cruz it up, and maybe get a second to be named later, that actually would probably be the move.
Mm-hmm. Have you come down from the parade high yet? Or are you still just kind of floating around the house and the station?
I think I'm good now. It's usually a day or two, but and I had some confetti in my backpack that I had to fish out yesterday that was kind of lingering, but I try to hold on to those memories just to remind myself how incredibly special these championships are, even though we're kind of getting used to it around here.
Yeah.
Giants with 10, 12, and 14, and the Warriors now with 4. So we've gotten 7 parades in the last 13 years, plus a couple of near misses from the Niners. It's been a nice little run.
Was this the unlikeliest of all those championships? We'll get to that. Also, a history of the 28th pick. It ain't pretty, but there is hope. That's coming up next here. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. That's all brought to you by Whole Foods Market.
Enjoy savings on dinner favorites at Whole Foods Market. Get top sirloin beef steak and beef kebabs for $7.99 a pound through June 28th.
Investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No. We have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Did you know that every 3 minutes in the U.S., someone is diagnosed with leukemia or lymphoma? In partnership with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and Subaru of America, Stevens Creek Subaru will be delivering warm blankets, arts and craft kits, and messages of hope to patients in need. It's Stevens Creek Subaru's love promise to be more than just a retailer. Hi, I'm Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru, and I'm asking for your assistance in spreading love and hope where it really is needed. You can make a difference with as little as a handwritten message of hope. For more information, go to StevensCreekSubaru.com and click on the Subaru Loves to Care banner.
Stevens Creek Subaru is not only the Bay Area's preferred destination for all things Subaru, but they're also the home to one of the best cups of coffee in the Bay Area. Talk to our Subaruistas at the Wilderness Cafe, located inside Stevens Creek Subaru, and try your new favorite cup of coffee.
We're easy to find in San Jose on Stevens Creek Boulevard, just off of Winchester near Santana Row and Valley Fair, or online at StevensCreekSubaru.com. That's StevensCreekSubaru.com. And remember, buckle up and drive safely.
Whether you're working in an office or remote, Staples has your tech.
New AirPods so I can turn up the music and tune out distractions.
Staples has your tech.
A Wi-Fi extender for faster downloads? A portable keyboard so I can work from anywhere.
Staples has you covered with tech solutions and accessories, from the latest laptops to networking solutions. And now Apple AirPods Pro are just $199. You save $50. The latest tech solutions are at Staples, the working and learning store. N625 Limit 2 while supplies last.
Remember when you were told bigger is better? Well, that's just simply not the case. Do you want a big bill? No. A big burden? No. What about a big bulky tank water heater taking up space in your basement? No, I didn't think so. What you do want is to make all of those things smaller. Navien tankless water heaters are more efficient and take up less space than outdated bulky tanks, with cutting-edge features that improve safety, simplify processes, and increase capabilities. Once you go Navien, you'll never go back. Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
Make your garden twice as big this summer and get twice the harvest. Right now, get 2 Bonnie Plants 2.32 quart vegetable and herb plants for only $10. Their ready-to-grow starter plants make growing vegetables and herbs at home easier than ever before. Make your garden twice as big this summer and enjoy homegrown fresh vegetables and herbs with Bonnie Plants, 2 for just $10. Feels like 4th of July savings at the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Selection varies by store, in-store only, not available offshore or Alaska.
Mighty shut up. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
With the 28th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Warriors select who? We'll find out today. Whitey in for Willard today. Thanks for your comments on the Comcast Business Text Line, 888-957-9570. Dibs, tomorrow we're going to break down the draft and whatever the Warriors do. Kirk Lacob is going to join us. That's tomorrow right here. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard.
I'm so happy to hear that. I have him on my Mount Lacob more with Kirk, Kent, Joe, and a Lacob to be named later.
I was going to ask if he was on Mount Kirkmore. That is a tougher mount to make.
Absolutely.
Right?
And I'm coming off of a Star Trek episode yesterday, a classic post-game scroll after the Giants gave it up. Star Trek, I'll see which one this is. Second season, early action, and Captain Kirk with a patented double karate chop, which you don't see that often anymore.
No, you don't. No, you don't. On the text line here, appreciate all the feedback from the 707, the seat of all knowledge and wisdom. Warriors need to look for an heir apparent to Green, especially if Green has nerve damage in his back. That makes sense, but he's such a unique player. You don't have those in every draft, and you're certainly probably not going to get one at 28 or later.
Well, you got Draymond that late. That's a good uptick, and I appreciate it, but go ahead and find a guy who is defense first, highest IQ of any player in the modern era, plays point guard, 6'5", will rebound, and pretty much run the team for you. Okay, ready, go.
Right.
He's just such a unique player that even if you went for, all right, let's find a guy who can be a stretch 4 and just be a defensive rebounding presence. Those guys are hard to find. Or find a point guard who has the basketball IQ that Draymond has. Those guys are hard to find.
What do you think happened to him? Because first 3 games, he was really bad. People said his game 3 for Draymond was one of the worst games he's ever had. He was almost as bad in game 1. Really bad. And I know he said, I got caught up in the dialogue and narrative, which I can't believe. But then he was so good after they benched him, came back, he was better, and was at game 4. What do you think happened to Draymond?
I'm not sure. Maybe he got some good rest, some assistance in the training as far as being able to get his body fresh. Clearly, game 1, I thought he came out and played hard. He just didn't play well. He shot poorly. He made a lot of bad decisions with bad turnovers, but he played hard. He was engaged in the ball game. Game 3 was a whole nother story. Game 3, I think that the crowd got to him, and I said on the air here that he got punked, and that's basically what happened. They verbalized him, and all the talking that took place between games 2 and 3 by him, by the way, got in his own head, and he was just completely out of it. Game 4, I thought he slowly kind of came out of it, but he didn't play great in game 4 either. But then something about coming home and realizing that the series was 2 apiece, and the hometown crowd, I think that's where he turned the corner. Game 6, he was remarkable.
From the 650, his mother called him, and he got scolded from the 415, Draymond as a single player does what 2 or 3 players do for most other teams. And Dibs, text of the day nominee from the 650, you have better odds finding someone else who calls themselves Whitey than finding another Draymond in the draft.
That is a text of the day nominee. It's a little bit of an outmoded nickname, but
a little bit.
Yeah, I would say you're grandfathered in, but that might come across as ageism.
Right. That's why we, Kevin Michael Whitey, trying to work that in gradually.
Okay.
And, we'll see where it goes from here.
Whitey, go to hell, man.
The number 28 pick in the NBA draft since 2000, just real quickly here, Dibs, doesn't mean that this one of these types of players is available to the Warriors, but just to give you an idea, with the 28th pick, 2000, and just tell me, stop me when you've heard of somebody. 2000, Portland took Eric Barkley from St. John's with the 28th pick.
Yeah, Charles's nephew, Charles's underrated nephew, didn't have quite the same career as Uncle Chuck.
Not quite. 2001, San Antonio. Tony Pacquiao.
Monsieur Pacquiao, I will see you in the Hall of Fame.
Oui, not in my new car, you don't. 2002, Dan Dickow Gonzaga.
Double D's, I love it. Yeah, he's gone on to have a nice career.
The Spurs were pretty good at this. 2003 with the 28th pick, they took Leandro Barbosa, the Brazilian blur, who's still with the Warriors, of course.
Yes,
and then 2004,
we are championship.
Yeah, they drafted Beno Udrih with the 28th pick.
He had a nice little career. He was kind of an original 3-and-D kind of guy, wasn't he?
He was a point guard, and I got to tell you off the air what Pop said about him once.
Who are you?
Yeah. And then let's see, Ian Mahinmi, 2005, the 28th pick, also the Spurs. 2006, Maurice Ager. Your guy, 2007, again, the Spurs nailing the 28th pick, if such a thing is possible, Dibs, with Tiago Splitter.
I love Tiago Splitter. One of the original stretch fours, Tiago Splitter.
Dante Green in 2008. Wayne Ellington, 2009.
North Carolina.
Yeah, then 2010, Grievous Vasquez from Maryland.
Maryland, yeah.
Norris Cole in 2011. Perry Jones III, 2012. 2013, the Spurs took Livio Jean-Charles.
Yeah, they did.
France.
Yeah, they did.
Then it goes C.J. Wilcox, R.J. Hunter, 2016, Scal Labissiere, Tony Bradley, 2017, 2018 and 19, of course, was the Warriors' Jacob Evans, Jordan Poole. Then more recently, we had in 2020, Jaden McDaniels, who the Lakers picked, and they sent him to Minnesota. Last year, Jaden Springer from Philadelphia. So you can get a guy that can help you. It's just a matter of, can a guy like one of those guys, and Jordan Poole and Tony Parker really are the exceptions, is it somebody worth investing the money that you'd have to invest if you're the Warriors to take him in the first round?
Well, it's just interesting when you go to the Warriors 2 back-to-back and you say Jacob Evans and Jordan Poole, because Jacob Evans should have been as good, if not better, than Jordan Poole, in my opinion. Jacob Evans was more of a versatile defender. I think a guy who was more physically ready-made for the association, but the situation he came into and the player development part of it that you talked about earlier just didn't seem to be there for Jacob Evans. On the other hand, Jordan Poole came in, and he looked to be maybe a little overmatched and
definitely
maybe a little too overly eager shooting the ball. And I don't think this guy is going to work out at all. And I know it was a pandemic year and it was a weird year and he was playing ahead of schedule, but to see where he was to where he has gone in just 3 short years reminds you that the player development part of it is huge no matter who they take.
Yeah, he was flat out bad in 2019, but he never acknowledged that. He still played with the same level of confidence. I remember seeing him that year where, he was really struggling with the three-point shot. And they were trying to make him kind of a Klay Thompson catch-and-shoot type, and that's not what he is. He struggled with it, so he's having, a game where he didn't defend well, doesn't shoot well. Then he made a left-handed layup, and he holds up his left hand. Everybody like, yeah, see what I did? And I was like, what are you doing? Who do you think you are? But that's just who he is, and he knew how good he was, and it's been remarkable to see that. Isn't it incredible, Dibs? Kevin Durant left, and the Warriors, they had this void to fill, and for the most part, they filled a lot of that with Wiggins and Jordan Poole.
Right, Wiggins and Jordan Poole, and the fact that you were able to get Kuminga as a part of the Kevin Durant exodus, and he'll be filling in sort of that void as well going forward once that all comes to pass. But the Andrew Wiggins part of it is just remarkable. What he became for this team in the playoffs, not the reliable scorer, obviously, that KD was, but the lockdown defender that they needed. Klay Thompson is not ever going to be able to defend like he used to. I don't think that his mobility with the injuries are going to allow him to be as quick laterally. And so you needed to have somebody else who had the ability to defend an elite player in huge moments. And that's what Andrew Wiggins did. And Jordan Poole had more than a couple of timely games and timely stretches for this team.
From the 650, how did Dirty Mickey celebrate the Warriors championship? Man, people really listen sometimes.
Yeah, if only Dirty Mickey Mouse were available, he could weigh in on man, just all the going.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Draymond's mouth. I was so proud.
Klay.
Don't talk about that.
Klay actually had a good series. I know he had a couple games. I think was it game 2, and then the final game he didn't shoot well. But I thought overall he had a really solid series, and he actually defended to the point you just made. There were times towards the end of games there where he defended really well.
Yes, and thank God he defended really well, and they won, because if he didn't defend that well and they would have lost to Boston, he would be a scapegoat for many. 5 of 20 in Game 6, Whitey. And he really struggled shooting the ball for the majority of the finals. But when you watch what he played on the other end, how he played on the other end, it's easy to forgive the shooting slumps, especially with Wiggins picking up the offensive slack.
888-957-9570. That's the Comcast Business Text line. It's also the number to call if you want to participate on the phone. Let's go to the coach in Vallejo on 95.7 The Game. Coach, what's going on in Vallejo today?
Hey, good morning. It's hot, just like everywhere else here in the East Bay. Mm-hmm. But I do want to talk about the beauty of sports and the draft. The beauty of sports is we don't know what's going to happen in the future. We can all speculate and we can all hope. So when people are really holding out for saying, we know James Wiseman is going to do this, we know this player is going to do that, we don't really know. We can hope. So for every Kevon Looney that comes back off an injury for 2 years and have a great career, we can have Kwame Brown, LaRue Martin, Greg Oden. The list goes on and on. So I'm not so sure that the Warriors should push all their chips in on James Wiseman. They really need to find him another young, good backup center. And even when Wiseman was healthy, he really didn't show me the energy, the hustle, the defensive presence, the things that you want out of a big man. So I would just hope the Warriors would go in that direction. Even if Wiseman is healthy, they need another backup center big time. And we don't really know what the future holds.
Thank you, Coach. Appreciate that. I tend to agree with him, and it doesn't mean that if you're the Warriors, Dibs, of course, it doesn't mean that you've given up on Wiseman, but there are some open issues there, questions with just his health beyond, what kind of player he can be. And I think if there is a guy there, whenever the Warriors end up picking, if it's 28th or later, because they also have, 51 and 55, if there's a guy there that you like, that you think could play and defend the way you like your centers to play, I think that is an organizational need that it wouldn't hurt to address.
Yeah, and I think you can address it certainly in the second round. If I'm looking at this first round pick of a player that they're actually going to take, I would look to get just some more depth across the board, whether it's another point guard or if you can get somebody who's more of a small forward, not an Andrew Wiggins, because it's going to be difficult to find a player that good in the draft, let alone at number 28. But I would look for more of a versatile wing, because Andrew Wiggins might be, after one more year, going and playing elsewhere. Now, you hope he won't, and you figure that the Warriors, if they like him still after a year and a year's time, that they'll ink him to a long-term deal and keep him and continue to go over the luxury tax. But that's only if the Warriors are still in this championship window.
Such a good fit, right? I mean, Wiggins became such an excellent fit for this team in the postseason.
Yeah, and it's not only because of the way he plays, but the kind of guy he is, because Draymond Green is really your only volatile personality on this team. And, Andrew Wiggins, quieter guy. Klay Thompson, much more reserved. Steph Curry comports himself in a very even-keeled manner on the floor. Kevon Looney, the same. So I think partly the way Andrew Wiggins as a person turned out to be a perfect fit as well.
Did you happen to see the video of Steph going to Great America and participating in the three-point shooting contest.
I did. I felt he was rubbing our noses in it.
He's pretty good.
Yeah, good little shooter. I didn't see the camera show the rim and how many of those went in though. Is there another video that shows the ball going through the hoop?
It's a good point. I just, like probably everybody else, just assumed they all went in, but you're right. We don't really know that, do we? And some of those, I think the hoops are actually smaller than regulation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, which is a trick, yeah.
And if you think about how woeful he was from the foul line this year, I mean, plunging below 90%, down to about 88%. So I don't think we can guarantee those went in anymore.
I guess not. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard today on 95.7 The Game. NBA Draft Day. Not the sense of anticipation we had the last 2 years, but that's okay because the Warriors are still basking in the afterglow of winning another NBA championship. It's funny to me, Dibs, how I know Draymond has said no one thought we could do this. And you go back to earlier in the year, and I think he admitted at the time, I don't know if we're a championship team. And apparently Steve Kerr just admitted that he and Bob Myers, before the playoffs started, said, I'm not sure this is a championship team. Maybe we get to the conference finals. And he said, we were wrong. But I don't think the Warriors can blame anyone for doubting them when they obviously were kind of doubting themselves. And you can't blame them for that, given all the uncertainty as the playoffs started.
And we all talked about all the uncertainty and how much of that had to become certainty. And that includes Draymond Green's back and Steph Curry's, chronically lousy ankles that he used to suffer from CLA.
It's not a thing anymore, is it?
I don't think it's a thing anymore. Now he's got clumsy knees where people just careen into him all the time. But,
from the 650 Dibs, pardon me, but they do have a different angle, says somebody at the 650. Made all 3 money balls and went 5 for 9. Steph at Great America.
Okay. That's good.
Choke artist.
And if you're that poor concessionaire, you're looking at him coming up going, he's going to clean me out of all these oversized
I need more giant rabbits. I need more giant rabbits over here, Alice. Yeah.
Totally. We got a live one in here.
Yeah. So was this championship, which Steve Kerr said was maybe the unlikeliest of them all, was it the unlikeliest of all the Warrior titles? How unlikely was it compared to other Bay Area major sports championships?
That's a great question, and you deserve the crown of superiority for that because, I mean, if you think about the Giants 10, 12, and 14, it feels like 2010 to me was the most unexpected. Maybe it was because it was the first one, but just the nature of how that all came about with Buster Posey getting called up and turning out to be a good little hitter, and then you trade Benji Molina and the late shuffling of the roster, and you put together this kind of ragtag mix of homegrown and deadline acquisitions and a couple of September guys, August, trades as well. Post-waiver deadline.
6.5 out, I think, in early to mid-August. They were behind San Diego that year. It was they don't, not this year. And then, boom, they did it. Yeah.
And so I think that one would be maybe near the top. Also, the 49ers' first title, even though they did have a very good regular season, they were coming off being an absolute embarrassment of an organization. And
you're talking about Walsh in Montana, and that,
yes.
that was like, wait, what?
Even though they beat Dallas, that's the first game I ever went to, 45-14 in the regular season that year.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my debut. And then the catch game, of course, would be the NFC Championship. But the way that season built, you could kind of see it coming. But then for them to actually win the whole thing was unexpected. So I'd put the Giants' first one, the Niners' first one, and then this Warriors one all side by side.
To me, the Warriors' first championship was more unlikely, just given that we know before the season started, there were some people that said, hey, with this core, maybe they win a championship. 2014-15, I don't think a lot of people were saying, watch out for this team. They're going to win 67 games and win the title. And up until they actually won it, there were a lot of people like Charles Barkley, of course, saying they can't win that way. The fact that they won without relying on a traditional big, to me, I thought that, looking back, seemed at the time more unlikely.
Yeah, very unlikely, especially because, no one had ever done it in that fashion before, and just the way they kind of went about it. But when you look at the regular season, I think they won 64 games, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they were 67. I think they won 67
that first year.
Yeah.
They were that good, yeah. I got to Google it, but I know it was north of 60, so it wasn't really that surprising. And they were coming off a decent, a good by Warrior standards at the time, playoff run. actually making it to the playoffs. So,
right.
That's something I think that you have to look at in terms of the surprise factor. But it was a little bit surprising that they were able to go all the way through and knock off LeBron.
888-957-9570. Let's talk to Robert in San Jose on 95.7 The Game. Robert, what are you doing?
Nice.
Working away as usual. Thanks for taking my call. I think the Warriors need to look for a defensive-minded guard. Gary Payton was the only guy that had a mother's prayer of staying in front of John Morant. I think Memphis is the one team that's really close to the Warriors, maybe them and the Clippers if Kawhi is healthy. But the Warriors need someone who can actually stay in front of him. Klay can't do that anymore. Steph never could. Jordan Poole, I don't think ever will. So defensive-minded guard. And as far as Coach and Klay, I keep remembering that guy calling up and wanting to trade Draymond. So his opinion doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot to me.
Ooh, caller run, caller crump. Thank you, Robert. Dibs, your thoughts?
I love it. It's getting into that season, I would love to get like a 16-caller, just head-to-head tournament. Just go after each other. The coach in Vallejo against the coach in Los Gatos. Let's just get, we got Filmo Mike
versus
going
Robin.
up against Gene in Oakland. Yeah, exactly. Robin and Lori from Phoenix.
Wow.
Brian in Palo Alto up against Jonathan from San Francisco. I mean, this bit writes itself, people.
Caller Carnage.
Caller Carnage.
957-9570.
I'm taking Antonio in Oakland. He's going to be the winner.
Oh, hey, Dan.
Mark in San Francisco. You're on with Whitey and Dibs. What are you doing, Mark, in San Francisco?
I'm getting ready for the NBA draft so the Warriors can get even deeper as they go along here on their championship run next year. What do you think of Jake LaVeria?
I think
I like him. He's a good player.
LaRavia. Yeah.
I like the player.
Yeah. Excuse me.
No, that's okay.
Who are you?
Well, this guy has he's a great defender. He goes without the ball. He fits the Warriors, perfectly for what they like to do, and he's got good basketball IQ. I don't know how they pass on him. I think the guy's terrific.
Yeah, I have him mocked at 27. Thank you, but so hopefully he can slide one spot. Yeah, 6'8" out of Indianapolis, Whitey, as you well remember.
Is this Dibs mock 2.0 or 3.0? Where are we, and when do we get your final mock?
The final mock would be at about 11:59 today before we hand it over. This is my 3.0 mock, which involves, at this stage of my mock drafts, I'm typing names in and hitting search.
Okay.
And you can't see it, Whitey, but there's an actual big board in the studio.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe it. I can sense it. I don't see it, but I can sense it.
Either that or I'm bored, big.
Yeah.
One of the two.
Jake LaRavia or LaVeria. I mean, I think at this point.
Yeah, LaRavia.
6'9" from Wake Forest. I think he
I got
may
him at 6'8", Whitey.
Nice. Really? All right. You had the guys work out, right? They came in to the Dibley compound. That's why you had that garage.
Well,
built.
and I measure in socks. You measure in shoes. I forgot that.
That's right. That's right. He may be one of those guys on the cusp of, wow, we like this guy, but do we want to spend? We're going to have you draft him first round. You get like guaranteed money, right? So I think he's one of those guys that the Warriors have to make a tough decision on if he's there.
Yeah. It might be a reach at 28, but I like him at 51, Whitey. It's just such nonsense.
Don in San Jose, 95.7 The Game. Don, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm just hanging out here, not doing much. I was calling to let you guys know that there was another angle of Steph shooting, and I have to theme park vent. I did the same little, shot performance thing they had at a different park, and they had a 5-foot industrial fan blowing towards the basket.
Wow.
So I have to ask, do you have any theme park performances that you're proud of? I didn't do too well that day with the fan blowing at the hoop as well.
That's terrible.
That's a great question, though. My go-to always at what used to be called Marriott's Great America was the speed pitch, where you threw 2 pitches and you had to guess the speed of the third, and if you guessed it right on the speed gun, you won a helmet, like one of those MLB helmets. So the plastic helmets, I would always go right to that booth and try to win a helmet for the day.
I was at one carnival once, long time ago, and they had like bottles of soda, and then you'd flip a ring, and I was dominant. And I had a friend of mine like giving me, as I remember, and maybe I'm embellishing a little, like giving me money, like get me some soda, because I had the touch that day, Dibs. It's like flip, boom, flip, boom.
Oh, just dialed in.
Yeah,
dialed in. I was always good at the pinball where the horse would gallop ahead, the horse race one, where you had to hit the pinball right in the middle to get the 3 jumps. And if you did it on the outside rings, you'd get the 1 jump, and then the horse would like go across the track.
Yeah, my dad told me about years ago, Solano County Fair. Rick Barry did something similar to what Steph just did, making underhand free throws at the basketball shooting and just drilling everything in his shirt sleeves. All right, here's what's coming up. 888-957-9570, of course. You want to weigh in on the Comcast Business text line or give us a call. Great feedback today already. Is it possible, Dibs would have us believe that it's possible, the Warriors have picked better outside the lottery than inside the lottery? We'll examine that next. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
At Princess Cruises, we take pride in discovering what makes you feel special. From making Judy's margarita spicy, but not too spicy, to making sure Tom's day ashore is spent kayaking, snorkeling, and waving to a dolphin or two. A vacation with Princess is all about making sure you feel taken care of. It's what we do best. Get the Princess treatment and cruise from San Francisco for just $59 per day. Book now at princess.com or contact your travel advisor. Terms and restrictions apply. Promotional pricing ends September 30th, 2022. Ships of Bermudan and British registry.
Did you know there's a Space Channel?
One of the most exciting projects in the solar system.
Space Channel's got movies, original series, news, music, and so much more.
We have come to visit you in peace. Now we're getting to what they call the moment of truth.
Download the Space Channel app on your connected TVs and mobile devices. Just go to the App Store and search Space Channel. Do it now. It's free.
Space Channel. Front row seat to the final frontier.
Andrew Poole loves his Honda.
It's a 2018 Civic Sport hatchback. This car is perfect. It's affordable, fast, and very reliable.
And he knows how to get the most out of it.
If you want your car to last long, you need to do preventive maintenance and give it the best fluids you can. Checking with the knowledgeable staff at the parts department is a great way to make sure you're doing it right.
Make sure your Honda is in tip-top summer shape. Take it to your NorCal Honda dealer's parts and service tune-up for summer event, where certified technicians use genuine Honda parts to keep your Honda a Honda. And as America's most fuel-efficient automaker, Honda is the ride to get the most out of summer without spending it at the pumps.
My Honda is a beast, absolutely.
To keep your Honda running like a beast, take it to NorCal Honda dealers' parts and service tune-up for summer event.
Based on EPA estimate of model year 2020 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. 2021 EPA Automotive Trends Report, November 2021.
Book your service appointment now at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
O'Reilly. Get ready for summer vacation now at O'Reilly Auto Parts with up to a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries. With the power, performance, and reliability your vehicle demands, Superstart batteries are made to deliver long life and consistent starts. Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. Gorgeous gaming, stunning streams, unbelievable bandwidth. It's another Lifestyles of Gagillionaires. Meet the AT&T Fiber customers winning at life with hyper gig speeds. Meet Gagillionaire Terry. While his love of streaming horror movies has him constantly on the edge of his seat, his internet bill won't give him a scare.
Oh, don't go in there. I'm telling you.
Because since Terry upgraded to AT&T Fiber with hyper gig speeds, he doesn't worry about data caps or equipment fees.
Come on, man. The door's open for a reason.
And best yet, he also doesn't stress about a price increase at 12 months, because with the amazing Gagillionaire lifestyle comes an exquisite sense of tranquility. Most of the time. Live like a Gagillionaire. Get straightforward pricing with AT&T Fiber. Internet that upgrades everything. No data caps, no equipment fees, and no price increase at 12 months.
Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
A bad team facing a good team is never completely out of it.
Nick Kostos, co-host of You Better You Bet, 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on the BetQL network.
There's 162 games in the season. The best teams are going to lose 60-plus times, and the worst teams are going to win 60-plus times. Each night is its own individual entity. That's what makes betting on the baseball regular season so much fun.
All the insight you need to bet smarter is at BetQL.com. And listen to You Better You Bet with Nick Kostos and Ken Barkley, streaming weekdays from 3 to 7 p.m. Eastern on Odyssey.
TrackPhone wants to know, are you an influencer, a big live streamer? No? Then guess what? You don't need an endless data plan. Get just the right amount of data with TrackPhone's new $40 unlimited talk and text smartphone plan. Now with 8 gigs of high-speed data and unlimited carryover on America's largest, most dependable network, now with 5G. Get the data you need at the price you want. TrackPhone Wireless. Now you're in control. Available at major retailers. 5G compatible device required. Actual availability, coverage, and speed may vary. See terms and conditions at trackphone.com.
Welcome to Allstate, where saving on your auto insurance is kind of like a joyride. You, your car, and an open road. Maybe your best friend, too. The music is chill, and so is the traffic. You and your friend both look over at each other, and then he puts his head back out the window. Allstate. Here, better protection costs a whole lot less. You're in good hands with Allstate. Click, call, or visit allstate.com to save today.
Allstate and affiliates offer products and services subject to availability, terms, and conditions.
The PGA Tour is back in Napa Valley with the Fortinet Championship, where fans experience every kind of cheers. Join us September 15th through the 18th at Silverado Resort and Spa for 4 days of world-class golf, Napa hospitality, and 2 nights of unforgettable performances featuring multi-platinum superstar Cole Swindell and Grammy-nominated powerhouse One Republic, all included with your daily ticket. Join Fortinet, Silicon Valley's leader in cybersecurity, at the Fortinet Championship. Secure your tickets now at FortinetChampionship.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason in for Willard today. Thrilled as always to be with Dibs, and it's become really a 95.7 The Game NBA Draft Day tradition. They definitely want Dibs and I on the air to talk about the draft. We've become really the go-to draft experts here at 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, the king of draft, you and I, the two kings, and that's the way it goes. When you talk about draft, it all starts with Whitey and Dibs and Whitey. We break down prospects like no other show. I'll tell you what, we can even play a game with the callers just to show how much we know about the draft. 888-957-9570. Throw out a name. We'll have a take. I might take some typing and some Googling, but I guarantee you within at least 1 to 2 searches, I'm able to formulate a 30-second opinion on any prospect.
Yeah. Who else in radio across the country dares issue that challenge today?
No one.
I'll tell you, nobody.
No show.
Yeah.
Who knows more? Who can Google faster than us? Nobody.
Hear it from the 415 text of the day nominee. Whitey and Dibs, Warriors need to draft a center from Arizona, Christian Coloco. 6'11", 7'5" wingspan. Looney's a free agent. Draymond needs to be spared from guarding centers, and Wiseman should play half the games next year, preventing his knee from swelling.
Yeah.
That's Jason in the 415, and the reasons are interesting. I totally agree. That's the guy I want the Warriors to get.
Couldn't agree more, Whitey. Born in 2000 out of Cameroon, as you know. I had him at 7'1". He was first-team All-Pac-12, Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year after his junior season. And if you're Defensive Player of the Year, Whitey, you know what that means? You're good at defense.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it doesn't take a draft expert to tell you that.
Right.
So,
which you are.
Yeah. Duh. So, and especially on a team where, you don't want certain guys to shoot. And by certain guys, I mean 2/3 of your roster.
Right.
And this is where, a lot of times people say, oh, Draymond needs to shoot more. Well, Draymond knows when he's in the half court that him shooting the basketball is probably the 5th or 6th best way for them to go about scoring points. It's not to diss Draymond, but if he's out there with Steph shooting, Steph driving, Steph getting to the foul line are all better options than Draymond shooting. Klay catch and shoot, Klay driving, better options.
Yes.
Jordan Poole, better option. Andrew Wiggins, dunking, shooting, better options. So everyone who says, he needs to shoot more, no, he doesn't, and he knows that.
Right. One of my favorite moments, well, at least I thought it was one of the most interesting moments from Wiseman's rookie year, Draymond was mic'd, or there was a microphone in the huddle, and it was halftime of a game, obviously before he got hurt. I forget who they were playing, but Draymond has the box score, and he's going, hey, James, look at this. You're 5 for 8, whatever he was. He goes, that's too many shots. Right?
Yeah.
Because you're not supposed. That's 5 for 8's fine, but you're not supposed to be taking that many shots. So I don't know. You're right. The Warriors, we know traditionally with their center, they like somebody who can defend and rebound. And I think that Koloko has a chance to be that player. Although Dibs, as you know, he does tend to commit too many illegal screens. So we'd have to work on that. We have to work on that a little bit.
Well, and that's the thing and the nature of this offense. And I saw somebody tweeted out the amount of screen roll that the Warriors ran, I think in this playoffs was like 20% higher than the last time they made a championship run. So it's a league now where everything is basically started with the high screen and roll. Whatever, even this, pass and cut offense that the Warriors run, a lot of times it started by a screen and what are you going to do with Steph? If you double team, if you swarm him, if you trap him, well, then we throw it over the top to Draymond and we run 4-on-3 behind it. And if you don't, Steph works his way off the pick, and then it's pass and cut and all the rest of it.
I thought a lot of that, too, Dibs, was the way the Warriors adjusted to the way Boston defends. And starting game 2, I think they ran a ton more of the high pick and rolls to get Boston's bigs involved in the action and also to alleviate somewhat the pressure on the ball. I don't like to say ball pressure. People take it the wrong way. But the pressure on the ball that Boston is so good at exerting. And so that was one reason why the Warriors, they won the series, their assist numbers were down. They basically changed the way they ran their half-court offense, and it worked.
And it works because you've got a great head coach and a smart staff that can look at what's working and what's not and make the adjustments, but also Draymond Green. Again, can you find Draymond's replacement? No, you can't, because you can look at the tape and devise a way to go about your offense that's different, and then you go to Draymond Green and Steph and everybody, and you say, guys, this is how we need to play, and they have the ability to go out there and then do it immediately.
Hey, did you know that the guy in the Taco Bell commercial is really in the draft? The guy that, dong, the commercial where the guy's at the NBA draft?
Yeah.
And that's Johnny Davis. He went to Wisconsin. He's actually going to be in the draft. He's probably going to be picked 12, something like that.
Who are you?
Yeah. He's actually in the NBA draft.
Wow.
Johnny Davis. Yeah.
Johnny Davis from Taco Bell.
Yeah.
That's big.
University of Taco Bell.
UTB.
Dibs said something actually yesterday that when he first said it, I thought, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, and it turns out the more I look at it, and we've touched on it already, I think he may be right as far as looking at Warrior draft history, players the Warriors have taken in the lottery and players they've taken outside the lottery. I'll leave it there, Dibs, for you to embellish the point, because it's a really interesting point you made.
Well, if you had a 5-on-5, and this is only going back to the year 2000, I didn't want to go all the way back, Chris Berman style, so I kind of arbitrarily drew the line at 2000, and I thought, the Warriors are not drafting in the lottery again. They've had some opportunities where they were. What team would be better, team lottery or team outside the lottery? And so I just kind of went through and put together 2 starting 5s of lottery or no lottery. The team lottery, obviously, you've got Steph Curry, would be the first member of team lottery. He was taken number 7 in 2009. Klay Thompson was a lottery pick in 2011. He went number 11. I threw in Harrison Barnes as, number 7 pick in 2012. Great player, and I think he deserves to be among the group, because you look at some of the lottery duds, and we can play that game too after. Are there more lottery duds or first-round non-lottery duds? Anyway, team lottery, Jason Richardson gets on team
pick,
lottery.
Right?
He was number 5 in 2001. And then I put Michael Pietrus, who went 11 in 2003. Other candidates, I guess, for that team you could look at. Kuminga.
Yeah, I had Kuminga. I had Kuminga in there. I had the other 4 you had in Kuminga, but
okay.
Yeah.
Now, with Troy Murphy at 14, that was just outside the lottery back then, right, in 2001?
It depends where you want to draw that line. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember how many teams there were. If there were 28, then the lottery only would have been 12.
Mm-hmm.
But team no lottery. And again, this is since 2000, the year 2000, that draft. Warriors picks that were not lottery picks. Monte Ellis, second rounder.
Pretty good.
At number 40. Obviously, Draymond Green. Let's get that out there. He, of course, makes the team. Number 35 in 2012. Jordan Poole is on my all no lottery Warriors draft team. He was taken 28th, of course, in 2019. Gilbert Arenas makes the team.
He was a pretty good draft that year, wasn't it?
Yeah, Jay Rich, Troy Murphy, and Gilbert Arenas. That was a great draft.
Yeah.
In 01. And the final member of the team is, it was Monte, Jordan Poole, Gilbert Arenas. Oh, I have Draymond on here twice. Oh, look at that. Look at that. I guess I only get him once. I guess the fifth member of that would be, just looking. Yeah, I'll have to get back to you, Whitey. Yeah, seriously. They missed a lot of draft picks.
You want to go Bellinelli?
Ezeli?
You could go Bellinelli there. Yeah. You didn't consider Udo for the all-lottery team,
no.
huh? Sixth pick?
Talented.
Yeah. No, I couldn't go to Epe, Udo.
Does he?
Yeah, you've got Patrick O'Bryant and Ike Diagu.
Yeah.
Andres Biedrins.
Mm-hmm.
He was a lottery pick. So, yeah, some struggles in there.
Yeah. To your point about the bigger bus, obviously the expectations for someone in second round is like, yeah, if he helps us, great. But when you've got a lottery pick and he ends up being a guy who can't play, and the Warriors have had, unfortunately, more than their fair share of those guys.
Yeah, and that's been even before 2000, if you want to go back and look at the struggles, especially in and around the lottery. Todd Fuller is the one everyone likes to look at. 1996, he was number 11, but Tyrone Hill was a good player. You took him at number 11 back in 1990. It seems like for so many years they had so many misses in the draft.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons they had those long playoff droughts. And then the We Believe team kind of broke that up. But that's if you're looking for why does this team miss the playoffs so many years in a row? Traditionally, they have really bad drafts. But the Warriors obviously had taken care of that. As we look ahead to the draft tonight, Warriors right now sitting there with the 28th pick. How much can the Warriors expect improvement-wise from Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody and Poole? Is it fair, do you think, to say that's your core going forward? We all want to assume that, but can we? Isn't it too early to assume that you have a core going forward of those four?
Absolutely, it's too early because take them one at a time. Jordan Poole is a player that you're going to have to pay, and you're going to have to pay a lot in order to keep him as a part of this core. James Wiseman, you've got 2 consecutive team options this upcoming year and then the year after. So you're going to have a decision to make on James Wiseman on whether or not he can play up to potential and stay healthy. If he can't stay healthy, then he can't be a part of the core. I think Jonathan Kuminga, if I were to treat these 4 as stocks, the Jordan Poole stock is pretty expensive now. So you can buy Jordan Poole, certainly, but it's going to cost you a lot per share. I think the price on Kuminga is still relatively low compared with what I think that his upside can be. The flashes he showed this year, Whitey, of just raw athleticism and his ability to shoot with some confidence, in some stretches. I like his upside. And Moses Moody, I could see him being a 15-year pro. He looks to be built like an NBA player, athletic, big for a guard, long, smart, willing defender. He's the kind of guy you could see playing 15 years.
He has that look, that moody face. You look at the bench sometimes, and Kuminga, understandably, is kind of, laughing, and which is great.
Right.
But Moody always has that kind of that frown, that scowl, like he's always keeping track of what's going on. Dibs, somebody on the text line pointed out what I think your mistake was there. You had Draymond twice because you probably meant to have Looney as one of those, right?
Yes,
That's probably
exactly.
What you were,
That's exactly what I meant to do.
Yeah. There you go.
No, because if you look at the other players outside of the lottery they've taken, it's a sea of no's and who's that. You remember they took Mie Oni back in 2019?
Only because I looked it up, but I can't say I remember that.
Ognan Kuzmic, we remember.
Yeah.
NBA champ, of course.
Who was the guy they had? I guess they didn't draft him, but didn't they have a few years ago, like 2012, 13, the guy who was like the Romanian Derrick Rose or something like that? Remember? I know I'm not making it up.
Who are you?
Was that Kosta Perovic?
Maybe that's who it was. Yeah.
Man, Kosta Perovic, he played a grand total of 7 games for the Warriors. Richard Hendricks out of Alabama never appeared for the Warriors. And Steve Logan, another guy who was drafted, he was drafted number 30 in 2002, never played a minute in the association. Derek Zimmerman out of Mississippi State, taken with the 40th pick.
I like his wingspan.
He played 2 games in the association, a grand total of 32 minutes. Chris Taft out of Pitt was a second-round pick. He played 17 games. Stephon Lasme out of UMass, he played 16 games in the association.
Internet crap.
Yeah, so there's a long line of second-round, stabs.
Nemanja Nedovic, somebody says from the 415. That might be. That might be the guy that I'm thinking of. The Romanian or wherever he's from, Slovenian Derrick Rose. Speaking of internet crap, Dibs, I know this was talked about yesterday on Ratto and Damon. They were talking about this, and I think it's ridiculous, but it was floating around yesterday. So let me just throw it at you there, see what you think. Warriors trading Jordan Poole for the 4th pick in the draft.
No.
There's no freaking way.
No, it's nonsense. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
Supposedly Steiny suggested that, but I don't even think he really did.
No, I think that it probably came up on their show.
Yeah, there you go.
And they addressed it, which I'm reticent to even address it because it's nonsense.
Right.
So you take a guy in Jordan Poole in the spot that you took him, end of the first round, which is, okay, 28, it's a flyer. They've got the 28th pick again. None of us has any expectation for whoever they take at 28 other than, we'll see. Jordan Poole, we had to see early because Steph got hurt, Klay was gone for the year, Draymond was out, and we had a pandemic. So go ahead, Jordan. We're in a rebuild mode. We're in a mini rebuild. Go ahead and play. It turns out you found something.
Pardon me, but wasn't it amazing that it was a 28th pick? There was a lot of blowback at the time on how the Warriors made a terrible pick at 28. When you think about it, it's hard to make a terrible pick at 28. All those people were wrong, but a lot of the naysayers, which I guess speaks to the amount of Warrior resentment now and then, a lot of people say, that's a terrible pick.
Right, and basically it could be a terrible pick for that player in a different situation at a different time. And that's where you said this at the top of the show, 4 ways to improve your team. And the biggest one is the one that we don't spend enough time on, and that's player development. Why is Jordan Poole so much better now than he was coming out of Michigan? Well, most of the credit goes to Jordan Poole, because to get better at anything, you have to work on it. But at the same time, you look at this organization and how many other players have gotten better while playing here. Andrew Wiggins is playing the best basketball of his life. Kevon Looney, and thanks to the medical staff and his own, personal training, is fitter and better than he's ever been in his career. Gary Payton II has been cast off multiple times, and now all of a sudden he's looking at getting a big bag. He's playing the best basketball of his life. Juan Toscano Anderson came here, and he's playing the best basketball of his life. Otto Porter Jr. has never played better. Steph Curry has his own personal trainer who has now made him at 34 better than he's ever been.
People used to say he had chronic lousy ankles.
CLA, I heard that sometime. Boy, that bit aged about as well as our show did. But, think about it, Whitey. How many of these guys have gotten better during their time in Golden State?
No, it's a great point. And you go back to that 2019 year when it looked like it's all ending and Klay's hurt and then Steph got hurt. And the Warriors talked about this year being a year where we're focusing on player development, and it paid out. I remember also one of the bright spots that year was, hey, this guy Eric Paschall can play.
Yeah, flat out play.
Yeah.
All rookie team. Put some respect on his name. That's for sure.
On the text line, Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570 from the 415. Thank you. It was Nemanja Nedovic, the Derrick Rose of Croatia. Yeah, I couldn't quite put that together, but I knew it was something like that. From the 510, Dibs. You trade Poole for 4 in a heartbeat. You get a top talent at a fraction of the price. I love JP, but that's a no-brainer from the 510. Didn't put their name on it, and I don't blame them.
Yeah, I wouldn't put my name on that either. I just think that who you take it for, it's a risk. You don't know if the player you take it for is going to work out.
That would probably be Jaden Ivey. I think most people who are entertaining this would say, yeah, you'd get Jaden Ivey from Purdue.
So what's the percentage chance that Jaden Ivey becomes the player that Jordan Poole is right now? Would you put it at 80%? Oh, yeah. Even at 40%.
I mean, Jordan Poole's pretty good. Right? Yeah, and it's tough. Yeah.
I was even going to go the other way and say, let's say it's an 80% chance that Ivey can become Poole.
He definitely has a high ceiling. You're probably closer to the truth. He is believed to have a very high ceiling.
So if that's a chance, if it's an 80% chance, to me, it still is not worth making that deal because there's a 100% chance that Jordan Poole is going to be the player that Jordan Poole is because he's already that player. And,
by the way, Dibs?
Yeah.
Pardon me. Scott in Fremont, I'll stamp my name on it all day.
I love it.
He is putting his name on it. Good for you, Scott.
Yeah, attaboy, Scott. Attaboy, Scooter. Good job, Scotty. That's a base hit right there. Atta kid.
Yeah.
I disagree with you because of the notion of what you have is worth more than what lies beyond because you don't know what Ivey could possibly be. You know what Jordan Poole is. You've seen it now, and would you expect that Jordan Poole still has another level where he can get better, or is this as good as he's going to be?
I hope he has another level defensively, but I'm beginning to think he doesn't.
Well, we thought the same thing about Steph Curry, didn't we?
Yeah.
And he's gotten to be a much better defender.
Yeah, if you could get – I understand the reasoning. And look, I don't think that – Sacramento has the 4th pick. I don't know if they'd want to do it. I don't even think they want Ivey. I think they want the forward, Murray. But if someone would do it, you would end up getting a better player for less money, possibly. So I could see the upside to it there, but I just don't know that anybody else would want. Would the team with 4, Sacramento, want Jordan Poole that much? I don't think they would.
I don't think so either, and I'm not worried about the money. Joe Lacob, I've been spending his money since he bought the team, and I will continue to do so. So money is no object. The Warriors have never indicated that money is an object.
You and Brian Windhorst, huh?
Yeah.
Checkbook wins.
It is a checkbook win, and I don't think that's a bad thing. And he should be congratulated for breaking out his checkbook, That he follows the rules. It's not like they're cheating. They're just smarter and better than everyone else, and they have a place where players want to stay. Draft a guy, keep a guy, sign a guy. That's what the system is built to do. The system is built to where you can go over the cap to keep your own guys. So draft guys that want to stay who happen to be good players.
That you want to keep, yeah.
Right. Why is that a bad thing?
Win you championships, yeah. There's an insinuation there that, they're just buying championships. And I think that's why people, and I know I initially was like, what is that about? That's why people bristle. But given that the core was drafted by the Warriors, it just doesn't apply. But you're right. I mean, it's kind of self-evident. Like, checkbook win, they have a lot of money. Yes, because they've done things right. So we kind of knew that already.
And other teams have the ability to do the same thing and to go in the luxury tax, but other teams haven't had the same success in finding guys, drafting them, keeping them, and winning. Think about how many other teams have done that, in recent vintage at all. LeBron had to go back to Cleveland to win. He didn't, stick and stay and stay built from the inside out.
Is the Dynasty the window still wide open? I know, again, going back to 2019, a lot of people thought, that's it for this bunch. They're done. They had a nice run. Durant's gone now. Maybe they can have some success with this core, but as a Dynasty, they're done. They win another one. So is the Dynasty now back in session?
Yeah, never went anywhere. And the window never closed. And I made this analogy to the old windows. You remember the old wooden windows where, the hinge would get so tired that it wouldn't stay up on its own. So you have to get like a pen and stick the pen between the window and the windowsill. That's kind of what the Warriors window was like. The window was open, but the window was it was getting to the point where maybe the window, time to paint that thing shut.
Stay open. It's starting to shut on its own.
It was starting to shut on its own.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden that baby's back. That window is wide open, Whitey. They're the favorites to repeat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for what that's worth. Who worries you the most? What teams? I think I'd have to say right now, we don't know what any of the teams are going to do. Memphis still scares me a lot. Memphis scares me more, I think, than Phoenix does.
Definitely. Yeah, and I mean, you can. I don't know if you were the one who said Phoenix was a COVID victim, but
I did. Well, I didn't say it, but I said I agree with that.
Is that your theory, or is that a known fact?
Well, that's been talked about. Eddie Johnson was on with you and Willard, and he said, I'll tell you what happened to Chris Paul. He got sick. He didn't say it like that, like, I'll tell you what happened. But he did say it. He did say it on your show.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah. He had people saying that for him, I think Chris Paul did.
Right. Yeah, of course he did.
Yeah.
Of course he did. And, ultimately they didn't get it done. They didn't really scare me this year. I know they were 64-18 in the regular year, but they just never had that knockout punch.
Mm-hmm. All right. So we'll see what the Warriors do tonight, whether they can find somebody who can help them keep that window open, or if they draft and stash, which to me sounds like a classic Dan Dibley move. Draft somebody, stash them overseas somewhere, and then when we need it, we have more money, we'll bring them back. Yeah. Coming up next.
In the warm California sun.
Steve Kerr called it the unlikeliest title of them all. Is it the unlikeliest in Bay Area history? That's coming up here. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard. And that will be brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services.
Yeah, I don't do drugs, Whitey.
The more we learn about COVID-19, the more questions and worries we have. CalHope can help.
Don't worry. I pack Prilosec OTC. One pill in the morning prevents excess acid production that can cause frequent heartburn.
Nice. Aloha, heartburn.
Block heartburn from your summer bucket list with Prilosec OTC. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Don't wait until you have heartburn to start Prilosec OTC. Kick your summer off right and look for Prilosec OTC at Walmart or Walmart.com.
Here at Total Wine & More, you'll love what you find, especially our totally low prices.
I'm firing up the grill for burgers and want to impress the neighbors.
This bourbon has a smoky flavor that'll go great with your grilling.
Nice. Wow. And look at that price. Well done.
I prefer medium rare. Your neighbors will love it. Love what you find. Only at Total Wine & More. With the lowest prices in NorCal. Drink responsibly, B21.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
At Wendy's, we make breakfast better. Like with our Breakfast Baconator. Better from top to bottom bun. Savory sausage patty? Better. Crispy oven-baked bacon? Better. Fresh cracked egg? Better. The Breakfast Baconator might just be the greatest breakfast sandwich of all time. So you can keep settling for not better, or you can get a better breakfast from Wendy's. Tough choice. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Better Breakfast.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required. Refund available for 60 days after purchase.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. You'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. Results are guaranteed or your money back. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/JOY.
The smoke is back at Church's. Our $6 smokehouse chicken meal is a juicy half chicken served with mashed potatoes and a honey butter biscuit. All that for just $6, but not for long. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Now, back to Will and Dibby on 95.7 The Game.
So what do you think on this NBA draft day? It's Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard. Dibs threw it out earlier. If you had a 5-on-5, players that the Warriors have taken in the lottery against 5 players taken outside the lottery, who would win that? Who's the better team? Lottery team, Dibs, Barnes, Kuminga, Steph, Richardson, and Klay. Is Kuminga the 5th, or do you go with someone else there?
You can go with Kuminga. Pietrus was the other ones. I think Kuminga resonates a little bit more with our audience.
Pietrus was a good player on that Orlando team that went to the finals one year.
Played 557 games in his career. Decent little career.
Yeah. And that would be against the non-lottery team of pretty good team.
Yeah, a very good team with Jordan Poole and Draymond and Kevon Looney. And who else do we have on
Gilbert
there?
Arenas?
Monte Ellis and Gilbert Arenas, yeah.
Wow.
It's a good team. Mm-hmm. I think we should probably also do our all-bust 5-on-5. Take our lottery busts. And, you can't go second rounder for the bust, but like first round non-lottery bust. And bust is a little bit cruel, but, Damian Jones is a guy who's out there who was
He's still in the league.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, he's with the Kings, so he's kind of in the league.
Jacob Evans, the aforementioned Jacob Evans, would be a guy on that list. But some of the lottery misses, Epe Udo, we talked about.
Still playing in Italy, apparently.
Udo, yeah,
mm-hmm.
and of course Patrick O'Bryant and Anthony Randolph, another guy who didn't really have that long of a career.
I think this is going back further than you want to go back. But Joe Smith, I mean, can you be – because that was 95. He was Rookie of the Year, but he was still a bust, right?
Well, he did score 11,000 points in his career. He had a pretty good long career, but as far as what he did here, yeah, you could probably say it was a little bit of a disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
Todd Fuller at 11 played 225 games and barely played at that.
Yeah, there's a lesson to be learned there. Teams just with a higher pick, they make riskier picks. When you get in the lower picks, it's like, this guy's pretty solid. It's like the 49ers. They seem to draft upside down, right? The guys they take early in the draft, it's like, these guys are terrible. And then the guys they get later, it's like, man, Kittle, these guys are tremendous.
Yeah,
upside down drafting. Yeah,
upside down drafting. That's it's the way it goes sometimes. And, picking at 28, coming off an NBA championship, there could be no colder seat for this draft pick to be on, especially when you look at a Warrior team you quote unquote join. The expectation for whoever they take is, just don't get in trouble off the court.
Mm-hmm.
That's where the bar is set.
Right. A lot of people weighing in on a potential, and this is just all theoretical. There's no reason to think it's even been discussed, but would you trade Jordan Poole for the 4th pick? And some strong feelings on both sides. Some people say, Poole, not a great defender. He's going to be very expensive. And if you got Ivy, he has tremendous upside. I think bottom line is with Poole, he's a known commodity. He helped you win a freaking championship. And the edge that he has, Dibs, which rubs me wrong sometimes, I think it's very important. I think it's something that this team needs more of sometimes.
Absolutely. And I think when you look at life without Steph, whenever that comes to pass, and Steph's got 4 more years under contract, and you could see Steph playing, well, as long as he wants is the answer to that.
Yeah.
But how long does he want to play? He'll be 34 when next year starts. So 34, 5, 6, he'll be 37 when his contract is up. Now, before that happens, does he do one last extension? Maybe you tear up the last couple of years and you make it so he's a Warrior until he's 40, and you spread out that. He's going to make darn near $60 million in the last year of that deal. So do you find a way to have him play till he's 40? Well, if you do that, that's 6 more years. Jordan Poole will be 28. And if he still is around on this team, at that point, he would have had to be, darn near Steph's replacement at that point. And I don't know if you can find anybody in the draft this year or any year who could be as good as Jordan Poole is after 3 years.
I think once Steph is done being Steph, whenever that is, when it's clear that he's not Steph Curry anymore, to me, that's probably when the dynasty ends. And I know the plan is that by then, whenever that is, that you have somebody who can step into that void. But in my experience as an observer of basketball, the guys that are uber elite like that, they're really not replaceable. Teams try to replace them. They do what they can. But a guy like Steph, when he's no longer Steph, I think that's when the Warriors will have to, don't have to think about it now because that's a ways off. That's when it's time to think about, all right, we got to redo the whole thing.
Right, and when would that be in your mind? Because it seems like each time we try to say, Steph is on the downside, or, Steph is slowing down, and he goes for a 40-burger in an NBA Finals road game.
I don't know, 3 years doesn't seem unreasonable to me. Who knows?
Yeah.
There's an injury or who knows what's going to happen. But to me, 2 years seems extremely reasonable. 3 years of Steph being close to this kind of production, to me, that doesn't seem unreasonable.
Yeah, and so if it is 3 years until Steph is no longer Steph, he's just, he becomes Wardell and he's just an ordinary guy, still a pro basketball player and one of the best of all time, but not the Steph that we know today. You're going to need to have somebody like Jordan Poole. And you mentioned the way he carries himself and the way he is so confident, at times overconfident in his own offensive game. That's something that's hard to coach, and you've got that in him. And he's a guy who, in 3 years, when Jordan Poole is 25, and let's say you give Jordan Poole that rookie extension that he's eligible to get, I think it's a 5-year deal, up to $35 million a year or so. You won't give him all that, but let's say you do. You find a way to give him a 5-year deal right now. In 3 years, he'll have 3 more years on the contract because he's got 1 more year. Then you'd put 5 on top of it. He'd be halfway through what becomes a 6-year contract. And that's when Steph is no longer Steph. And now you've got a 25-year-old Jordan Poole who he could be projecting out to being a 20, 22 a night guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's just probably going to give up close to that many too. A lot of people here weighing in on that potential of something like that, which again, it's all theoretical. From the 650, Poole for the number 4 pick, no way. That's from Cody, the Kings fan, ready to pick Jaden Ivey. From the 510, send Poole to sack, let him average 30 on a 30-win team. The thing about Jordan Poole, to me, Steph, with his confidence, Dan Dibley, he reminds me of Tiger. Remember, I know you're a golf guy. Tiger, even when he was near the top of his game and he struggled, he never would say, I'm in a slump. Even when clearly he's not playing well, he would never acknowledge that. Jordan Poole has never acknowledged that he wasn't playing well at any point. Even when he got sent to the G League, he would never say, yeah, I need to work on this, need to work on that. He just has that same Tiger-esque level of confidence to me, which clearly has carried him through.
And that's one of those, I do this for me, huge.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
That's one of those things that I don't think you can necessarily coach into a guy. You're either built that way or you're not. And a lot of times we kind of cringe that Klay Thompson has that same ideology, so to speak, because Klay feels like he's one shot away from going on an absolute Claymaker run, and that's the kind of confidence you have to have. Even in
new Clayer,
even in these NBA Finals where he was struggling, you knew he was going to keep trying to shoot his way out of it.
888-957-9570. Which area do you think the Warriors need to address? It's tough to talk about individuals. Maybe you have some thoughts, because when we're talking about the 28th pick and the 51st pick and the 55th, I'm not familiar with these guys. If you have some thoughts on that specifically, great. But otherwise, what area would you like to see the Warriors address as they try to regroup here and get ready to make another run? Just for a second here, Dibs, I wanted to shift gears because I got a baseball question for you real quick, because I know you coined the phrase Major League Baseball, you stink, right? That's you, right?
It's a nod to Steiny and the idea of things that stink. Because it's kind of a play on Steiny, because that's as harsh as he'll ever talk about anybody. He stinks.
We'll get right back to the NBA.
He doesn't like sucks or chokes or any of the real manly words in sports talk.
Miles Turner, he's a jackass.
That's also very inflammatory.
2 nights ago, Shohei Ohtani drove in 8 runs, and then last night he struck out 12. That's amazing. But it's like, nobody really even notices. Is that a Major League Baseball problem? Is it because baseball doesn't showcase their players? Or is it just a baseball problem in that people just don't care about baseball anymore?
It's all of the above, but I put the majority of the blame on Major League Baseball because it's so hard as a fan to share their content. If you were to capture the video of one of his great outings and the accolades and you tweet it out or you put it on your social media, MLB shuts it down. They shut down the video. They prevent fans from interacting with their content. Only they are allowed to interact with their content, and then you can interact with their interaction of their content. That's not how people want to digest their sports. They want to be able to share it and use it in their own way, but MLB, without the express written consent of Major League Baseball and all the rest of that malarkey. So as a result, from a marketing standpoint, they're god-awful. Think about in these terms. Patrick Mahomes goes out and he's 27 for 35, 412 yards and 4 touchdowns. And he had 12 tackles and a pick 6 and a forced fumble. I mean, what? Our minds would be blown, right?
Yeah. It's that incredible, and people aren't even.
It really is that incredible.
Yeah.
It's like Mahomes. He's going to play. We're going to have Mahomes play linebacker this week. It's not his turn to QB. We're going to have him play on the defensive side of the ball.
I think part of it, too, is that baseball just is kind of out of step with the pace of our lives now. Baseball is kind of like we saw last year with the Giants. It's like a novel that takes a long time to unfold. And baseball now, people just give me does this game matter? Who's playing? Ohtani's pitching against the Royals. I'm sorry, I don't care about that. Give me something that matters now. That's just kind of way we're geared right now.
Yes, and to that point, though, is if Major League Baseball treated Shohei Ohtani's sporting life like they did the Barry Bonds home run chase, where Barry Bonds is coming up to bat. We're going to go live to Barry Bonds. He's in the on-deck circle swinging a donut. We're going to go live to San Francisco. And the Sosa McGuire thing, every time either one of those would have a salad with lunch, we'd go live and see what they were doing. Shohei Ohtani should have that treatment. I should always know when he's batting, when he's pitching, how long it'll be till that happens, where can I watch it live, all that stuff. If you didn't follow the Angels and if you don't follow baseball, you weren't aware that Shohei Ohtani was going to pitch the day after he had 8 runs batted in.
Mm-hmm. From Adrian on 680 in the 510, MLB is stingy, but also the Anaheim Angels perennially stink.
They do. They absolutely do. But I don't need to be an Angels fan. I don't need to know anything about the Angels to want to see Shohei Ohtani do Ohtanian things. Mm-hmm. So when like Aaron Judge right now, he's on a bender. He's having a season that may be one for the ages. He might. I heard on your show.
Yeah, I heard on your show yesterday, pardon me, that he's coming to the Giants. I heard a caller say he's coming to the Giants.
Yeah, what did I say about that?
I don't think you agreed with it.
No, it's nonsense. I mean, we can all try to speak it into existence because I am a believer in self-fulfilling prophecy and all the rest of that. But I don't see Aaron Judge looking at his options and saying, yeah, let me go to a place where I'm going to give up 10 homers a year guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he's on a pace this year to maybe threaten the single-season home run record. So every single Aaron Judge at-bat should already be on TV. If I'm ESPN, I'm carrying it live. If I'm Twitter, we're having live feeds, whatever it takes to be able to promote one of the neat things about this season.
I'm just reminded a few weeks ago, remember it was when the Dodgers were here and they were playing a Saturday night game on Fox, and we were dropping something off at my mother-in-law's in Pacifica, Taneko, big sports fan. She used to watch, she was in Japan. She watched baseball, watched Japanese teams. And anyway, as we're pulling out, my wife says, hey, Mom, the Giants are on right now. They're playing the Dodgers. And she just kind of put her hands out. I was like, I'm gardening right now.
Wow.
And this is a fan. And she was just so wrapped up in the Warriors. I think that's part of it too. The Warriors have been so exciting this year, and basketball so boom, boom in the pace, and then you make the downshift to baseball in what's a little bit more of a anticlimactic year from last year, and it's just not as captivating.
It's not, but they don't make it easy for us to drill down on what is captivating about it. And I think the Ohtani, the Aaron Judge, those are great examples. The San Francisco Giants are a team right now without a ton of real intrigue and, attractive things about it.
Right.
So if you're not a big fan of the team or the product in general, you're going to have a hard time really, locking in on it. But to your point, that's where Major League Baseball needs to do a better job. The NBA is amazing. NBA Twitter and all of the other platforms where if something happens, like, for example, Andrew Wiggins dunking on Luka Doncic, that content is available across all platforms in a number of different ways, multiple angles, feedback, GIFs. Within 30 minutes, you can really interact with that content instantly. Baseball is just not like that.
Do they think they just make more money that way by keeping everything exclusive?
Yes. Yeah,
and they don't look at the big picture?
Right. It's it's kind of like the record industry with the whole thing about
the what?
Yeah, exactly, right? I was going to take a shot at the
like
newspaper industry too.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
The same thing. It's like the whole idea of proprietary content, you make it so hard to get the content and you put everything behind a paywall of sorts to where I don't even want to go through those hurdles anymore. I just want to be able to see it. And if you hit me with a pop-up ad or two along the way, if I have to pay a nominal amount of money at some point, fine. But Major League Baseball, it's just really hard to track down the content.
Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard on this NBA draft day. So back to the draft we go. 888-957-9570. Jay in the Bay joins us. Jay in the Bay, what are you doing?
Oh, man, having another day in the office, man. Beautiful. But real fast, you guys are on baseball. I wanted to touch on that real fast, man. I believe the A's are going to Oakland is supposed to be voting if they want to move forward with Howard Terminal Park. And how do you guys feel about that? Because I looked at the blueprint, and I just don't. There's so many things that I could nitpick, I guess, off of it. I don't like the way that the diamond and the plate is facing the outfield. There's nobody in the back to catch a home run. It just looks kind of ill thought out. And real fast, what I originally called was because I know the draft is coming up, but we always hear the Warriors need a big. They need a big. I think they've got Wiseman, depending on how healthy he stays, as you guys said. But what if we got a 4, somebody that's just a power forward, a big guy that. And I don't know the names of the people that are coming out of the draft, so that's where I was hoping on hearing what you guys had to say of who's a good big guy that they could really use. And as you hate to hear it, I'll take your answer off the air.
Nice. Yeah. Well, that gets us off the hook there for A's talk. I'll call you later.
Howard Terminal talk.
I'll call you at home with my Howard Terminal takes.
Hey, guys. This is Howard Terminal. How are you?
Hey,
yeah.
Hey, Howard. How you doing down there? How's that cleanup going?
Not too good. Not too good.
It's actually a pretty funny bit in here somewhere. We're joined by Howard Terminal. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Terminal?
Oh, not too good. What a mess I got here. I don't want to bore you with the details, but oh, man. Yeah, I need to clean up bad.
I'll give you a 3 for your Howard Terminal.
I'll also give you a 4 if that was Pee Wee Herman.
All right, Jay in the Bay wants some bigs. How about, again, Nikola Jovic?
I saw that.
Yeah.
Is it Christian Coloco that we love out of Arizona?
I love Christian Coloco, the Pac-12 Defensive Player of the Year. He's either 7'1" or 6'10", depending on which site you're looking at. Defensive-minded center. If you go on his highlights, you got to get through all the dunks before you get to him playing defense. There's just 7 minutes of him, dunk. Okay, I know he can dunk. I know he can dunk. A dunk. But other than that, I think he would address some of the Warriors' needs. And then maybe you draft and stash somebody like Jokic. Although Denver likes him too, Dibs.
Yeah,
there's a couple of names.
Yeah, Jokic and Jovic in Denver, they should be banned from having 2 itches. 1 itch per team, I think, is where you got to have it as just a league-wide rule. I want to see these guys lowlights. I want to see NBA draft candidates lowlights. Mm-hmm. Someone should put together a video, because all these highlight packages, it's like you said, Coloco, 17 straight dunks before we see him actually fight through a screen and move his feet on defense.
Right.
Let's see him actually make a careless pass or airball a 3, or how does he look in his worst moments?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be more telling about how a guy's going to be?
Oh, he stinks. I guess to get that, you might actually have to, and who has time for this? Watch the games, Dibs. I don't know. Who has time for that?
Yeah, and that's where you don't want to watch the games if you're Jaden Ivey, having gotten knocked off by St. Peter's, the 15 seed, in the opening round. Ouch, babe. Oh, yeah.
Speaking of bigs, yeah. Let me ask you, what would you do if you're at the top there and you have Chet Holmgren? Because I must be wrong about this. I saw him play, in the tournament. We all saw him, had a great year, really skilled. And I remember watching him in the tournament and the championship game. He didn't play very well, but I was thinking, man, if I were in charge of an NBA team, I can't draft that guy because he's 7'1", 127 pounds.
Yeah, he's up to $132.
He's so thin. Now he's going to go probably 2, maybe 1, but isn't that whoever takes him, probably Oklahoma City, aren't they assuming a huge risk because he's so frail?
Yeah, 7 foot 196 is the official list. But then again, if you watch him play, he's pretty good at rim protection in college. Now, let's see how he can withstand the battering of some of these real 270, 280-pound bigs in the association, and trying to imagine him guarding Jokic, for example. That's a mismatch right now. I mean, Holmgren's got good length, and he has an ability to guard on the perimeter, but size-wise, that's just 2 dribble leans away from him going into the 4th row.
Size matters.
It does.
It does. Not just height, but the girth, for crying out loud. So Jabari Smith probably first, and then I guess Chet Holmgren. I wish him the best, but if I were in charge of an NBA team, well, for one thing, they'd probably be terrible, but I don't know that I could pick Chet Holmgren because I just see, and I know there's a totally different type of player, and I know this guy's gone through a really difficult time for other reasons, but I see Sean Bradley.
Wow. Much more skilled.
Yeah, I know that. I know. You're absolutely right.
Than Sean Bradley.
Right. Yeah, absolutely right.
That's a little bit unfair. I think I see him as a slightly bigger version of Mike Dunleavy Jr. who was 6'10" when he played, and also
but didn't make your lottery team, your All Warriors lottery team.
No,
almost did, right?
Yeah, if you look at his career, by the way,
third pick, yeah,
quietly his career much better than anyone ever wants to give him credit for, because he became a better player after he left Golden State, and I kind of feel bad for Mike because he did get a lot of the scapegoating during that era where the Warriors stunk because he was drafted so highly. But I see Holmgren as more of a Dunleavy type, more of a skilled big, a guy. I don't think that Chet Holmgren's ever going to be 250 pounds.
Right.
He's not going to be Greg Ostertag at any point. But for me, Whitey, if I'm taking number 1 overall, I'm taking Paolo Banchero. To me, he's the best player in this draft without a doubt. The size, the athleticism, the skill.
A little bit of a handle, yeah.
Yeah, Jabari Smith is a great player, but Banchero played in a tougher conference, and I think he showed out more. And at 6'10", I got body envy.
Okay, all right. Yeah, and again, as far as comparing
girth.
Holmgren to Sean Bradley, and I know they're totally different players. I was only talking in terms of the physical stature, none of the skills, because you're absolutely right about Holmgren and his skills. On the text line, 888-957-9570, Manute made it from the 510 Manute Bowl. Chet looks like Bowl. I would take Banchero first. D's from Daly City. Shout me out, please. Thanks. Do we do that, Dibs, or we don't shout out? Do we shout out D's from Daly City?
Shout-outs and dedications on a Thursday.
Okay. LaRavia getting some run. Yeah. Coloco, LaRavia, Braun. Braun is a kid from Kansas. You may have seen him play 6'5". Christian Braun. He also has been linked to the Warriors. So we will see coming up how the Wiseman reality could impact what the Warriors do tonight. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. And we are brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document, and then I can...
or pre-tax and scan your IKEA family card. Visit IKEA-USA.com/midsummer for more information and to plan your trip to your local store starting June 24th. Offer valid 6/24 to 7/4 in the U.S. Discount applied proportionally across items purchased as shown on receipt. See store and IKEA-USA.com/midsummer for complete terms. Exclusions apply.
I want to break free. Ready to break free, San Fran? Book your 2022 cruise today with Norwegian and enjoy 35% off all cruises to Alaska, Europe, and more. We'll even help you get there with free airfare for second guest. Plus, enjoy free open bar, free specialty dining, and more. Visit ncl.com, call your travel advisor, or 1-888-NCL-CRUISE. Offer ends soon. Norwegian Cruise Line. Sail safe, feel free. Ships Registry, the Bahamas and USA. Restrictions apply.
Attention business owners with more than 5 employees that were impacted by COVID. You may be entitled to up to $26,000 per employee through the Employee Retention Tax Credit Program, even if you already receive government PPP or ERC benefits. Call for a free consultation, 800-222-9000. That's 800-222-9000 to see if you qualify for a cash payment. No recovery, no fee. Call 800-222-9000, 800-222-9000, or visit COVIDTaxMoney.com.
At BMW of Fairfield, our BMW Certified program takes all the guesswork out of buying a pre-owned BMW. Now through June 30th, take advantage of exceptional offers on select model year certified BMW vehicles, like no payments for 3 months, a $500 BMW loyalty credit, a $1,000 BMW certified college grad offer, or 2.49% APR for up to 36 months. Visit bmwfairfield.com for more details.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station.
The first day of any season, especially baseball season.
Steiny
Guru. Steiny.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
It's a draft day tradition, an NBA draft day tradition. In for Mark Willard, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. Thrilled to be with Dan Dibley. And Dibs, I don't know, people ask me a lot, Jockberty, we're going to do Jockberty. Hopefully we'll get some Jockberty together and get it back, back on track. Yeah. But, I mean, what do you care, right? You go down in history regardless as the greatest player in Jockberty history, it would seem.
Yes.
Although Bonte may disagree.
Of course he'll disagree. I mean, Bonte would always disagree with any notion that he's not the best at everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, and we'll eventually settle it on the battlefield. No, not like Anchorman where we will meet with pitchforks and battle axes, but here in the battle world of Jockberty. I'm hoping we can bring it back. My vision was a weekly Wednesday, and a rotating cast between,
I'm out on that. I'm
out. Guys, you need to wrap it up. This bit goes too long. I'm out. Bonte and Shasky, Willard and Dibs, Steiny and Goo, Ratto and Damon if interested. We can get your various Shamaris and Styleses and Devones. And
Damon loves Jockberty. Ratto can't stand it, by the way.
There's a shock.
Yeah.
God, I hate that bit. But yeah, I'd like to, bring it back and get kind of a rotating cast of characters and get some sort of 12-week run with some standings and then get a tournament of champions and see who's standing at the end.
It doesn't really vibe me at all.
Mix some celebrities in there even. So we're working on it.
Yeah.
For the few of you, hey, what's going on, Jack? We're working on it. On the text line here, on this NBA Draft Day, 888-957-9570. This from Aunt Will. Hey, Dibs. Hey, Whitey. Can we get stats on how many teams have turned late or second-round picks into Hall of Famers? It's not a very long list here, Aunt Will. Thanks for listening. In terms of the 28th pick, you got Tony Parker, who, and he's not in the Hall of Fame yet, is he? Or is Tony Parker in the Hall? He's going to be if he's not, you got 11 role players. This is a history of the 28th pick. Tony Parker, 11 role players that played 10 years. You got 28 to play fewer than that. Poole would be in that bunch now, but obviously he's probably going to end up closer to Tony Parker. Then you got 5 who never played in the NBA. So slim pickings, Dibs, as far as the 28th pick go, but that's hardly a surprise.
Yeah, it's hardly a surprise, and just when you look at the the long list of second-round picks who have been in the Hall of Fame, it's not that long. I just clicked on an article, top 50 second-round picks of all time, and just, some of the names, and some of these guys are either Hall of Fame or close, like Jerome Kersey was a second-round pick. Steve Kerr, by the way, second-round pick. He will be in the Hall of Fame, but I don't know if he necessarily is what we're talking about in this bit. I don't think Steve Kerr would have made the Hall of Fame if it wasn't for the coaching portion of the program. But and I think Damon Bruce had this stat when they had Steve on the other day. Steve Kerr has won 9 of the last, I think, 33 NBA titles.
Wow.
If you think about it, and when you think about it in those terms, he got the 6 with Chicago, he got 3 with Chicago, he got 2 with San Antonio, and then now 4 with Golden State. I think he's gotten 27% of the NBA championships since he started as a rookie in the 80s.
Any player or player coach who wins multiple championships and does it with different teams, to me, that's more impressive. Maybe it shouldn't be, but like Phil Jackson doing it with the Bulls and the Lakers. Steve Kerr is a player with the Bulls and the Spurs, and then as a coach with the Warriors. To me, if somebody can do it, and Rodman too, if you can do it with more than one team, he did, of course, Detroit and Chicago, that to me is even more impressive.
Absolutely, and especially when you're a winning player and you're able to go and win a couple of chips. And I know he wasn't as integral with San Antonio as he was a key part of the Chicago run, but still, when you're that late in your career and teams want you, you don't often want a guy in his mid-30s if he is a troublemaker, a problem child, a miscreant, and all the rest of it. So to me, that's a feather in Steve's cap that San Antonio would want him to be that kind of a player off the bench at that point in his career.
Tomorrow on the show, I'll be in for Mark Willard again tomorrow, and we're going to talk to Kirk Lacob about whatever the Warriors do. So looking forward to that tomorrow. Also want to thank today's guest, Howard Terminal, for joining us.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. Before we get back to the meat and potatoes of the draft, Dibs, what comes to mind, and this is a bit that I actually had in mind a year ago, although it wasn't quite a year ago when we had the draft because of COVID and everything. If you're going to pick a player for the Warriors from a basketball movie, a movie character that you're going to draft for the Warriors, which way are you going?
From a basketball movie?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Like, I think, Teen Wolf, I think there's a lot of upside there to Teen Wolf. Young, cheap, and just very versatile, although I guess you never know if is he going to be a wolf tonight or not.
Yeah, and also you're pretty good at guard right now. He'd have to be your fourth guard, so I don't know. You've got Stephen Klay and you've got Jordan Poole. I was thinking about maybe the Shaq character from Blue Chips, whose name escapes me, because like Jimmy Chitwood from Hoosiers, you already have a lot of shooting. So I don't think that Jimmy would be necessarily the pick you would look to make. Robbie Benson from One-on-One, as I really date myself. Again, kind of a gritty guard. Think you already have that covered. He'd be duplicitous on this roster.
Right. Okay. So you're sending Teen Wolf to the G League?
Yeah, without a doubt. I think Teen Wolf gets sent to the G League.
Jackie Moon gets a mention
for some additional grooming.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Kyrie Irving thing, right? With the with vaccination, like Teen Wolf, we got a big game tonight, but we don't know if he's going to be a werewolf tonight or not. So I don't. Yeah,
too risky. Depends if it's a home game or not. Much like Kyrie Irving.
Yeah.
And man, the vaccination of Andrew Wiggins turned out to be one of the biggest plays that they made as a team. Because, if Andrew would have continued to be reluctant, hesitant, defiant about getting the vaccine, how would that have ended with his time here with Golden State? Because basically the organization and he got to a point where it's like, dude, you need to do this. Or he said, look, all right, I'll do it. However, that finally got resolved. The fact that it got resolved turned out to be a huge play for this team.
Mm-hmm. And that speaks to his personality, right? That the Warriors, it sounds like, Dibs, please tell me if you disagree. Publicly, we support him, whatever he wants. Privately, it's like, dude, you have to do this.
Right. We don't do that here. And, if you want to be defiant, if you want to be an unvaccinated person, then you're going to have to do it somewhere else because as an organization and really as an area, I think that the Bay Area, and I'm kind of guessing here, but I would imagine our vaccination rate as a greater Bay Area is higher than the national average.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like the ethos of the organization, the Golden State Warriors, is one of, look, we're getting vaccinated, so you need to get on board with this, or you can go elsewhere.
Bugs Bunny, by the way, from Space Jam, getting a mention. Yeah. Shaq was Neon Bedeau. Is that right?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Ernie from Concord, that bench player from Flubber. And then somebody wants to mention Coolidge from The White Shadow, which was a TV show, Dibs.
I think I'll allow it, though. And Coolidge, as you know, the actor who played Coolidge went to Santa Fe High School. So he's got Bay Area roots, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
Speaking of the Bay Area, by the way, Jalen Williams, Santa Clara, 6'7", a lot of lottery buzz that Jalen Williams from Santa Clara could go pretty high in the draft. So that's something else to keep an eye on going forward.
Yeah, and I do like the draft for that very part of it, the whole, like, we all remember Abaji from Kansas. We saw him through the tournament. We saw him in the final, and so it's like, oh, this is a guy. So when he comes up tonight in the draft and he's a projected lottery pick, you can look and say, I remember him. And then there's other guys who, what? I've never heard of him. And then let's go to Fran Fraschilla for the overseas report. He played in Serbia as under 16s. And
he's amazing.
So it's a mix of, I've heard of him, and get to know you draft picks. And, sadly for me, Jalen Williams is a part of that latter group, 6'6", shooting guard, small forward. I don't remember watching a ton of Santa Clara hoop this year.
And it's just a fact with only 2 rounds now in the NBA draft. When they used to, I think they used to have like 7 rounds way back when.
Yeah.
But with only 2 rounds, there's guys that aren't going to get picked tonight that are still going to have professional basketball futures, maybe even long-term NBA futures.
And I think that the NBA should go to a bigger draft, maybe go to 3 rounds, if not 4, and then those players just become part of your G League team. Now, every team has a G League team, right? Are we at the point where all 30...
I have to double-check that. I think that's right, but I'd have to double-check.
Yeah. And I thought as a part of that, it would be a good way to flesh out the draft a little bit. You don't have to do like the NFL and go all the way to 7 rounds, or MLB, which used to be like 50 rounds and isn't as much anymore, but at least to give teams the ability to get a guy in and, pay him a little bit and put him down in the G League.
Okay, so as you look at the Warriors and where they want to stay and how they want to improve for next year and what they have and their assets, tonight with the 28th pick, to what extent, Dibs, if you're making the decision, would Wiseman's situation play into what you're doing? Obviously, we don't know who's going to be there. I think if I have a chance to take a big, as we've discussed, I'm doing that, especially if I can trade back into the second round and get a legitimate big. I think I need size. I hope Wiseman is going to be everything that I dreamed he could be when I drafted him. At this point, we know it's possible that he won't be. Hopefully he will be, but I could see how it would be nice to have a little more size. I don't even think they had anybody taller than 6'10" last year at Santa Cruz, if I'm not mistaken. So to me, I see that as an organizational need. On the other hand, you could say, well, look at last year. They weren't very big and they still won a championship. But that would be at or near the top of my list, adding size.
I would put that in my second round wish list because you don't want to have to bring in another big that you're going to have to pay a guaranteed contract to as a first round pick, and then somebody you're going to want to keep around. It is nice to have that sort of flexible roster when you get into a series against, Utah with Rudy Gobert, and you get into a series with Phoenix, DeAndre Ayton, assuming he is still there. It's nice to be able to play in different ways against different teams. And we saw that a little bit with the way Steve Kerr used Otto Porter Jr. in the finals. They put him in the starting lineup.
Yeah, I still don't know why exactly. Do you? I mean, really?
Matchup-wise, he was a little bit more of a dynamic offensive threat. And, the defensive step down from Kevon Looney isn't that pronounced. And I think it gave you that first quarter floor spacing that Kevon Looney doesn't give you as much on the offensive end.
Just looking for some mismatches there. And how much do you have to look at replacing some of the guys that are going to be free agents? Hopefully you can keep Peyton and Poole and Looney, but you may have to be considering, all right, is there anything we can do at the draft that would prepare us for the departure of one of these guys? Those guys are so unique, it's hard to, and I know a caller earlier said, hey, they need to go out and find a defensive-minded guard. You just don't go out and find a GP2, for example. Looney's a very unique player. That also gets back to size again. Porter, it's hard to do that, but that may also be a concern if they have some inclination or some idea that they may not be able to keep everybody.
Yeah, and I think that's the way you have to go into the draft. If you're Bob Myers and company, you look at all the free agents and you play the worst-case scenario game and say, what if we can't keep Looney, Porter Jr., Peyton II, any of these guys? What if they all go elsewhere? And the only roster we have is the 8 guys we know about and, whoever we're going to take tonight. And then, of course, future free agents. So I actually liked what that caller said about finding a defensive specialist type of player. Kendall Brown out of Baylor. He's projected to go early in the second round, 6'7". He can play the 2 and the 3. He is an excellent defender. And you remember watching Baylor, Whitey. It seemed like all those guys were elite defenders. And Kendall Brown is one of them. Jump shot is not quite where it needs to be for this team. And he's going to take some seasoning. But the thing about this roster and this team coming up in this season, you don't have minutes for anybody anyway. Right. So you look at Kendall Brown, a guy who...
How big is he? Sorry?
He's 6'7",
6'7",
200.
Whoa.
He's got he's got good size, good athleticism, great potential, and it just dawned on me he is 5 days older than my youngest son. What? That's what it's come to now, Whitey. He's 19.
Yeah.
So you take a 19-year-old and you figure it's a draft and stash, but you stash him in Santa Cruz, and you have the ability to bring him up when need be. And you think about 3 or 4 or 5 years from now when Kendall Brown would be 24, Wiseman would be 25, and Kuminga and Moody and Poole's 27.
Yeah.
2 timelines, baby. So I'm looking at drafting not a ready-made guy, but a young guy with a lot of upside who can play defense.
It seems to me that there's more stigma than there used to be on guys that are a little older, guys that come out of college. Now we mentioned some of the Warriors' potential picks. Caleb Houston from Michigan is 19. Christian Braun from Kansas is 21. E.J. Liddell from Ohio State, 21. Max Christie from Michigan State is 19. You mentioned Kendall Brown. Some of the guys are a little older, it seems like, for scouts. First of all, you really don't know how good he is because he was playing against much younger guys. There was a time when an older player, relatively speaking, coming out of college, hey, this guy's more developed, more experienced, and now there seems to be more of he's past his expiration date already. If a guy's like 22.
Yeah, it just depends on the team and, how they think that this player can come in and help. Because if you take a guy at 22 and you take him high in the first round and you figure you got 5 years, 4 or 5 years, well, this is about it, because by the time they get to 27, now they're going to be getting into that next big contract. But if you draft a guy at 19 and like Edwards in Minnesota or one of these younger players, one of the various balls, and you pick them and they pop, now they're only 21 and you sign them to that second deal, then you can get them for a third contract before they turn 30.
On the Comcast business text line here, 888-957-9570, some movie character suggestions for the draft. 510, Jesus Shuttlesworth. Warriors run a motion offense. He'd fit in perfectly with
That's
the Dubs.
A good call. Yeah.
You know what's great about that movie is the scene where Ray Allen's playing Denzel one-on-one. In the script,
Rucker Park.
Ray Allen's supposed to destroy him. And when they start playing, Denzel's playing for real. And you can see at one point Ray Allen's kind of smiling like, what? Because he's not supposed to do that. But Denzel, who played, I think, at Fordham, he actually played a little bit. He actually plays. The script says he's supposed to get destroyed, but he wasn't having any part of that.
No, and that's a great scene, the interplay between the two, because obviously Denzel's such a great actor. And, Ray Allen, I thought, did a nice job as Jesus Shuttlesworth. Probably not much of a stretch for a basketball player to play the role of a basketball player, but I thought he did a nice job. Rick Fox was good in that movie, too.
Yeah, from the 510, Phoenix apparently dumped its G League team. Sarver is a skinflint, pardon me. So I don't know if all the teams have G League teams right now. Yeah. 818, how about the Dr. J character from The Fish That Saved Pittsburgh? That's Henry and San Ramon going way, way back.
Way back.
And from the 402, Jamal Wallace from Finding Forrester. You're the man now, dog.
Okay.
I don't want Jamal Wallace because I love the movie, but I believe he missed a free throw on purpose to prove a point or something. I don't want that guy on my roster.
It's point shaving is what that is.
Yeah. Make your free throws so we can win the game. Whatever point you need to make it off the floor. Okay? I don't want Jamal Wallace.
Yeah. I don't think I ever saw that movie.
Oh, it's
Finding
really good.
Forrester. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. You're the man now, dog, with, of course, the great Sean Connery.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Dibs. So, Wiseman, the reality is you got a guy here that you have high hopes for, but you don't know what you have in Wiseman. So you don't seem as concerned by that as I am. And I guess the wisdom there would be, look, we went through it last year. We thought that we would have Wiseman. We didn't have him. By the time we found that out, we didn't have time to go get somebody. And we still won the sinking championship. But if you have any reason to think Looney's not going to be around, then I would think you definitely want to address that position in the draft.
Yeah, and I think you can, grab a center late, just a body and see. And you were talking about Karlo Matkovic from Croatia.
Was I?
I thought that was you. From Bosnia and Herzegovina, 6'9", 240, good athleticism, good size, 21 years old, so he's been around the block a time or two. His NBA comp, Isaiah Hartenstein. So, you're not looking at an absolute game changer, but somebody who can help you.
The Warriors wanted him before last year, and he didn't want to sign with them. He ended up going to the Clippers.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. You may be onto something there.
Yeah, and this is according to NBADraft.net. It's just a straight lift. It's not a steal because I'm giving credit. It's a lift. Karlo Matkovic.
Yeah.
Or Matkovic, depending on
from
what side of Croatia he's
and
from.
Herzegovina.
Not just Bosnia.
Yeah. He's that tall. He's that big. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. And I know he mentioned this earlier, Dibs, that Steve Kerr said when the Warriors won the championship, he said this may be the unlikeliest of them all. And I don't even know that it's the Warriors' most unlikely championship, but putting it in perspective of all the Bay Area championships, I think we agree that the 49ers' first championship, and I know it's going back a ways to 81, probably the most unlikely, because to that point the 49ers were it's the 49ers. They were really bad. For them to win a Super Bowl seemed to come out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, they were not only really bad, they were historically bad, they were embarrassingly bad, they were a laughingstock, and they turned it around. 1980, you go 6-10, and Bill Walsh as the coach was yet to be anointed as any sort of a genius, and you look at their roster, and it was not really that good of a roster. You didn't have a ton of good players. And so going into the next year, you thought, all right, just going to be another one of those years. And then you come out and you just kept winning. You win and you win. You go 13-3 and you go on to win the Super Bowl. To go from 6-10 to 13-3 is one thing, but then to culminate it by knocking off Dallas, who had owned you in the postseason for the previous 2 decades, and then go on and still be able to win the Super Bowl in that fashion, that was truly a shocker.
Bill Walsh got credit for the West Coast offense, which a lot of that was him taking the previous West Coast offense, which had been more vertical, and he stretched it out horizontally, the old 5-yard handoff, and had a lot of success with that and was credited for inventing it when really he just kind of adjusted what was already there. Offensive genius. Given what the Warriors have done, JD and I were talking about this a few weeks ago. Given what the Warriors have done and the way they've been at the forefront of the three-point shot becoming so much more important to winning basketball, can we put Steve Kerr on that plateau with Bill Walsh as a coach that helped not only win championships but change the way the game was played?
I think you can, and it helps that that he has a player that was single-handedly equipped to change the game. If you didn't have Steph Curry, if you ended up with Monte Ellis, and you didn't draft Steph Curry because you didn't think the two could play together. I know the draft happened before Joe Lacob or Steve Kerr was even thinking about being on the Warriors, but if Steph Curry never happened with the Golden State Warriors, do they still have the ability to, quote, change the game? I don't think that they do. And so that's not to say Steve Kerr doesn't deserve credit for that, because he does, but I think Steph Curry is the real game changer. And looking at the Niners Could Bill Walsh have come up with the West Coast offense with a quarterback other than Joe Montana? That's probably more likely to me than Steve Kerr changing the game without Steph Curry.
Yeah, but he did have the perfect guy for it, or near perfect guy.
Smart,
and he recognized that.
Yeah, smart in the ability to make the throws necessary and get it done. Whitey, just one more on that Niner team.
Yeah.
They won 15 of their last 16. They started the year 1-2, a loss to Atlanta in September. You got blown out in Atlanta. Wow. So if they had sports talk at that point of the year, Bill Walsh would be getting ripped. You lose 34-17 at Atlanta, and then you go on to win 3 in a row, 4 in a row. Then you win by 3 straight field goal wins. You lose to Cleveland, and then you won by 2 and by 7. There were some nail biters in there, so it's not like they were a dominant 13-3.
Mm-hmm. Coming up next, who's looming largest in the Dubs rear view on this draft day? It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, and that'll all be brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL. The White Sox have climbed back into the AL Central race and host the Orioles this weekend. Chicago will look to take advantage of one of the worst road teams in all of baseball. Baltimore has just 13 wins away from home, second worst in the American League. Knowing the O's struggles on the road, BetQL has a 5-star play for Chicago on the run line at plus money. Take advantage of Baltimore's road woes and consider some cash with the White Sox.
Here's a message just for the attorneys out there. So you passed the bar, joined a firm, or even built your own. Now are you finding out that you're doing more administration than actual law practice? Lexicon can help. Lexicon is a legal technology provider with over a decade of experience streamlining administrative tasks like timekeeping, billing, and more, so you can focus on maximizing billable hours and increasing client satisfaction. Call 855-4LEXICON or visit lexiconservices.com/go to learn more.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
It's Joe Shasky from The Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
The closer of the week is Steph Curry. The chef cooked up 6 triples, 34 points as the Warriors became champions again.
Curry on the out of bounds and drops in a triple.
That's a killer.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener when you purchase a premium garage door.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio based on their goals and needs.
But you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we have one transparent management fee, structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, you really do look out for your clients.
That's because our top priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. It might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments and securities involve the risk of loss.
Your Golden State Warriors are the NBA champions.
With 4 titles in the last 8 years, the run is not done. The Golden State Warriors, once again, are NBA champions.
We're live on Market Street for a championship parade. Klay Thompson with us now live. Are you kidding me?
Isn't that incredible? I mean, sorry guys, I haven't slept much this weekend.
Presented by Zenni Optical and San Francisco Zoo and Gardens.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-978-5309 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-978-5309. That's 800-978-5309. What do you have to lose? Call 800-978-5309. Again, 800-978-5309.
Two cheeks outside.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard on this NBA Drafts Day. Thank you for listening. Thanks for your participation on the Comcast Business text line 888-957-9570. Matsuyama Mike says, great to hear the Ride Guts together again. And he points out, Dibs, NBA Draft Night used to be the Warriors Championship. Used to be the most important day on the Warriors NBA calendar.
Yeah, Secaucus used to be our Hawaii as Warrior fans because, you know, the NBA Draft Lottery was always a big, big night for us. You know, who's going to represent us? Are the balls going to go our way?
Yeah.
Hoping for a clean edit for Spadoni. Actually, I think Bonte and Butcher had a couple good ones this morning. Hopefully we were able to capture balls. Yeah, we like to capture people in moments out of context here. We're childish.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? From the 707, Kevin
I gotta
Garnett
ask
talking
you about the sticky substance on the balls.
That's one of my favorites.
Talking about movie characters from basketball movies that you would draft from 707. That's from Mikey Dub. Says Kevin Garnett playing Kevin Garnett from Uncut Gems. Solid pick for size. 925. Jackson from the show Oz, played by Rick Fox, playing a troubled professional basketball player. I think you mentioned Rick Fox already, right?
Yeah.
'Cause you're in the brotherhood of actors that were in basketball movies.
Yeah, exactly. Having appeared in the 1998 turn of Flubber, starring Robin Williams, my former coworker, rest in peace. Yeah, I played bench player number 11 on in that movie. I didn't actually get any time on the floor, which is one of the bad beats of my career, Whitey, because when we were starting filming, I was slated to be one of the 5 players on the nerd team. I was the big man. I was the 5. I was the center. Our team was, I mean, I'm only 5'9", but these guys who were acting with me were all tiny and bespeckled, and then there's the one huge guy. And at the last second, they decided to write some dialogue in for my character, and thus they needed an actor, and thus I got put on the bench.
No.
It's a bad beat. Yeah.
Did you protest?
No, I mean,
you say, I could do it.
Ultimately, you do what the coach says. You're a team player.
All right.
Dibs, are you getting any royalties from now that it's on Disney Plus, Flubber?
No royalties.
Nothing in the
no spoken lines, no royalties, no mention in the credits.
Was there something that you did, if I remember correctly, where you were hoping you would get more screen time? You gesticulated more, or you did something?
Yeah, there's a big timeout. So we're down 57-3 at halftime. And, we come out of the locker room and Robin Williams flubberizes the guys who were playing. And so now all of a sudden we got flubber and we turned that game around. So late, I think we'd cut it to 1 and the red team calls timeout. And so we go to huddle up and, they got a camera shooting the huddle when Robin Williams comes down and tries to tell one of my teammates to not take the flubber tax off his shoes. So while Robin's down there, you can see me in the huddle. I'm like whack-a-mole, popping my head up to the left, to the right. I am craning my neck to make sure I get as much airtime as possible.
Can I ask how much you got for that at the time?
Yeah, it was $200 a day because I was a featured extra. And we filmed for about 18 days at Treasure Island in San Francisco. Ooh. So plus, what you don't realize is that every time you have to go to wardrobe, which, you went to wardrobe like 4 or 5 times. We had a scene where we're on our street clothes, the pregame speech where, he's giving us a pep talk. And so that was a wardrobe day. And wardrobe days were like $40. So it all kind of quietly added up a little bit.
Yeah, that's nice.
Plus they had 3 meals a day and craft services on set. So in between takes, you could go over and, tell the guy in craft services, hey, let me get a baked potato with sour cream and chives.
Did you abuse the privileges?
Oh, my God. Fat.
Cash me out one
Your
time.
boy was eating like a king. And the thing is, and I don't want to spend the whole show talking flubber, but it is summertime. When Robin Williams and the other actors, like the real actors, when they'd be on set, because they weren't there every day. Some days, we'd be filming scenes that they didn't need to be involved in, so they were elsewhere at other locations filming their stuff. So in a movie, you have 3 different crews. There's the first, the second, and the third crews, basically. When the third crew was doing our scenes, our takeout food was like pizzas. When Robin Williams and company were there, it was like cracked crab and smoked salmon.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So those were the good days when you really ate well. Hell yeah.
Yeah. And that's streaming now, Spadoni, on Disney Plus?
Yeah.
Oh. Certainly is, along with many other classics like Fox and the Hound. Boy, Peter Pan.
And that was the beginning. From there, you went on to be on Wheel of Fortune and Curb Appeal.
Yeah, HGTV's Curb Appeal came first.
Yeah.
Actually, 10 years ago today, they were doing the construction at the old house.
I remember. Yeah. I remember that
and that one was
a
a $20,000 hit.
Yeah.
I got $20,000 of free home improvement.
Yeah. Remember that well? Remember those days when the Warriors were, the draft was the biggest day of the year, but now it's a whole different deal? No.
Yeah, Wheel of Fortune was 4K. That was a 4K hit. So
I got to tell you, that was a tough watch. I mean, I can't imagine what it was like to be in there. It was just like, oh my goodness, can't catch a break.
3 spins of Bankrupt, and that ultimately derailed me.
Yeah, Surprise Easter. I was sure it was Surprise Easter.
Yeah, my puzzle game was on point. Jennifer Aniston was a $3,000 win. That was nice.
Nice.
And the beauty of that is, so when you're done filming the episode, you go upstairs to accounting and you basically just sign at the bottom of a form, and then 6 weeks later you get a check in the mail. That's a nice check to get.
Yeah, I guess.
It's a nice one.
Guess.
Even a meager 4K.
I thought you were going to get more than that, but I guess it all worked out.
I guess.
All right. As the Warriors get ready for the draft, Dibs, who, as you look around the league, Steve Kerr said yesterday, we think we'll be better. Well, you got to be better because everybody else, except the teams that are tanking, they're trying to get better too. So who concerns you the most? I know we don't have free agency yet. We don't even have the draft. We're not sure what the rosters are going to look like. To me, Memphis is a team that I guess respect the most at this point. I see as the biggest threat.
Absolutely, and I would put the Clippers close on that list, and that, of course, that's pending Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard, yeah.
Because he has to be back to be healthy in order for them to really be a threat. But to me, I think about what kinds of teams give the Warriors the biggest problem. And Memphis, when they had Ja, they were giving the Warriors a lot of problems because they're very fast and they're athletic and they can defend. And we saw the same thing from Boston. The Celtics gave the Warriors a lot of problems because they're young, they're athletic, and they can also defend. So the Clippers maybe not as young, but they're a lot deeper than many people realize. So for me, it would go Memphis, the Clippers, and the long shot team that worries me, Minnesota.
I was just going to say them. Yeah. Yeah.
Anthony Edwards is a problem.
Phoenix, I think, is probably in decline, and Chris Paul has seen better days. We'll see. We don't know what's going to happen with Ayton, as you mentioned. Dallas, to me, Luke is overrated. And I know he's a fine player. He does a lot of good things, but he doesn't defend, and he's not a good shooter, and he's ball dominant. He's tough to play with. They may get Gobert, by the way, so we'll see. They don't really worry me. They're not a bad team, I know, but I don't see them as being at that level yet. And I think Utah, I think that thing's coming apart at the seams. I don't think you need to worry about Utah.
Yeah, and I think Denver is a team that you have the right mix of defenders to be an elixir for what Denver tries to do.
Although if Jamal Murray's back and he's close to Jamal Murray, you got to keep an eye on that.
That's a big injury, though, and so usually it takes a year to come back from an injury like that, so I don't know how quickly he'll be able to be, and if he can ever be back to being the Jamal that he once was. And the rest of the teams, the non-playoff teams, even New Orleans, I like New Orleans. They have a good core, but you're going to have to show me that you can be healthy enough and consistent enough to pose a problem.
What if Zion's back, huh? Look out if Zion's back.
I love Zion, but I just don't know if he can stay healthy. I mean, his body is not built for an 82-game NBA journey. I mean, what is he, 6'11", 300? And he plays like a guard, though, is the thing.
Yeah, he's the anti-Chet Holmgren, pretty much.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. All right. So, looking forward to see what the Warriors.
Yeah.
What the Warriors do tonight.
Yeah, the Warriors are going for one for the thumb. We know that.
What's coming up here?
Coach,
on
congratulations, and I guess if things go your way, we'll see you back here. One for the thumb, huh?
Yeah. Well, I don't need one. I only got 4 fingers, so I'm good.
See, I don't think that was bad. You didn't know that, and it led to a funny moment. So
I should have known that. If I would have done my homework, I could.
You should have. If you knew it, you still should have said it. That's what I'm saying.
Well, then I would have said it and tried to be funny about it. Well, Coach, I know you only have 4 fingers, so you don't win one for the thumb. Are you going to go to the other hand?
Mm-hmm.
At least I would have been on the offense.
Yeah,
exactly.
Pick Your Battles is coming up next. It's Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard, and that'll be brought to you by the Department of Healthcare Services on 95.7 The Game.
The more we learn about COVID-19, the more questions and worries we have. CalHope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
Did you know there's a Space Channel?
One of the most exciting projects in the solar system.
Space Channel's got movies, original series, news, music, and so much more.
We have come to visit you in peace. Now we're getting to what they call the moment of truth.
Download the Space Channel app on your connected TVs and mobile devices. Just go to the App Store and search Space Channel. Do it now. It's free.
Space Channel. Front row seat to the final frontier.
Welcome to Mi Casa, Catherine.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It is.
Oh, my, is that a real Picasso?
No, don't touch it.
It's covering a hole in the drywall.
Yeah, my plumber repiped the house. I had leaks and low water pressure, but he doesn't fix drywall.
And behind this Van Gogh?
No, don't touch that.
Another hole.
Yeah.
Why didn't you call Repipe Specialists?
Repipe what?
Repipe Specialists. They can repipe your whole house in 1 or 2 days, so no more leaks or low water pressure. And then they'll offer to fix the holes so it's ready to paint. And for about half the price of a plumber.
Got leaks or low water pressure? Call Repipe.
thing, it's also a payday Friday. And you know that just by watching Daryl the Guru Johnson bound into the studio. Mr. Direct Deposit himself, joined by my homie, John Dickinson. Fellas, what's going on this beautiful Thursday?
You know, it's just, we're blessed, and I'll tell you this. I got 3 kids, and I say...
And a bunch of problems.
Look at you.
Thank you.
And Whitey, it's always good to see and listen to you, but I told John Dickinson this. I hate that I have the disease of payday is Christmas Eve. I want to be like Steiny and, it's payday. That's when you're doing it right. You know what I mean?
Right.
Not like biting your nails. It's payday. Whitey, I got a finance class. I fell asleep, man.
That's all right. It's good to be excited about things. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station, and it's time for the changeover. Brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change you want to see. Guru JD, what kind of changes do you see the Warriors making based on what they do with the 28th pick tonight? Or is it like, they're going to trade down, no big deal, 28th pick?
I find it hard to believe they're going to make a pick at 28 tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That's just kind of where I know others have written about it, but I feel like that's an easy way to where if there isn't a player that you love in that spot to move down and maybe save a little bit of coin at a time where the Warriors could be looking to save a little bit of coin.
And I thought the same thing, because what's that 28th pick going to do?
Yeah.
He's not going to play.
Right.
Because if you take Porter, Peyton, and Kevon Looney and say those 3 are all coming back, you find a way to make them come back, well, that's now 11 guys on your roster, because you add them to Kuminga, Moody, and Wiseman, and your starting 5, that's 11 players. So you take your number 28 pick in the draft, and you pay him, what, $4 million guaranteed, JD?
Wow.
Or I don't know what the number is, but it is a guaranteed deal to do what? To go to Santa Cruz, basically.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about in the green room, guys. When you think about a championship team in any sport, Whitey, I was telling the guys, you think that they're perfect and they're flawless, right? And I know that's unrealistic, but I'm being honest. Break out the black card that Joe Lacob has been spending. You got to give him credit for that vantage point, and I don't think he's getting enough credit right now. If you recycle Dibs, go Tom Cruise and make all the right moves and bring everybody back, Whitey, you got everything you need, and you got the big fella coming back. So Dibs and JD and Whitey, that's how I'm looking at this. Like Gary Payton Deuce is like a young Iguodala in regard to, hey, Kobe's coming to town. Rest in peace to the Mamba. Go get him. How can you say we don't need that? How can you not have the Geico of Kevon Looney, who turned into Hakeem, for the insurance of Wiseman if he gets hurt again or off to a slow start? So, Joey, you got everything you need in the icebox. Just pay the electric bill.
Yeah, just go ahead and pay Kevon Looney, $8 million a year, which JD is really $24 million, because you're in the 3X mode, right, on luxury tax.
That's it.
But I've been spending Joe Lacob's money since he bought the team. So for me, I'm with you, Goo. It's an easy call, but I like what you said about the first-round pick, because if you take somebody at 28, now you're on the hook for $4 million and change, which is really $12 million luxury tax-wise for a guy to go to Santa Cruz. Yeah. I'd rather trade that pick, get another second-round pick, which is just a body.
And you can save several $1 million just by doing that.
And probably get the same kind of impact player for this year, because you're not looking – I mean, there's not a spot where you're like, we have this need, we see a guy, we have to fill that need.
Right, and I think it also goes to that player being behind Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga and even James Wiseman in the pecking order, and whether Porter and Looney and Peyton are back, let's say even one or two or even all 3 of those players aren't back, there's still spots on the roster that, in my opinion at least, would have to be filled by other veterans.
Right.
At least a couple of those, maybe not all 3, but at least 1 or 2 of those spots would have to be filled by veterans, and that would be a more cost-effective way to spend the money.
And think about what Steph, Klay, and Draymond reportedly went to management and said. It was, hey, we need fewer young guys and more veteran guys in order to make this run. Now, it turned out they didn't, but I can't see Steph, Klay, and Draymond thinking, okay, it's us 3, because Kavon's gone and Porter's gone.
Oh.
It's the three of us and a bunch of 21-year-olds. Sounds like a fun year to me.
Yeah. So, Guru, let me ask you this. We know that every team, even when you win a championship, you want to get better because everyone else is getting better.
Gotcha.
Right? It's not like we won a championship, we're good because everyone else is improving. So do you think the Warrior improvement, other than, some roster tweaks here or there, does most of that probably come from Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody being better, and Poole too, presumably, because he's pretty young, and Klay rounding into shape? Is that where that improvement comes from?
No doubt. And you would think with this coaching staff and the leaps and bounds from players like you just mentioned, Poole and the rest of the gang, they held it down. And exactly, that's how I would look at it, Waddy, and that's what I would bank on. I just want to say something to you guys, and I hope I don't get in trouble here on the flagship station of the Warriors. But right now, them being the champ and us in euphoria with the parade, the fact that the Kings and Warriors have never played each other in the playoffs, to me, it's a travesty. Sacramento, the city,
the Warriors'
I've
fault.
raised 2 kids there. I have a home there, Dibs, JD. Am I wrong to root for them to get better? Like, I want them to nail tonight with Mike Brown so they can at least get better and we can see the Warriors and the Kings battle of I-80 in the offs, JD. Does that make me a bad person?
No, it doesn't make you
I'm tired of them being on the mat.
It doesn't make you a bad person. However, I will also say I could not care any less.
I could not care less.
The 5 of his own. He did a...
I could not care
There we
less.
go.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. The problem, Goo, with that is no one cares, but, Sacramento's like, we're going to make the playoffs next year, rather than having the wherewithal, as the Warriors did, to build something gradually. And
they messed
Kings,
up,
like,
Whitey.
We
They
got
messed
to
up.
make the playoffs next year like Minnesota did. You're nothing like Minnesota. So I think you're going to, don't hold your breath over that playoff dream.
All right.
Well, do you remember the last time that they even made the playoffs in the same year? Do you remember what year that was?
I do not.
It was in the, early 80s?
I don't think it exists.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm going.
Well, not in the Sacramento era, it doesn't.
Right.
I know that.
I'm
for a
going
fact.
back in time
Well,
right
that's
now.
all we're talking about. It never happened.
Well, because they both stunk for a long time, and then the Kings had that little flurry while the Warriors still stunk.
Right.
And then the Kings flurry is
The
over.
We Believe year was the year after the last year that
Exactly.
Sacramento made it.
Exactly.
Close.
It was
That's
staggered.
incredible.
But you're not wrong to want, and I would love for Sacramento
And
to
Mike
be,
Brown, too.
Yeah, but if I put my head on my pillow and I do my sports prayers as I do every night,
That ain't in it.
I don't think it's in the top
Okay.
75
I got
of
you.
sports prayers. I mean, I'm going to pray for this LPGA championship to get closer, because right now the leader's up by 7.
Well, how about you pray? Because I turned on the TV last night and watched the scam that was the Royals versus A's at Oakland. Pray for the A's to get a real owner. I'll leave
absolutely.
That there. I'll leave that there.
No,
it is sad, man. And the
We had
players
Howard
have quit.
Terminal on the
They
show
have
today.
mentally quit, and they don't even know they've quit.
Yeah, we had Howard Terminal on the show earlier today. Exclusive
part.
booking.
I gotta go. Odyssey.com.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I'll go find it.
It was a short interview, but
very short.
Needless to say, Howard wasn't feeling great today.
Yeah.
He shouldn't.
Yeah.
JD, I have a question for you.
Sure.
And I know that
Hope I
we
have
don't
an
know
answer.
what the rosters are going to look like here, so it's premature. We haven't even had the draft. What team right now, if you're the Warriors, what team concerns you the most going into next year? Obviously, it's your own team, but other than your own team, who concerns you the most? Dibs and I actually agreed on this.
I would probably say it's still the Memphis Grizzlies.
There you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
I think they are the closest team to having the opportunity to beat the Warriors, let's say, in a playoff series in the West or in the Western Conference.
And I thought about why I felt that way, and it's because they're athletic.
Go ahead.
They can play on both ends of the floor. They've got swagger, and I think that because they can defend, it gives the Warriors some sort of problems. Like Boston gave the Warriors problems at times in the series because of that same thing. They can be younger, faster, and more athletic, and they can play defense. And the other team, Whitey and I both kind of agreed on, below the radar, Minnesota, as a team on the rise who, I'm not saying that, you don't want Minnesota in a best of 7. I still think the Warriors handle that, but Minnesota is a team that is built to give the Warriors some problems down the road.
That's a great answer, guys. And Whitey, I'm in the lab watching these games back after the fact, and I said to myself, not taking anything from the champs, the Warriors, but I said, what happened to those CYO turnovers? What happened to those head-scratching turnovers? But that made me appreciate the Grizzlies man for man on that roster with what Dibs just said. Their athleticism from top to bottom was something that bothered the Warriors. And I'm like, Boston, as great as they are, JD, couldn't do that to the degree that I know I saw Memphis do it game in, game out. So credit to the Warriors, but Memphis is for real.
I think there's also an appetite, Whitey, for Memphis as a younger team to get better and accept the challenge, right? They talked a lot of mess at the Warriors, still doing it. The Warriors hit them back. And I think, a young team that believes that they have the ability in the next couple of years to get where the Warriors have been, I think there's just an added challenge of believing that they can get better. There's a level that they haven't quite been able to tap yet that's still attainable for them.
They just got to figure out, okay, what do we do? How do we get from here to there? Boston, same thing, right? And it looks pretty obvious with them. We got to find somebody who can run the offense. But that's where it gets so tricky. Memphis had such a fine year, and as you know, JD, a truly special season. Okay, what do we do to take that next step? Do we stay with what we have? Do we have to add? What do we add? That's where it gets so very tricky here in this offseason.
And that's the beauty of kind of where the Warriors are. Yeah. They have, the three, I guess, high profile for this team free agents. I don't think the league is looking at Otto Porter Jr., Gary Payton II, or Kevon Looney as high profile free agents. But in our little championship bubble, it's those three. But JD's right. If you don't have Otto Porter Jr., you're going to look for the next Otto Porter Jr., who out there is a 6'7", multiple.
Can't that be Kuminga?
I mean, it could be, but honestly, you need a guy.
No, he can't shoot it like that.
And he's a young kid. I don't think that you're ready to go into a playoff push next year with Moody, Kuminga, Poole, and Wiseman, all four of them being in your 8-man rotation.
Wow. Hey, Dibs, I know we got to go here. Before we go,
take your time, Whitey.
I mean, you're already home, for God's sake.
How much time we got?
Where you got to go, Whitey?
I got to let the dog out.
Exactly.
I got to let Moby out.
Dog's ready at noon.
Totally.
Got out the ball,
Dibs came up with something really interesting, and I wanted to get your guys' opinion on it, if I could, your opinions. The Warriors, their top 5 that they took, this is since 2000. Since year 2000, yeah. Yep. Top 5 they took in the lottery, top 5 they took outside of the lottery. Which is a better starting 5?
Which is a better 5?
Okay. It's amazing.
Yeah, you've got your lottery 5, which is obviously Steph and Klay, and help me, Whitey, if you have
Rich.
Yeah, Jason Richardson is in that top 5.
Barnes, we decided.
Harrison Barnes, and was it Jonathan Kuminga we put in?
We had Kuminga. We were thinking about Dunleavy. I think we went with Kuminga.
Yeah, the lottery 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
5 guys since 2000.
No Wiseman in that group. Wow.
No, he doesn't make the starting 5.
Wow.
I mean, we took Kuminga instead of not Arenas, because Gilbert Arenas is on our non-lottery 5.
Right.
Your non-lottery 5 is good because you've got Monte, Jordan Poole, you've got Gilbert Arenas, Draymond Green, and Kevon Looney.
Yeah. This is not a joke, but
I mean,
is there any Warrior fan listening or walking the earth that would take Team 2?
I think Team 1, you have Klay and you have Steph on Team 1.
Yeah, so
right?
that's the answer.
Right.
Yeah.
Night.
Yeah,
I like that.
I mean, it just speaks to what we were talking about with the 28th pick, where 5 times outside the lottery in however many years, which I know is not that frequent, but that's a pretty good non-lottery 5 there when you talk about Draymond Green, who's a Hall of Famer. Monte Ellis is a great player. Kevon Looney's turned out to be a Hall of Fame piece for this team.
So that's interesting. You guys have a split decision on that, don't you?
Well, Dibs is the only one that went Team 2. JD and I.
No, they're both on team lottery.
I'm team.
All right,
this is sweet.
We're both team lottery, but it also, I mean, just running through that Team 2, it's almost making me want to. Hey, they need to just make the pick tonight. Be damned.
Yeah.
Just make the pick tonight at 20.
Well, I'll tell you who you won't pick. Whitey, I know you got to go get Moby, but I just want your thoughts on this.
He's fine. Yeah.
I was in the lab. I went Hubie Brown, and I'm looking at these possible lottery picks. Can you guys give me the skinny on Chet Holmgren? I don't like the project. We saw it with Wiseman. you got the strength or you don't. And I don't know if those legs are going to be able to hold up to where he can be a monster on the next level.
I'm with you.
Rooting
And I think,
for the kid.
I think I'd be 100% wrong. I was telling Dibs if I was in charge of making a decision, I don't know that I could pick him that high because he's really skilled, I know, but he's just he's like 7'1", 106 or whatever
that
he
ain't
weighs.
good.
196.
Oh, 196. I wish I was 196. But yeah, go,
Well, let me ask both of you, and all three of you really, it's different for JD because he's gone the other way, but when you were 19 or 20, how much did you weigh versus when you became an actual grown man?
About 40. I know what you're saying.
This guy, he's not going to ever be 7'1", 300, but he's going to get bigger and he's going to get more muscular.
Well, give me Sean Bradley didn't do it. Give me, and that's
what Whitey said. My comp
but
is
give
Mike
me the guy
Dunleavy.
that has done that to where the big that has done that and turned into the monster. Every time we start this process, I feel like we never get to the end because it never happens.
I'd have to look at Dwight Howard as a rookie. Now, he wasn't that skinny, but he wasn't the sculpted bum that he turned out to be.
Well, he had some broad shoulders, but I'll get. He wasn't.
He may have had some
Superman.
help too.
Yeah.
No, I mean Kevin Durant's really put on some
cheap
size.
shot, Whitey.
Anybody remember how skinny Shaq was compared to what
Shaq
he became?
That's a good point.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shaq
The other
too.
thing, and I'm with you, Goo, I don't know that I could take him, but so many bigs, like Yao is a classic example. They get so big and Zion maybe too, Dibs, we talked about him. They're just lower extremities can't support the weight.
Amazing.
And that won't be a problem with Chet Holmgren.
I'm not saying Chet Holmgren is going to be Kevin Durant,
okay.
but he's built like Kevin Durant, and he plays.
That's a damn good
He
one.
plays a
Okay.
lot more like Kevin Durant or wants to than he does Sean Bradley. I mean, he fancies himself as a small forward. This guy who can also protect at the rim.
And KG did put on enough weight to where it wasn't Supergirl, but to where he wasn't no punk.
Yeah, famously, and I can't bench 135 either, but I'm not a pro athlete.
Was that KG?
135. That's one plate. I heard you yesterday talking about 2 plates either
and
side.
Damon Bruce came
10
in over the
times.
top after. I was like, "Good, you can't do it." I said, "Video coming this weekend."
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. And Damon, I think, fancied himself a football player once upon a time.
Yeah.
Not at Indiana.
I remember Damon and who did we have?
I think in the state
Indiana,
of
maybe
Him
not
and
around
Romanowski
Indiana.
back in the day. You guys don't remember what I remember. They were talking about their football acumen. Last thing.
Yeah.
I done forgot.
JD and Goo coming up next.
There we
Remember.
go.
All right.
Let me ask you, JD, what do you guys got coming up?
Well, we're going to get into the conversation. We got Bob Fitzgerald's going to join us at 12:30 here,
Get
so looking
off
forward
Twitter.
to that.
Be better at your job.
Ryan McDonough as well, as we'll talk about the draft and a little bit of the NBA offseason. But the big part of the conversation is going to surround Kevon Looney, Gary Payton II, and Otto Porter Jr. If those three are gone, is it really enough for Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga to just step in? Is it plug and play? Warriors have enough if that's the way that they go, and what happens at 28 tonight? So all of that for the next 2 hours and 43 minutes.
I'm looking forward to it.
Whitey, last thing I remember.
Yeah.
It's coming
All right,
back
good.
to me.
Good.
My guy, Tyshawn Jackson out of Union City is putting together Dibs versus Guru tennis match.
Ooh.
You cannot hurt my feelings, and JD, you can't either. But if you were at the counter right now and you had to bet on who would win that match between me and my man, which way would you go?
I know
won't be
Dibs.
hurt.
I don't even know if you play tennis, and maybe you do, but I don't know. And I know Dibs they used to call him the human backboard because he just stand at that baseline, boom, boom, boom. Right now, I'd go with Dibs.
Okay. How about you, JD?
I would lean Dibs.
Okay.
I would lean Dibs, but I think you'd be pretty comfortable on the tennis court.
Okay.
Do you play tennis?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the fact that
Video's
you
coming.
don't think there we go. We'll leave it at that. Yeah.
We got a lot of videos to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Decathlon,
Have fun, guys.
yeah.
Dibs, back with you tomorrow. I'm
Yes,
looking
sir.
forward to it,
All right,
as I
brother.
say. JD and Guru next right here on 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they There's Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
Yes, here we are. John Dickinson in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson, 888-957-9570 as we're with you here until 3 o'clock on 95.7 The Game. And life comes at you fast, Goo, when you win the NBA championship, as the Warriors did a week ago tonight. It's already been 1 week in Boston, and the offseason's upon us already. And the NBA draft, one of the big nights on the NBA calendar. You got the draft, you got free agency, which
this
is
used
now
to be the Warriors playoff, JD.
Just a year ago it was the Warriors playoff. 2 years ago was the Warriors playoff.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, with Wiseman and Kuminga and Moses Moody added to the mix. Not in June. They were obviously later because of the pandemic. I think July last year and November?
Yeah.
In 2020. But the 3 times a year where teams alter their roster, change their team, the trade deadline in season, but then the draft and free agency, and the Warriors now with their title run, they're right up against it. So they got some things to figure out as far as keeping this team together,
right,
or maybe changing course. And other teams we're going to find, and we've already seen some of it with some trades and moves, are going to be coming at them now as they sit again at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, where I come from, JD, the Yoon, we call that the hunted. And that's what the Golden State Warriors are because of what they did last Thursday and showed the world that they are champions for the 4th time in 8 years. And to me, I meant what I said, and I talked to you briefly about this in the green room. I don't think Joe Lacob is getting enough credit for what he's done and what he can continue to do by spending. And I know it's easy for me, a guy that's check to check, JD, waiting on payday like it's Christmas. But my gosh, I look at what Kevon Looney has done and what he's meant to this team in that Memphis series. Right now, I can picture his body on the ground trying to keep possessions alive, securing the rebound. And that's how the playoffs go. One possession can change your fortune. So to me, he's played himself into, I told Steiny this yesterday, forget 8. Is Dibs 10? Like, why would Joe Lacob stop paying guys that bring their hard hat, played all 82. You can count on them. Why would the bag stop at Looney? So I expect Looney to be back. I expect Gary Payton with his expertise on the defensive end to come back. Like, I'm just asking you to get in Joey Lightyear's mind or wallet. Why would it stop now?
I think you'd love to keep everybody, but I think it's a two-way street. Yep. It's not just you can want to keep all 3, and I think the Warriors would want to keep all 3, and I think Joe Lacob would be willing to pay to keep all 3.
Gotcha.
But it's, I think, levels to it as far as how much becomes too much.
Meek Mill's levels.
Exactly, Kevon Looney and Gary Payton II, and how do you prioritize the 3? And I also think, Goo, there's a confidence level in some of these young players' ability to come in and step in and fill roles, almost as if maybe the Warriors believe, or some factions within the Warriors believe, that they have that next wave, essentially a replacement for each of those, not an exact replacement, but a player that could step in for each of those 3 if the price gets too high. So you want to keep everybody, but you may not be able to keep everybody. It's not just totally on you if you're Joe Lacob.
I get that, but didn't we see this movie last year by default? Klay didn't start from game 1. Draymond missed 35 games. Curry got hurt. We saw the emergence of Poole, at times Moody, Kuminga.
Yep.
Sorry, JD, who quietly became a fan favorite. So they got pushed. Wow. They got pushed out a bit sooner, but look how it ended up. You were a 3 seed. So I'm not telling you because what transpired last year is going to repeat itself in the future. But if I'm the Warriors and company, I'm looking at, okay, even if you look at it from a vantage point of load management to the big 3, you got options. So why would you roll the dice? And I won't dare say be cheap or cut back on guys. Like, I could see Otto Porter Jr. not in a Warrior uniform. I want him in one, but I could see Kuminga getting some of those minutes. And Wiseman, things like that. Like, everything to me is intact. It's just about if you'll pay to have those guys back. And that's why I think we don't see them draft anybody tonight. They trade the pick for a second rounder just because of the allocation of funds that this pick is going to have.
Yeah, it would make a lot of sense, I think, to if there isn't a player that you love at 28, to move out and to maybe see some kind of savings there. That wouldn't surprise me at all if the Warriors wind up not having a first-round pick tonight. But the Warriors have been so successful, and it's interesting because the thought process has been that maybe, the narrative at least was that the Warriors hadn't been very good at drafting and developing. Well, that isn't really the case when you look now at the impact Jordan Poole had, late first-round pick, the impact that Kevon Looney has had, late first-round pick.
But they both had troubles. Looney with the neuropathy of the legs.
But year one, year two, maybe don't expect it, but by year three and beyond, those players were both factors. The point being, if you take somebody tonight, they're probably not helping you next year, but that doesn't mean they're not helping you 2-3 years from now.
Okay, that you're spot on.
But you got to pay the next 2 years to get to that point.
What's the biggest flaw this team has? Is it Halle Berry or Beyonce? Are they perfect? Bo Derek?
Might be athleticism.
At what position? Just
I would say overall length and athleticism.
Okay, but
Probably.
I'm looking at Moody now.
Maybe a little bit of size, although they prove they don't need the size to win it.
No, you're right. That's what just blew me away. I thought that was going to be the death of this Warrior team. Okay, now how do you remedy that? How do you go get it if you've proven, we would like it, but JD, they've proven they can go and win a title with the athleticism where it's at now.
True, but can you do that if you lose, let's say, Looney, who's not the athlete, but he is the big? Everybody says, you can't win with this big or that big.
Yesterday, I was like, Steiny, I wouldn't bring it back. Full disclosure.
And Gary Payton defensively is the length and the tenacity and the athleticism that you do need. So I think if I'm prioritizing the three, it's Looney, Payton, Porter. But I'm a keep the band together guy. Like, I want to keep everybody.
Yeah, I'm with you. And has Joe Lacob done that? Like, am I the only one saying I feel like he's not getting the credit for spending in the tax?
He's getting the credit.
You think so?
You don't think he's getting the credit? I think he's getting the credit.
Well, the chef's getting the credit, and rightfully so. He players
paid to stay in the game. He paid to stay in the game.
And I mean this. Give me an owner right now in any sport, 888-957-9570, that you would take over Joe Lacob right now. I mean, that's where I'm at with him. He's putting the money back into the team. And I can't, do his finances. But let me tell you something. Them home games in the offs and the finals, that didn't hurt the bottom line. That helped the bottom line to me. And now if you want to put that back and run it back, I love that term, run it back and pay Looney's earned his bag with this team.
Willingness to spend is not the issue. Okay. Willingness to spend is not the issue.
That's a great phrase.
Now, if somebody makes an offer, there also is a point in which you probably can't go beyond if somebody else makes an offer, and I think that's the calculus that the Warriors are going to have to do over the course of the next week and a half. 888-957-9570. $5.6 million up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game, Goo. Check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Download Beat the Streak Daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Coming up next, final interview of the 21-22 season with the voice of the Warriors, Bob Fitzgerald, joins us. That's coming up here on 95.7 The Game.
Damon and Ratto. Weekdays from 3 to 6.
Steve Kerr, Warrior head coach here on 95.7 The Game.
Steffi's kind of our Magic Johnson, our Tim Duncan. He's the face of the franchise, and everything has been built around him. So for that reason, I will always think of this title as kind of Steph's crown of glory.
Damon and Ratto.
Into the state's capital, from the East Bay to Monterey, from Marin County to San Jose, the city by the bay, and the town. I got the north, got the east, got the west with me. Dub Nation, don't mess with me. Appreciate these days. They don't come around very often. I lied. I lied. Warriors ground. You run up on me and get your man beat up. Dub Nation.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, John Dickinson and Daryl the Guru Johnson, Bob Fitzgerald there.
I didn't know he was a musician, Bob.
The voice of the Golden State Warriors, Bob Fitzgerald, joining us now.
Remixes now? Is that what we got going?
That's it. It was that good, Bob, that we were able to, mix it up a little bit for you. What's going on?
That is actually the funniest one. In 2015, I'm like, don't take these for granted. They don't come around very often. And it's like 4 titles in 8 years. I lied. I guess they do come around very often. We just didn't know yet.
Just take us through just the last week and sort of processing everything from your point of view, from having the final call a week ago tonight now. It seems like it was yesterday, to the parade and the pre-rally and everything as it starts to sink in that this team really did win an NBA championship for the 4th time in 8 years.
You know what the thing is we talked all year that if they could ever get healthy, it'd be awesome to see what the Warriors look like. And so when Klay came back and they won that game against Cleveland, they're 37-9, and you're like, okay, here we go. Like what? But that's the night Draymond is out. And then he misses a significant part of time. And then it's like, all right, Draymond comes back, and then Marcus Smart rolls up on Steph, and now Steph is out. So you kind of have this idea of, are they ever going to be together like one time? And yet they did right at the beginning of the playoffs. You know, Steph was still coming off the bench for minute stuff, but you saw, it started that Denver series, I think the first couple games, like, oh, wait a minute, it's the playoffs and it's the Warriors, let's go. So then Peyton gets hurt, and you're like, they need GP too. You know, that's going to be a big loss, but he came back. And so I think as the playoffs went on, you started to believe that, hey, this team's, you know, they got a little something to them. And Game 4, to me, that's the biggest rewind, is that without Steph's brilliance and without the 43 points, you know, you probably don't seize the momentum and get rolling. But once you got Game 4, you're like, I think the Warriors could get this done. And so, you know, to do it and to play as well as they did, Wiggins played his best on the biggest stage. Draymond came back to form, and Steph Curry was just absolutely brilliant. Jordan Poole answered the bell for his first playoff run. There's so many good things to be excited about, but I think this is the surprise title. I had them winning the championship next year with Wiseman and Kuminga and Moody taking a bigger role, but they got one this year, and we'll take it.
Fitz, we will, and you know what? I'm happy for you. I'm happy for the Warriors, the Bay, and Steph to hoist up, and not from a selfish perspective, Bob, but I'm a guy that I keep my ear to the street, the noise, which comes from these national shows. He got the MVP trophy, but Bob, it hit me driving in, and I mean this, and I'm not being a homer. Do you think any other owner has gotten off to a better start than Joe Lacob? And I know we got questions about Porter Jr., Looney, and GP2, but I got confidence because not only has he won, we talk about the Chris Mullin ceremony night, he's already put the money back into his team. And I think about early Jerry Jones that delivered 3 titles for the Cowboys in 4 years, and then there was a fall off. Do you think Lacob is getting his just due?
No.
Love it.
No. I think people really need to realize when the average team is spending $120 million, what Joe and Peter, the ownership group, do by spending $350 million. You know, and all the luxury tax. Now, people say all the franchise value's gone up and they built the building, and that's all great. But so many owners would put this money in their pocket. And yet Joe and Peter and these guys are spending every last dollar for the team to be as good as it can possibly be every single year. And I think fans deserve that, but it's uncommon in the business world and in the sports world in particular to see that happen. And, you know, and so I'll go back to the Kelly Oubre situation. You know, you lose Klay Thompson with the Achilles, you're not going to win a title that year. The Oubre acquisition really cost $80 million in real dollars, and Joe didn't even hesitate. He's like, Klay's out. We got to try to be as good as we can be. I don't care what it costs. Let's go do it. And if you're a fan, you got to love owners that are all about winning and maximizing the team being good for as long as possible.
Well, and the interesting part of that, too, Bob, is and look, Kelly Oubre wound up not being the best fit over the 72-game campaign, and I think he wanted a different role than maybe the Warriors could provide. But he did help them, and especially in the first half, stay afloat to where, yeah, maybe they played better without him in the final 20, and they wound up being 39-33, but we've heard Steve Kerr speak of the end of that season last year and how it did provide somewhat of a bridge to this year. If the first half of that season goes completely off the rails, maybe you're never at a point where you get it together a little bit in the second half, and then you're coming off of 2 losing seasons. I almost feel like that's harder to turn around than, hey, just be an average team that is 6 over 500 and ends up losing in the play-in. That's a hell of a lot better than maybe another year closer to what the year prior to that looked like.
JD, you are a bright man, because I could not agree more. Jordan Poole's second half of the previous year was on a 39-win team that, went into the 2 play-in games. What if that's a 15 or 17 or 20-win team, just like you said, piggybacking on the 15 and 50 year? And then maybe you're like, shut Steph down, shut Draymond down, shut Wiggins down. Let's just take it on the chin and look at another lottery pick and the whole bit. I think the fact that they still went with good intentions to be good and to try to win benefited them for exactly what you said. We acted like 39 wins and missing the playoffs was a disaster, but it was a very competitive year, and it did finish 15-5, and it provided the impetus for Jordan's ascendance and reminded everybody that Steph is still amazing and that Draymond is a genius defensively. I agree with you 1,000%. I think the seeds of a lot of good things from this year were planted on the way they handled the year prior. So I have not heard many people that perceptive to point that out. I think you're right on the money there.
Fitz, the beautiful thing about life is as soon as you get out of bed, you think you know what's going to happen, but you know what? You don't know, because we're not in control of it. And I was sick for the great Tim Roy, who wasn't able to call the last 2 games. And if you can, I hope I'm not prying, but can you walk us through when you got that call, and how did you prepare any different? What went through Bob Fitzgerald's mindset knowing you were going to call these final games, which kind of came out of nowhere?
Well, I'm sick and sad as well. Tim and I have been friends for 30 years. So, for me, the playoffs are the great thing about radio is that, we're done on TV after round 1. Me and Kalena get to be fans. I take my kids to the games, take my dad to the games, and just pull like everybody does for Dub Nation. Now, during the finals, I'm attending every game and I'm rewatching every game, so I'm dialed in as to knowing everything going on, and I talk to our players and our coaches and GM, and so I'm going to practice. I'm prepared, but I'm not prepared to broadcast, because that's what Tim does so well. So yeah, just health and safety, he can't go and he can't be around the players, and you got to do game 5. I found that out a couple hours before Game 5. And then, by the way, the team plane leaves the next day at 10 in the morning. We're going to Boston. You got to do Game 6. I'm there to help the team in any way possible. That's what you do. On a personal level, I was sad for, my friend. So that's,
Gotcha.
Hey, great doing it with Tommy, great doing it with Jim, and this is what we do. But, no, it sucks on 12 levels, for Timmy. And, we rode in the parade together with our families, which was awesome. But, I was just bummed out. It's like super happy and super bummed out, like simultaneously. It's kind of a weird feeling.
No, well said, Bob, and a nice job done by you in those final couple of games as well. Getting pressed into action there. The NBA calendar moves very fast, especially when your team wins the NBA championship. The draft is tonight. The Warriors sitting at 28, and the offseason to come here really begins tonight with free agency in the next week and a half or so. Kevon Looney, Gary Payton II, Otto Porter Jr. Big crux of the show today, Bob, is if none of the three come back and Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga are pressed into a greater role for those three players. I know it's not apples to apples, but how much do you think those three could contribute if the Warriors were to lose the first three?
Well, I just told you I was bummed before. Don't say losing the first three. Now I'm going to get sad. Come on now. I have great confidence in Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga, and I'm really looking forward to the blossoming of their careers. Now, having said that, I love Kevon Looney, and I love Payton and Porter. So I want them all. I want them all to stay because I think just like Jordan has Steph and Klay now, that having a guy like Porter around helps Kuminga. Having Looney around helps Wiseman. You know, I want to keep them all. And so I'm hoping that these guys, you know, they've earned the free agency and they're going to have interest and they deserve it. Wherever they get to the financial dollars, we'll at least talk to Bob Myers and Joe and say, hey, finances being in the neighborhood, I want to come back and be a Warrior. So I'm going to be totally optimistic until, you know, things play out otherwise. But, you know, the young guys are ready, but are they ready to, like, be champions and carry the full load? Probably not. Not at 19, not at 20. But I think the Warriors will have a really good mix and be really good next year, and I'm totally looking forward to it.
Fitz, if Steph Curry wasn't an answer to this next question, Andrew Wiggins would be the answer, because when anybody talks about Warrior culture, just bring in Andrew Wiggins, who could have been the MVP of the playoffs. And I want to ask you, is there a player that you've seen move locales and kind of change the narrative? And again, I'm on record as saying it was never to me about his physical skills, but to watch him just show the world how gifted, how athletic he is on the basketball hardwood. Talk about the metamorphosis you've seen from Wiggins as a Golden State Warrior and this playoff run.
Well, you know what the thing is, though, Guru, is that when you look at David Lee was the first guy to say, I want to be a Warrior. And then that allowed Andre Iguodala to say, I want to be a Warrior. And then you have guys like JaVale McGee that people vouch for and say he'll be his best as a Warrior. And so that stuff happening in the prelude was why a lot of people were very confident that Andrew Wiggins would fit in. Because the Warriors don't do things in a vacuum. We talked to a lot of people around the league to find out who a guy is away from the court, what he's like personally, who is he as a person. There was a lot of people giving the thumbs up for Andrew Wiggins, a lot. And so I always wondered, if you win Rookie of the Year and you're averaging like 20, well, I don't know how it morphed into he's some terrible person or player. I just didn't get it. So to me, his defense took an ascendancy as a Warrior, just like you thought it would, because he's playing alongside Draymond Green, being coached by Ron Adams and Steve Kerr. Okay, we need you, Wiggs. We need you to guard all these wings, and whether it's Doncic, whether it's Jason Tatum, he was brilliant. Then you look at the scoring, and you can mark it down, 17, 18 points. And the best bar bet for any of us, go ask people who led the Warriors in three-point shooting this year.
Wow.
No one's going to guess Andrew Wiggins at 39%.
Wow.
Not Steph, not Klay, not Jordan. Andrew Wiggins at 39%. Led the team in three-point shooting. So I don't know if he just didn't get enough love or enough appreciation or whatever. I think he's been fantastic since he's been a Warrior, and I just think he's scratching the surface of what he can do, because the one thing the guys teased him about it, but now there's a demand on it, the guy doubled his rebounding in the playoffs.
Wow.
From 4 rebounds a game, he's pulling 8. You know, he had double-figure rebounds for the first time in his career twice when it mattered in the finals. So people hit their prime at different times. Basketball is all about Steph makes Draymond better. Draymond makes Klay better. Steph, Klay, Draymond make Wiggins better. Steph, Klay, Draymond, Wiggins make Jordan better. You know, so he's just in the right spot, surrounded by the best guys and he's a great guy. So I just think he's fit in wonderfully, and I could not be happier for him because, I mean, go back. We don't want to Google search because it gets scary. Go back to that trade and read all these knuckleheads that were ripping the Warriors and Bob Myers and Andrew Wiggins. Where are these people now? Where are they? I don't see any of them talking very much at all. At all. I don't hear nothing. So the Wiggins-Kuminga trade, I think that's going to go down. The Warriors will be very happy with that transaction.
Absolutely. But, Bob, great stuff. We really appreciate it. We'll talk to you again soon. Thanks all season for hopping on here. I know I speak for Steiny and Goo as well. Really appreciate it.
Now, you guys are the best. It's always super fun. I'm not going too far in the offseason. You need something, give me a buzz.
There it
Sounds
is.
good. The great Bob Fitzgerald here at 95.7 The Game. Goo?
Yeah, just your thoughts on Wiggins, because I got a list here, and I'm drunk and in love with everything Warriors right now, and rightfully so, and it starts with Steph and, all that smut that we were hearing about, where is he at, and he ain't won without KD, but Andrew Wiggins. And again, Jay, it ain't about me. I'm not trying to take a victory lap, but Steiny knows outside of one day, I always knew athletically this dude had it. It was just like upstairs. And this culture, as Bob spoke to, allowed him, and again, playing with Draymond alongside of him. But even last year, I don't think he got the love that he should have got. I remember that shot he shot in the playing game, the 3 at the end. It is still, I'll never forget that one. But, he wasn't the only one, but he's blossomed. And now I just can't envision a Warrior team with Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, and I think it's gone from, hey, he's a placeholder type, a placeholder that helped them win an NBA championship, to how can you keep this guy beyond just the 1 year left that he has on his contract? Because it really did, I think, all change. And Steve Kerr's mentioned this for the Warriors when they got him, because he gave them that three-man that had the athleticism to defend other players of that position, but also be a slasher and knock down some corner threes. I mean, he gave them a dynamic.
39% from deep.
He gave them a dynamic that had to be replaced when they lost Durant, period. And if they don't I keep going back to, if they don't take on D'Angelo Russell, they don't get Andrew Wiggins.
That's amazing. And KD allowed all that to happen.
But yeah, I mean, sometimes it is just a matter of, you talk about paying the freight to be able to stay in the game, maxing out D'Angelo Russell and going into a hard cap situation to do it because you were already over the cap, and making that sign and trade. I mean, that is akin to paying the freight for Kelly Oubre when a $20 million player costs you $80. Why? To stay in the game, to give yourself a chance to remain competitive the following year. So when we talk about the money spent, the Wiggins deal is part of that, but the Wiggins deal really starts with the Russell deal and taking on a player that really didn't fit at all. And we kind of knew he didn't fit at all 3 years ago, coming up on 3 years to the day when the Warriors were going to make that deal. I think I was sitting in with you and Steiny at that point, and we're all kicking it around thinking, well, he may not be the best fit, but Klay Thompson's going to be out, and you'll see if you can flip him into a player that maybe does fit. And the Warriors were able to do that, and that player wound up being Wiggins.
And when you look
championship player.
Yeah, no doubt. And I was telling the listeners this, last couple of weeks I've been going back, watching old games, even, when Cleveland came back from 3-1. Those were exciting games. But in essence, Jay, the Warriors basically turned Harrison Barnes into Durant for 3 years, and then Durant into Wiggins.
And they don't win any of the titles.
That's amazing, man.
They don't win any of the titles that they've won without the three of them.
Right.
Without Harrison the first year, without Durant the 2 middle years, and then without Wiggins in 2022.
Who's the dropper? That's crazy. Is that you?
That's not me.
All right.
No, that's not me. I'm not sure who that is.
Oh, it's Kapler.
Oh, is it?
That's crazy.
Is it really?
I think it is, but don't help me.
All right.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. It's Steiny Guru here on a Thursday. John Dickinson and Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're looking ahead a little bit now because the NBA draft is tonight, and the Warriors currently sitting with the 28th pick in the draft tonight. Free agency a week and a half away.
It's going down.
Big decisions on Kevon Looney and Gary Payton II and Otto Porter Jr. as to are one of the three back or two of the three
and
back.
And they all want to be here.
They all want to be here.
Speaking about that culture. Because
they all want to be here, but they all have opportunities. I know Otto's been paid at a high level, even at a young age in this game. He had his $100 million deal.
Yeah.
That's come and
He's
gone.
He's a kind of an OG.
And dealt with some injuries, although only 29. That's surprising.
Now, I would think he's 34. That's interesting.
Only 29. Wow. Actually looked it up. I think his birthday was a couple of weeks ago.
Now, you probably don't remember you and I having this conversation.
It's Rick Barry, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, text line.
It sounds like Kapler.
Xfinity Mobile text line.
But didn't play
that makes sense.
That's crazy.
That makes
sense.
Crazy.
Yes,
no, not
okay.
that one. That's crazy. There we go. That's Kapler.
Oh, okay.
But to me, listen, 3 years ago we were talking about Kevon Looney getting the bag, and guess what? Nobody knocked.
He didn't get the bag.
Right, nobody knocked. Do you think teams have said, you know what? We were wrong, and what they see now is the byproduct of a dude that will get through everything.
Well, I was looking at this the other day.
Tell me, I want to know how many offers he gets. Is the line around the corner like a Macy's sale on 4th of July?
There aren't a lot of teams that have a lot of money to spend. And if you look at the teams that have money to spend just in free agency, the Pistons, and they're lining up with the Grant trade for something. They might be trying to go after DeAndre Ayton and maybe one other dude in addition to that. The Pistons have $45 million available.
Okay.
The Spurs have 29. The Pacers have 25, and the Magic have 25. Those are the top four teams in terms of available cap space.
And I would give Looney 10 a year.
So there aren't a lot of teams that have a lot.
3 for 10? I mean, 3 for 30?
It depends on the team, but yeah. I mean, that would be...
But the Warriors need that in case Wiseman...
The target range for me, if I'm Looney, would be 3 and 30.
Yeah, okay,
that would be what I would want.
Right. As opposed to his what now? It's
about 6, right?
Oof. He outplayed that contract this year.
888-957-9570. Let's sneak in a couple of phone calls, Goo, here. Let's get Philmo Mike
Our
first
guy.
up here. What's up, Philmo?
Oh man. Y'all having a great conversation. You know, I go back when I was happy to get Chris Porter. You feel me, from Auburn. You know what I'm saying? I'm 37. You know what I mean? That was a great pick for a second-round pick. But anyway, I'm going to let y'all know a couple of names. Guru, you asked Bob Fitzgerald. He didn't really answer the question, but I got Bob Fitzgerald back because he's going to start saying from Philmo. When Curry's shooting a three from long range, he's going to say from Philmo, from Hunters Point, all the way from the Trail Hill, Lakeview.
There you go.
Naming our hoods in the city. But listen, Ron Artest, Lamar Odom, and this is the most accurate, I think, Ron Harper. He had a mix of injuries, and he had some little setbacks that hurt his career, but once he got to the Bulls, he kind of revitalized his career, sort of like an Andrew Wiggins, because if you look up Ron Harper, he was averaging maybe between 17 and 23 points per game. I'm a real basketball historian on the low. I don't know where it come from, but I just remember
they used to call him Hollywood Harper too.
I love you, Guru. Guru, you better represent and be Venus Williams when you playing Dibs too.
All day. It's done, Mike. You ain't got to worry. I'm gonna do like you do with your microphone. I'm a rep. Hey, they used to call that was a good comp. Remember, he was before the injury.
Ron
Hollywood
Harper
in Cleveland,
really good though.
But he did reinvent himself, and could defend for the Bulls,
and even had a couple years at the Lakers too.
Yeah,
in their three-peat.
True.
He was a part of
Good
those
call,
teams.
Mike.
888-957-9570. We got more phone calls coming up. We also have Ryan McDonough, that's going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, former executive with the Suns and the Celtics. All brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Watch the Morning Roast every morning on twitch.tv/957thegame.
Are you serious about winning the championship? When Farhad says the things that he's saying about clubhouse chemistry, and I don't want to be jammed up with contracts,
To Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hour number 2, John Dickinson in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're feeling the vibes.
This is one of the greatest rap songs ever made.
On the Thursday, no question. 888-957-9570. The draft is tonight. What do you do? What do you do if you're the Warriors?
I just feel like you're covered.
Make the pick or look
you just
to not
went to
make the
Costco.
pick?
You got everything you need. You trade the pick. You don't want, and you're going to pay those resources to what? Somebody that's not going to chip in?
To me, if there's somebody you love that you think can be a player in the near future, next 2-3 years, you make the pick, and I think the Warriors go into tonight with the intention on making the pick.
All right.
But financially, if there isn't a player you love, you move back a couple of spots, get into the second round, and maybe you make a pick at the top of the second round with somebody that you really like, but you don't have to necessarily account for the guaranteed money. Free agency also a part of this. Warriors with, and it's not 100% their decision, but you've got Kevon Looney and Gary Payton II and Otto Porter. All are up. And the question, and we got some people that want to talk, but the question I think is, how comfortable are you feeling if you're a Warriors fan? You're not necessarily prioritizing the 3, but what if there is a scenario where you lose all 3? Like, It is realistic.
Oh, that would be, yeah.
That the Warriors could lose all 3. And is it as simple as plug and play Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga for Looney, Payton, and Porter, and you feel confident that team could contend for a championship? Or do you need to replace the vets you lose with new vets? I'm inclined to say you need to bridge your top 5 or 6 with those young players and have 2 or 3 veterans. Those veterans, to me, were critical in helping the Warriors be a championship-level team, from Iguodala early to Payton and Porter throughout the whole season to Kevon Looney in the playoffs. The Warriors don't win this chip without all of those players being big-time contributors.
And that's 100, as the kids say. I agree wholeheartedly, and that's why I believe – at the end of the day, I want all 3 back when you talk about Porter Jr., GP2, and Looney. And it starts Looney, GP2, and Porter. But I could see the youngsters getting a bigger role. We're talking about Wiseman, who is going to be a factor, and let's just say he balls out. I'm not going to rob him of that, giving this team another dynamic down low, a low post presence. The people on the text line talking about they need to get more mean down low. Well, okay, he's out there. But with that said, one of the 3 is a must, and that one to me is Kevon Looney. In this day of bigs having the switch, in this new NBA, JD, Looney can do it. I don't think he gets enough love for him. The defense that he plays when they try to get him in that action, his ability from where he's come from health-wise, And his feet, his hips, his discipline defensively, he's a mainstay. He's a must. And the story that is, the great story that is Gary Payton II, I don't think you just say, hey, deuce, to Chris Brown, deuces. I don't think you just say bye. I think
very difficult to do.
But is it really? Is it really?
It would be difficult to say goodbye, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay, gotcha. But it looks like there's love, and rightfully so, on both sides. So it ain't like, he's asking for Ferrari money. But the fact that you found him, the Warriors and company, your scouting department, and he blossomed, and now he's he was a major factor in the finals. That guy has a jersey.
No doubt.
Right.
I mean, I'd want to keep. Look, I always want it when something's working. I always want to keep it the same.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I always want to look to keep it the same, even if I got to pay a little bit extra to keep it the same. But it's more than a little bit extra. I even want to keep Otto Porter. It seems like Otto Porter's the one where the consensus is, well, you're just not going to be able to keep him.
Hey, real quick about Otto Porter Jr.,
Absolutely.
JD. The parade was phenomenal. Everybody here at 95.7, the game was in their bag from the morning. Everybody. But you were my MVP. I mean, Jay, I just want to tip my cap. Here go the flowers.
I appreciate
They're
that.
imaginary flowers, and I'm giving them to you. You were on point, and then you had to do the interview, which me and Steiny just loved, with Otto Porter Jr. in the euphoria and the madness.
It was great.
Of the parade, but I wasn't jealous. I wanted to. You were boots on the ground for real.
It was cool getting an opportunity to hop on the float. I'm not going to lie.
How far'd you go?
That was.
Okay.
I mean, we had Klay up there for a second. He was talking to you guys.
Did
but
you
Klay,
see him knock the girl over?
Klay, yes.
Oh my God. He went Ray Lewis.
And so he hopped off, and then he wasn't wanting to put the headphones on to talk to you guys. But Jordan Poole was much cooler about that. Jordan Poole took the mic.
So the Poole takeover was, I was like, is he new media like Draymond? But no, he grabbed your mic.
He said, is this wireless?
I love it.
And I said, yes, it is. And he said, okay, I'm going to roll with it. So he grabbed it, started interviewing people. He put the headphones on, so he actually could still hear you guys. I don't think it mattered what you guys were saying at that point. But he had the headphones on, and I was rolling around with him because it was all hooked up to the equipment to be able to transmit it back.
You did a great job,
he
man.
went around interviewing fans and interviewing Wiggins, and it was all good. It was a fun day, different challenge.
Yeah, I saw JP. There was one young lady. I'm married, but when you're single like JP is, he made a stop interview. I'm like, that's how you work it. That's how you do it, Jay.
No doubt. Timothy in San Jose. So good stuff there. Let's get back to the phones. 888-957-9570. What's going on, Timothy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Hey, I just wanted to always wanted to ask this question. But before I ask the question, I just want to say I think the Warriors need to look at the Chicago Bulls blueprint and don't do what they did. Don't break up a good thing. If they can, try to sign it. I know it's not possible, but try to sign everybody back and just keep going with it. I think they have a good generation that's filling that gap. But I always wanted to ask this question as far as the what if Draymond Green did not get suspended and Bogut did not get hurt. I feel like they would have won that championship, and pretty much the trade for Durant wouldn't have happened. They would have just pretty much been cruising all along. So I just wanted to ask that question to you guys also.
Yeah, they win in 16 if Draymond. I don't know about Bogut.
I love
I'm going to throw Bogut out
I
there.
miss you, but today's the day. Let's talk about it. There's no doubt.
Well, if Draymond doesn't get suspended, they win.
Were
Of course
fighting
they
each
win.
other, the Cavs.
Of course they do.
And then when they lost to Toronto, Klay went out and KD went out, and they would have won it. I believe if Klay. I know today.
Toronto's a little different conversation for me, but the Cleveland one's a no-brainer.
Thank you.
The Cleveland one's, but they didn't win.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't count it as a win.
But you just feel like injury and fluke things.
Do you think Durant doesn't come?
Right.
You think he doesn't come if they win that one?
If the imaginary phone call in the parking lot from Dre, that wouldn't have happened, and it wouldn't have been no Durant. And as crazy as it sounds, you've been with me since I've been working here. We were taking calls to where some people felt like when Durant was still here, it was worth losing a chip to get him.
Right.
To come back, I would never say losing a chip is worth whatever is at the end of the.
No, but they did win 2 more.
Yeah, could have been 3.
They did win 2, but they got 2 more, and they got it
3
back.
straight.
And the 17
Warriors
felt
are
like
bad.
redemption for 16.
Okay,
and that team was we could talk about where the championships rank in terms of
you really can.
15 this and 22 that, and you got 17 and 18 in between. To me, the best team of all of them was the 16-17 team.
I can't say no. That one
was
of the best teams ever.
You can. Now that doesn't mean it's your favorite championship or it means the most. Hell, it might mean it's probably third on a lot of people's list if you're ranking the 4.
It's one of the best starting 5s ever to me. I've said that.
But the 17 team, the first Durant year where they won 67.
Oh man,
and went 15-0 until they lost, and then they won at Oracle in Game 5. They won 15 straight playoff games.
And every day, Steiny and I were doing the pre and post. You were there. You just knew it was a wrap.
It was a wrap. That to me was the best team of all of the championship teams and all of.
And look at Durant now. Kumo D, how you like me now?
He's going to get his trade. I mean, shocker that him and Kyrie didn't work. I mean, who would have called that?
Well, it's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
Because I'll say this. I was driving in thinking about you telling me you get Joe Harris, Baby Curry.
Yeah, but if they don't want to,
KD,
if the big guys don't want to play,
I think they're there. Remember they were in the hallway talking when he ain't going anywhere.
If I'm Durant, I'm pissed at Kyrie.
Right, but see, that's what I'm saying. He ain't pissed at him because he ain't going anywhere. It's just media noise. But that 5, they can run back with Ben Simmons with his head right, KD, Kyrie, Joe Harris, and Curry.
The other beauty of like a night like tonight and the next week, well, is you start to see who's really for real as far as some teams are going to get torn down here that or broken up or different. Like DeAndre Ayton's going to be gone here in the next week.
But how much does that really cripple Phoenix?
It means Phoenix isn't as good.
But we haven't seen them with a rebuttal.
Sure.
Because if they let him go,
Ayton's a huge part of their success.
But
not necessarily always against the Warriors.
Some things were going on against Dallas that Game 7 with him and Monty.
Well, apparently, I mean, half their team was sick reportedly, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not making excuses. But the point I'm getting at is teams are going to change it and tear it down and try and get back, and we'll see.
And that's why people always come down my partner, our guy, Steiny, about reacting to new information. He was leading the train. You were. I was on it. And the world was. We were told Phoenix, who had went to the finals a year before, had their stuff together. And they blew up right with grenades everywhere, right in front of our eyes. And I just wonder now, I'm going to ask you this, woulda, coulda, shoulda, what would that series have been like with Phoenix and Golden State without the COVID? Do you think?
I think the Warriors win the series, but I think it would have been a six-game series.
Gotcha. It wouldn't have been Dallas to where
it wouldn't have been Dallas, which was a walk, and it would have been a much harder 6 games than the 5 that the Warriors played against Dallas. That would have taken something out of them. It at least made me wonder. You go 6 with Phoenix, you beat them. You got to play some road games in that series, at least 3 of them, because they wouldn't have had home court advantage. It's probably 1-1 and 2-2 after 4, and then you're going back to Phoenix. You got to win a big game there. So I wonder if that would have taken enough out of the Warriors to where maybe they don't have what they had in the tank against the Celtics to even that series, and then maybe you go down the road of what if. But I still think the Warriors would have been able to eke out that series and win the championship. But maybe we're talking about a 7-gamer instead of a 6.
Can I give you a Woj bomb or report?
Sure. Is it a real one?
Yeah,
is it a real one?
I double-check my work. ESPN sources, if Kyrie Irving can't reach an agreement to stay with Brooklyn, he has a list of teams he'd like them to consider on a sign and trade, including Lakers, Clippers, Knicks, Heat, Mavs, and Sixers. None of those teams have cap space to sign him without Nets' help. I mean, this is what makes you appreciate Curry. He's one jersey, and done.
I mean, think about it.
This is a joke, Kyrie, as much as I love you.
Think about it. You're kind of a joke in Cleveland, but you end up hitting the biggest shot in franchise history. You win a title.
But see, he wasn't a joke then, though. He was a bad Uncle Drew.
He was a joke leading up to. He was a joke his first couple years before LeBron came. I thought.
Okay. But he was respected.
He was no defense and just kind of getting his numbers, and he was a young player. I'm talking about before. I'm talking about his first 3-4 years in the league.
You got empty numbers over. All right, I get you.
I mean, he couldn't. He wasn't on a winning team until LeBron came back.
Yeah, they were bad.
Not all on him, but he was. They win the championship. He taps out on them. Okay, LeBron wants out. Kyrie wants out. Kyrie wants out first.
His next move was the worst one.
Going to Boston.
To be a leader and a mentor, and had that work out.
Should have been an upgrade. But it turns out that the young players that the Celtics were drafting were higher level people than even he was.
That's terrible.
And so it looks as he leaves like, oh, this is a problem. Right, it looked kind of like, was it on him? Is it not on? Now we know.
Don't ask me about balls, and then he leaves.
Well, then okay, fine. Then he winds up out of there. He goes to Brooklyn. Supposed to be him and Durant, the unappreciated scholars. Durant didn't get the appreciation for everything he brought to the Warriors. Kyrie doesn't get his appreciation for everything he brought to Cleveland and Boston.
Match, right?
So it's the two together. Right, that don't get enough credit for being champions, going to win it on their own together.
Oh, hold on. And we got somebody else coming with a beard.
And it's just a nightmare.
Oh, man. And it's not over yet.
And the poor man Steve Nash, couldn't keep it all together.
Well, I'm going to say this to that. I think this could be a ploy, but
it's a joke.
To get his bread, JD, but it's not over if he stays in Brooklyn. That's what, like, everything we're saying right now is recency bias. Here's your card key to the hotel room. But if he stays and they win it next year or get to the finals, and
it's where the Warriors have it all dialed, man.
But it starts with character.
Because there is harmony now. And I know Durant thought on his way out the door, you know what, harmony. A lot of that's BS. And it was tested by the 15 and 50. I think it was tested by the 39 and 33. But the big three were on the same page. They accepted Wiggins. They got Iguodala back. Looney did his thing.
But they did something to Wiggins.
Porter and Payton fit.
Right.
The young players were cast enough to the side to where they didn't have to contribute, so they were able to learn without having to really do anything. Poole accepted the challenge.
Went down, got demoted, and came back up and still wasn't
happy coming off the bench.
They boost you up. This culture, it go get them, be the best you can be.
But everybody contributes in the end, and it winds up being a chip.
You think Joey Lightyears is going to stop and not give Looney the bag? I bet you a donut right now. No, I bet you
I think Looney's the number one priority.
Okay, here we go.
I think Peyton's 2. I think Porter's 3.
Yep.
And I think Porter is, you want to take the mid-level, or you want to take the veteran minimum again? Okay. Then, but even that
during the parade, he talked about how much he loved it here.
No, he did.
A lot of players were saying that.
No, he did, and he got emotional, and he I think would like to be here. I think he also knows that it isn't entirely up to him. So, M Squared in Dublin. Let's get back to some calls here, Goo. 888-957-9570. What's up, M Squared?
Hey, real quick point, and then I'll jump into the main reason I called. But to answer your question about, do you bridge the gap? You absolutely do with these guys, and the reason I believe you do is simply, Jordan Poole's the perfect test case. You got to make Kuminga and Moody and Wiseman earn it. The best day in the world for the Warriors is the day that they look at Looney and say, Wiseman's better than you. You got to come off the bench, or we're trading you. Or Porter, we're not signing you because Kuminga needs to play and he's better than you now. The minute you start giving those guys minutes because you have to, because you couldn't sign people, is the minute that those guys get entitled and don't develop as well. And I think Poole, they played him too early on because they had to, and it took them a while. But it's not exactly the reason I called. I wanted to talk to you guys. JD Guru, do you know why today is the best day? It's an amazing day for me.
Tell us.
Because I don't care. I don't care about the NBA draft.
Wow.
And I'll tell you why. I spent decades, not one decade, but multiple decades, poring over trades, wondering if Billy Owens was going to be a star, wondering if we got a gem in Donyell Mitchell, Marshall, looking at draft picks, hoping that Clifford Rozier was going to be a great power forward, and Stevie Logan would be the next Tim Hardaway, and Joe Smith would be the next Weber. I was screaming the years that we took Todd Fuller and Ike Diagu and Anthony Randolph, just in tears of why we took those guys. But the best part is this is like the summer of 2015. I don't care because we are no longer dependent on the draft. We've evolved. We've won 4 titles. And this year, I wake up on draft day and I'm not stressed. I don't even know who's going top 3, and I don't care. And that's all I wanted to tell you guys. It's an amazing day in Dublin, California.
Wow.
I'm out.
Thanks for the call, M Squared. Always a good phone call.
So, Warrior fan is living the life of King fan. They have lived the life of King fan.
They were the same for a long time.
Have surpassed that. So, I get this used to be the offs, and the lottery was the Western Conference Finals. And, and today would be the finals. This is incredible that now you are the standard. You are the hunted. I know it was Milwaukee last year, and I still believe. Who posed that question? Whitey, about who's out there worries you the most. Milwaukee would have been my answer, because I keep thinking about Middleton. But JD, right now, I mean, we're not even, again, how many days removed from the parade? The
3
big 3.
days.
Now Klay's going to start from game 1. Wiseman's coming back. Hopefully we get to see him in Summer League.
You still need depth, though. You still need legitimate depth.
But the question is, or are you going to sign your depth?
Well, to me, you need both. To me, you need veteran players. You have Steph and Klay and Wiggins.
See, I'm assuming everybody comes back. The 3 we talked about, Porter Jr.
Well, if you have all 3, then you got plenty.
That's what I mean.
But I don't think you're going to be able to keep all 3. Wow. As much as I would want to keep all 3, I don't think you're keeping all 3. I think if you kept Looney and Payton, you'd probably consider it a win. But Porter, don't sleep on Porter's significance.
I'm not.
With the rebounding and the shooting.
I remember the Christmas game at Phoenix.
There were a couple of games where they won just because he hit 4 threes.
I'm not mad at you.
In a game.
I've seen that happen.
And so who's going to do that? Like, Kuminga doesn't do that. Kuminga does other things.
Yeah.
But Kuminga doesn't do that. Where
he's got a funky release.
Standing on the perimeter, knocking down open shots.
No doubt.
Like, that's not Jonathan
And like
Kuminga's
you said,
game.
your boy got the bag, Porter Jr., back in the day.
Yes, he did.
Wizards gave it to him, right?
The Wizards gave it to him, and they ended up with Chicago.
That's when Wall was a player.
Right.
$47 million to stay at home.
Yeah.
Man.
How about this, by the way? Bobby Marks of ESPN, the former Nets general manager, he says on Twitter, should be noted Kyrie Irving has a 15% trade bonus in his contract that would be worth $5.5 million if he opted in to his $36.5 million contract and was eventually traded. So by demanding a trade, if he opts in and demands a trade and gets traded, he actually would get
41.
An extra 5.5. He'd get 42.
42!
Brooklyn would be responsible for paying the bonus if Irving elects not to waive it. So, hey, I want to trade. I'll opt in. By trading me, you got to trade me.
And pay me.
And pay me $5.5 million. Chris Mannix of SI...
I'm embarrassed
with
for
the
him.
tip in on this, which is great, and this is his opinion, but I think he encapsulates it perfectly. This would be perfect. Kyrie opts in, gets traded, gets a bonus, then gets an extension. The NBA is just the best. That's a joke.
It is a joke.
That's a joke.
It is a joke, and people could say, "Who are you?" Just a dude on the air. I'm starting to get embarrassed as these jerseys accumulate from these stars that are supposed to be. And then KD, okay, you went to Golden State. You won, but you still wanted to leave. Now you're telling me there's a scenario that Kevin Durant cannot be a net? Harden, you get your wish, and they're about to pay. I don't know what more he's doing, but it looks like James is getting his money. Okay, I'm not even hating on one of my favorite players, the Beard, but I know what I saw, and I didn't see a superstar that I'd seen in years past. And now, like, when does it stop? When do you not look in the mirror and say, you know what, you're the problem, JD?
I don't think it's going to happen with Kyrie.
This is the new NBA.
I don't think it's going to happen with Harden. And I mean, Durant is just like, well, wait a minute. If the rest of this is fault, he can go anywhere he freaking wants to.
I know, but where would he say this is where I want to plant my flag and try to get a chip?
Anywhere he wants.
I guess it's good for the league, right?
I think it's terrible for the league.
But Twitter likes this.
Twitter isn't real.
I know. It's right.
This is awful for the league.
Dude, this is
It's great
awful
for the Warriors.
Yeah, but it's
who
awful for
are
the league.
harmonious and like each other and have cohesiveness. This is awesome for the Warriors.
It is awful.
This is bad for the league. Yeah. And it's been bad for the league for a while.
Now,
it's awful for the league.
And I love you because we're brothers, but
it's because
it's bad to who? I think right now Twitter is fake, but it's real. The NBA, you think Adam Silver is not loving all this, leading off the shows on where JD's going?
I don't think so.
Where's Guru going?
No, I think he looks at it as a
during the
joke
off season.
Kyrie Irving didn't play over half the games last year.
I'm not holding to his. I got to step in here on this. That whole pandemic thing, I don't hold it against him as much as a lot of people are.
But it's not. It's not about that for me. To me, he just didn't want to play. Because he didn't want to play half the other time. Load management, injury here. The problem is these guys don't want to play. And the problem, you can go wherever you want and have the drama and have the next great super team, what's going to be. That's fine. But when the season starts, the guys actually have to play and play at a high level and compete and where you feel it. And the damn games matter. The games never matter. These games never matter. The Kyrie game, Kyrie up and half-ass and joke, this and that. That's the problem. The problem is Brooklyn and Philly looks great on paper, and then they play, and it stinks. That's the problem.
Wow. Well,
and then it stinks. The product is bad, and then nobody's accountable for the product being bad.
Well,
Kyrie won't look in the mirror and be like, "Hey, this NBA product is crappy because I don't want to play half the time."
He'll never do that. But I'm telling you,
pay me my $5.5 million too on top of it to be traded and go to a different team. That's your bad. That's a
nothing
joke.
You're saying is wrong.
That's a joke. I don't feel bad for Kyrie Irving. I don't feel bad for Durant.
Hate the game.
I don't feel bad for any of them.
Because the game is the league is allowing these jokers to do what they're doing. And you're telling me whatever chicken James Harden gets, he earned? Please. Like he don't even need a ski mask. And now you're giving me this. I can flex this extra milli.
I don't care what guys make or are paid or whatever. They earn all of it.
But the freedom, Jay, is
the problem is the problem is they don't bring it after they get the money.
KD brought it. And to be honest, last year Brooklyn, your boy blew out his hammy and Kyrie got hurt. And KD was phenomenal in the offs.
James Harden was out of shape.
Yeah, but his hammy
year in a row.
His hammy was blown.
All right, we got to roll.
Came back. Yeah,
we got to roll. We got people that want to talk. 888-957-9570. If you're looking for the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors 20357. Make sure you click the link, hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app, wherever you find your favorite podcast. Powered by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. More calls on the other side. 9570, John Dickinson sitting in for Steiny. Daryl the Guru Johnson here as well. We got a lot of phone calls to get to. Also, Ryan McDonough is going to join us coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour.
I love getting down, playing ball with you. I owe you an apology. The 415, because it's out of excitement.
Apology.
Guru, let the man talk. So if I'm stepping on you, you know it's out of excitement. I'm working on it. But I ain't seen you, and we hooping right now.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
We're
Apology
talking,
not.
Right.
Yeah, talking Warriors
Let me get a
draft
Guru
tonight.
shut up. What do you think of this one? Spadone, can I get a Guru shut up?
Yeah.
I didn't call for two. Spadone just left me hanging.
I'll have every drop ready at every time.
Okay.
I'm
not a machine.
510 Xfinity mobile text line. Everything about Kyrie, we were talking about Kyrie and Durant, is unlikable.
Yeah. Yeah.
All this drama hype through Twitter and social media isn't sustainable. Adam Silver ain't loving this. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
But I got to say something. It didn't
go
tick
to Brooklyn,
me off.
Go to Brooklyn,
Right.
Kyrie and Durant.
Okay.
That's your freedom.
Yeah.
Make maxes.
Bron went to LA.
Enjoy it.
Okay.
Fine. No issue with that. But show up and play and
Right.
compete.
But
and don't be the damn 7 seed.
I felt like
that's
off
BS,
air, and
man.
I'm bringing this back before we get to the calls. I feel like you went in on the league and the lackluster play we seen. It's real. But night in, night out, and put it at. I can't defend Kyrie, but you put it at his doorstep.
But that's at the foot.
Individually.
He's a big part of it.
But he didn't play this past season because of the rules.
Well, right. And Brooklyn was unwatchable in part because he wasn't playing. And whatever. I don't really even care about his decision based on the stated reason why he wasn't playing. Like I'm not holding him accountable for that even necessarily. But my take on that is that he just didn't want to play. And so he was using that as an excuse. Hey, let's make yourself a martyr and have a reason to not play half the time and still get your paper. So,
paper.
Let's be real about it.
Get
but
that
no,
paper,
the
Jay.
unwatchability is in large part stars that kind of go through the motions.
Wow.
And 707 saying JD was doing his part too, stepping on you.
No, that's how you do
Which is
it.
fine.
It's fireworks.
Yeah, it never bothers me. Let's get Tony in Oakland. Hey, Tony, you're up next here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Tony?
Hey, how we doing, y'all?
Good.
Hey, JD, man, first and foremost, bro, I literally forgot my topic just off the... Man, you straight sat there and you preached for the last 10 minutes, man. I could not agree with you more on what you just said. And truly, man, the whole time I almost hung up because I could just hear the passion in your voice. These guys, man, they get paid all this money and they willing to sit out. I mean, look at John Wall. John Wall's only played 40 games in the last 3 years, and he's about to make more than I'll ever see in a lifetime. So, man, that right there, I completely agree with you on that. Keep preaching, man. You literally melted the mic the whole time you were speaking. Just a quick take on the Warriors whole thing. I mean, I would love to have them sign all three, but if there was one that I would want them to really sign would be Otto Porter Jr., and I would love to see Gary Payton II and Kevon Looney get paid. Those guys they busted their asses off to finally get paid. And if we can't afford them, I mean, I would love to see them get paid because they're already champions. And one quick thing also that I would like to add, if you guys allow me to, I actually think Kevin Durant would still come if we won in 2016, just off the pure narrative that maybe it would look soft, but he would be very villainous of him to leave OKC and come join us and go off and win 3 or 4 championships in a row. All right, JD, keep doing your thing. Ghoul, I love you too, man. Keep up.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Tony.
Well, Katie's on record as saying he wouldn't have came had they won because then it would have really looked like, you know what I mean? He was taking the easy way out.
And he's thinking about how it looks.
He was the hired gun, and we won't get into it. We can if you want. They need him, but now ain't the time. I can't get over, and I get what you're saying, and I watch what you're saying, but I can't just say the culprit is Kyrie Irving.
He's a big part of it, though.
Yeah, but again, he's been, he was injured before. Last year, Jay, they didn't have his services. So I can't defend him, but I'll defend him on he ain't got nothing to do with Denver on a Tuesday night playing the Indiana Pacers and guys looking like they're not invested. That ain't a Kyrie problem. That's an NBA problem.
Get your money be a free agent and go wherever you want to be. I don't begrudge that at all, but play and play hard.
That's not asking much.
I mean, the Brooklyn Nets were, for the most part, unwatchable this year. Why? Because he chose to be unavailable half the time. That's part of the problem. Go back to Harden in Houston at the end. Harden with Philadelphia.
He quit.
I mean, it was ugly. Harden, even with Philadelphia, got clunky. He winds up in Brooklyn, and then he goes and then it ends up with Philadelphia, and they make the big trade.
So if you
look at the teams, at the end of the year that wound up being the teams. The Warriors played, I thought, and they had their nights.
They started off 18-2. They treated the season like it was off.
They gave a damn.
Okay.
You look at
Clippers. They gave a damn.
I'll even give Phoenix credit. They lost in the Hawks. They won 64 games. Coming off of losing an 0-2 lead in the finals.
I'm putting the Clippers in there.
You're putting the Clippers in where?
And they came to play every night.
Yeah, they will.
Okay.
Yes, they came to play at a higher level, and this is sad.
Okay.
They played at a higher level more consistently because they didn't have Kyrie and Paul George.
That's how you feel.
I think Kawhi and Paul George are in the Kyrie category.
Wow.
They're in the too cool to play hard every night category.
JD is shooting.
They're in the too cool. But the Clippers brought it this year, but Boston. All right, they didn't
every night.
They got it rolling, but they play hard every night. Milwaukee didn't always have it playing hard every night.
Yeah.
It's the Phillies, it's the Brooklyns.
Raptors would take nights off.
It's the Warriors. Right. Those kinds of things. All right, let's get Bernard in Dublin. Bernard up next here, 888-957-9570.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good. Okay.
Hey, I just want to chime in again. The Warriors defense, man, we need to talk more about that defense. They held Boston, I think, under 100 points those last 3 games, and Boston had this vaunted defense, shut down Kyrie and Durant. That's all they were saying before that, and shut down Miami, blah, blah, blah. Warriors ain't never seen a defense like that, and shut them down. Shut down their offense. And I just want to get you guys' take on, every time somebody talk about the best player in the league, I heard somebody say, Luka Doncic is going to win MVP next year. Is it only based on offense these days? So if you score 40 points a game, 35 points a game, you're the MVP of the league? That just gets annoying to me these days. Is there no value anymore in being a two-way player? Is it just only about offense? And real quick, bringing it back to Draymond, people, he did nothing. He had a horrible series, so on and so forth. He didn't play good for a few games, but 12 rebounds, I think he ended up with 12 points, 8 assists. He had steals. It's not only about offense. It just gets kind of annoying when people think you got to score 30, 40 points to be considered a great player. And that's why the Warriors are so good. They get people and they value them in things not just by scoring. So they're a good team, not just individual players. So I just want your take on that. Is it only about offense these days, and you can win the MVP, and you don't have to play no defense, and you're considered the best player in the league? It just gets old.
Thanks, Bernard. I think part of it, Goo, is if you're that good, if you're that good on offense, maybe it is true.
Well, listen, I can remember my first fight with Steiny was cut with what I deemed a term I came up with, two-way player, as we talked about Klay Thompson. He was like, what's that? Now it's a household thing. Steve Nash won an MVP. He didn't do it on the defensive side of the ball, and I'm not calling him a bad defender. We are in the 3 true outcomes in baseball to where it's all about the long ball, strikeout, nobody cares. And in basketball, I look at Giannis, and what made him great was he did it on both ends. So I look at that right there and say, okay, to Bernard's point, that's an example to where a guy gets rewarded for being both sides of the ball. You think of who else can I come up with? LeBron James. He plays both ends when he was getting his MVPs. But can a Luka, do we like offense more than defense? Me personally, no, but I know that's what sells. And when you play like Luka and can shoot it from 100 feet at the rate that he does it and get buckets, I hate to look at you right now and say defense technically will not prevent you from winning an MVP. That's just where we're at. We like the highlights.
If your offense is great enough,
okay, there we go.
You don't need to play defense.
Bam.
And I think we've seen a couple of seasons where offense has been great enough.
And if you're just okay, like Curry was never all NBA defense.
Well, he's a better defender now than he was then.
No doubt.
He's a much better defender now than he was
and
the 2
he's
years he
using
won.
that bulk, that muscle. But when he got his 2 MVPs, Jay, there used to be Klay guards too, man. Remember that? Because Curry, you could get by Curry. Not anymore. But when he won them, he was never all NBA first or second team defense. You just said it, and you said it perfectly. If your offense is that great, you can get it with just being okay. I'm not even saying bad defender, but you can get it that way.
That guy in Oakland. What's up, that guy?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Thanks for having me on. Great show. It was 2 weeks ago when Goo, you had that speech, brother.
Oh, JD was with me.
Yeah, it was you and JD, the two of the 3 top guys at the station, and the bronze medal is still up for grabs. But
look at our guy.
So, a couple things here, guys. First of all, Harden and Kyrie, those guys are a joke, a complete joke. I mean, I watched that Hustle movie, and I see how these guys live in the background that we don't see. There's 1,000 guys out there that would give their left arm to have the playing time that Kyrie and Harden give up, basically. I mean, you want to go back to the year previous where he just disappeared, Kyrie. Kyrie Irving just disappeared. They were asking KD, hey, where's Kyrie? Oh, I don't know. He was at the club. Somebody was hurt or, he had personal issues. And he just disappeared. And then he stomps on Mr. Lucky, and he hurts the same ankle. I mean, the guy's a complete joke. Anywhere that he goes, it's going to be just a nightmare for the team. So, he just needs to go away. And then RIP, I want to say RIP to the Goose. But, hey, this is what I'm hearing on the National, brothers. I'm hearing that number 4 pick that Sacramento has, Mike Brown is interested in Poole. Now, this is not me. This is what the National NBA TV was saying this morning. So they're saying either A, they trade that to Sacramento, Poole to Sacramento for the number 4 pick, and then they get somebody, and this would help them retain Wiggins next year, Looney, GP2, and Otto Porter Jr. because they wouldn't have to give the bag to Poole. Or B, they take that they trade it to Sacramento, and they take their number 4 pick and look for a veteran on another team like a Sabonis or somebody that would be better off with the Warriors right now in exchange for that number 4 pick. So you would take it and trade it to the Lakers or trade it to somebody else, and then Poole would still be in Sacramento, and Poole wouldn't come back to hurt the Warriors because it's Sacramento. So I'd like to get your guys to take on and keep doing what you do. Appreciate it, fellas.
Yeah, I'd want more. If I'm trading Jordan Poole to Sacramento, I'd want more than the number 4 pick.
Okay, all right. And I'm running over there hugging you right now. He ain't going nowhere.
Yeah,
ain't nothing in the draft.
I get the interest, though.
If Joe Lacob did that, it would all be about the ducats, and that's not who he is. You may have your heir apparent to Steph Curry right now and Klay Thompson and Draymond, to keep it real. With Jordan Poole, he is Kevin Costner in Untouchables? I believe so.
Was he?
Spadoni. Somebody help me out.
I'm
I believe.
not sure.
All right, but he's untouchable. Elliot Ness was in there, but I think Kevin Costner was in there. I hope I'm getting it right. But JD, he ain't going nowhere. You can keep that number 4 pick, and if Mike Brown could pull that off, then I would be like, okay.
Yes, he was.
Look at me.
Confirmed.
Then I would be thinking to myself, you know what? The money is issue here in Golden State, in a sense. Jordan Poole's going nowhere. Now, unless Jordan Poole, and I told Steiny this, JD, I mean this, maybe he ain't on that 4-year plan. Maybe he ain't on that 5. Well, I want to be an all-star. And if I go somewhere else, I already got a ring, and I can start, I want to do that. And when we play the Warriors, we may only win 25 games if I'm in SAC, but my name's on the marquee. It's Poole versus Curry.
Would his name be on the marquee,
That scares me about
though?
Jordan Poole. Why wouldn't he? I believe he's a future 1 or 2 at the worst.
Well, it's minutia, but it's semantics, I guess. But De'Aaron Fox thinks his name's on the marquee.
That dude couldn't hit the side of a barn. Okay, it could be him, De'Aaron Fox and Poole, but Fox ain't no true point guard.
That's
he
true.
is I'm trying to get to the rack at 900 miles an hour, and if I can't, I'm in trouble because I can't shoot.
Look, I'm not doing anything with Jordan Poole or Andrew Wiggins this year. I would pay Poole, and knowing that contract doesn't kick in until next year, you have to do the deal this year, but he's still going to make what he makes next year, his $3-4 million, whatever it is, next year. That's his salary doesn't go up for next year because you give him the extension. It kicks in 23-24 season. So I would pay him the money, knowing you're not paying him the money for another year and a half from right now.
Right. But
and at some point down the line, he becomes a chip because he's making a bigger salary to where you could get something back for him then. To me, you're not trading him now because it doesn't help you next year. Sure, it might help you financially, but it doesn't help you. You want Jordan Poole on the team next year because he's going to be starting when Steph needs to take nights off. He's going to be starting when Klay needs to take nights off, and Klay's probably not playing any back-to-backs next year. I would almost guarantee it. And so Jordan Poole's going to start there. He's going to finish a lot of games, especially in the regular season. You're going to need him there. You're not doing anything with Wiggins for next year because he's got one more year left in the deal. You're going to let that play out at a minimum until he's a free agent a year from now, and you try and win the chip again.
Yeah.
That's the play. And then if Poole's a $27 million player a year and a half from now or 2 years from now, and it's the first year of that deal is done, and you need to make a move at that point, well, then you can take some other pieces back because he's it's almost like having a D'Angelo Russell at that point. You could take somebody else back that might be a better fit for you roster-wise that also frees him up to be a starter.
Yeah.
But to me, we're at least a year, if not 2 years away from that happening.
Okay. But I believe, and I wouldn't be shocked if something happened with Wiggins before next year. It's so much euphoria going on, and rightfully so in Golden State, Jay. If something were to happen and you hear Wiggins talk about how much his family and everybody likes it here, I wouldn't be shocked. And I don't want to go negative here, but in this era, we're talking about all the wanksters that we just mentioned with Kyrie, Harden, musical teams. Steiny and I talked about this yesterday, and he said, Jordan Poole has no leverage. And I thought about it riding home.
That's
JD,
a fact.
But does he? Because we are in the world now to where if I'm not invested mentally and I go to the press or I say something to somebody and it gets out there that I'm not happy, we're in an era in the world now to where they're coming at you to remove you, to get you out of a situation to where it looks like you're being held hostage.
They don't have
because
to, though.
You've gone public saying you want out of here. We've seen that scenario. So obviously I'm going 60 Minutes with he would have to really, do a 180 and kick up dust. But there is that scenario to where if Jordan Poole said into the right microphone or to the right somebody, down the road that he didn't want to come off the bench or be here, something would be done before the 2 years that we talk about the Warriors have him, quote unquote, under.
Not necessarily.
I'm just saying. He could be a problem child.
But he can be upset. That doesn't mean you got to try. You could say,
True.
You could come to me and say, I'm not happy. And I could say, well, you're under contract. He'd be like, I'm not happy. Oh, well, you're under contract.
And
so what
watch
are you gonna do,
everybody run, all the TV and national shows run with it. That becomes a sideshow.
It can until you got to actually play the games and get paid. That is one thing I will say as far as I think NBA teams have not been – to me, they've allowed a lot of this to go on because the first moment where a player is unhappy and wants out, they just try to get him out. I would say I would be more no. I paid you, I want you a part of this team. We're going to figure out a way to make it happen. You're not just going to get, because to me, there's so many teams that will just allow somebody to go when they're not happy. That's why this keeps happening over and over. That's why Kyrie is on his third team that he's been unhappy with and wants out from, and it's going to be the fourth in probably the next 2 years because he's going to go to the Clippers and be unhappy and one out there in a year or two.
The 510 says Poole does not have leverage, bro. Relax on signing him. I'm not saying go sign him tomorrow. I'm saying what if he were to buck up and just go public that he doesn't want to wait.
But you're paying. See, part of the other thing is you're paying him to be cool. Like, you're paying him $110 million, that contract extension, let's just say.
Oh, I wasn't even talking.
But 410 is not just 410 because you're worth 410. 410 is hush money.
Dude,
that is 410 is shut your mouth.
Right. But I'm looking at it like that. He wouldn't
or
sign
don't
that.
shut your mouth, but you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, but
you
I'm looking
can
at
say whatever you want,
no
but you ain't
doubt.
going anywhere.
Well, the Warriors win if they were to give him that. And just chill, and you know, we don't have to worry about you.
It's not like we're making you play it out for 3.5.
The tiger that I see and the killer that I looked into his eyes when we got to see him is a guy that I believe that I think he thinks he's at in his career and his skill set. He's that thing is raring to go now. I could be totally wrong. I'd like to be wrong, but like. That hush money you talk about, you speak of, Jay, like ain't enough money for him for that. Like this dude is ready to go. And I'm talking about starter.
Let's get Polo in Redwood City. What's up, Polo?
Nothing much. Just taking my little break. Hey, love listening to you guys. Man, here's what I got. Hey, I bet Kelly Oubre is mad right now. He should, all these players with their egos that they have. I want to start. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want this type of money. Now look at you now. Emojis at you, huh? Let's go Warriors. And Poole not going anywhere. And all these high caliber players keep trading, going to different teams and stuff. Man, just sit down, relax, take your money, put it in your pocket, and hush up. Other than that, that's all I got. Let's go Warriors.
All right, appreciate it, Polo.
Well,
go ahead, Goo.
Oubre was not wanted. And we got to give Joe Lacob credit for even bringing him in.
Definitely.
Okay, I didn't even mention that. But the person that is sick, and I'm not happy he did this, he's making the rounds, and he's tweeting every other day, and that's Kent Bazemore. He left a good thing, and now I appreciate and respect JD the fact that he's calling himself out. What was I thinking? What did I do? And look at my brother celebrate without me, and I could have been here making more ducats.
No, and that didn't look, to have him of all people say, hey, I think the grass is greener. I mean, at that point, because he was somebody that was respected within that locker room, and I'll admit, when he said that, I didn't think that was a great look for the Warriors. That he thought
when he did,
in the moment.
Okay.
In the moment. Now, obviously, it wound up being
like he knew something.
It wound up being dead wrong.
Yeah.
And that's good. I hadn't seen that he came out and owned it.
Yeah, he's tweeting.
But you have to.
What did I do? Right.
You have to.
I respect that.
Yeah. No doubt.
He said dead wrong. Correct.
Yes. Correct. Dead wrong. 888-957-9570. We got Ryan McDonough coming up here at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. More phone calls after that. Looking for the newest podcast for all your Giants talk needs. You can subscribe to the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast hosted by our own Mark Willard and Shasky in on that. Diehard Giants fans who bring the heat on the biggest stories and issues facing the team. A Giants podcast by Giants fans for Giants fans. New episodes drop Sundays and Wednesdays on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. Ryan McDonough next here on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome to Mi Casa, Catherine.
Oh my, is that a Picasso?
No, don't touch
it's
it.
It's covering a hole in your wall.
Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, final hour. John Dickinson sitting in for Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson as well. More phone calls coming up, 888-957-9570. But let's get to our Odyssey NBA insider. Man in the front office with the Suns and the Celtics. Ryan McDonough joining us here on 95.7 The Game on draft day. Ryan, thanks a lot for taking the time as always. We really appreciate it. How are you?
I'm doing great. Gentlemen, good afternoon. It's always good to be on with you. And since this is the first time I'm on with you guys this week, congrats to the 2022 NBA champion, Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, and Ryan, is there anything now as it all kind of settles in over the last week that ultimately stands out for you as to just the way the season played out for the Warriors, getting everybody on the same page in the playoffs, and ultimately having enough to flip that series against Boston after they fell behind 2-1?
Yeah, I'll admit it. I was wrong. I thought the Celtics were going to win the series. Obviously they got off to a good start. They were up 2-1 and then up with 5 minutes left in Game 4 at home. And from that point on, Golden State was dominant. They came back and won Game 4 and then won the last two. What really surprised me, guys, it certainly wasn't the brilliance of Steph Curry. We've come to expect that, and he was certainly the best player in the series and well-deserving of the MVP. I guess what surprised me a little bit was that the Warriors bench outplayed the Celtics bench. I wasn't sure how Golden State's bench would hold up, but I think getting Gary Payton II back for the finals was huge, and the way Moses Moody, Jordan Poole played in the finals, especially in Game 6, I thought that was the difference in Game 6 and the difference in the series, and I give Golden State's front office a lot of credit because, as you guys know, the big three, Steph, Klay, and Draymond, get most of the attention, but this was a good team top to bottom, and they're certainly a worthy champion.
Ryan, that was going to be my first question, and you answered it perfectly, explaining what you saw, because I know you had Boston in 7. My question to you, and I asked my partner this, is about Kevon Looney. About 3 years ago, we were at this same juncture, and we appreciated here in the Bay what Looney was about and what he could do. And you know what, Ryan? A lot of teams reportedly the line wasn't around the corner. When you hear that name and you think of what he did this season, do you think there'll be a lot more teams interested in him and his services, or do you think he's a byproduct of how the Warriors run their motion offense, and maybe Looney coming to a different team wouldn't be the same Looney?
Looney certainly had a terrific run in the playoffs, some of the big rebound games, especially in the conference finals against Dallas. He was phenomenal, and I think his activity and effort, especially in the offensive glass, really stood out and gained Golden State some extra possessions. And it's neat to hear Steve Kerr and the guys on the roster talk about Looney. They appreciate all the dirty work he does. He doesn't necessarily get a ton of credit externally or put up big numbers, but he's definitely a valuable player. So to answer your question, I think some of the lack of interest in Looney when he was a free agent in the past was because of medical concerns. Teams weren't sure how he was going to hold up physically. I give Rick Celebrini and the medical staff a lot of credit in Golden State for not only what they've done going back a ways, with Steph and his ankles. You guys know the history there, but with Looney, for a guy that teams were worried, is he going to make it? Is he going to break down? Well, not only has he made it, he's really thrived. So I think there will be a market for Kevon. Teams, though, around the league aren't valuing the center position like they once did. So I'd be surprised if somebody broke the bank for Kevon Looney, but he is talented, he's productive, he's only 26 years old, and he's shown that he's willing to sacrifice and play a role on a championship contending team.
Ryan, is there added value as you look at this from the perspective of an opposing GM to the Warriors? Is there added value in taking someone away that has been such a key cog? Yes, you want him for your team. It has to fit your team and your financial situation. But do franchises think, hey, if we take Looney away from them, that might mess up some of what makes them so successful?
Well, I think potentially, especially when you're talking about a team like Golden State, which under Joe Lacob and Peter Guber's leadership is spent at a historical level, as you guys know, with the tax and the repeater tax, and it seems like they'll blow that out of the water again this year. So the challenges are financially if Looney were to leave, and he is an unrestricted free agent, so the Warriors do not have matching rights, that they'll probably be replacing him with a minimum contract player or using smaller part of one of their exceptions, which makes makes it tough to replace starting center productivity at a low salary slot. But I think generally speaking, guys, teams are hesitant to do that. As you guys know, so much can go on in NBA season, and how players perform, especially role players. And Kevon Looney is a good role player, but he is a role player. How they perform in different situations a lot of times depends on the makeup of the team and the stars around them. So I'd be worried about somebody signing Looney because they think he's a good player and can help them win. But I don't think a team would necessarily set out to do it to damage the Warriors because Golden State's great, as you guys know, but the league is competitive. We've seen 4 different teams in the finals, actually 6 different teams in the finals the last 3 years, 3 from each conference. So I think teams look at it more as what's best for them rather than trying to damage another team.
Ryan, I still can't get over how great Jason Tatum was in the first series they had against Brooklyn. And, he didn't do it. He said that at the podium, but I was throwing out superstar, and Boston had a treacherous road to get to the Warriors. But when he tweeted the text with Kobe and had the 24 wristband, I believe he brought some unnecessary spotlight on him, and I kind of expected more from him. And I felt like his timing, he was indecisive. He couldn't finish around the rim. Am I being overly critical when I say I was disappointed in how he played in the finals? What did you see from Tatum in your takeaway?
I don't think you're being overly critical. I think Tatum shot the ball well from the three-point line, but other than that, he really struggled from the mid-range and around the basket for a gifted offensive player. For me, I think there are 2 main reasons that stand out. One is Golden State's defense was excellent, especially as the series went on. They got better and better. And when you look at Golden State on paper, especially on the court, you say, well, the team's not that big. They're not that long. They don't have vertically gifted athletes who are going to meet you well above the rim. So the thought is you should be able to get to the basket and score at or around the rim, and they do an excellent job, led by Draymond Green, with their length of helping and rotating, and their athleticism, especially when they get rotating around defensively with their small lineups, is very impressive. So that stood out. And then the second thing, guys, that I don't think is being discussed enough is we just finished the 3rd NBA season in a row in a condensed time period, starting with the Orlando bubble in 2020, which was obviously pushed back due to COVID. That season finished in October. As you guys know, we basically started another season right away that ended in July last year, and then this being the 3rd season. So I bring it up because over that stretch, over that 3-year period, I don't think anybody in the league's played more minutes than Jason Tatum, given how well the Celtics have done as far as advancing in the playoffs to the conference finals, and this year, the NBA Finals. So I think part of it is he just ran out of gas, and I think that not only happened to Tatum. I think you saw some of the fatigue this year from Phoenix. Some of the teams that have played deep in the playoffs. I think that worked against them collectively, and I think it worked against Tatum individually. But that's just a minor thing. Most of the credit goes to Golden State and their defense. They did an excellent job slowing them down.
Ryan, going back to Kevon Looney and Gary Payton II and Otto Porter Jr., sort of the big 3 in terms of free agents for the Warriors here this offseason. Decisions to be made on Jordan Poole and maybe Andrew Wiggins as far as extensions go. But I want to focus on Looney, Payton, and Porter specifically. If the Warriors were to lose all 3, what is your assessment of James Wiseman, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga's ability to plug into maybe those slots? I know not like for like in terms of players, but 3 young players that figure to play more next year. How do you sort of assess where the Warriors would be at if they look to go young, or would you still need some veteran presence in between maybe the top 4 or 5 and those younger players?
Yeah, really good question. I think you'd still want somewhat of a veteran presence, just in case those guys aren't ready at the highest levels. We've seen nice flashes in the playoffs from Moody and Kuminga. Wiseman obviously did not play. But I think when you're in a championship window, which clearly Golden State is, with 6 trips to the finals and 4 championships in the last 8 years, when you have one of the NBA's all-time great players in Steph Curry in his prime, you don't want to take any chances. And you don't want to be overly reliant on a young guy, especially a teenager who hasn't been there and done that, and that you could see in that scenario you could get into trouble if you get down into the playoffs, into the finals, and those guys aren't ready for the bright lights. So I think there's certainly some circumstances where Payton and Porter and those guys could price themselves out. Looney, could price themselves out of the Warriors market where it just gets too expensive, because as you mentioned, it's not just those guys that they need to worry about. They need to figure out can they pay their other guys, their main guys, Andrew Wiggins, what he wants in an extension. Can they give Jordan Poole $20 million plus a year in an extension, and then also pay the role players? So it does become expensive, but they've done a great job drafting. I give Joe Lacob and Bob Myers and their staff a ton of credit, because there are questions, frankly, externally, and they've alluded to this about can this team contend and keep all these young players in the roster and try to develop them? Well, this team just won a championship really without three recent lottery picks, Wiseman, Moody, and Kuminga, contributing much, if at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of the role players get too expensive. They let those guys go. Try to give the young players more opportunities, and maybe find somebody else, a different guy, on a veteran minimum, so they have some more experience on the roster.
Ryan, my partner and I just had a spirited debate, and it was predicated on this possible, or the NBA player movement with this possible news of Kyrie on the move again. And it just made my appreciation for Steph Curry and guys like Kobe and Bird that stayed in one jersey. It just grew kind of overnight, because I'm like, I love and respect Kyrie, KD, Harden, and LeBron. But if you're going to keep moving at this rate, the debate was about, is this good for the league? And I'm looking at social media. I don't live by it, but it's going crazy now with the possible movement of these players. When I ask you that, Ryan, is that good for the league that we're seeing all this movement or possible movement with these superstars?
Yes, it's a great question. So I guess I view it two ways. Is the player empowerment era good in terms of players who have produced, earning the right to choose their team and that freedom and flexibility when their contract is up? Yeah, I think absolutely it is. The guys perform at the highest level. They should have a choice. So I think that's a good thing. The thing that I do not think is good at all for the league, and it would really be bad for any business, is if a player signs a long-term contract, say a 4 or 5 year deal at a max level, which are now in the 30 to 40, even $50 million range. And then, at any point, the guy can say, well, you know what, I know what I said, that we were going to be committed when we made this deal, and we're going to try to work it out, but I changed my mind. I don't want to be here anymore. The money's guaranteed, and not only do I not want to be here, I want you guys to trade me here, or, to this team or that team. I don't like that aspect of the league. We've seen it now twice with Brooklyn, potentially, recently with James Harden, who ironically was unhappy in Houston and then quickly was unhappy in Brooklyn. Now it looks like it's going on with Kyrie. A potential solution, guys, that I've thrown out to the league, I think if you sign a max contract, you should be ineligible to be traded for a certain period of time, maybe the first half or 2/3 of the contract. If there's a max commitment, whether the team wants to trade you or the player wants to be traded, I don't think you should be eligible to be traded. I think that would be like a marriage, that sometimes there are ups and downs, but you have to figure it out. You have to work it out together, at least till you get closer to the end of that deal.
Wow, Ryan,
yeah,
good.
Great.
I kind of like that. What's your sense for the league being receptive to that kind of suggestion?
Well, what they'll say is it has to be collectively bargained.
Sure.
We do have a new CBA coming up, I believe, around 2024, so we're a few years away. I think those negotiations are going to start this fall. And it's one of those things, guys, that's certainly important, I think, to the owners. And usually the way this goes is if the owners push for it, and you can see why. For example, in recent years, the owners in San Antonio with Kawhi, New Orleans with AD, now Houston and maybe Brooklyn with Harden, Brooklyn again with Kyrie, why they would want that. I think if they push for it, it could happen, but it needs to be collectively bargained, and you know how strong the Players Association is. The Players Association, I don't think will want to change it, because they'll want to give the players the continued right to get paid and then try to force themselves where they want to go.
Ryan, great stuff. We really appreciate it today and all season long. I know I speak for Matt as well, who I'm sitting in for today. We really thanks for the time all year.
Hey, anytime, guys. I enjoyed it, and if you need me for free agency, I'd be happy to come back on.
Absolutely. I think we're definitely going to hit you up. Ryan McDonough here on 95.7 The Game. Our Odyssey NBA Insider Calls, presented by Hey Maine, a new podcast from Kenny Mayne. Each week, Kenny talks to famous people from the world of sports. music, and everywhere else. Download the Hey Maine on the Odyssey app, that podcast, or wherever you get your podcasts. So
What's up, man? I'm in here with my main man, John Dickinson. That's a great idea. And again, I'm not about, you can't, but this is getting out of control. But to make these jokers, okay, you wanted to go here, Jay. You know what? You can't just up it. And that's what you were speaking to.
That's what it is. It's
wow.
you weren't happy in Cleveland, and now you weren't happy in Boston, and then you signed with Brooklyn, and now you're not happy with Brooklyn. Like that.
That's weak.
Like, I'm out on that.
Okay.
And it has nothing to do with make your money and go where you want to go, but it can't just keep happening over and over. Like, this is supposed to work. Oh, now it doesn't.
So,
after a year or two.
I keep going back to Whitey this morning with Dibs and you talking about right now on the horizon, who scares you? Let's just say Memphis is off the board. You've written off Phoenix, huh?
Yeah,
I ain't done writing off Phoenix yet.
In the West?
Yeah, in the West.
I'm interested to see what Denver can do with Michael Porter Jr. and Jamal Murray back. I mean, they had a pretty good year as a 6 seed without their second and third best players. They're pretty good.
No doubt. And what about Kyrie? Kawhi with the Clippers. They grew up.
You want to do a little stock up, stock down?
Let's look at you.
All right, so Memphis. You think Memphis is up or down?
Super up.
Okay, so you're up on Memphis. Yeah. I think Phoenix is down. We agree on that? They're going to lose 8. They're not going to be as good as they've been the last 2 years. No way. No way.
You know why I'm pausing? Shout out Run DMC. Is if this COVID thing was real, that's what we saw. That's why Chris looked like something. But again, no excuses. I'm not ready. I'm gonna go stock up still with Phoenix.
Yeah, I think Phoenix is not what they've been the last 2 years. They will not be. I think they'll still be a good team.
Christian
they're
Wood in Dallas does something for you.
I think they might be up a little bit. I think Dallas might be up a little bit. I think Denver's up. I think Utah's down. I think something's going to happen with one or both of their stars. Losing Quinn Snyder, I think, is
Minnesota
a
up
net,
for sure.
Net negative. I'm not sure about Minnesota. I'm going to need to see it. Minnesota's actually a team that I think is primed. We'll see how they navigate.
They're going to beat Memphis.
I think they're primed, though, to let's see how they handle the regular season next year. Are they going to be tricking off games because they think they're a 2 seed without earning being a 2 seed, or think they're a top half of the conference? But I think Dallas is up. I think
this one I can't wait to
Minnesota. I don't know.
I'm going up with them.
I'm trying to. I think the
Lakers,
Clippers should be up. Lakers should be up.
Now, why do you say should with the Clippers? They got all
Paul
those
George
guys
and Kawhi,
with experience.
They should be.
Oh, but you're talking about how they approach the season, right?
Well, they should be up.
Like they could be a factor.
They should be up. To what level is going to depend on how
about
Kawhi,
Bron and AD?
How into it Kawhi and Paul George are.
How about the Lake Show?
They
LeBron will not miss another Spatoni like this. He will not miss another year of the offs. And you can look me dead in the face like you are now, and I'm sorry. Injury is why they didn't make it. Not that they couldn't win it. You got to get there first. But if I asked you, Lakers, like something is going to
They should be a playoff team.
They're going to
year.
get something.
They should be a playoff team.
All right.
Yeah, they should figure it out and be a playoff team. No question. Like LeBron and Anthony Davis should be enough to be a playoff team.
Well, to be honest, we're talking about this play. They've already done it.
But they haven't been
I don't
playing.
never shortchange the Dodgers or the Lakers for that bubble chip.
Well, I think especially the Lakers. The Dodgers, I don't know. That was a 60-game season.
Well, you know what?
The Lakers, the Lakers played. The
60.
Lakers were one of the best teams all year.
Yeah.
And then they won in the bubble.
But you never had to play in that road.
I understand that.
You know what? That's a big
I just think
deal.
the Dodgers are in a different category because they played a 60-game season.
Okay, right.
That was it.
But what if I told you
of a
if the Dodgers would have
played
played 100 more games, they would have qualified still? That's how good they were.
I mean, it wound up being the one versus the one,
right.
and both teams were expected to be good. But there's a difference between playing a 60-game season out of 162 and then bubble playoffs and in MLB. To me, that is far less legitimate. Right. Completely in a different stratosphere of illegitimate compared to the Lakers.
That's a great point. And you got me really thinking about the approach on some of these teams and the appreciation I now have. And I mean this because of this conversation, but also the Warriors, and rightfully so, Jay. They came, they had the who was it? They lost to Memphis in the play-in at home in overtime where Curry didn't score. Yeah, they came out guns blazing.
They did.
On this season. Draymond looked like DPOY up until he got hurt. So as much as we're, and rightfully so, we're going Denzel with the glory, but a big part of it started right out the gate to get them to 18-2, and I can't forget that Christmas Day win. Who didn't play? Draymond didn't play.
Draymond did play in that one. Wiggins, I don't think, played in that.
Somebody didn't play in Phoenix, and they still won the game.
They didn't have Poole. Klay wasn't back yet. They were shorthanded.
Okay.
They were a little shorthanded.
But they still got it done.
Draymond went on the COVID list, I think, that night after the game.
But still, I just appreciate them being professional.
Yeah, well, and are the Warriors going to be – because I think that's a big key. Are the Warriors – and not their professionalism, but are they going to be good enough to win enough in the regular – like winning in the regular season matters. You don't have to be the 1 seed necessarily. We've seen that, but you got to be top 4.
No doubt.
To me, you got to be good. And can you do that with Steph and Klay and Draymond being in and out of the lineup at the level that they're going to be in and out of the lineup? The depth matters because you still need to be able to win games when those guys are not playing. It can't be, for me at least, the 6 seed, the 7 seed, but they're going to win a chip because they get everybody back at the end.
No doubt.
Like, miss me with that. It better be top 3, top 4.
I almost can start a floral store right now because I'm handing out so many flowers. I gave you yours for being MVP of the parade. I gave out Joe Lacob, but I have not mentioned, and I this is the name I got to give to you and the people, is because when Jordan Bell didn't hit and was up out of here, there were some about Bob Myers and his track record.
Oh, you mean developing young players.
And look now. That's why I just told Bob, life is, you never give up or quit.
And Moody and Kuminga look, they look.
Come on, man.
There's more upside with those two more quickly than any of the others, including Jordan Poole.
Mm-hmm.
Like Moody and Kuminga look better at their stage than Poole ever did.
No doubt.
At this stage.
That
or
is a
Looney,
fact.
or any of them.
And I think, Bob, right now, you got to feel as better than you've been in your job as you have since Bob's been here.
Somebody coming down my road on the 510.
Well, I got
the
him.
Dodgers one is real. The Lakers is fake. Talking about bubble.
All right.
Because of the gigantic amount of time LeBron got to rest, he wouldn't have been able to do in the regular season.
Thank God we don't have to watch another bubble chip again. And then the celebration was so sad.
We better not. They're still mad. You see, they're still upset about not having a parade.
Yeah, you're going to laugh.
Yeah, Caruso and Kuzma
I
both
kind of get that, though.
Spoke to
Can
it.
we get our float?
I mean,
well, we were just out, but hey, that's City
No,
LA.
I don't begrudge them in that. And they because of COVID, they didn't. And it wasn't it.
But now there's
didn't
a statute
LeBron
of
say
limitations.
he wanted to have one?
Yeah,
he did. with the Rams, right? It's like, we should all come.
Would look less pathetic if you're a Rams
how about
fan.
you make the playoffs first, Spadoni, LeBron?
Because the Rams got to have one, right?
Yes.
The Rams got to have
and people
one.
Were
and
talking
the
about
Dodgers
a lot of people didn't come.
And Lakers did.
Yeah. The Bay was out. Did you? I told Stein, he don't care about this. That picture of Klay and Porter looking this way.
Oh, yeah.
It looks surreal.
After everybody filled in behind him.
That is a classic.
That is a classic. That was right after I hopped off.
No, okay. Did you sip some? Oh, I can't get you in trouble, right? No, but you can have one.
I mean, it wasn't offered.
Okay.
I'm not going to say if it had been on. Okay. Well, no, I did not. No, I did not. I also was not offered.
All right, got you.
Had I been offered,
right.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why do I want to get the young lady Klay hit on?
What do you mean?
Just get her on the air. She took a hit.
You're a regular Matt Nahigian. I'm surprised we haven't.
That was Reggie White.
I'm surprised we haven't had her on.
He stumbled but kept going.
I mean, it's been 72 hours we haven't had her on. What's going on?
Well,
nice job, Spadone.
No, I didn't bring it.
Look. I know the boyfriend's mom of the woman who got hit by Klay. Look.
Well, what about the lady with the rabbit at the Giants game they had on? Remember last year? That was the pet. What do they call it? The
therapy animal.
Emotional support
pet.
animal.
Yeah. It ain't emotional pet.
Emotional support animal.
Yeah. They got her on.
What would be a good animal for you if you had to, not a dog or a cat, right?
No. Well, I like kittens and puppies.
See, I think
when they get big, I'm out. I'm like Robin.
Get
your damn dog.
If I was going to have an emotional support animal, I think it'd be a duck.
Now, wow. Are you selling insurance? That was bad. But why a duck?
I don't know, just, calming, soothing.
All that noise it would make, and
they don't make a lot of noise.
Hey, don't sleep on duck poop. It's the worst.
I make a lot of noise.
I'm trying to think what I'd get.
All right, well, you can think about it. We'll come back. We'll get to Leroy. We'll get to some phone calls. 888-957-9570. John Dickinson and Daryl the Guru Johnson here at 95.7 The Game.
Calling all Giants fans. When you give blood at Stanford Blood Center this month, you can win one of 8 pairs of premium tickets to a Giants game. Winners choose between 4 home games.
.7 The Game.
Now, why would you do that to Tim?
Yeah, the great Tim Roy.
Why would the great Tim Roy
got a little poo-poo?
You subject him to being associated with that.
And where does he find these? Like, was that today, last week?
When was that, Spadone? Come
I have
on.
no idea. Evan was the one I think that cut that
Step
one.
to the
I wasn't here.
forefront, Evan.
Yeah.
When
I was
was
saying
it?
something where somebody might have been hurt. Little poo-poo.
To be honest, the amount of goo drops, they all blend together.
Yeah, except when the tournament matters and I lose. Steiny won the tournament. The drop. Hey, quietly, don't sleep on you. The drop tournament.
Really?
I'm just sick of it.
Yeah, I don't like
Dude, you
that.
were hot.
I don't like that.
You don't like that one?
I don't like that one.
I don't like Guru's impression of you doing it.
Yeah, you can play whatever you want. I mean, you can
awful.
play them whenever. I'm not saying don't play it.
Jay, that's popular amongst
It's
the
all in.
station.
It's all in good fun. But yeah, I don't love how that came out.
All right.
We'll put it that way.
Steph Curry's eye might be better than Steiny's.
Dude, I think Curry stole night
from
Steiny.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I
we
thought
got
Dibs
some-
had it first.
Oh, whoa.
I think Steiny said you had it first, JD, actually.
yeah.
Well,
and
yeah,
then Steiny took it from you, and
Yeah.
then JD
Steiny,
took
I mean, Curry just took
Dibs
it to the
from
next
Steiny.
level.
Yeah.
Night-night.
Maybe. Yeah, I've been throwing night around for a while.
Look at it.
in the group chat.
Yeah.
The group chat. It's not a group chat. Group chat.
Well, I tried to initiate the group chat last night. You were busy.
Yeah, I was resting.
Yeah, I know.
I've been resting the last couple days coming
off
the
on my phone
off the
when
parade.
nothing responded back. Like, cool, he's chilling. He'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, no,
dog.
I had to. Yeah, I was a little out of it yesterday.
Yeah,
I was a lot of commission. Trying to make sure I was ready for today.
I love it.
888-957-9570. Leroy in Oakland. Let's get to Leroy here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Leroy?
Hey, gentlemen, what's going on? Goo! What's happening, bro?
Hey, you got it. They won it. They did it. I want Looney back.
We, man. You know, I know Steiny hates saying we, but he ain't here today. We did it. We did it. Listen, I just think Minnesota, right, next year is going to be our thorn in the side. I think Minnesota, I picked them to beat Phoenix this year, and they should have beat Phoenix, but they're on the rise. And ask you guys a question, man. I think Phoenix is going to come up in the West. And also, now, Bob Myers drafted Festus Ezeli, who I thought would have been pretty good had he not had the knee injury. Harrison Barnes, Moody, Kuminga, Draymond. He can draft his butt off. And I say all that to say this. All the Warriors not named 3 men and a baby, Draymond, Curry, Klay, and the baby Poole, anybody not named those guys, they need to take what the Warriors organization offers them, because they've been nothing but great to these players, man. I mean, they're honest. You know, they do what they say they're going to do. I mean, their organization from top to bottom is class personified, and who wouldn't want to go to work there? Who wouldn't want to come to that locker room? I mean, the money is not always greener on the other side. You know, guys getting paid all this money, and they're going to work miserable every day because they have a miserable locker room with a bunch of miserable people. So I say, look, all Warriors not named Poole, Curry, Klay, and Draymond, take what the Warriors offer you, because there's just no better locker room in the NBA. And, hey, Bob Myers can draft.
Wow.
He can draft. So
Leroy.
if we lose somebody, I'm not too worried about it. So, hey, Warriors.
Don't hang up, Leroy. I got a quick question.
Warriors give you.
Do JD and I sound soft when we talk about this possible movement of superstars in the league? I liked it at one time a couple years ago, but now you're talking about these guys bouncing, real fast in a hurry. I think it's a bad look for the league. You say what to that? Yeah. Well,
he says nothing.
Well, I'm talking to you. Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying we're soft.
Yeah.
And I also will say, look,
soft.
That's nice in theory, but I'm more inclined to agree with that top text we got on the Xfinity mobile text.
You can't read it.
Can't read it.
Not good.
But it's basically, hey, if you got a shot to get your money, you got to get your money.
That's what you took from that? It was more Andrew Dice Clay-ish.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, again, I cleaned it up so I could say it. It's basically bleep that, get your money.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And look, I think all those guys would like to stay, but if there comes a point where if the money is so good, you just can't if they're unwilling to match it.
Do you think there'd be more interest in Kevon Looney than because McDonough makes a good point. Looney's injury history could have been a concern. You think there would be more interest in Looney or GP2? And I know they're different prices, but
I kind of feel like GP2. I feel like
damn, well, how are we like that? Ain't disrespectful. You're definitely not doing it on purpose.
He's a wing player that can guard basically 1 through 4.
But Looney's a big that can switch and play.
No, they're both, I think, key cogs, and he's a really good offensive rebounder. I think they're pretty similar, but I think Payton's ability to be a complete lockdown defender at multiple positions, maybe even 4 positions, he'd be a little bit more, although he is, 28, so.
Yeah, if you could do a GP2, if you could take me in a boardroom and put on a projector or PowerPoint and just tell me why it clicked for Gary Payton II in a Warrior uniform just in his NBA career. He don't just have a jersey. He has jerseys in teams he played for, Jay. How come it did not pop until he got here? Like, that is what I'm talking about, culture, but it starts foremost with Gary Payton II, the individual. But when you look at his body, he took his shirt off at the parade. This was ultimate body envy. He looked like Batman. He had the stuff on the back, under the traps. I'm like, how did this not happen or manifest anywhere else? I want to watch that movie.
Some of it's opportunity. I think some of it is just his offensive game. He was viewed as too one-dimensional, like zero offensive game. I think his offensive game clearly improved over maybe previous stops. I mean, he knocked down the 3-ball at a high enough rate.
In the corners, like I'm thinking it's going in.
Good cutter to the basket.
A bap on you.
Warriors were able to put him, I think, at some positions to be successful offensively, to where he'd be playing the 4 maybe offensively and guarding the 1 on the other end.
Ooh, man. How valuable is that? Like, I just don't see them waving by to that.
Extremely valuable.
Yeah.
Let's get Rich in Fremont, 888-957-9570. Hey, Rich.
Hey, what's up, JD? What's up, Guru?
Champions, baby.
Hey, and you know, Guru, you tell JD at the beginning of the season, when you guys said, where do you have the Warriors in the top 10? And you picked them 9, Steiny picked them 6, and I had them at 4. They went in at 3, and then I called back in on the show. When they started to play the Mavs, you said, your question was, where's this going to turn out and how many games? And I said, Warriors over the Mavs in 5. And I said, drop the mic. Then I called back again, okay, when they got ready to play Boston, same question. And I said, Warriors in 6, drop the mic. And here we are. I'm not a betting man, but boy, if I was, I'd have a whole bunch of money right now. All right? Thanks, fellas.
Rich.
Appreciate it, Rich.
Now,
what do you got? You going right to the text line or no?
Bull, May 19th. And for you to remember my birthday, we are brothers for real. Goose, stop talking about another grown man's body on air.
Xfinity
Not a good
mobile
look,
text
bro.
line.
Yeah, thank you. Damn body envy. Just don't do it. Come on. I talked about Terrell Owens. I get credit where credit is due. Well, we're all in the gym trying to get that figure. And if you see a dude, I give credit.
Okay.
That's all.
I got no issue with it. But yeah, the 510, not having it.
Yeah. If you're donut butt, you're donut butt. Yeah, that's what you got to call a spade. But that dude was T.O. Gary Payton II.
Oh, yeah.
He looked like a Spider-Man out there.
We were trying to line him up for you guys, and then we had a little technical issue at that point. That was the one
MVP.
That was the one I was disappointed of.
You had Porter Jr. and
Porter
then Poole
Jr. We had Poole
mic.
would take the mic. That was fun. But yeah, GP2 was the one we missed off the top because of the connection wasn't great.
So you got to the Embarcadero.
Yeah.
Yeah, see,
I was like,
where they at?
I was on the route.
Yeah, we didn't get out there. But man, great stuff.
A couple of things here. 415, Kyrie Irving, we were talking about him earlier. Total games played with the Nets in 3 seasons, 103. Looney's games played this season, 104.
Wow. That's just. But again, there's not too many Warrior killers out there, and if you got that moniker that I've given you,
Kyrie,
that's magnum cum laude in regard to being badass in the NBA. He's on that list.
He probably
Christmas Day, what was it, 18? Fourth quarter. He's a bad dude when he's ready to play. I will not cut. So you really, real quick, you believe he faked or he just wasn't ready to go mentally? Because the pandemic, he was ready to play and then he wouldn't get the vaccine. So I couldn't come down on him like a lot of people were doing. Stephen A. Smith.
I think he knew that.
He knew that.
That's my take on it. And look, I could be wrong, and you can't prove it. And I think that's part of it is he knows that you can't prove it. But I think it was more that he just, sure, he said he wanted to take a stand. I'm not necessarily begrudging any of the things again, I don't really care about that either way. I think other people came down his road because they were, hey, you need to get the vaccine. So I think people came down his road for that reason. But my point is I think he just didn't want to play all the time.
All right.
I think he wanted to play a lighter schedule.
I got you. Do you see that happening, or is it too much money? Because if I had $1 for the schedule being condensed, what would we do here? You and I are basketball fanatics. I got the league.
What do you mean?
What if they went to 60 games? We wouldn't have games all the time.
No,
that's how I look at it.
And I don't think it would change anything because if you go from 82 to 60. You'd still have
games every night.
You'd still have players saying, "I'm only going to really give it to you for 40."
Miss me with that crap.
So it doesn't, at that point, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, so we had some fun. A lot of things were, Steiny.
Sure.
He has his little list, and we were having fun, but I guess people missed the joke. So I said Poole was the Warrior MVP. So I'm going to preference this question to you like this because I'm curious to get your answer. I think I know what it is. I'll tell you that once you answer. But Steph Curry's not an option. Who was the Warriors MVP this last season?
For the whole season?
For John Dickinson.
Do I get to include the playoffs as well?
No.
Because you're thinking it's a different answer?
Yeah. Because I know who it is if you include the playoffs.
So it would still be Andrew Wiggins.
Okay.
It would still be Wiggins.
Would you be mad because I said Jordan Poole?
No, I think he was really important. I thought he was really important early in the season because he came out filling in for Klay.
It was incredible.
And it was almost like they didn't miss Klay because he's putting up 18 a game.
And that's how they got to, not just him, 18-2.
And playing with Steph and all of that. Yeah, that worked. That was an early decision where the Warriors could have very easily not started him. He's going to be the sixth man. He's not going to start.
I should have put him as most improved.
From the jump, they decided they were going to start him, and it worked.
We had a caller talk about lack of defense being MVP. Is the league all about offense, which I believe it 90% is? My question with that is, what if somebody called and said, you know what, JD? Kevon Looney was the MVP for the Warriors this year. You want to know why I say that? He played 82 games. The amount of offensive rebounds and possessions on both ends of the court, would that have pissed you off?
I would disagree with you. It wouldn't have pissed me off.
Because the lack of offense would have been the reason he couldn't have got that award.
I just don't think his impact was as great as others overall. But it wouldn't make me mad. Wouldn't piss me off, to use your term. You want to get another couple calls in here?
For sure.
All right, Joe in Union City.
The Union.
Hey, Joe wants to. All I see here is Joe in Union City wants to talk to Guru. So have at him, my man.
What's up?
Guru, it's your boy, your young protege, Castro from the Union.
Hey, what's up, baby?
My guy. Hey, man, listen, you said something that piqued my interest. You were talking about Gary Payton, and you said, what caused him to peak now? Like an old saying my grandfather always tells me, tell me who your friends are, and I'll tell you who you are. And when you surround yourself around good locker room and good people, you're automatically going to get better. And the Warriors just keep making people better, man. That's not all I have for you, man. Love you guys.
Good stuff.
That's a great one. And again, that's not being dismissive of where he was at, but Jay, it's got to be something too. Because Castro, I love that saying, but it's got to be something within too, Jay. Do you think it was just timing? Did he went in the lab and worked on that shot?
I think it has a lot to do with the fit with the other players that the Warriors have.
That's
shooting, ball movement, I think he was able to play a certain position defensively that helped him and a certain position offensively that helped him. And I think he deserves credit for making his offensive game was
because it ain't bad
more than enough to justify him being on the floor.
Okay. And then his ability to hit the corner three.
The corner three and some of the dunks and cutting to the basket for easy ones. Like he at times he made teams pay enough to where his defense was so good that it was more than worth it.
This is why we love sports, man. Honestly.
Adam in Oakland next year on with John Dickinson and Daryl the Guru Johnson here. Steiny and Guru on a Thursday. What's up, Adam?
Hey guys, how you doing today?
Hey.
Guru, big fan, first time caller for you, baby. Your other partner hates small dogs, so I don't like to talk to Steinman. Whitey, I love you, baby. Fucking listen.
Whoa.
This
yeah. And you got that Spadone, right? Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Can't do that.
Yeah, no.
Can't have that.
Sounded really relaxed.
Yeah, he's trying to keep Spadone on his toes.
What does that say about my life that I can't come up with a pet animal? Ray Ratto said it would be an eye-gouging falcon.
On brand.
The on brand. What is that? That's pain.
It's on brand.
I can't think of anything.
You'd have a couple people saying you'd have like a pig.
Now that, wow. See,
that was on the text
I
line.
didn't like you read that. Why is Scotty laughing? Oh, man, my boy, too. What could I have? I like.
I'll have a rat, Goo. Come
No,
on,
please.
for the show.
I'm afraid of rodents.
No rat on the table
Maybe
for
a
you?
squirrel. Well, that's a rat, too, with a
But
tail.
they get aggressive.
Yeah, dude, you're right. Except Alvin.
Yeah, they get aggressive.
That's a chipmunk.
Dave and Hayward on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Dave?
Hey, what I don't want to talk about is the MVP. We've already chosen that. You know, that's all good.
Yep.
You know, I don't understand what you guys are doing. You know, talking about who is the MVP.
All right, Dave. Thanks, man. You're disqualified.
Is Dave, you still there?
Further competition. Nah, he hung up.
Well, he didn't like the exercise outside of removing Curry from it. And I
Okay.
just wanted to give other guys some glory that they normally, wouldn't get that.
Right.
That title.
It's fair.
Man, Dave.
It's fair game. But Dave's just being
Take
a downer.
care of your Curry jersey.
being a downer about
he
it.
was hot.
Dave might need a raised emotional support animal.
Right. These are who has that on the tip of their tongue?
Ray?
Not just a falcon. Eye gouging fat boy.
Goo, your animal, this is on the text line, your animal is a hamster or a guinea pig or a parakeet that won't shut up.
Oh, no. No, I'm out.
Another hamster vote.
I had one dog. His name was Danny. Irish setter. Kids never had a pet.
Your kids?
Yeah. You wonder how that will affect their life moving forward if they get families and we never had a dog or cat.
Red Bull. Chris in Richmond says you need a Red Bull.
That's what I'm going to laugh. I'm done drinking those after today.
Yeah. So, yeah, a bearded dragon. Get a bearded dragon.
God, I just can't. Forget that. I just can't believe they won. The Golden State Warriors.
They won the chip, and now they're on the clock. At least for now, they're on the clock tonight at number 28 overall with
how excited are you for that? Because if you sold insurance or I sold shoes, I would still be locked in tonight. But again, it's just that added element now that everybody's gunning for the Warriors. And I don't know what it is. I got to forget this. I just feel like they're going to trade the pick, get somebody in the second round because they're loaded like some good potato skins.
Yeah, I'm more interested in what happens with other teams around the league tonight than even what the Warriors do or don't do.
Okay.
To me, this is a night for, wow, they did what?
Sacramento.
You know what? And not even necessarily picks, but trades and teams that decide, oh, you think they're going to make a pick, but they want to go more veteran or, tonight is a night.
Because this Kyrie thing
trade
only got a couple more
free
days.
Agency, draft night. I mean, these are the nights where the league is moving. And stuff happens and things get broken.
Yeah.
And
Kyrie, what is it, June? It's like a couple more days before this has to be rectified. Like they got to, hey, you're coming back, so something could jump off tonight, but I just don't see Kevin Durant wanting to reunite with this version of Westbrook. Like if he was a part of, like what do the Lakers have? But I say all that to say I'm really shocked that this Warrior team did it with their lack of size. And The reason they were able to do it with their lack of size is because guys like Looney, Payton II, and the rest of the gang, I just don't see Lacob saying, you know what, I'm going to stop writing the checks to enable them. Well, now you got Wiseman coming in the picture, but what if he has a setback, Jay? What if he ain't ready? You just going to say, oh, man, I wish we had Kevon Looney. That's why I think take it to the bank. Liquidate all assets. Looney will be a warrior.
I think they need protections on all three of those spots. Like Looney to me is because of the position that he plays and how important he is to the Warriors and the unknown about Wiseman. Okay. To me, he's the most important. I think Peyton's defensive versatility, being able to throw him out there takes the Warriors from a good defensive team in the lineups where he's not in the game to a great defensive team in the lineups where he is in the game. I think he is a tone setter, somebody you can throw on a great player on another team for a stretch and slow him down, get him off his game. So I think he's very important. I think Otto Porter Jr. shouldn't be, it's nothing he shouldn't be dismissed.
I think he could take a hometown discount.
Well, but the minimum is the minimum.
Oh, okay.
He already had the minimum.
Okay,
so the minimum is the minimum as far as that goes.
Forget that, Goo. Yeah.
So I think, to me, you need protections. Like, I would not be comfortable going straight from Looney to Wiseman without somebody in between.
No doubt.
It's the same thing with Peyton and Moody. It's the same thing for me with Porter and Kuminga if you put them in the same category.
I can't wait to see it doesn't stop. And for them to go on this long run, can you believe we just had a parade Monday and the draft's the same week tonight?
Yeah.
Who's going number one?
Pretty incredible.
Do you have, is there like...
Jabari Smith?
I believe he's the number one.
Yeah.
But he'll go to a place where they ain't going to win anytime soon.
No. Well, that's the way.
What about the Kings?
The way it shakes out. They should take Ivy if he's there.
But didn't he say he didn't? Didn't his dad say he didn't want to?
Yeah, and you know what? Steph Curry said he didn't want to come to the Warriors.
Now that's something that gets underplayed too.
So what?
Just a life.
Exactly. Hey, how much time spent on?
Got about 25 seconds. Tim Kirkshin going to be on at 3:45 with Damon Ratto, obviously senior MLB writer for ESPN, and Anthony Slater of The Athletic and 95.7 The Game NBA Insider at 4:30.
There you go. Yeah. So big stuff tonight with Damon and Ratto. Looking forward to
I'll
it.
I'll be listening. I had fun like always.
Always good.
We headed to the cafeteria?
Yeah, we're going to the cafeteria. All right, for Daryl Guru Johnson, I'm John Dickinson, Spadoni, and Evan. We'll talk to you when we talk to you.
Watch the Morning Roast every morning on twitch.tv/9.
have a lot of happy endings. So fantastic. There are going to be 30 lives, 30 families just changed forever. And we'll see what the Warriors end up doing at 28. We're going to see how the first 3 picks of the draft go. It looks more and more like Jabari Smith, number 1 to the Orlando Magic, is something you can pretty much write in stone right now, which means the next couple of picks are going to be interesting after that. And what does Sacramento do at 4? Right, we might be on the air when Sacramento makes that pick at 4. It depends on how quickly they get going in the 5 o'clock hour with the draft, and we will go to we'll carry the first few picks. Obviously,
it's pretty clear to me. Sacramento trades it to Brooklyn to get Irving and Durant.
Yeah, you think Kevin Durant really wants to keep playing with Kyrie Irving?
Yes, I do. I think Well, okay, I don't know Kevin Durant from Adam, but I think to be essentially humiliated, which is what this would be, because it's a pride deal, by Brooklyn would be, in my mind, something that Durant could not endure. Because the whole plan of him going to Brooklyn hinged on Irving. And if Irving isn't going to be staying, then Durant looks like a fool. And Durant,
here's how this works, Ray.
Didn't come there to look like a fool.
Here's how this works, and it doesn't work any other way. There's no way to wrap a new definition around it. Anything less than an NBA title for Kevin Durant in Brooklyn is an utter failure of such epic proportions on its own when you start measuring it against what he left and what happened after he left. It's one of the more humiliating transactions in the history of sport made by the man himself. It's the ultimate you made your bed, you lie in it. I'm so surprised you went to Kevin Durant this early in the show. But he will be on the show today.
But it's the thing that stole the thunder of the draft, because that's going to get talked about more than who goes first, second, third, or fourth.
In case you're just coming into your sports afternoon, let me explain to you what's going on here. First of all, Tim Kirchin's going to be joining us at 3:45 this morning. Baseball.
This morning?
Yeah, well, I didn't mean this morning. 3:45 this afternoon, because this morning the San Francisco Giants had themselves another rough outing in Atlanta. They dropped 3 of 4 to the Braves. They got jobbed by a bad strike zone last night and their own bullpen failing them. And today, in a game that turned into a bullpen game, the bullpen actually did a pretty good job, but not good enough. Alex Wood got cuffed around early, so Giants got pitching issues. They make a trade today. Steven Duggar no longer in the mix, and we will talk a little bit about what the trade looks like. It's not sexy. It's not going to mean look at it this way: the player that they traded for, sure, he's from the Bay Area, hoop-de-doo, but he's going right to Sacramento. I mean, he's not even going to be in the major league picture anytime soon. So, but you brought up Kevin Durant first.
Yes, I did.
And Kevin Durant, about a month ago, Kristen Winfield of the New York Daily News reported that Kevin Durant would want out of Brooklyn if Kyrie Irving isn't playing for the Nets next season. She then went on to report that the same source was the one that said that James Harden wanted out last summer. So apparently she's got the inside track to some truth around the Brooklyn Nets. Yesterday, it was Woj reporting the exact same thing. Some of the franchise's deepest fears could be taking place. Irving walks and Kevin Durant wants a trade. Oh, my God. Today, Shams said that Kevin Durant is monitoring the Brooklyn Nets situation and considering options with his future. This now opens a path for Kyrie Irving to proceed on finding a new home via an opt-in and trade. Woj reported earlier today that Kyrie has a list of teams that he would like the Nets to work with on a sign-and trade if they can agree to an extension. The list includes the Lakers, the Clippers, the Knicks, the Heat, the Mavs, the 76ers. Kyrie and James Harden of the 76ers, and Kevin Durant is stuck with Ben Simmons. Oh, my God, let that happen. That would be hysterical.
But the other thing that I saw when I saw that list of teams was that nobody's got cap space to accommodate them. So they'd have to gut their team and start over with Kyrie Irving. Yeah. And I can't imagine that anybody is prepared to do that.
No matter how you look at it, Nets are kind of screwed.
Oh, they're totally hosed. I mean, no matter how this ends up, they're hosed.
They're either stuck with the gaping crater of Kyrie's absence and all the Kevin Durant wants out that comes with that, or they're stuck with Kyrie Irving and the gaping crater of just hard to deal with that comes with that. I mean, you are paying a serious price for that guy's talent by just being miserable around him at all times. I mean, that's kind of who he is now. The man is a pariah in a league where everyone agrees he's a fabulous basketball player. I mean, the NBA is just amazing. It really is. And let me tell you, I love the draft. We talked yesterday with Kevin Arnovitz about how the Suns are, down on the draft. It's too much of a show in their own opinion. It's a league promotional vehicle. It's just beautiful that, when you blow it, something's overblown. But when you nail it, it becomes franchise changing. The Suns worked on something very hard. They blew it and then gave up on the concept of all their hard work. If that doesn't tell you about the Phoenix Suns and how that franchise is run in a nutshell, nothing else possibly could. Meanwhile, the NBA draft, like I said, it's hoop dreams coming true for 30 young men to put yourself in position just to be drafted in the first round of the NBA draft pick. You are exceptional. I mean, the washouts in the NBA are more talented than just about anyone you'll ever meet in your entire life. It is a life's work. And, you being able to hit the genetic lottery of DNA attributes that allow you to go out there and succeed among the tall trees that is the NBA. It's amazing. It's amazing, even the guys who don't make it, that they've made it to this point in their lives. And then, you're already in the 1%. Can you be in the 1% of the 1% is what we really ask of these picks.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's the narrowest funnel there is because there's only 60 draft picks every year. No other sport has that few.
And look, I got to tell you, I absolutely love canary yellow double-breasted suits, and we might get one tonight. Who's going to be rocking the Gordon Gartrell tonight? That's what I want to know.
Oh, they all will.
Do you understand the Gordon Gartrell reference?
I don't, but I'm filling in the blanks in my head. I assume it's somebody who makes suits that are a bright color and many different patterns.
Well, many different patterns, yes, but it is a fictional... Gordon Gartrell is the fictional designer on the Cosby Show, where Theo was looking for a designer shirt. Denise made him one, and it's a disaster. It looks like a napkin folded in half. So who's rocking the Gordon Gartrell now that is absolutely a real thing in the world of fashion, where you can basically pick fabrics from 12 different rolls, put them together, and say, I'd like my sport coat to look like a quilt, please. So we'll see what that is looking like this evening. And look, the guy that you might not know much about could be a franchise-changing player, could be a 12 to 14-year NBA veteran, could end up being a journeyman, could end up being the cornerstone of a franchise. And among the names that you've heard the most about, could do absolutely nothing in the league. It is a huge crapshoot. It's the ultimate guessing game. And being a GM, I think, is one of the coolest things in sports. And particularly being an NBA GM is one of the coolest things in sports. Just good luck with that. You're either going to look like a genius at the end of this day or an utter fool. Oh, it sounded like a crowd anticipating something. That's okay. It's all right. I forgive you, Grandy. You got a lot of carte blanche around here. We got an unbelievable Stanley Cup game from last night. We had ourselves a heck of a Giants game last night that they end up losing in walk-off fashion. They've lost on this road trip via the walk-off 3 different times. It's been rough going for the San Francisco Giants. The best news I have for Giants fans is you're coming home to the Cincinnati Reds, Detroit Tigers, and the Chicago White Sox. They're all under 500 on the upcoming 8-game homestand. And even though it's a beautiful day outside, it's a little drafty in here. Terrible.
Yeah, that's not. You're better than. Well, no, you're probably not better than that, but
shame on me.
Shame
on me.
Yeah.
Shame on me. We're not perfect. We do our best. Roger Goodell. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. Tim Kirkjian, not at 3:45 a.m. We're going to do it at 3:45 p.m. just to be nice to Tim and us. Yeah, it'll work much better. 3:45 a.m. Those are Butcher Boy Bonte hours. We're not capable of that. Anthony Slater will join us live from over at Chase Center, and at 5 o'clock we are going to go to the dais. Adam Silver has cleared COVID protocols and is actually going to be in charge of this draft tonight, so we will hear his opening statements. We'll get on the clock. We're going to see what Orlando does at number 1, what Oklahoma City does at number 2, what Houston does at number 3, and what Sacramento ends up doing at number 4. It should be a really interesting day today. I'm glad you're around for it, and we are just underway here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. If you're looking for all the best Warriors content, yeah, we're going to have more of that today, I promise you. Just text the word Warriors to 20357. You hit the subscribe button, and everything you do, it goes right there. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Watch the Morning Roast every morning on twitch.tv/957 The Game.
Are you serious about winning the championship? When Farhad says the things that he's saying about clubhouse chemistry and I don't want to be jammed up with contracts, or you're not. Everybody's going to be off the books after 2023 with the exception of Anthony DeSclafani, who stinks.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. 5-7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
You can hop on Twitch or YouTube. You can watch this, enjoy this, bask in this. Damon and Ratto. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. We're going to have ourselves an NBA draft at 5 o'clock tonight. Now, the last thing we're going to do is insult our good listeners' intelligence and try to speak with any authority about what the Warriors are going to be doing at the end of this draft. They have the 28th pick of the first round. They're also picking 51 overall. That's the 21st pick of the second round. They're picking 25th in the second round as well, 55 overall. So, these are so far away from the realm of just players that if we were even talking about them, anyone would even recognize. We'll have a few names for you the closer we get to the actual draft. We'll see if Anthony Slater might not cook up a name or two when we talk to him at 4:30 about who the Warriors could look at tonight. But the truth is, we have no idea. And we're not going to insult your intelligence by pretending to speak with any authority about what the Warriors are doing at 28 tonight.
I think we can, but it's not a player. It's a trade out of the first round because in the second round, whoever you draft gets the league minimum. In the first round, they're slotted, which means more tax. So I think the most likely scenario for the Warriors is getting out of the first.
And I just don't think that we're going to be in line for any sort of shocking surprise or looking at them aggressively coming up in this draft in any way.
No, I wouldn't think so either.
Yeah, there will be movement for sure. There always is. I know that the New York Knicks want to do a lot better than, what are they looking at, 11? So, we'll see what happens. The draft is always a fun ride to take, but you have no idea where it's going, and where the Warriors are going at 28, we have absolutely no idea. I think Ray's onto something. Maybe trading out for not having the guaranteed contract of a first rounder is a possibility. Absolutely, it could be. This team also has never, ever hesitated to take the player that they like. So we'll see what happens. We'll all find out together as we're watching. The history of the 28th overall pick certainly comes with varying degrees of success. Can't find much more success than Jordan Poole in 2019. The year before, in 2018, it was Jacob Evans. 2 years with the Warriors, 2.9 points per game, 57 games, and thanks for the memories to Jacob Evans. Not really an NBA player. We learned that right away. In 1990, they drafted a cat named Les Jepsen, who sounds like a Led Zeppelin cover band or something like that. He played a year for the Warriors, 1.3 points per game. You probably didn't buy the jersey, and if you did, may God have mercy on your soul. 1979, the Warriors at 28 overall take Danny Salisbury, and he never played. He didn't even make the team out of training camp. So you probably don't have many Danny Salisbury memories.
None whatsoever. I remember the name, but I couldn't tell you anything else about him. I do know this. There's one guy been taken 28 in league history that made a difference. And I mean a significant difference is Tony Parker.
Sure.
But after that, the best 28th pick might be Dan Roundfield. So
and I don't
28 is fairly open.
Who's Dan Roundfield?
Played for 11 years in the league.
From when to when?
77 to 87. Cleveland, Atlanta.
Before
11 years is...
Oh yeah,
in any era,
absolutely. But this is a touch in my early formative years. There, I wasn't really monitoring 28 picks in the draft when I was 2 years old.
Okay, well then maybe the third best is probably Leandro Barbosa, who you did know.
Hey, we're gonna be championship.
So you don't have a lot of expectations at 28.
You can't. And the beauty of the Golden State Warriors is they need nothing from 28 other than, could you surprise us? Could you become a player that is at the back end of a team that probably has taken some young players that they're going to be asking more from next year already? If they were to take a player like, let me see, if I got the last name right, is it Koloko? Christian Koloko.
Yeah,
out of Arizona. Now, if he's a backup center, 22 years old. James Wiseman's not going anywhere. Maybe that means Kevon Looney isn't really thought to be available to the Warriors based on him pricing himself out of their math. Another wing, another defender. That's obviously what I think they'd like. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Again, at the top of the draft yesterday, I was talking about how Chet Holmgren is just scary. Scary to pass on because what he might be. Scary to draft because of what he might be. He might be a guy that just does not make it in the NBA, or he might be a guy that is, the closest thing you've seen to a hybrid of Kevin Durant and Giannis. He's like a defensive Durant. He's not the shooter that Durant was, but he's a legit 7-footer with a 7'6" wingspan who blocked shots like a Donald Foyle coming out of college and is just, he is a better defender than he is an offensive player, I think, projecting into his first year in the NBA, and he's a hell of an offensive player.
Yeah, he looks like Sean Bradley physically, but in all other ways, he's a lot closer to the other guys you mentioned.
Doesn't play like Sean Bradley at all. He's smooth. When's the last time you honestly saw 7-foot smooth in transition with the ball? It's Durant. It's Giannis. It's just the two of them, really.
And the problem with all that is he will be neither of those guys.
No.
And so that's why people cringe at the comparisons, although I get why they're made.
Right.
It's just,
which MVP do you think he reminds you of the most? It's a terrible question to ask on draft day.
Yeah. He is born to disappoint no matter how much you think of him right now. Only because the bar is so high and the question marks are so big. But you can't really pass on him. Because you'll end up feeling like Sacramento did when they decided that Marvin Bagley was more important than Luka Doncic.
Jabari Smith, probably going number one. It looks like anyone who wants to throw their opinion about who's going number one out, it's so firmly, universally in the Jabari Smith camp, you'd almost think that that's been spoken into existence. But look, maybe we got a little bit of a shocker tonight at the top of the draft. Paolo Banchero is a real man among boys. He is a guy who, if he went number one overall, it's not the worst idea in the world. So a real decision for Orlando at the top of the draft. The teams next in line, obviously, are going to be, pretty thrilled. It's one of those, maybe you don't want the number one overall. You'd rather it be like, well, Holmgren fell to us at 2 or fell to us at 3, so we just had to. And then there are the Kings who've already been told the kid who's never played professional basketball doesn't want to come play for you. Jaden Ivey got the message out to the Kings. If I were the Kings, I would not make my decision based on what any agent or rookie-to-be said. I would also not take Jaden Ivey before I drafted Johnny Davis. Just if we're talking about your draft picks are only Big Ten players, I'm taking Johnny Davis ahead of Jaden Ivey. Johnny Davis is a straight-up killer out of Wisconsin. Right behind Jaden Ivey is Keegan Murray, who was a hell of a shooter at Iowa. A lot of people have him going 5 to Detroit. So it's going to be fascinating. We talked to Kevin Arnovitz yesterday. He wrote a really interesting story about how the Suns basically worked really, really hard on their COVID draft. They picked a player who didn't work out, they didn't like, and so they decided they're not going to be working hard on the draft anymore. What? If that isn't a loser's mentality wrapped into like a philosophy, I don't know what is. We worked really, really hard. Unfortunately, we didn't like the fruits of our labor. So we just gave up on the labor.
Yeah, it sounds to me like that strategy is going to end quickly because they're trying to be what the Rams are, which is a team that doesn't rely on the draft and would rather spend money on veterans and fill up the salary cap that way. The difference is the Rams have won a Super Bowl and been to another one. And you've got enough talent that you can sort of dismiss the draft in some ways.
Historically, who's lined up to go to Phoenix? I mean, Phoenix looks like a diminishing return right now more than it does a great opportunity, because how much can you really expect out of Chris Paul at this point in his career?
I mean, you can expect a fair amount. You just can't expect it for very much longer. I mean, he's 115 years old.
Right. So do I really want to attach myself to a guy who you described as I can expect a fair amount and not much more? I mean, which is it?
But I think what Phoenix is thinking is we're going to move DeAndre Ayton and get some live bodies now, because I think they've cut bait on him.
What's the big return for DeAndre Ayton?
Mobile big guy?
I mean, I like Ayton. I think it's it's a little bit of a shame that it's not working out for him in Phoenix. He seemed to be a real player on the rise, but he went crossways with Monty Williams, and
yeah, he chose video games over basketball.
Never good.
And I think that's the thinking, that if Phoenix really isn't interested in the draft and they don't have a first tonight, maybe that's how they figure they'll get assets.
Speaking of assets, San Francisco Giants made a trade today. We're going to have Tim Kirkjian join us at 3:45 to talk about this and what is going on with the Giants as they're puttering out of Atlanta today, having dropped 3 of 4 to the Braves. But they did make a deal. They traded Steven Duggar to the Rangers for Willie Calhoun, who is a 27-year-old left-hand hitting left fielder and DH who is from Vallejo. He went to Benicia High School. He had been a Ranger for 5 seasons, recently cleared waivers, used to be the number 2 prospect in their pipeline. So here's what we know about the Giants and how Farhan goes about operating. He looks for players who've got pedigree, but not necessarily, landed well with the organization that drafted them or gave them their first opportunity, and he pounces on attributes that he thinks he can get the most out of. What is Willie Calhoun's best attribute? Well, in 2019, he looked like he had a little bit of pop in his bat. He hit 21 home runs in 83 games, and then his production dipped. Then he got hurt after his production was dipping, and it's hard to get right while your body's not right. He missed 31 games in 2020, which isn't a huge number of games, but enough to, again, slow down any trying to figure it out again process. And then in 2021, he's got a broken forearm, so he misses 87 games. So he reports this year, and he's just a mess at the beginning of the year. In 18 games, he hit 136 with a home run and 2 RBIs. So the Giants make a trade. He's heading to Sacramento. What's interesting about this is Duggar, who was out of options, could have come back to the roster because Luis Gonzalez is going on the IL today, but I guess they just figured since he's out of options, he's out of supreme value to Farhan, who isn't going to fall in love with Steven Duggar, and they're expecting Lamont Wade Jr. back soon. And that's where the attention's going to go again.
Yeah, I think at some point soon, though, once Calhoun gets straightened out, he'll be back on the big club. I don't know that he'll start, but he'll be one of those guys that you can fit in a bunch of different ways.
Gabe Kapler talked about the newest Giant, who is, again, reporting as Sacramento.
I'm personally excited about it. I really like Willie. I think he can really swing the bat. He can really make contact with pitches anywhere in the zone. He has a history of hitting a lot of line drives to the pull side. I've known him for a really long time. I know what his strengths are, and I'm excited that he's a Giant. He's going to go to AAA for us.
All right. So we'll see if he does produce, but it's another left-handed outfield at-bat for a team that might need another right-handed at-bat. But today, if you look at what happened, last night, if you look at what happened, pitching. The Giants need more of it. Real quick, before we get into all that, though, Gabe Kapler on Duggar and what he meant when he was here.
exceptionally top of the charts teammate. I don't think there's a player in there, a coach that doesn't think the world of Steven Duggar. Exceptionally gifted, super athletic, and talented all the way around. And all of us, want to see him have a lot of success going forward. And not easy to lose that type of teammate and personality and athlete. But again, I thought we did a nice job in acquiring a player like Willie Calhoun.
So there you go. Thanks for the memories, Steven Duggar. I can tell you this, the Rangers aren't better than the Giants, but you do have a tax-free haven waiting for you in Texas. So you get a raise.
Yeah. Now the question is whether he gets to play in Texas or he gets to play somewhere else, because who knows what the Rangers are going to do with him.
Last night, the Giants got stuck with a terrible strike zone. And it really revealed itself when twice, with runners in scoring position, they get inning-ending terrible strike threes called on them. Home plate umpire Pat Hoberg last night. I love umpire scorecards. It's one of my favorite Twitter follows. It is fascinating to just look at, here are the main pitches that this ump missed last night. Here are all the pitches that he got right. And, I mean, to the credit of just about every single home plate umpire, the amount of runs that they're responsible for giving up to a team or taking away from a team is rarely more than one. They are almost universally, Ray, in the 90 percentile of getting balls and strikes correct. But, man, the ones that they get wrong come back to hurt the Giants last night, top of the ninth. Hoberg rings up Austin Wins with 2 outs and runners on second and third. They needed, obviously, a couple more runs there when they lose a 1-run game. Top of the fifth, the runner is on for Yaz, and he gets rung up with 2 outs and a runner on third. Then the bottom of the ninth, Rogers is on. He gets denied a third strike for out number 2. And, it was a bad night. It was a bad night for Pat Hoberg. He favored, it was plus 143 runs for Atlanta, plus 1.43 runs, which is a lot.
It's nothing compared to what Doug Eddings did.
That was terrible.
That was horrific. And it was hilarious. I mean, he was responsible for providing the White Sox in a 12-inning game nearly 6 runs. His accuracy, I think, was 86%. To the point where Toronto manager Charlie Montoyo sent out his hitting coach, Guillermo Martinez, to hand the lineup card in yesterday's game. And he shook hands with all 4 umpires and then proceeded to ream out Eddings for about 5 seconds before Eddings ran him out. Just tossed him right then and there. I mean, Charlie Montoyo said, here's what I thought of you last night. I'm sending out a guy to just get tossed. It's just so you can be embarrassed before the game starts.
Just to yell at you.
Yeah. They, according to Umpire Scorecard, which is, as you said, a great resource, it was the 5th worst game that they've ever charted. And the number of runs that he affected was the most ever. Toronto struck out 17 times, and they are like 22nd in the league in strikeouts. So it was a staggering performance, and Pat Hoberg can feel very good about that.
So congratulations to Pat Hoberg, the 2nd worst home plate umpire of the evening, but far and away second. It was another rough night right away for Tyler Rogers. It was a rough night for Jake McGee. Obviously, they could have gone to Camilo Duvall, but God forbid any player be asked to throw 3. Well, I mean, here's the deal. Send him out there. What are you doing? Camilo Duvall, unless his arm's falling off, pitch him. Well, he pitched 2 days in a row. And his elbow's about to explode. Come on. Anyway, the Giants, their bullpen melted down last night. Really a shame because Carlos Rodon, he struck out 10 over 7, and he was dialed in. It was a really good start. The start that they were hoping to see out of Rodon, especially against the Atlanta Braves, who mash, is exactly what they got. And, it's Ray, it's a little too early in the year. It's funny. We're in that strange time where we've almost seen enough baseball to where you better start knowing who you are or be willing to make an educated guess about who you are. What are we approaching, 70 games here? I mean, we're getting close. So it's time to know who you are. It's a little bit early for, remember that loss time? But last night's loss felt like one of the first, if they were to miss the wild card by a game or two, that's one of those stinging defeats you might want to file away. That was the third walk-off loss for the Giants on this road trip, and so they start out early today, breakfast in Atlanta, and Alex Wood just had nothing. He didn't make it out of the second inning before he was down 5-1. He wasn't giving up ropes, but he was just getting dribbled off the mound. Zach Littell tried to put out the fire. It turned into a bullpen game, and the Giants the bullpen did a decent job. They only allowed 2 more runs the entire rest of the game. The Giants battled back with 6 runs, but ended up losing 7-6, meaning this didn't exactly count the way you'd hoped it would in the 9th.
2-1 to Jock. He hits a high drive deep right field. It is headed for the chop house and up there on the balcony. Reminiscent of the National League Championship Series when he took Max Scherzer deep. That was just a blast, and it's a 1-run game.
But it would end up a 1-run game. Giants lose. They hit into 4 double plays in the first 4 innings, Ray. I mean, just couldn't get the ball out of the infield.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yaz took an 0 for 5 in the leadoff spot and a golden sombrero. He struck out 4 times. Dansby Swanson right now, dude, look out. He hit 2 more home runs today. Big homer to lead off the 9th last night. He's absolutely been killing it. The Giants dropped 3 of 4 in Atlanta. The Braves, in the meantime, it's amazing that they're not in first place. They've won 18 of 21 in the month of June.
And they've picked up like a game and a half?
Yeah. Who would have thought? The New York Mets. Dude, baseball in New York this summer. I mean, it gets sold to you in years where it's not really happening, that it feels a little bit like The Boy Who Cried Wolf when it does really happen. But there's an awful lot of good Major League Baseball in New York City this summer.
Yeah, and it's almost as though it's about the only place where you can find it.
We're going to talk to Tim Kirkjian about all of this coming up in just a little bit here on 95.7 The Game. Again, the Giants made a trade, Steven Duggar to the Rangers for Willie Calhoun, who gets sent to AAA. The Giants had a getaway day loss. They'll be back in San Francisco for an 8-game homestand. And the good news is 2 of these teams suck. And the other team is the Chicago White Sox, who are also a game under 500. The Reds are way under 500. The Tigers are way under 500. So maybe some get-right baseball coming for the Giants. They could use a little.
Yeah, if you cannot make hay against those 2 teams, one of which just had a players-only meeting that lasted 45 minutes. Players-only meetings never last that long unless there's some stuff in the air. And Detroit still hasn't scored 200 runs this year, and they will have played 70 games tomorrow. That means less than 3 runs a game.
Yeah, you're swinging wet noodles at home plate.
Yeah, I mean, they have like 12 homers this year.
Ouch. Anyway, rough day for the Giants. Alex Wood was not good. Gabe Kapler.
These hitters are really, really hot right now. I think that's important to mention, that they're swinging the bats really well. I'm sure Alex will mention he didn't have his best command today. When his command is on, he's getting early contact. He's getting quick ground balls and getting more awkward swings. I think they were getting some good rips off of him, and I think he was missing his spots a little bit. Ton of confidence that the next time out, Woody's going to be really good.
By the way, we need to talk about the baseball. I don't mean to sound like Amy G. What about the baseball? No, but the baseball, the baseball itself, and how ridiculous Major League Baseballs need to be doctored before they're even allowed to be put into play. Why not just produce a baseball that's ready to go, like when it comes off the assembly line? It's crazy. We're going to get into all of this with Tim Kirkjian right around the other side of this break. Here on 95.7 The Game, it's great to have you along. And coming up tonight, starting at 5 o'clock, it is the NBA Draft. Meanwhile, we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, and by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Back Johnny Cueto and the White Sox on the run line. I'm Aaron Hawksworth here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The White Sox are starting to heat up, going 6-3 in their last.
More details at AutoZone.com.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, beat the largest timeshare company in federal court and has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-515-1771. That's 800-515-1771.
Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's well established that one of our favorite people in the world to talk baseball with is ESPN's Tim Kurkjian, and he is nice enough to join us this afternoon. Tim, we have been so taken with a Warriors run to the NBA title once again that it feels like baseball season is almost starting, this week here on 95.7 The Game. So we're leaning in and looking at the Giants and the A's to an extent like never before. And, I don't know what we do like, what we don't like. So we thought we'd talk about it all with you. Thank you for joining us here on Damon and Ratto. How are you?
I'm well, fellas. Happy to be here.
So we've seen enough baseball to probably get a feel for who some of these teams are. We're about 70 games in. Just finish the Mad Lib, please. Who do you think the San Francisco Giants are right now?
Well, I haven't figured that out yet, I must tell you. Just keep in mind, the Padres last year had the best record in baseball after 50 games, and not only didn't make the playoffs, they finished under 500. So this is the one sport where you really can't get a gauge on certain teams. My answer is the Giants are not going to win 107 games this year. But I think they are still going to make the playoffs. They've obviously missed Buster Posey tremendously behind the plate, especially at the plate. And they're not the same offensive team as they were last year when they hit more homers than any Giants team in the history of the franchise. And their pitching has been good. They just won, recently 7 out of 8 and had an ERA of 150 in those 8 games. But their pitching isn't as good as it was last year. And there are more good teams in the National League this year. So their work is cut out for them to make the playoffs. But I think somehow, some way, they can find a way to get in, even though their division is really good and the National League is really good.
What is the easiest way to explain? I mean, I think they're on a pace to win 90, which means they will have lost 17 more games than a year ago. If you have to, point to the one thing or a series of things that they're not doing as well, is there one that you can pinpoint and go, that's got to get fixed?
Well, again, Posey is the biggest reason for me. Second is, as you guys know, it seemed like every at-bat last year, they had the right guy at the plate in the right matchup, and miraculously, he came through all the time. Lamont Wade Jr., who's been hurt most of the year, every guy they put in a slot seemed to do the job. And then every time they brought a pitcher in, it was the right matchup, and he got him out. I mean, they swung at strikes and they hit strikes. I mean, they swung at strikes and they threw strikes as well as any team in the league last year, any team in baseball. And it's so simple. If you can throw strikes, you got a chance. If you swing at strikes and not chase, you have a chance. And I just don't think they're doing either one of those things as well as they did last year.
Tim Kurkjian here with us on 95.7 The Game. So we know the Giants rarely make the front page trade or sign the front page free agent. They're much better on the margins. It's why Farhan is here. They need pitching. They need starting pitching. They need bullpen help. And I just think that, as much as they need a right-handed bat as well, I would start fixing this staff ahead of anything else. Is there a fix in your mind that makes sense, that fits the Giants' modus operandi?
Well, yeah, Frankie Montas fits just about everybody's first need because so many teams are looking for a starting pitcher, and he had a no-hitter going today.
He did.
He's still really good, and he's going to be made available at some point because why wouldn't he? And he can bring a pretty good haul in return. So that's where I would start if I were the Giants. But again, there's going to be tremendous competition for him. And I agree, they need another bullpen guy or two, and those guys will be available, and there are hard-throwing, overpowering, swing-and-miss relievers everywhere, and a bunch of them will be made available at the trade deadline, and the Giants are pretty good at spotting guys who can come in and make a difference. So that's what I would start with. Frankie Montas. I would start with relievers from all over the big leagues and see where it takes you.
Since you brought up Montas, do you have a sense that the A's would be willing to do business with the Giants? Is David Forst that dogmatic about it? Is this a decision that would go up to the ownership level?
It might go to the ownership level, Ray. You might be right. But if you're the A's and you're in a complete rebuild and you're struggling the way that they are, and you're one of the few worst teams in the major leagues right now, for obvious reasons, they traded most of the team, you can't worry about the optics of trading someone across the bay and making the Giants all that better. You have to do, in my mind, whatever it takes to continue your rebuild and jumpstart it. So if it means trading him to the Giants, it may go higher than David Forst, and it will not be an easy decision. And I'm not suggesting it's going to happen. I'm just saying the A's have to look for the best offer anywhere, even if it's the Giants. My guess is someone else will come along and offer even more, and Frankie Montas will go someplace else.
Tim, I can't even remember where I read it, and I don't know how much truth there is behind it, but philosophically I agree that baseball ownership has to have had it up to here with the A's issue and John Fisher, and now that he's back on the revenue share, they are none impressed with the way that he's running this franchise. We've seen the commissioner talk about how Tampa Bay needs a new solution, Oakland needs a new solution, and these things actually have to get going. And we heard about blue ribbon panels going back 10 years. So what is going on?
You guys don't ask any easy questions. The answer is we're still not sure what's going on with the A's. And I told you guys that Bud Selig used to tell me 10, 15 years ago, we got to do something about the A's and the Rays, and we got to fix it. That was almost 2 decades ago, and it's still not fixed. The way it was explained to me by one guy who would probably know that John Fisher just doesn't want to be the guy that moves the A's out of Oakland. He doesn't want to be known as that guy. Well, I understand that, but at the same time, they have to go get a new facility as quickly as possible. This has dragged on for long enough, and I don't pretend to know Northern California anything close to you guys like you guys do, but I have to think there's a place on the other side of the bay where the A's could get a new home, and there's plenty of room, and it'll be great. That's what I hope happens, but we've been talking about that for 10 to 15 years, and it still hasn't happened.
What has to happen to the New York Yankees for them not to turn the American League into their footstool?
They're really good, Ray, and they're going to slow down. They're not going to go 50-17 for every 67-game span. But, Judge might get hurt because he often does. Stanton might get hurt because he often does. Their outfield defense isn't particularly good. Their bullpen's been great, but it has some injuries. And maybe, and again, I'm trying to find reasons for them to fall, maybe some of these starting pitchers like Nestor Cortez, who struggled a few times here recently, have never been near this many innings at this time of the season, and they start to get hit or they start to slow down or people start to figure them out. But there aren't too many weaknesses on this team. They hit the ball out of the ballpark better than anybody. They keep the ball in the ballpark better than anyone. Their infield defense is demonstrably better than it was last year. And again, their starting pitching has been the best, certainly in the American League this year. Can all that keep up? I'm not sure it can keep up anything close to this pace, but I am really, really certain that they are going to win the division in a very good division.
So, on the other side of the country, you have two of the most talented baseball players to ever hit a baseball field. Shohei Ohtani, what he just did this week, hit two 3-run home runs on Tuesday night, had 8 RBI. Then he comes back last night. He strikes out 13 over 8 shutout innings. And the other guy is the best player in baseball, Mike Trout. It's a ridiculous amount of talent in the two of them, and the chances of them ever finishing higher than second in their own division seem almost unfathomable. At what point are the Los Angeles Angels need to be put on some dunce cap for wasting two of the most talented baseball players ever born?
Well, dunce cap's a little harsh, but you're right. This isn't good for the game that the two players that most people would want to watch above anyone else at this point are not going to the playoffs because, in part, they lost 14 games in a row. So no one in the history of the game has ever driven in 8 runs in a game and had a 13 strikeout game in his career. And Ohtani did it on back-to-back nights, which I think has to qualify on some level as the greatest back-to-back nights in team games, like back-to-back games by the team, not Johnny Vandermeer pitching 2 no-hitters. There were games in between. I'm not sure you can go anywhere else with that. And Mike Trout you're right, he's the best player in baseball, and the Angels got off to a good start, and I came around on them saying, hey, they're going to be pretty good. And then Anthony Rendon got hurt again, and their starting pitching started to falter, and their bullpen collapsed, and they stopped scoring runs. So I don't see them going to the playoffs this year, and I think they need to restart after this year and try to rebuild around those two guys with the understanding that in 16 months from now, Ohtani's qualified to be a free agent, and then who knows what's going to happen then.
How is it that they are as bad as they are, given the fact that they're not really pitching terribly or hitting terribly? I mean, they had the one stretch where they didn't hit at all, but other than that, they're about league average. Are they a bad offensive team being propped up by Ohtani and Trout? Are they a bad pitching team being propped up by Ohtani? I mean, who are they really?
Well, it's, again, hard to tell, Ray. When they started the 14-game losing streak, they were 10 games over 500. No team has ever had a 14-game losing streak that started when that team was 10 games over 500. So they're very confusing. I don't think they pitch very well out of their rotation, even though Patrick Sandoval and Noah Syndergaard were really good at points this year. But it's not enough, and their bullpen isn't good enough either. And without Rendon in the lineup and with some other guys being hurt, you're right. It might be pretty much, other than Jared Walsh at first base, a two-man show. And, this is not Pippen and Jordan touching the ball on every possession. Ohtani and Trout can't carry an offense by themselves. So I think there are significant holes there, and the injury to Anthony Rendon is not going to help in the filling of those holes.
I've got one more question for you where I'm going to ask you to explain away something ludicrous in Major League Baseball quickly if you possibly can. But we also have the top of the hour, which means, Tim, you get to hear Ray Ratto's top of the hour station identification. I would like you to enjoy this as much as humanly possible.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
That's just, it's music to everyone's ears is what it really is.
Ray can really read. That's really impressive.
He had to do stuff during the NBA Finals where he said, join our station for the least tedious Warriors coverage available.
Yeah, when I used to host Baseball Tonight all the time, I would have to read commercials. And I would have to say one commercial like, Lowe's. If you want something, go to Lowe's, like that. I said it so badly that every time I go to Lowe's with my son, he announces that commercial every time because it was so bad the way that I read it. Sorry, that's not what I do.
Your son hates you, right?
Yeah.
Of all the goofy things that have happened this year, where would you rank David Robertson's first at bat ever?
Well, I'm always fascinated by these relievers that never get into a game. And I think I've got this right. Buddy Groom, former Oakland A, I think I've got this right, holds the major league record for the most games pitched in without ever taking an at-bat. And he pitched for a long time. And now we don't allow pitchers to hit, and yet a relief pitcher gets his first at-bat. It's just absurd. But as we know, fellas, this is how it works. We have position players pitching every night. Well, it used to be like the coolest thing ever when a position player would pitch. I made sure I called them all when I was at Sports Illustrated. Hey, you pitched, tell me all about it. Now it happens once a night. Sometimes it happens 5 times in a night, and that's how a pitcher ends up batting in a major league game when there's a designated hitter in both leagues. So it's really weird.
Tim Kurkjian, ESPN, thank you so much for spending so much time with us. My final question is about the ball itself, because I just read a story on ESPN.com by Jesse Rogers about how baseball teams are required to muddy up all baseballs using the exact same technique from the mud in, what was it, Toms River, New Jersey, or wherever the brothers find the mud to get on the ball and prevent it from being so slick. But then the protocols, like all balls have to be used in a specific game within the muddied ball within 3 hours and put into humidors, which are now in every single baseball facility for 14 days at least. Hey, why not just produce a baseball that can be used right out of the rip? I mean, the mud is obvious, but all the humidors, what are we doing here? I mean, there's so many questions about the integrity of this ball. It feels like in order to get a ball that baseball feels has enough integrity to be put into play, the amount of steps needed to be taken. We treat them like Cuban cigars.
Yeah, well, Jim Palmer used to always tell me that some baseballs feel like grapefruits and others feel like golf balls in his hand, because he's had a baseball in his hand his entire life, and he can tell when the seams are raised or the ball is softer, the ball is harder, less mud on this, more mud on that. There should be no excuse. Every ball you get should feel almost exactly the same as the last one, and I don't think that is the case this year. I had a National League manager tell me the other day that when our pitchers are complaining that a ball is thrown to them, say from an umpire, and it's as slick, cliched as a cue ball. That's what it feels like in his hand, and I don't understand. It's the most important element of the game is the baseball. It has to feel the same as the others. It has to have the same amount of mud on it, has to be rubbed the same way, so no one has any sort of advantage. Can you imagine if they played an NBA game and they're using a different basketball? Steph Curry and Klay Thompson would say immediately, what are we using this for? This is the same ball that we use. It doesn't bounce the same. They would know immediately. And that's what pitchers know, and we have to get back to making sure the ball is the same as often as possible.
Tim, thank you so very much. Always great to talk to you. You love the game, and that's why we love talking to you.
All right, thanks, fellas. Talk to you soon.
Here he is, Tim Kurkjian from ESPN.com. But it is ridiculous, Ray. All the things that Major League Baseball teams have to do to get a ball ready to be used. Like, you know what they should do? They should just take every single ball that's about to be put in a game, but give it a month of batting practice. Like, wear the ball in. Balls that leave during batting practice, that get hit out of the ballpark. Okay, so goodbye to those. Those are maybe the balls that aren't, that don't have the integrity to begin with. I don't know, but just do something other than, like, why is there a humidor in San Francisco? The damn ballpark is as at sea level as humanly possible.
Because there's a fetish about having the same conditions everywhere.
That's ridiculous,
It
though,
may
for baseball.
be, but you asked me why they do it. The idea of having using balls that have been used for batting practice for a month, the balls get dead after a while. That's why they don't have them last very long. So that wouldn't be a solution. The only solution, if you're looking for consistency, is I believe it's in Korea, where they prefab the balls so that they are ready to use right away. They're not sticky or smooth, or They're far more consistent, and everybody knows what they're getting every day. There is no indication that Major League Baseball wants to do this. And look, they bought Rawlings, so they're the ones who are controlling the production. And the fact that they can't get it right, A, should be of no surprise, and B, that they're probably making it worse should also be of no surprise, because no sport has changed more than baseball in the last 15 years when you include everything, how the game is played, the rules under which they're played, the equipment they use. It's all in a constant state of flux, and they can't get any of it right.
Why is the Korean baseball, I don't want to call it superior, but why is it more uniform? How do they produce a more uniform baseball off the factory line?
I do not know the answer to that.
They're not using Rawlings balls, are they?
No, they're using their own balls.
Well, I mean, you want to have a major league franchise in Colorado, you should have all that comes with it. They shouldn't even get a humidor. They shouldn't. There should be no humidors. How about that? Isn't that a uniform baseball? Muddy up the balls like we've been doing since, black and white footage and color lines were broken. Muddy up the baseballs with the Toms River, New Jersey mud and the two brothers that go out and get the buckets and blah, 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 blah. Just knock off all this humidor crap. Knock it off. If you're wondering why balls are squishy, maybe that's the reason why. Balls too hard? Who cares? I mean, baseball needs more offense. Straight up. Look at it this way. Get the balls out of the humidor or put the steroids back into players. Do something. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. I mean, listen to what you got to go through after you muddy up the baseball. All baseballs to be used in a specific game must be muddied within 3 hours of all other baseballs being used in the game. Once the muddying process is complete, all balls should be placed back in Rawlings boxes with dividers, and then the boxes should be placed in the humidor. In the past, balls were just allowed to go directly in the humidor, but now they'll be in the boxes with the dividers in the humidor, and that's going to, restore integrity to Major League Baseball? When taken out of the humidor for that day's game, only 8 dozen balls at a time should be placed in a ball bag. At that point, there's no limit to how many more balls can be placed in the bag, but when players feel one at the bottom and they feel that it's a little too chalky, again, the ball bag needs to be wiped out with a damp cloth and then a dry cloth. I mean, it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. All balls must be stored in humidors for a minimum of 14 days before being taken through the muddying process. It's absurd.
It's part and parcel of what happens when you try to over-engineer something. It's not every problem needs a solution. And the fact that they can't get consistency out of the balls speaks to the fact that they think everything that happens that might be weird has to be dealt with. Every nail that stands up just a little bit has to be hammered down. And it doesn't. Baseball's joy is its weirdness. The David Robertson story is a great story because it's just something that happened, out of just a weird development where the first time this guy gets an at-bat in his entire 17-year major league career is against a position player. It doesn't get weirder than that. Toronto sending out its hitting coach Wednesday morning to get ejected because they were unhappy with the umpiring on Tuesday night. That's a great weird thing that only baseball has. But you can't get that if what you've got is a game that can't be at least borderline uniform in terms of the equipment.
Here's the fields aren't even uniform. There's nothing about baseball that is symmetrical. Nothing. Never will be. Stop trying to make it happen. It drives me nuts. It's why I hate the DH in the National League, damn it. We're back to that. Anyway, look, we got to take a real quick break. But again, you got to doctor the balls, but we also want to inspect everyone's fingertips and under their nails every single time. You wonder why balls are getting away and you got just crazy, crazy pitches being thrown all over the place with no control on them. I mean, players were doing what was necessary. to control the baseball. But then that had to go. Again, that was the nail that was sticking up too far and had to be hammered back down. We are about 45 minutes away from the start of the NBA draft. I'm excited about that. I hope you are too. We got an awful lot of stuff going on this afternoon. If you're looking for more Giants talk, check out the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast, available for you on the Odyssey app. We are brought to you by Cal Hope.
The more we learn about COVID-19, the more questions and worries we have. Cal Hope can help with free COVID-19 emotional support. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No. Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest.
21. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So ESPN right now has got a montage of great NBA players on the day that they were drafted. And among the great NBA players in the montage is Steph Curry, who looks like he got drafted when he was a zygote.
Yeah.
I mean, he looks 12 years old.
Oh, no, he was a huge baby face then.
Oh, my gosh. He's still a baby face now in his early 30s. Back then, he was freaking adorable. I mean, there's just no other way around it. We're going to see who comes out of the NBA draft in position to be successful. Obviously, where a player ends up does an awful lot to dictate what their career might look like. We know that one of the best landing spots in the world is going to be for, the kid who the Warriors take at 28, if they are taking a pick at 28 and not trading back for a second rounder, which is definitely a possibility. What the Warriors might do today will hopefully come into a little bit more focus in about 10 minutes from now when we go live to Chase Center to talk to our friend Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game about what the Warriors are going to be doing here in the NBA draft. It's a day, though, it's all about prospects, and, one of these guys in the right situation, with the right amount of talent, with the right amount of winning, could turn into one of the highest paid athletes in the entire world. That is now available to NBA players really like never before. As a matter of fact, on the list of the 10 highest paid athletes in the world, we have 4 NBA players now. The annual Forbes list, compiled by adding the on-field and off-field earnings over the last 12 months only. So over the past 12 months, the world's 10 highest paid athletes combined to make nearly $1 billion, $992 million in pre-tax gross earnings, which is the third highest total ever. You want to play a little guessing game? You want to go 1 to 10 or 10 to 1?
I'll do either.
Okay, well, we'll start then. Who is, in your mind, in just the last 12 months alone, the highest paid athlete on the planet when you combine on-field earnings and endorsements? Would you like to wager a guess?
It's probably... I think I'm going to go off-brand and go Lewis Hamilton, because Formula One drivers make a boatload of money.
Not even in the top 10.
Okay, good. I'm well on my way.
It's from the sport you want to say, and it's probably the guy who you want to say.
Okay, Lionel Messi.
Correct. It is $130 million for Messi. $75 million on field earnings. He got paid $75 million.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And all that, and they make a profit every year with that just sitting there.
$55 million in endorsements to make up $130 million made. After Messi, we get into the NBA for the very first time. Number 2 in earnings, and this was based on an awful lot of the success that Space Jam 2 had. LeBron is right there, $121 million. He made 41 on court and $80 million off court in just the last 12 months. Then you got Ronaldo at $116 million, 60 on field, 55 off field. Neymar, $95 million, 70 on field, on the pitch, excuse me. $25 million in endorsements. And then first name Stephen, last name Curry. Steph Curry, the 5th highest paid athlete in the last 12 months, $92.8 million, $45.8 million on court, $47 off court. Kevin Durant behind Curry, $92.1 million, $42.1 on, $50 off. Federer is then at number 7, $90.7. Canelo Alvarez, an actual boxer, still in the top 10. There you go. $90 million. He's made $85 in purses, only $5 million though in endorsements. And I got to tell you, I've seen Canelo Alvarez do Modelo commercials. I think is the only place I've seen him. I'm sure he does much more down in Mexico than what we've seen up here, though.
Well, but they would count that as part of his earnings too.
Right, but that's still $5 million. It's
$5 million is a relative pittance.
It is. Tom Brady. We have our one and only NFL player in the top 10, and obviously Brady making a ton of money off field at $52 million. He made $31.9 on field. And then it's Giannis. Giannis at number 10, making $80.9 million, $39.9 on 41 off. So it's a staggering opportunity for the kid who gets drafted in the right position tonight to be successful. You could be in the top 10 highest paid athletes in the world, or maybe you wash out of the NBA before your rookie deal is even up. That could happen too. That's why the draft is just unpredictable, fantastic. Bobby Marks stopped on by earlier this week, talked about what the Warriors might do at 28.
I think this draft is 40 deep. So I think you're really going to get a good player at 28. I think Jake LaRavia, is certainly a guy who's been penciled. 6'8", versatile 4, can shoot the ball, shot around 39% from 3 this year, played at Wake Forest. I think he's a name to keep an eye out. Christian Brown from Kansas, more of that kind of versatile defender. That's a name to keep an eye out. Marjan Beauchamp, who played right up the road there and with the G League Ignite, it's a 6'7" wing. I mean, this is a draft of wings. I mean, if you're going to look for a point guard, I don't know if you're going to find one. Maybe Andrew Nembhard, who played at Gonzaga.
So lots of different names. We are not going to insult anyone listening and try to speak with any authority about what the Warriors might do. But we're going to have Anthony Slater coming on by, since he is the authority on the Golden State Warriors, and talk about what they might do at 28. By the way, back to Steph Curry. Career earnings through 13 seasons of basketball. This is just on court for Steph now. Just on court career earnings. He has made $254,736,348. If the final year of his contract extension is the year that he retires. So he's done. He doesn't sign another NBA contract. He is done after this extension ends. His career earnings are approaching $500 million. $500 million. Steph Curry will have made $470,090,010. Don't short him that 10, Ray. He's here for that 10.
Well, yeah. And he's still grossly underpaid for what he's delivered.
Yeah. Yeah. He's been paid about $500 million. He's turned the Warriors into a franchise that's worth $6 billion.
Well, and from the moment that he was drafted, they've gone from $450 million to that $6 billion. So in other words, it's appreciated roughly 13 times.
Yeah. It's good to be a Golden State Warrior in the Steph Curry era. There is no doubt about that. So who is going to join him? Will we have a rookie name tonight? Will they be trading back? Will something really out of the ordinary happen? I mean, what if the Warriors went bonkers and did put a player like, Jordan Poole, who, as they're sitting around wondering what he might be worth, on the block, see who would come get him, see just what the offer is. I wonder if there aren't any of those phone calls being made right now. Is Jordan Poole worth a max extension?
No. Not yet.
To the Warriors, he might be, but he might not be, considering what that max extension would cost.
Yeah, see that, and that's, this is not about his talent. This is about...
Right, this is a bottom line business decision.
Yeah. And I don't think Bob Myers is making any calls at all. I think he's fielding calls, and he's listening, and he's mostly saying no. Because unless somebody says, hey, we're picking second, do you want Chet Holmgren? Maybe I doubt that he would think about it. I don't think Jaden Ivey would do that. I don't think... I don't think any of them would. Just unless it's...
Paolo Banchero?
Probably not. Doesn't defend well enough. Keegan Murray doesn't do that. Benedict Mathurin doesn't do it. I think the only guy who would really appeal to them is Holmgren. And even then, it's kind of a weird way to go about it because he's really another sort of long wing rather than a pure center.
it's an NBA draft that is, well, look at it this way. The broadcast and the proceedings start at 5 o'clock. First pick probably is, on the clock about 10 minutes after that, after Adam Silver gives you his opening comments. And by the way, we will go live to the podium for Adam Silver's opening comments. I'm sure there will be some compliments in there for the Golden State Warriors. They will be booed lustfully in Brooklyn. It's at Barclays again, right? Is that where this is all happening once again? It seems like Barclays is now the home of the NBA draft, and it's certainly the home of a little drama. I mean, we got some coming out of Brooklyn about a month ago. Kristen Winfield of the New York Daily News reported that Kevin Durant would want out of Brooklyn if Kyrie isn't playing for the Nets next season. Now, it doesn't feel like Kyrie Irving might be playing for the Nets next season. And we got Woj tweeting about how the Nets could be coming up on their deepest fears here, where Irving walks and then Kevin Durant demands a trade. I mean, crazier things have happened. It would also be the single most hysterical and equally pathetic career pivot that we've seen in the modern NBA in a really long time. Like, here's how this works, Kevin Durant. Here's how this works, and this is the bed that you wanted to lie in. So here it is. Anything less than you winning a title in Brooklyn shows that you've made one of the more colossal career blunders and mistakes. If we just talk about winning situations to staggering losing situations on your own decisions. Sure, he made a ton of cash. Sure, he got paid well. Sure, he might even pretend to put on the brave face of happiness. But for a guy who tasted what winning really is, reject that taste, saying I can find a better flavor, and to go to Brooklyn and just watch it all disintegrate if that happens, oh my God. I mean, I don't want to say that I'm going to do the I Told You So show, but I might bring in a brass band that day for the I Told You So show.
Give me a heads up. I'll call in sick.
We own like a big brass band in here?
No.
Oh, it could be fun.
I could barely stand me in here.
It might be fun. We're very happy to welcome in here Anthony Slater, our Warriors insider. He's inside at Chase Center, where normally we would be, but by the time the Warriors make a draft pick, if they do pick at 28 tonight, it'll be so long after our show's over, there was no sense of doing it. So thank you, Anthony Slater, for being our eyes and ears on the ground. The Warriors always play it tight to the vest on draft day. So I'm guessing no one's walked up to you telling you specifically what they're going to be doing at 28 yet.
There's like 4 people here. I thought you guys might be down here, but you're not. No, I mean, the front office is in the back, but I saw Raymond Ritter, I saw Logan Murdoch. Those are and Janie McCauley. Those are the 3 people I've seen so far.
There you go.
Yes. You know where we all should be, you and me included, Sacramento. They're the swing pick of the draft. This is their night.
Totally. I really hope that number 4 comes about while we're still on the air, because something could actually happen there. So we will be looking at that. But again, I know that you're hardly about to, and we've been telling our audience all day, we're not going to insult you and try to speak on the 28th overall pick with any authority. These are names that we're not even familiar with at the back end of the draft, but just looking for traits and archetypes that you think is on the Warriors' mind at 28. What are you thinking of?
Yeah, so we did like a beat writer mock draft today. I took Nembhard from Gonzaga, backup point guard, 6'5", older player. If you were trying to concoct somebody that could maybe come in and help right away, which is not how they've drafted the last couple of years, by the way. But, with a 28th pick, considering you already have, a juiced up youth movement with high-end talent, maybe you could go more safe at 28 and somebody like that who could run
better floor, lower ceiling.
Yeah, could run a second unit. Now, they got in trouble with this at 28th pick, several years ago with Jacob Evans. That was the idea of him, right? Mm-hmm. And then he came in, it was like low floor, low ceiling, essentially. You should probably, there are other, you go wing. It is a front office that over the last several seasons has become obsessed with the wing position, rightly, and has deprioritized the big man, spot so I do not expect to see a center. I'll say that. So I think it'll be rangy wing that can kind of shoot and defend like a 3-and-D like prototype, or maybe a backup point guard. Because part of the reason I picked Nembhard, I have heard that like backup point guard is something they want to add to the roster this summer. Now that might be in free agency, like a vet minimum type signing, but just somebody who can come out in the regular season, especially games that maybe Curry doesn't play in, or even ones that he does, and help Jordan Poole out there running a second unit.
Do you think that either it be a front court or back court player gives us any sort of illumination on what's going to happen to Looney or Gary Payton II?
Not really, because to me, the replacement, like let's say Looney left, well, you're not going to draft a rookie and then suddenly you're going into next season with Wiseman and a rookie. So to me, if they have a sense right now, which I don't get a sense that they think this, but let's say they internally are like, we think Looney might be gone, you're gonna need to replace that in free agency, right? You need a veteran that will replace Looney. And then as far as Peyton goes, I mean, he's like, that versatile defensive type, but you could have, an unlimited amount of those essentially on the roster. Like if they pick one of those tonight, to me, that doesn't signal they don't think Peyton's coming back. It would just signal, hey, that's a great prototype to have on the roster, and you could have 7 of them on your bench.
What's the likelihood that they're just going to trade out of the first just for tax reasons?
The only thing I could see is maybe if they feel like at 28 they have somebody that they feel like they could get at 31, where the Pacers are, I believe, are sitting at 31. You could call the Pacers and say, hey, want to come up and maybe give us a future, protected second, basically, trade 28 for 31 for nothing. Because if you go to 31, you get a second rounder, you can actually bring them in on a really low minimum deal. It's what they did with Smiley. It's what they did with Eric Paschall, where it's like $800,000. And that is tax savings from, I think, 28th. Your first year salary is something like $2.2 million. But if they like somebody at 28, they'll pick it because it's still a really low salary, cost controlled for a long time. So to me, it's actually where you want to pick if you're building this type of roster, because you do want cost-controlled assets.
Like you said, Anthony, we're probably going to see a whole lot of action start around number 4 when Sacramento's already been told by Camp Jaden Ivey that he's not interested. If I were Sacramento, I would ignore any threats from any agent or players and not fall into the Luka trap once again. You take the player that you like, and that's the way I would run it. But, the Knicks might get aggressive, want to trade up to 4. There could be a couple of other teams that see that as a place to go make a jump. I actually think Jaden Ivey at 4 would be a mistake. He's not even among the first Big Ten players I would draft. I would go with Johnny Davis, who I just think is a killer out of Wisconsin. I see he's slotted at 10 in some of these mocks. When the Warriors,
Damon, did Johnny Davis just destroy the Hoosiers or something? I feel like that's just my guess. I don't even know what happened in the Big Ten schedule. But I feel like Johnny Davis put 30 on you.
He put it on real hard. But so did Jaden Ivey. But Johnny Davis is a killer. I really mean it. When the Warriors are so far removed from any of those players, maybe you've been able to talk to somebody to think about what they really think at the top of this draft. Have you garnered what the Warriors think of the value at the top? If the Warrior has Bob Myers told you, like, man, Chet Holmgren really interesting, or Jabari Smith really interesting? Have you been able to get any honesty out of anyone?
I actually saw Chet Holmgren at one of the Warriors Mavericks. I don't remember if it was game 1 or game 2, and I was actually around him post game when he was thanking Joe Lacob, telling him what great arena is, and how happy he was allowed in, and even kind of hinted at Joe. He's like, got any finals tickets, maybe? And Joe was like, he kind of ignored it. But anyway, I mean, that has nothing to do with what you're asking. It's just funny. It was kind of a popular topic the last several weeks to just chat with people around the team. Like, what do you think the Kings should do it for? Because I write some about the Kings. I went up to Mike Brown's press conference the other day. It is a pick I'm very curious about direction-wise. And you did hear within the Warriors, there's some Keegan Murray is a Warriors-type player, another Big Ten player, by the way.
Crushed Indiana. Huge dagger in the Big Ten tournament. Thank you.
Yes. Led the Big Ten in scoring. He would really fit what the Warriors do. Offensively, I mean, multi-positional, can play off the ball, can cut, smart player, older player, ready now. And Mike Brown's going up there to try to win right now, and they have Fox in place, and Ivy seems like a Fox clone in a sense, so there's a lot of overlap there. My guess is you see Murray go to the Kings at 4. It might be unpopular. It might feel like a fit over talent type situation, but the Kings are trying to win right now. Monty McNair's in the last year of his deal. Even if Jaden Ivey's great in 4 years, Monty McNair's got to wonder if he's going to be around in 4 years. So I like Murray. I really do kind of like the type of player he is, and he has fans across the league, which includes some in the Warriors front office. So, but Ivy seems to be the guy. If you talk about trade up scenarios where the Kings might, get a vet plus another pick. Like it seems like everyone that might come up to 4 is to come get Ivy.
Is there anybody that you see in this draft that's going to be a stretch that you thought of him, like middle of the round, and all of a sudden you see him getting picked at 7? Is there anybody like that, or are the mocks here pretty well set in stone about who's going where?
Yeah, I guess easiest answer is we'll see on that one. Obviously I've been way more locked into the draft the last couple seasons, as I'm sure you two have as well, because Warriors have had lottery picks and haven't been on finals runs. But the Benedict Mathurin rise to me seems it's not out of nowhere. I felt like a month or two ago he was considered like mid to late lottery. Suddenly it's like he might go 5 to the Pistons. To me he seems like a riser. Johnny Davis is an interesting name. I really like him. I actually kind of agree with Damon on that, but it seems like most people believe he's going 11-12 range, but maybe somebody, like a Spurs at 9 shocks some people. The Shaedon Sharpe question mark is very intriguing to me. I some respected people I've talked to are like, this guy might be the best player in the draft. We just don't know about him, but he profiles 6'5", 6'6" wing who can really score, can jump out of the building. But he just didn't play at Kentucky last year, so it's an unknown. But what if the Kings just at 4 were like, look, highest upside, boom, let's take Shaedon Sharpe.
What is the level of schadenfreude if we really were able to test the Golden State Warriors about all the Kevin Durant drama unfolding around Kyrie Irving?
They're watching from afar. I don't know that they'd be, giggling about it or necessarily happy about it. I think they're curious about it in the sense of like they have now risen back to the top of the league, and this is a very seismic situation unfolding in Brooklyn where you thought Brooklyn could be, the assumption was they were going to be a threat for this entire little era to be a contender, and it might be falling apart quickly. But even if it falls apart quickly, wherever Kyrie would go or KD might go, like, does that turn into a contender? Wherever that, if it's Miami or, back to the Lakers, something like that. But my sense on it is Kevin is just using some leverage to get Kyrie the deal that he wants with Brooklyn, and I expect them to be back in Brooklyn. As far as how the Warriors are looking at it, monitoring it like us all, I would say.
Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for being our eyes and ears on the ground today at Chase Center. Watch the Warriors do something ridiculous, like flip Poole to the Kings for 4, and we're not even there for it, and you're going to have like a huge exclusive all to yourself. So enjoy that if it does happen. I don't think it's going to happen.
Sounds like a fever dream for me, but I'll take it.
Anthony's like, hey, speaking of fever dreams, how much fun did you have at the parade, man? I saw you walking out. I saw you walking out on the way. You were like a salmon going upstream against thousands of people.
Yeah, I rode Kevon Looney's float, and it was it was cool to be around a guy who I think his popularity has just skyrocketed. They always liked Looney, but it took it to a new level, and it was just interesting, kind of almost being like looking through his eyes at a fan base that was like, oh, how many people were just yelling at him like, the rebounds, man, we love you, like that type of stuff. It was just interesting to see.
Very cool. Thank you so much, Anthony Slater. Really appreciate your time.
All right, fellas.
It's our man right there. Over at Chase Center, the NBA draft is going to start in less than 20 minutes, and we will take you to the podium when you need to be at that podium. You need that podium. You want that podcast. You want that podium, and we will take you there here. Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Pro Baseball Futures Market, LA star two-way player been on a tear this week. Now the second choice to be AL MVP this year at plus 400 and 37-1 to an AL Cy Young. If he keeps pitching like he did on Wednesday, those odds are going to shorten. Keep your eye on this player. That's it for this Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Check out the latest lines at BetRivers.com.
could really be a bump in the road. So switch to Allstate, save money, and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, it's a day of prospects. If there ever was one, it's the NBA draft. I absolutely love the NBA draft. I'm disappointed to tell you that as we are going over, just crowd shots of all the players in the green room, hoping to hear their names called tonight, I don't see one double-breasted canary yellow suit. Not one. Nothing is jumping out at me that is just so fashion fantastic. I have to tell you about it right here and now. But the night is young, shall we say. The night is young. We have so much to get into once the NBA draft starts. We will take you to the podium when at all possible. I want to talk a little bit about what happened last night on the ice. Ray, it's going to be your favorite segment of the entire day because I want to talk a little bit about the Stanley Cup last night. The game winner being a top shelfer that stayed there, and everyone's like, where's the puck? Is this game over or not? It was fantastic. There were 6 men on the ice, though. When Colorado scored that game winner, John Cooper, the head coach of the Tampa Bay Lightning, with as much dignity as humanly possible, did not crap on the officials in the moment, but just said, I'm sick of what happened, and I'm going to talk about it tomorrow. I'm going to go home and get a night's sleep. In overtime, there were 6 men on the ice. Did not really affect the outcome of the play or how the play was being defended in the moment. So, Ray, one of the questions that I had for you today is, and I have a feeling of how often it happens. It happens. But 6th man on the ice is not uncommon, and it's probably common. It's more common than it's actually called. It's like a feeling. It's not, a straight up, you're over the line of scrimmage type of situation. This play needs to stop immediately, all the time, quickly identifiable. In a world where, we rip officials for being in the wrong place at the wrong time, no one's really ripping these officials. There's nothing to really see here.
No, it's, it's a very elastic call. It's called relatively often. I mean, there are a lot of too many men on the ice penalties in the course of a year.
You know who I've never seen called on this?
Done scoring!
Just putting that out there.
Of course you are. And I don't think there was anything particularly egregious about this. You usually get it if a guy comes on and the guy who's supposed to come off doesn't. I mean, there will be guys who, when they're supposed to come off, they're told, don't even play the puck. Leave it go. Your job's to get your ass off.
Right.
And this was, one of those. It's well within the bounds of the elasticity of the rule, and I think Wes McCauley got it right.
The Avs are now 15-3 in the playoffs. I don't think anyone tabbed them to be a juggernaut, but they have been. And Colorado, look at it this way: the Cup's going to be in the building on Friday night. It's a home game for them, and that place will go bonkers. I love a Stanley Cup presentation. Maybe we get one on Friday night, Ray.
Certainly possible. I mean, the one thing that I think people were sort of holding out hope for is because they knew that Colorado was better 1 through 18, but they had doubts about Darcy Kemper in goal, and they probably still have doubts about him. But Tampa Bay has not generated nearly enough offense, other than Game 3, to be able to make that matter. They've lost 2 overtime games. They were profoundly, outplayed last night. And the truth is, the fact that it was 3-2 is a tribute to Andrei Vasilevsky, the Tampa Bay goaltender, more than anything else. I mean, they got everything they wanted the entire night. And the truth is, the better team won. The right team won.
Meanwhile, we're about 8 minutes away from the start of the NBA draft. We'll at least started the coverage. First pick will probably be in about 5-10 minutes after that, and we will go live to the podium for Adam Silver's opening comments, and we will go live to the podium for picks. Just saw Woj tweet that Paolo Banchero is maybe going number 1 to the Orlando Magic, but that feels an awful lot like smokescreen and just trying to get people to lean into Twitter right before the draft starts. To me, it's probably going to be, as everyone has been pretty much saying throughout the entire day, it's probably looking very much like Jabari Smith could go number 1 to Orlando, Chet Holmgren number 2 to Oklahoma City, with Paolo going 3rd to the Houston Rockets. And as we were just talking to Anthony Slater about, the real fun of this draft will begin when the Kings are on the clock at 4. That feels like a team that has got a lot of suitors, maybe for that pick, and trading back or down to get some more talent in a deep draft might not be the worst decision the Kings start the Mike Brown era with. So lots to keep an eye on over the next hour or so. We need to let you know that baseball is already in the books today around the Bay Area. The Braves beat the Giants 7-6 on getaway day from Atlanta for San Francisco. Nearly came back and rallied to win, but unfortunately Alex Wood got cuffed around, and it was a day of playing catch-up to the Atlanta Braves, who got another big day out of Dansby Swanson. A couple of home runs out of him after he hit a big home run to start the 9th inning last night. The Giants have lost 3 out of 4 in Atlanta and are coming home for an 8-game home stretch now. The A's are in the books, and Frankie Montas nearly put a no-hitter in the books. He was clean through, 8 2/3? 8 2/3. He gave up his first hit and then gave up back-to-back hits. And then, what was it, A.J. Puck? Was there a bridge guy between Montas and Puck, or did Puck come in and clean it on up?
No, it was Zach Jackson first.
Okay, 7 2/3, not 8 2/3. He didn't go to. It's right. 7 2/3. He didn't take it into the 8th inning. But anyways, a hell of a performance out of Frankie Montas that'll make trading him that much easier a little bit later on this summer. So A's win, Giants lose.
No, A's lose.
A's lost.
Yeah, they lost 2-1 in the 9th.
You're kidding! Oh my God! They didn't hold on to that.
They most certainly did not.
Yeah, that A.J. Puck you mentioned, he threw consecutive wild pitches that allowed runs to score both times. Yeah, not a good ending for the A's.
I'm sorry, Oakland. You can't have nothing nice. That's just the way it goes. I'm so sorry. I honestly thought they won today. I honestly thought they won.
Well, you got to pay more attention to TV and less attention to your job.
The radio show's getting in the way of me watching baseball.
Yes, it is. I don't think there's any question about that.
Hey, top of the 9th in Pittsburgh, 7-7, Cubs Pirates.
This game's already been played. This is a replay. Sorry. I don't know why it was on, but yeah, this one's over.
Oh, God. Pirates win 8-7 in 10 innings. Dodgers already won today. They beat the Reds 10-5. Twins over the Guardians here around the clock. Let's go around the scoreboard here. No, we're not going to do that.
You're not doing that.
We're not doing that. We are not going to insult you and try to tell you who the Golden State Warriors will be picking at number 28 overall. What was a great conversation, though, earlier today, Michael Thompson was on the Morning Roast talking about how if you keep this Warriors core together, the amount of more titles that could be on the way, well, it's a crooked number.
When you have something as special as the Warriors have right now in the palm of their hands, you keep it together as long as possible till you suck out every last possible drop of fuel. And they better keep this team together for the next. Everybody keep them together for the next 4 or 5 years, and they can win several more rings. They are that good and that deep because as Klay, Steph, and Dre get older, they have the youngsters coming up behind them who could take up a lot of the slack, and that way they could preserve Klay, Draymond, and Steph's minutes and let them play late into their 30s and be still all-star caliber players.
And look, just the chemistry of the team. It's unmatched. It's unmatched not only in the NBA, it's unmatched maybe in all sports. No team knows how to feel itself out quite like the Warriors do. So keep it together as long as you can, and maybe tonight, one more rookie gets added to the mix. Although, Ray, I think you might be onto something. Looking for a little cap relief by just moving back 3 spots in this draft is something that no one could hold the Warriors' feet to the fire over doing. You just couldn't, with the amount of financial commitments they've already made to this team and its roster before they've even built it out. I would not blame the Warriors for doing that at all. Moving from 28 to 31 probably allows you an approximate player, unless you're just, a billion% in love with someone who you thought would be gone by 28, and there they still are. I could see it totally happening. One of the names that we did give you early on, Christian Koloko, again, is maybe going number 32 in this mock draft, which means the Warriors could get back to 31 and still pick him up. He is a 6'10", 220-pound center from Arizona. Christian Brown, the wing from Kansas, could be there. Patrick Baldwin Jr., a forward out of Milwaukee, could be available. Maybe these guys are gone. Again, I know that these names probably don't mean an awful lot to an awful lot of you listening. Bobby Marks had a different name when he joined us a couple days ago.
I think this draft is 40 deep. So I think you're really going to get a good player at 28. I think Jake LaRavia, certainly a guy who's been penciled. 6'8", versatile 4, can shoot the ball, shot around 39% from 3 this year, played at Wake Forest. I think he's a name to keep an eye out. Christian Brown from Kansas, more of that kind of versatile defender. That's a name to keep an eye out. Marjan Beauchamp, who played right up the road there and with the G League Ignite. It's a 6'7" wing. I mean, this is a draft of wings. I mean, if you're going to look for a point guard, I don't know if you're going to find one. Maybe Andrew Nembhard, who played at Gonzaga.
So, could go a lot of different ways is the understatement of the afternoon here on 95.7 The Game as we welcome you into your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station.
On a day where prospects really are ruling the headlines because we got ourselves an NBA draft, I need to tell you that one of the biggest prospects in America made a huge decision today. Arch Manning, of those Mannings, of the first family of quarterbacking in America, is committing to Texas. That is a huge, huge moment for college football because as big of a family name as you can have is going to as big of a program that has found itself, on the margins of the front page, not just on top of it anymore, but the front page is coming to Texas because they're going to be moving into the SEC by the time Arch Manning is ready to go play for Texas. And what he might do professionally is almost a moot point, Ray. He will be making more money than at least 20 NFL quarterbacks, starting and backup, with a name, image, and likeness deal going to Texas. And it hasn't even been announced what his name, image, and likeness deal is. But Arch Manning will agree to, I believe, the greatest name, image, and likeness deal in the history of college football, that it might take a few years for anyone to surpass that. That's how much he's going to be worth to them. Well, and Texas, has always been known to pay in legal times and not. So, yeah, I mean, it's a get for them because, frankly, their football has fallen on relatively hard times. And now that they're heading to the SEC, they need to be really proactive. I mean, look, he gets them north of 10 wins. He's a god in Austin for the rest of his life. Oh, yeah. No question. So he is, again, like Stephen Curry, probably underpaid. So he hasn't been paid yet. I'm going to do everything I can to not be a Big Ten honk when this... You'll fail miserably. Okay, but here's something that is kind of going to hold it back because the Big Ten, specifically one university, is so full of itself. Ohio State has now trademarked the word the, or as it's pronounced in Columbus, the. I'm not kidding. Ohio State University won a years-long legal battle for the word the. It's not even a word. It's technically an article. Well, I guess articles are words, right? It would be described an article as to how it's used in sentence structure. Have I got that right there, Mr. Inkstain? Yeah. So... Mr. Inkstain. Hey, wear it. It fits. the amount of sniffing its own farts Ohio State has always done over being referred to as the Ohio State University. They will now have the word "the" in quotes and sell that as official Ohio State merchandise.
Well, if you want to talk about, for you to use your term, fart sniffing, there are a bunch of college teams that do that stuff. I mean, I guarantee you that this is not unique. I mean, it's pretty, I mean, frankly, it's pretty clever in a weird way, because who else would think to sort of trademark an indefinite article?
It's something else.
Now, the thing that will be interesting to see if somebody else uses "the" in an innocuous sentence and has a lawyer from Ohio State knocking on their door going, yeah, you can't use that word anymore.
Like, what if I told you that tonight Jabari Smith was the number 1 pick in the NBA draft? We got to go to the podium, by the way, where Adam Silver's about to say hi.
And welcome to the 2022 NBA Draft at Barclays Center.
Barclays,
home of the Brooklyn Nets and the WNBA's New York Liberty. Speaking of the WNBA, let me take a moment to recognize that today is the 50th anniversary of the enactment of Title IX, a historic law that increased access to women's sports and in large part paved the way for the creation of that league. This milestone is an opportunity to both celebrate the progress we've seen over the past 50 years and acknowledge that there's still much more work to do to elevate women's sports at every level. To our NBA fans here in the arena and around the world, thank you for making this past season, our 75th anniversary, one of the most meaningful in our league's history. Following a highly competitive regular season and a hard-fought finals, let me congratulate the Golden State Warriors on winning their 4th championship in 8 years. A lot has changed in our country and world in the 3 years since the Warriors were last in the finals. But what has remained the same is the core of that Warriors team. That core was built through the draft. Steph picked number 7, Klay number 11, Draymond selected number 35, which underlines the importance of tonight for our teams as they look to assemble their own championship rosters. We can't close the book on last season without also recognizing the record 117 G League players who were called up and enabled us to keep going through spikes in COVID-19. Thank you to everyone at the NBA G League. All of us have been impacted by some way by this virus. As a society, we've had to collectively deal with the effects of a pandemic that have been severe and far-reaching. But despite the challenges, we hope we are able to help bring together and create a much-needed sense of empathy and community around our game, whether in our arenas or virtually. And after 3 long seasons, we're finally back to our normal calendar, hosting our draft here in June as we officially turn the page on the 2022-23 season. The young men who will hear their names called this evening have the chance to be among the next generation of stars in our league. Where will they land? We're about to find out. The first pick in the 2022 NBA draft belongs to the Orlando Magic, who have 5 minutes to make their selection.
There you go. Adam Silver's opening statements at Barclays Center, where the Warriors championship was lustfully booed. They're so jelly. You should put some peanut butter on that.
You're working hard today. I admire your effort.
They're so jealous. They're so jealous. All they got is Kevin Durant. He already wants out. What do you got, Brooklyn? You got nothing.
I'm kind of with Slater. I think this is just a bluff. Durant's not going anywhere, and neither is Irving.
Again, and they're still screwed.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Sean Marks is going to have to get creative here. But, at some point, Ben Simmons comes off the injured list, and then they look like a livelier underdog than they were this year when they were just a hot mess from day one.
Who is going to be joining the Orlando Magic? Could it be Paolo Banchero? He is being rumored as someone who has risen up the Orlando Magic draft board. A lot of people have been saying for weeks now that Jabari Smith is going to go to the Orlando Magic number 1 overall. It could be Paolo Banchero. So we will watch. The 6'10 power forward out of Duke certainly has about as much offensive acumen as you could possibly draft. Defensively, a project. Don't know how much of a project that is for the Orlando Magic. Again, that is a Cole Anthony, Markelle Fultz basketball team with Jalen Suggs, Franz Wagner, your guy, Ray, Terrence Ross, Wendell Carter Jr. Right now, their starting power forward is Jonathan Isaac. So maybe they look for a player who is not being described as a finesse player, but a power player. And that's who Banchero is.
I still think this is going to go according to Hoyle, just because.
Who's Hoyle?
Well, you know the saying. Basically, it's going to go according to the rules of playing cards.
Oh, okay.
The people who make the playing cards.
Okay.
I can't believe you've never heard.
I'm sorry, I was not thinking about card brand names when you said
no,
it.
it was
I'm not that familiar with it.
I think this ends up being Smith, Holmgren, Banchero, just because the Banchero rumor is way too late in the game to be taken seriously. Normally, somebody will tip their hand before this. This sounds to me more like a genuinely desperate attempt to generate the possibility of a trade by Houston, which has other first-round picks.
Maybe, just maybe. They're saying that the pick is in. When we have Adam Silver wandering back out to the podium, we will go there. And just so you know, we're not going to be tipping picks here, even though there is a cottage industry about tipping NBA draft picks pretty much online. We love the NBA draft. I mean, we got dreams coming true for 30 young men here just to be in position to be drafted in the first round. Your level of talent, your skill in basketball is absolutely exceptional. Let's go to Brooklyn to find out who's going number 1 overall. Someone's going number 1. There's the commissioner.
With the first pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Paolo Banchero from Duke University.
Well,
wrong again.
Well, Ray Ratto.
I know nothing, and I will continue to know nothing.
Do a lap of shame, would you please?
I'll run a lap to my car. Don't bank on me coming back.
Look, I told you that this guy was legit. He's a man among boys. He has got a game that is not predicated on finesse, but he still has skill, but he plays with power. He's got an awful lot in his bag. He is now an Orlando Magic. Getting 18 a night in the NBA, if he's a disappointment, is pretty much how you should look at him. And I even made in the notes, if he played an awful lot of defense or any defense, he would be number 1 overall. Well, without that, he is going number 1 overall. He is the first player from Duke to go number 1 in, God, since when? They just took down the graphic as I was starting to read it. Sorry. I didn't see what they were, I didn't read it fast enough.
Since at least a year ago.
Yeah, since Zion Williamson.
Yeah,
it was more than a year ago.
Yes. I was just guessing. I didn't know.
Yeah, but there you go. We have the first pick in the draft, and it was the unexpected pick, which now means, we got ourselves a situation brewing for the Oklahoma City Thunder, who, if they were in love with Chet Holmgren because they thought Jabari Smith would be for sure off the board, maybe they're doing a little arithmetic on how their draft looks now, because the guy who was slated to go 3rd just went number 1 overall. By the way, Jaden Ivey still out there, Sacramento. He still could be yours. Just floating that.
Well, yeah, I still think they're probably going to try to trade out of there and get a couple of veterans. If if they're as freaked out about making the playoffs as they say they are. Because Jaden Ivey he's not a project, but you have to wait for a rookie to hit. Whereas if you get immediate help, maybe you get to finish 7th.
Lucas in my ear just asked, what if Jabari Smith were to fall to them? Well, then that would make that Domantas Sabonis trade fit a little less, right? I mean, you'd have 2 big power forwards now. Although, maybe that's what Mike Brown is thinking of. I don't know. We're not even going to get into what Sacramento is thinking. Mike Brown's job is to do that.
It's a lonely place.
It really is. You don't want to be there. You don't want to be that guy trying to figure that out. Bob Myers was talking earlier about what the Warriors do with the pick.
I don't think the money is going to be a factor as far as whether we trade out or keep the pick. It'll be if it makes sense. So it won't really be a money decision. Got like 15, 20 people up on the 9th floor right now watching film and getting the draft order and getting our board aligned. So we'll be ready. Like I said, we've been in this position before. It's, you get a guy like Poole, it shows you how valuable it is to get it right. We don't get it right every time. We've had some guys that haven't worked out. So, and then free agency is like 10 minutes after that. So,
by the way, you want to know who the MVP of this draft pick is? Mike Krzyzewski's grandson, who took the heat on a DUI when Paolo Banchero was in the car, and who knows if they did the old, hey, let's switch seats before this cop gets here. There is an awful lot of stories that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, there are a lot of stories, but it seems unlikely. I think that, when you're always picking up a great player at the airport, he doesn't all of a sudden get the keys. I mean, unless they sent him there with a Lamborghini, which somehow seems not to be Krzyzewski's style.
I'm trying. What is he's wearing a glorious purple suit. Looks like something that might have fallen out of Prince's closet. What is the pattern on that? What are those? Are those actually like? Did he bedazzle a purple suit? Is that what I'm looking at?
He might have.
Is that a bedazzle? Is it that? No, yeah, those are not in the seam of the suit. Those are actually like little. Does he have diamonds bedazzled onto his suit? What the hell is that?
You're asking the wrong guy.
I need answers. What is Paolo Banchero wearing?
This sounds like a job for the kids in the other room.
What is it? It looks like he's got a lot of sparkles on his suit. I mean, but not a lot. They're like tastefully distributed throughout the suit. But those are not flush in the suit. They are attached. He looks like a Christmas ornament a little bit.
I mean, there were a lot of them, so I doubt that they're actually diamonds.
They're probably not actual diamonds. But he'll be able to afford those one day down the road if he turns into, as we said earlier, 4 NBA players made the 10 highest paid athletes in the world list over the last 12 months. LeBron came in at number 2, Steph Curry at number 5, Kevin Durant, the unhappy one, at number 6, and Giannis rounds out your top 10. So... Pardon me. There's an awful lot of speculation now, and they're getting a big zoom in on Chet Holmgren as they're saying the pick is in for the Oklahoma City Thunder. So we'll see if they're going with one of the most unique body types we've ever seen. We go back to the podium and Adam Silver.
With the second pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Chet Holmgren from Gonzaga University.
There you go. I really think that's just one of the... I mean, here's the deal. There are so many draft picks coming up in the Oklahoma City's Thunder, in the Thunder's future. Like, they can afford to swing and miss at a prospect this seductive. And I mean it. He is either going to redefine of what we think of bigs and how they can play in basketball, or he is going to be a washout and one of the better players Greece has picked up in a really long time. It could go that differently. But now all of a sudden, Chet Holmgren is playing on Team Lou Dort with Josh Giddey and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I do like the Oklahoma City's Thunder's future. And if this kid turns into what I think he might be, which is the NBA's next unicorn and a defensive Kevin Durant, a legit 7-footer who can handle the ball in the open court, but is more defensively developed than Durant was defensively. He's not quite the offensive phenomenon that Durant was coming out of college, but he's not too far behind. I mean, he can score from all three levels.
No, everything you see of his college work is, it's evident. But the one thing that I kept hearing from people who are kind of down on him as a high draft pick is that when they really needed baskets, Gonzaga always went to Drew Timme, not him. Because Timme he's a bigger, burlier guy who can score inside without getting shoved off his spot. And so, Oklahoma City's going to have to figure out a way to be really creative with him.
Well, the first thing they do is put 20 pounds of muscle on him.
Oh, they'll try. Maybe he's one of those guys who simply resists. And I don't mean like just saying I refuse to lift weights, but maybe he's a guy who can't put it on, because I'm relatively certain Gonzaga wanted that from him too, and it never happened.
It didn't. But boy, bodies change, when you...
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Bodies change when you get on professional regimens. And look, this is... Chet Holmgren is, what, how old? I'm just clicking on his name right now to find out how old this kid actually is, and my computer running slow during the middle of the NBA draft is just a welcome development in today's program. I can tell you that much.
You're all right. He's 20.
He's 20. Again, he's 20. So the jokes about how skinny he is, and he really does look like the alien that comes out of the end of Close Encounters of the Third Kind, silhouetted from the white light. He's that gangly. But the fact that he is that light could be the saving grace of a longer career, where he's not putting nearly the trauma on his feet and on his ankles and on his knees. You know what I don't see often happen in basketball games? Bones snap. That doesn't happen often. And the last guy I saw a bone snap in a basketball game was Paul George. Paul George during that Olympic run, right? When they were doing a preseason Olympic game, he came down, and that's a guy who's got a body type that you think would never have a broken bone in his life. So, you don't normally see that level of, danger on a basketball court. But for that guy, for anyone that big, this is why Zion Williamson's got serious problems. He's carrying too much weight and puts too much torque on his feet, which have failed him basically so far in his career. Maybe this guy's gangly nature benefits his longevity and wasn't a reason to be afraid of him after all. Xfinity Mobile text line says he's got Porzingis written all over him. Porzingis never protected the rim like this. If nothing else, they got a defender. If nothing else.
Yeah, look, the biggest flaw that Oklahoma City has is that it's Oklahoma City, and they're bad. They work to be bad. So it's going to be a while. It's going to. This is not about him, but when you get drafted by a bad team, very often they stay bad because they've made a bunch of other mistakes over the years, and even a good draft pick can't save them. But the real key for the Thunder is how Sam Presti sort of backs and fills with the other draft choices that he's got stockpiled. Because he's got more draft picks now than Danny Ainge had at the height of his hoarding when he was in Boston. So Holmgren's a building block. He's not the guy who I think they're relying on to change everything about Oklahoma City, because they are so bad that it's going to take a lot more than just Chet Holmgren to fix that.
Last year, and if the Houston Rockets are really into a long rebuild, they are on their way. Jalen Green was their pick last year, followed by Alperen Sengun. And if they're in position, which they are now, to go ahead and pick up Jabari Smith, you got to think that Houston has 3 real significant young players to which build around a little hope. I mean, it's neither Houston nor Oklahoma City, let's be honest, nor the Orlando Magic is going to be a quick fix. I do see the commissioner coming to the podium. Let's see who the Rockets are drafting.
With the 3rd pick in the 2022 draft, the Houston Rockets select Jabari Smith Jr. from Auburn University.
Again, great pick, just falling right to him. That was the easiest pick Houston's made in a really, really long time. I'm going to tell you that Jabari Smith Jr. has the look on his face of a guy who thought he was going number 1 in this draft and ended up going number 3. He looks pissed off right now. So, his dad played for the Sacramento Kings. He's got NBA pedigree, obviously. He was the best player on his team without a ton of help around him. He was one of the most dominant players in all of college basketball. I told you I'm going to try to steer away from just my Big Ten honkish nature, but I always fade talent coming out of the SEC. I really do. I think the SEC is the most overrated power basketball conference that you're going to find, all due respect to Arkansas and Florida. The conference is never more than 3 teams deep, 4 tops. So, Jabari Smith put Auburn on the map. He had a hell of a year. Goes 3rd overall to a Houston team where he's going to join Jalen Green and Alperen Sengun. Shingun, okay. As the guys to build around.
Now the draft gets fun.
Now we got the Kings sitting at 4. They're on the clock, and Mike Brown right now is either trying to convince everybody that, if we do go ahead and take Jaden Ivey, there's no way that kid isn't going to do anything other than come play for us, so we should take him if we like him. Or they're working their phones relentlessly right now, and a team like either New York at 11 or possibly Charlotte at 13 or maybe even Cleveland at 14 is thinking about making a big swing, trading up. I heard that the Chicago Bulls might fancy themselves an aggressor today. We will find out here because it really feels like the Kings are going to be the first team that is officially open for business. And let me just tip my cap to the NBA. We're off and running and flying quickly here through 3 picks. I thought maybe, just maybe, we wouldn't even get the 4th pick by the time we were in our first commercial break of the hour. Our only commercial break of the hour, which is why 5 o'clock should be the hour that you turn into 95.7 The Game and stick with us. But
the 5-minute limit makes that impossible. I mean, they're rushing these guys up there now.
So it is 5 minutes. Is that officially it? It's not 10 in the first round? Didn't it used to be 10, or is that only football?
It used to be 10.
Okay.
Football used to be 15.
That's right. And that got ridiculous.
Yeah, no, Silver pointed that out today. It's 5 minutes, which is they're going to get through. They're going to get through 12 picks.
Well,
before we leave.
Yeah, they're going to have both rounds go, by the way, today. There is no waiting for the second round tomorrow as we start to look at what the Warriors might do. Again, we're not going to insult you and try to play expert at what they're going to do at 28, but could I just suggest what could be a cool move for them? Waiting, and also a little bit of a fit. A little bit of a fit. He's going to be there in the second round. What about Jamari Bouye out of the University of San Francisco? Right now, they in this mock draft on NBA Draft Net, they've got Jamari Bouye of the University of San Francisco, who's a 6'1", 170-pound point guard who was fantastic this year for the University of San Francisco, going at number 49 to Cleveland. So again, if the Warriors were to draft, clearly it'd be a reach at 28 if they were to draft back, and they already have 2 other second-round picks due the Golden State Warriors. He's going to be an option for them at either 51 or 57. There's a good chance that he could still be there. I would love to see him in a Warriors uniform, but I think I would like to see a wing player first.
And apparently there are wings aplenty. So
wings aplenty, wings a poppin'.
And Sacramento's pick is in.
Oh my goodness. I wonder if we got an actual pick. I wonder if we got a trade. I wonder how the Mike Brown era is officially about to start up in Sacramento.
Well, we won't know because they might make the pick and then trade it.
So, by the way, I do hate that about the NBA draft. Let's go ahead to the commissioner.
With the 4th pick in the 2022 NBA draft, the Sacramento Kings select Keegan Murray from the University of Iowa.
I told you I wouldn't go with any Boilermakers. They didn't go with the player I would have taken first out of the Big Ten, Johnny Davis. But Keegan Murray, who our very own Anthony Slater told you he thought would even be the better fit. Keegan Murray is a 6'8" power forward, small forward, combo forward out of Iowa, who I can just tell you right now, shoots lights out. He is a hell of a shooter, man. He's a good basketball player. And the Sacramento Kings got a player who some might say Ivy's got more upside, but if the Kings actually want to start putting a winning culture together, they got guards. They needed another front court player who, again, wasn't necessarily a power forward because that's Sabonis' job now. I think Keegan Murray is a good pick, a very good fit. And coming from Iowa, Sacramento is going to feel like Las Vegas to him. So he's not going to have that "I'm too good for you" air about him. I'd be shocked.
Well, he's 22, which means that he's, pretty much put in a fair amount of time at the college level. He's not considered a great shooter according to this by Kevin O'Connor.
He's wrong. He's an elite shooter.
Well, he said he shoots 73% from the free throw line, which is and he shot only 29% from three, and it makes you wonder what they're looking for specifically in him, other than the fact that he's probably mature.
He only shot 29% from three. Is that career or his last year?
Last year. At least
Wow.
that's what O'Connor wrote. Unless I'm misreading it, and I'll look again. But no, he says he's got the game of a trustworthy veteran, makes smart plays, rarely commits mistakes. That's right up Sacramento Street, and it's certainly right up Mike Brown Street, because one of the things he's going to be frustrated by is the cavalier way in which the Kings have traditionally treated the basketball.
So the guy averaged 23.5 points per game last year on 40% shooting from downtown. I don't know what Kevin O'Connor, what you're looking at there, but I think you might have the wrong.
It was 29% last year, the year before that. Also, real quick from the broadcast, Malika threw to Jay Billis and asked what he likes about Keegan Murray. His short answer, everything.
Got a lot of upside potential.
Well, I guess I wonder what that does with to Detroit, because they were hot for Mathurin.
So
if Jaden Ivey drops to 6, that would be the first real upset of the draft.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Jaden Ivey going anything other than 4 or above means he's officially falling from most of your mocks and what you had thought. But, yeah, Keegan Murray can shoot. And, again, he's from Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Sacramento is going to feel like New Year's Eve to him. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. For a town that has a whole bunch of like self-conscious image issues, Sacramento is going to feel like Metropolis to Keegan Murray. He's going to feel like, damn, I'm in the NBA. This city is huge compared to where he's from. And I think that's maybe another reason why he could be the right pick for the Kings. I'm happy for Mike Brown. He's got a good player today. And again, Keegan Murray can shoot, man. He can shoot. He can play.
I don't know that Sacramento is necessarily the detraction for players that the Kings are. That's the thing that's got to get fixed. It's not the town. Town's perfectly fine. It's the basketball team. I mean, longest postseason drought in league history.
It ain't good.
I mean, there are kids entering their senior year of high school who have not been alive since the last time the Kings made the playoffs.
Oh, Rick Adelman, where are you?
Well, I believe, I'm trying to remember, I think he was coaching a high school somewhere just because he liked coaching.
Like Nick Nolte at the end of Blue Chips?
He's probably more sober.
So we got the Detroit Pistons, who are picking at 5. Indiana is picking at 6. The Portland Trailblazers will be looking for a running buddy for Dame Lillard at 7. New Orleans is at 8, San Antonio at 9, and Washington will round out the top 10 of the draft. We'll see if the New York Knicks are content it's sitting at 10 or moving up. The big news of the day, which a lot of people thought would be a level of news that might even overshadow the draft, I'm glad it really hasn't, because these kids deserve all the attention that they can get on a day where they are drafted into the NBA. But there is an awful lot of buzz about the unhappiness around Kevin Durant with the Brooklyn Nets for not getting Kyrie Irving the deal to keep him in Brooklyn. And apparently Durant is trying to use the leverage that he has, saying that, all right, you go ahead and move on from Kyrie. I might be moving on from Brooklyn in my own mind and demanding my own trade. Now, to take it a step further, which I guess is what Stephen A. Smith needs to do, because that story alone isn't enough, is that Kevin Durant doesn't even want to hear about Kyrie to the Knicks, because Durant has realized that should he continue playing basketball in the city of New York, there's only one basketball team to play for, which, again, we have told you 300 times that that's the... Oh, here's Kamish.
With the 5th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Detroit Pistons select Jaden Ivey from Purdue University.
There you go. Jaden Ivey going to Detroit. It's a short commute from West Lafayette. You can make that drive easily. So, congrats to Jaden Ivey, Purdue Boilermaker. Probably not going to make it. No, I'm just kidding. He could be a fantastic player at the next level. He is very, very good, very talented. He is a combo guard who can shoot, play defense, pass. He can do it all. And he's got good size, too, at 6'4". So, congratulations to Jaden Ivey. You are a Detroit Piston. Kind of an interesting backcourt now with Cade Cunningham and Jaden Ivey.
Yeah, I mean, they have a chance to either build that franchise up from the backcourt or have a hard time sharing the basketball.
That's why they moved on from Jeremy Grant. He got traded. So There you go. There you go. Replaced instantly. Jaden Ivey, 17 points per game last year, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. Guy's a good guard. He's fast. So, Detroit, very, very interesting as we move along. Indiana will be picking next. So, but back to Kevin Durant real quick and the Brooklyn Nets. It's just Stephen A. Smith's, the thing that he floated today, and I don't even know why I was watching, but I was up early, that if indeed the Brooklyn Nets are going to deal Kyrie Irving, you better not deal him to New York, because that's where Kevin Durant would want to be traded. I mean, Kevin Durant realizing after 2 years, 3 years now in Brooklyn, that I'm on the wrong team in this city is just, I mean, I got chef's kisses for everything that is happening. I really do. It's like the show that I did the day he picked the Brooklyn Nets is coming to life like Frankenstein's monster.
But every Stephen A. Smith basketball rumor starts with the Knicks. It doesn't matter. I mean, he would still talk about, Stephen Curry wanted to go to the Knicks when he got drafted by Golden State. He is Knicks obsessed. So I'm not buying that for a minute. Plus, the Knicks can't get Kyrie Irving without blowing up their franchise, because they don't have the cap room to accommodate him, let alone accommodating him and Durant. So
there would be no package deal.
It largely is a pipe dream. Emphasis on the word pipe.
Yeah, okay. I would guess, but man, the reality that is hitting Kevin Durant in the face like banana cream pies is just amazing to me.
Well, he didn't pick the wrong team. He picked the wrong teammate.
And he picked the wrong team.
But he picked the wrong teammate first, because a guy who couldn't be bothered to play in a year when they could have been formidable is somebody that you can't trust.
Hey,
And
this is
if
a guy who
he's still
decided he
connected
couldn't
to
trust the
him-
Warriors. This is a guy who decided he couldn't trust the Warriors.
It's not that he couldn't trust the Warriors. He wanted to have his own team.
Well, you got it.
He does have it. And the problem is he chose the wrong running mate. I mean, the truth is that has happened before. It's happened to LeBron James. You know, guys who are players, do not necessarily make great general managers.
Almost never.
Well, I mean, that to me is the issue. It's not.
Again, if Kevin Durant had only been around a great general manager who cared deeply for him. Oh, that's right. He walked away from that too.
Oh, no, he walked away from a ton. Don't get me wrong. And I'm not saying that he's done well here. I'm just saying that he wanted to have control of his own franchise the way LeBron James had control in Cleveland and has control in Los Angeles. That's what he was after, more than anything else.
I mean, he's even getting beaten podcast downloads by the Warriors. Draymond's got to have a bigger podcast than Kevin Durant.
Well, I haven't heard much of the Durant.
We go to the Pacers pick. Here's Adam Silver.
In the 2022 NBA Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Benedict Mathurin from Montreal, the NBA Academy Latin America, and the University of Arizona.
There you go. Benedict off the board. And we will continue with the NBA draft on the other side. So don't you go anywhere. We'll be back to wrap it up and maybe even get to, Pelicans coming up at 8. We'll find out. We'll see how many more of these we can get in before we're off the air today. You're here on 95.7 The Game. If you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe to Damon and Ratto on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Here on 95.7 The Game, Damon and Ratto.
The following is a commercial announcement.
There's nothing like hearing the songs you love on local radio with no subscriptions and no monthly fee.
size, the athleticism, the skill.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
This used to be the offs, and the lottery was the Western Conference Finals. And, and today would be the finals. This is incredible.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
Kyrie and James Harden of the 76ers. And Kevin Durant is stuck with Ben Simmons. Oh, my God, let that happen. That would be hysterical.
The best of the game. Presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Well, all right. Welcome back. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We want to remind you that there's a $5.6 million prize up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. You can check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast on the Odyssey app. By the way, tomorrow, Dan Dibley predicted the number one pick in the draft when no one else was really on the Paulo Banchero bandwagon. Dibley says, I think he's the best. He does go number one overall to Orlando. Shaedon Sharpe, a big unknown because he didn't play at Kentucky, even though he's listed as from Kentucky, has just been drafted by the Portland Trailblazers, so he gets to go play now with Damian Lillard. There you go. Oh, I hear music. Oh, and then it disappeared. Look, I just want to circle back to what the Sacramento Kings did. Keegan Murray, I think, is a player that you can be really, really happy with if you're a Sacramento Kings fan. He is someone who has been right smack dab in the middle of every single Big Ten scouting report, yet no one could slow him down in a conference that is built to slow down scorers. There's defense being played in the Big Ten. And he was just a monster. So if you're a Kings fan, I think you got to be happy with that. The New Orleans Pelicans, by the way, are the next team on the clock, Ray.
Let's see who will get to play with Zion for a year.
Dude, I'd take Johnny Davis. Johnny Davis out of Wisconsin, man.
Of course.
Look, there's a very good chance he could go in this pick. This is not just because I'm a Big Ten honk. I'm telling you, the kid is a killer. When I was talking with Bob Myers, a little inside baseball here, but I was texting with Bob Myers during the Big Ten tournament because he was there. He was watching Indiana, and I was asking him questions about the Hoosiers, just asking him about the conference at large and who he liked. He liked Johnny Davis more than any other player coming out of the Big Ten. So there you go. What does Bob Myers know about basketball?
Well, Jacob Evans.
Never trust a Bearcat, Ray. What does upside potential mean, Damon? That is from the Xfinity mobile text line. Don't all draft picks have upside potential? They do, which is why Jay Billis should have trademarked that phrase. He was the first one to use it, and there were about 3 drafts in a row where Jay Billis just had a lot of upside potential attached to every single kid drafted.
He could be better. That's great. Thanks, Jay.
Thank you.
That's helpful.
Damon, why are you so happy about Kevin Durant's problems? The only reason we're talking about him 4 years ago is because he contributed to 2 championships. He did. And he had the single greatest situation for the best franchise in the world right there for him. And he left for less money because Twitter told him to. I mean, to me, it's ridiculous. Kevin Durant coming to the Golden State Warriors to win every NBA title and make everyone go home crying in their own pillows, to me was like one of the coolest, most baller moves ever. I'm here to win 10 titles. Screw everybody. And that could have been his. And he wanted to be a Brooklyn Net, which is hysterical because the Brooklyn Mets are the 11th most popular team in the New York metropolitan area. Only the New York Islanders mean less. No, excuse me. The Islanders mean more. Only the New Jersey Devils mean less than the Brooklyn Nets.
Well, I mean, like I said, I'm not defending it. He wanted his own team. And there are not a lot of teams that will do that. Brooklyn was ready to do that. So he did that.
Every team in basketball would have slit their GM's throat to add Kevin Durant.
Well, but they didn't get the choice. Durant had the choice. That's the point. He said, you know what? I have a clear path to winning in New York, and I don't want to play for the Knicks. Or he didn't want to play for Jimmy Dolan. I'm not sure. He's never really explained that. I mean, again, I don't think it's where. I think it's who.
It was a dumb choice with bad teammates when he had the best choice with the best teammates in the world, and he walked away.
Well,
from
it wasn't
it
a basketball choice that he made. It was a
when a basketball player
choice.
When a basketball player stops making basketball choices, that's when I start laughing, I guess.
Okay, listen, I'm not saying you shouldn't laugh because right now it looks as bad for him as it could possibly be.
Fly, Pelican, fly.
With the 8th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft,
Johnny Davis.
The New Orleans Pelicans select Dyson Daniels from Bendigo, Australia, the NBA Global Academy in Australia, and the NBA G League's Team Ignite.
Okay, don't know much about Dyson Daniels, but his mom named him after a vacuum cleaner. So congratulations, Dyson. Is that the mom? I'm sorry, if that's mom. Look out, Luka Doncic. There's a new sheriff in town.
Yeah,
Who got drafted before Dyson Daniels? Let's do it. Let's officially say, Paolo Banchero. Congratulations to you. You were the number 1 overall pick in the NBA draft. You're the Orlando Magic's brand new power forward out of Duke. Chet Holmgren from Gonzaga goes number 2 overall to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Jabari Smith Jr., who a lot of people thought would go number 1, falls to 3. He is a Houston Rocket. Keegan Murray of Iowa is now a Sacramento King. Jaden Ivey from Purdue is a Detroit Piston. Benedict Mathurin, did I get that right? Mathurin, thank you. Out of Arizona is an Indiana Pacer. Shaedon Sharpe, the Kentucky...
the non-Kentucky player.
Right, the non-Kentucky Kentuckian is a Portland Trailblazer. Dyson Daniels of G League Ignite, so former running buddy of our very own Jonathan Kuminga. Dyson Daniels is now a New Orleans Pelican, and up next it is the San Antonio Spurs number 9 overall, and if that actually gets in here in the next minute or two, we'll do it. But otherwise, it's time for some thank yous. Thank you so much to Tim Kirkjian and Anthony Slater for joining us today. Dan Devone and Alan Stiles are actually coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. And we'll remind everyone that we are now officially 20 picks away from where the Golden State Warriors are slotted at 28. We are 8 picks through this draft, so we'll see what the Warriors end up doing. Ray, your theory that they trade out of the first round to avoid guaranteed money and into the second, I don't think it's a bad idea. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility of happening, and you can get an awful lot of what you'd get at 28 at 31, I would think.
Yeah, and I don't think the price of the extra draft pick they'd probably have to throw in to make that happen would be that expensive, because let's say they wanted to go to 31. Just to take, Indiana's going to know why Golden State wants to do that, and you say, okay, we'll do that. We'll trade up, but you throw in the draft pick, not us.
Yeah, just a protected junker second rounder, sure. Why not?
You need this more than we do.
Well, again, maybe you get off the phone then with the Pacers and you call the Orlando Magic at 32. Or the Toronto Raptors at 33, or the Thunder, who had so many draft picks they don't even know what to deal with. Did the Lakers trade up?
Yes, they're now at 35.
The Lakers are at 35. Call the Lakers. No, don't call the Lakers. Anyways, that's really...
There's nothing the Lakers can do to them in the next 5 years that's going to make a bit of difference. They're going to be bad for basically a decade and a half.
Hey, Michael Thompson said with a little bit of health, they're a playoff team.
Well, he was close.
So that's all the time we have. You're going to have to continue on with Dan Devone and Alan Stiles, who got you going deep into your night here on 95.7 The Game. Again, thanks to Tim Kirkjian and Anthony Slater. For Lucas, Grandy, and Ray, I'm Damon. Thank you so much for tuning in, and please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone. Listening to Willard Dibs has never been easier with the Odyssey app.
The great Mr. Fab joins us right now live.